Just now, you discovered a mysterious prophecy left by yourself 3 years later, recording your date of death, thinking it was some kind of joke. You ignored it, but until the next day, you encountered an unprecedented horror in the cinema. However, due to your good luck and constitution, you managed to escape from it. But the prophecy said that this was just the beginning. Therefore, desperate, you can only seek the help of the police. But after the 2 police officers heard your account, they exchanged a glance and skillfully searched for the phone number of the mental hospital. I am serious. This is different from ordinary luck. I mean, I can avoid death. You looked seriously at one of the female police officers, then reached out and held her landline phone, preventing her from making a call. I first realized that I had this ability when I was in elementary school. The intersection. I remember it was 20 years ago. It seems like today too. My childhood friend and I were waiting for the red light at Binjo Road. At that time, there were very few cars in our town, and the road was empty. 20 years ago today? The policewoman's face changed. She sat up straight, turned her head to the police officer next to her, and said, Binjo Road? I remember. That was a hit-and-run case involving a truck. The police officer on the side nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Your father was the one who responded to that case. Murders are rare in our town. I remember old Tang came back looking very grim. The policewoman nodded. Before she became an adult, no matter how busy her father was, he would always find time to take her to school and back, using this case as a warning for her. Therefore, she was deeply impressed. Continue. The policewoman picked up a pen at this time and recorded something in the notebook. In those days, there was not much traffic safety awareness. Even our parents, if they had a car, they would wait. If not, they would just go. You said, that day was the same. I swear, there was not a single car around at that time. My childhood friendly urged me to go through, but for some reason, there was a voice in my heart telling me not to run the red light. The policewoman frowned at the words and asked back, not even a car? No, absolutely not. The policewoman drew a circle on the paper, looked up at you with a hint of inquiry. Okay, you continue. He ran across the street alone, mocking me as he ran, calling me a coward. You took a deep breath. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but I followed him. Did you follow up? Are you sure? I followed up. You closed your eyes. And then I saw something shining with silver light on the ground, so I bent down to pick it up. Then, a loud screeching of brakes came over. Did your childhood friend get hit? You shook your head. No, I was hit. 2 police officers heard this, looked at each other, and then moved towards the landline phone again. I am serious. As I looked up, I saw myself lying in a pool of blood, and this scene scared me stiff. I saw my blood splatter on the license plate. Then a man got off the truck, glanced at me, and then looked palely at my friend who was screaming beside me. Then, he got back in the car, the engine roared, and my friend also fell to the ground. The policewoman's face became serious, and the police officer beside her furrowed his brow even more. Xiao Tang. Speaking of which, when the driver was arrested at that time, it seems he confessed that he hit 2 children, although what he said is consistent with what the driver explained at the time. This is impossible. After testing, the blood on the truck and the human tissue on the ground all came from the same person. The female police officer typed on the computer and pulled up the file from that time. And the driver was driving a 4th-generation 9-ton flathead diesel truck at the time. Assuming he really hit him, he wouldn't be alive to report it now. The 2 people's gaze refocused on you, and they both reached for the landline phone without prior agreement. I'm not crazy. I'm serious. I originally thought this was an illusion or a delusion. Otherwise, unless my soul left my body, I couldn't have seen myself dead in front of me. You covered your face with both hands, forced yourself to calm down, and continued. But strange things happened again when I was in junior high. I was studying at Heisei-go Middle School, and at that time our school was still in the old campus on Jiefang Road, which was 13 years ago, when I had just entered the first year of junior high. It seems like it was today. You murmured, I can't remember. The policewoman entered the time on the computer as she heard the words, and the files for the same time were lined up. She scanned through them one by one and her face turned pale. She quickly pulled Old Lee beside her and said, Uncle Lee. Old Lee came over. His face changed suddenly. Heisei 5th Middle School? That year, there was only one murder case, in Class 8 of Grade 1. Yes, Class 8 of Grade 1? You said. The incident caused quite a stir. I heard it was a third-year junior high school student who jumped off the building and happened to land on an obstacle below, getting cut in half. You wouldn't say. You saw it and jumped off too, would you? No. You shook your head. I've said it before. My good luck can keep me away from death. I still remember that day. It was very hot at noon in early autumn. The teacher turned on the fan. It was that kind of old-fashioned fan, hanging overhead, The fan blades were made of several iron pieces. My seat happens to be underneath that thing, and I often worry about it falling and slicing my head off. Did you see the fan blades fall and chip off your head again? Following the trope, the policewoman snatched at the answer. Right and wrong. Wang Yin said. That fan blade did fall off, but that little bit of force is honestly still a bit difficult to cut off someone's head. The teacher told me to move it out and put it in the open space at the entrance, and when school is over she'll call logistics to fix it. So I picked up the fan blade, as my teacher had asked me to do, and prepared to head for the door. And then the familiar premonition appeared, a voice telling me not to go out. I saw another silver flash. Wang Yen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried hard to recall the details of the moment, and only after a long time did he continue with difficulty. At that very instant, I saw me fall to the ground, cut in half by the fan's blades, and the other body that was on top of me did the same. And the teacher panicked and screaming and calling for an ambulance. The two policemen were silent. Then their eyes turned to the other side of the dossier, where the description of the eyewitnesses mentioned the deceased, Mr. Liu, who witnessed the passing of Wang's classmates, called the ambulance in horror. And the day's surveillance showed that Liu, teacher holding the fan blade out of the door, was falling down the head of the student hit. In the huge impact, the two piece of the fan blade was cut in half. Mr. Liu and the jumper died at the same time, but the ambulance that day did receive a call from Mr. Liu's cell phone at that moment. The two men's backs went cold. Your last name is King? Yes, my name is Wang Yen, the policewoman asked solemnly. And what are you reporting this time? For a long time afterward, good fortune allowed me to avoid many accidents, Wang Yen said. Until 10 days ago, I received a death prophecy. Chapter 2, Death Prophecy. Death prophecy? The policewoman incredulously repeated it, and after a long time, she looked up at Wang Yen in silence, as if she was chagrined for believing his bull *******, and only reached out to touch the landline without a word. The police officer at the side, however, uncharacteristically stopped the policewoman's movements as he looked at Wang Yen inquisitively. If you really have the so-called good luck of avoiding death, just because of a death prophecy, is it worth coming to the police station specifically to report a case? I thought the same thing when I received this prophecy. I even thought it was a scam that some fortune teller came up with until a day later. Wang Yen will be the crumpled parchment out. This parchment looks some years, wrinkled and yellow, and even in some places because of improper storage, and some hardening, as he slowly unfolded down some crumbs, revealed under the date, this day, September 11th. I died, where he pointed his finger. He wrote the 9th day of the 8th month, a great evil. Hearing this date, the two policemen looked at each other and couldn't help but sit up straight, and the female policeman, as if realizing what was going on, didn't move and took her hand away from the computer, carefully and cautiously feeling towards her back. Dead? Oldly flexed his fingers and tapped on the desktop. Where? The police station was quiet at this time with only the heavy breathing of the female police officer. These two sounds were like thunder on the ground, instantly pulling Wang Yan's attention from his painful memories. Center Square, he muttered. 9 days ago. Center Square. Policewoman Tang's breathing got heavier and heavier as a crisp click sounded from behind her, a sound that made the two men who were focusing their attention look at her in unison. I am going to pour a glass of water. You guys continue. Don Jr. stood up in a hurry, his chair dragging on the floor with a harsh creaking sound. Seeing this, Oldly knocked again on the table, pulling Wang Yan's attention back. Go on. Center Square. What really happened on the night of September 11th? That day was Wednesday. Wang Yan swallowed, his voice a little hoarse. I got off work and went to the Center Square to watch a movie. Alone? Yes, a person. Wang Yan's hand that clutched the parchment trembled continuously as he closed his eyes. If the previous deaths were either accidental or man-made, then that day, I can guarantee that the one who was going to kill me was an unknown mysterious force. Unknown mysterious power? Oldly took the paper cup from Xiao Tang and pushed it in front of Wang Yan. Don't be nervous, drink some water first. Wang Yan took the paper cup and took a sip. The hot water moistened his dry and hoarse throat as he continued. I went into the movie theater. I was running late. The third projection hall was already dark. Only the screen had a faint light. I walked in, cat around, and found my own seat. There's someone, probably a woman, playing on the screen at the moment, and I don't know if it's just me, but that person is clearly on the screen. Yet I felt her watching me until I came from this end of the projection hall, and that sight was extremely intense, and he took a big breath. When I took my place in the seat and looked up, I just locked eyes with her. The paper cup began to deform slightly in Wang Yan's hands, and the hot water inside was constantly shaking. He tried desperately to tear himself away from that fear. I almost got up out of my seat on the spot. Then I reacted and eased back into my seat. Being such a big man scared by a horror movie, I kind of looked back in embarrassment and prayed that people wouldn't look at me in a weird, or disdainful way. Then I looked back and was caught off guard, into a pair of eyes. The woman on the screen was sitting right behind me, and she was slumped over in a strange, contorted position, looking at me through the gap in the seat's backrest straight at me. I was startled, and then, with a jolt, I realized that I couldn't watch this movie any longer, no matter what. So I stood up, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, and ran broadside toward the door. And that's when he paused. A silver light flashed, and I saw me dead in the doorway of the screening room. And then, everyone looked at my body and screamed. I saw someone start to call the police, and I saw someone holding a child and running towards the door without thinking. He muttered. It was a middle-aged man holding his child holding his wife, and just as he ran to the door, they fell limply to the ground in a heap with my body. Oldly flexed his fingers and gently tapped twice on the desktop. You mean, on that day at the crime scene, someone had called the police? Yes, he said with certainty. It was a woman, and the movie theater was dark, and the light from the phone reflected off her face, and that's all I could make out. Oldly pondered for a moment as he then asked, so you're the only one who escaped? Yeah, just me. The paper cup warped and the water inside spilled out. I've died many times. September 11th, evening, Heisei Town Center Plaza, Cinema. The light from the projector flickered on the screen. The screening room was small, and at the moment there were only about a dozen people, all huddled in one corner, staring at the four bodies dead in front of the door by the little dim light. I just called the police. It's okay, the police will soon come, a woman said with a trembling voice. Out of fear, she held the phone tightly. The light from the phone shone on her face, shining her face extraordinarily white, her lips trembling. She kept repeating these words as if she was cheering herself up. It's okay. The four corpses had obviously shocked the crowd, so despite their fear, no one dared to move much more easily. The only thing left in the entire movie theater besides the girls mumbling was the movie still going on and on. A youth gulped and with difficulty shifted his eyes from the corpse to the movie. The movie happens to run to a woman in white standing at a window looking away from it, and the soundtrack starts to get droning in the background. The camera panned from the front of the woman to her back, so he was able to get a good view of the window. The movie. His voice began to tremble. What time is it and you're still thinking about watching a movie? A man next to him cursed angrily and looked towards the screen as well. He then let out an uncontrollable scream. Isn't that me? On that side of the screen, the window was plastered with 10 horrified faces, clinging to it as if they had seen something extremely horrible. Their eyes focused on the woman's face. Just then, the back turned. Chapter 3, Movie Tickets. Oldley's index finger tapped on the table as he then confirmed. Everyone's faces. In the movie? Yeah, it's all in the movie. Oldley slowly picked up the cup. He took a sip of water, looked at Wang Yan with inquiry, and then confirmed. Are you sure that those faces are projectors projected on the screen, and not real cheeks, pasted on the screen, visible to the naked eye? The cup in Wang Yan's hand was deformed, and the warm water splashed on his hand, pattering down the table and dripping on the ground. Take it easy, Old Lee said. I'm just offering a hypothetical. Don, get him a new glass of water. Xiao Tang sniffed and brought over another paper cup, which Lao Li pushed in front of Wang Yan. Go on, and when did you come back alive through? Well, your good fortune? On the movie, almost everyone looked at the woman across the screen at this moment. I clearly heard the whole movie theater erupted into screams. Wang Yan paused, closed his eyes and recalled. But in the way of those four corpses, no one dared to leave that corner and run out through the door. Don't be afraid. It's only the movie. A man, desperately trying to maintain order, shouted as he stepped in front of the movie. It's only a movie. Are you crazy? If this is a ING movie, then why is my face being projected on that? The other man busted out. Whole thing. Yes, this is definitely a whole thing. Actors, all of them. A youth looked like he thought of something, and quickly said, I've seen something similar on the program. Maybe there's some kind of camera here right now, and there's someone behind the camera waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Even the four corpses at the door, they're all actors. He went on to say, who's got nothing better to do than come to the movies at this time of year? If someone hadn't given me a movie ticket. Yeah, I gave mine away too. Mine too. For nothing. I came over the wall from school specifically. This absurd explanation gradually calmed the crowd for a moment, and they could find no safer sounding excuse for what they had seen so far, and therefore could only pin all their hopes on the fact that it was all but an elaborate joke. That's right, the movie tickets gave us until now, and it's enough to put our faces pee in the movie. It's definitely a neat show. Someone sniffed sharply. Whoever it is, you'd better release us immediately now, or I'll sue you. I didn't agree to cooperate with you to make any videos. If you dare to put me on the internet, you're done for. As if he had found his backbone, he toured the theater, seeking to find proof of the testifying joke somewhere. By the way, didn't you call the police? Someone's attention turned back to the girl who had said she called the police at the beginning. We're just a little bit bigger in Heisei Town. Why haven't the police come yet? Yeah, the nearest police station in Center Square is only 10 minutes away. Are you a mole? Afraid we'll call the police. So you lied to us that you did? Someone quickly came to a conclusion and took out their cell phone. The scene quickly woke up the crowd. Some began to try to call the police, while others took their cell phones and began filming up the surrounding area, trying to keep evidence of the whole thing. One of them, on the other hand, took a few steps to the door and kicked heavily towards the body. Stop acting and get the up. The dead middle-aged man collapsed limply to the ground with his child. The man's heart panicked, and he hurriedly crouched down and touched the nostrils of one of them. Dead. This man is really dead. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, everything around him that was noisy quieted down again. Then the crowd gathered around. They looked at the greenish-white middle-aged man, and shaking hands touched his nose, as well as his chest. There's no breathing, and no heartbeat. Wait, no. The youth who had first screamed that this was a fixer-upper said, it was a man who died in the first place, before this family ran out, and now here there are only 3 bodies. Old Lee tapped at the table. You mean, right this minute, you're alive? Right. Wang Yan took a sip of water. By the way, you mentioned earlier that the movie theater tickets, everyone's, were given away at that time? Wang Yan was silent, and after a long time, he shook his head. Not really. With that, he took the movie ticket out of his pocket. I bought it myself. I really want to see the movie. Mind if I keep the license? Wang Yan handed over the movie ticket. If you want it, take it. Old Lee didn't take it. He glanced at Tang and saw her go to get the evidence bag before he took out a pair of gloves from the side, put them on, and took the movie ticket. 3rd screening room? Aha. Wang Yan nodded. That day's schedule was all animated movies except for the screening room. Old Lee glanced at Wang Yan and rubbed his fingers on the movie ticket without a trace, then put it into the evidence bag. Good. Go on. Old Lee said, sitting upright. My appearance was like a ray of light. I don't want to describe it that way, but when I stood there alive, it seemed to make everyone certain that I was the one. The staff of the whole program, they were crazy. Some even tried to draw out the team behind me by attacking me. Are you hurt? It came close, but something else soon came along that made them quickly realize that it was more than just a neat game. The man is a laborer at a construction site in town, and with little work these days, he really doesn't have much of a pastime while accepting a movie ticket on the side of the road. This feeling of being fooled completely enraged his brain at this moment, and he tugged on Wang Yan's collar with a deadly grip. Get your programmer the out of here. The man cursed angrily. I'm poor, but I'm not a pastime for you rich people. Lousy is a human being, not a monkey. The words of explanation were said over and over again. Wang Yan finally closed his mouth. He used his strength to break the man's hand away. He then looked at the man. I'm not sure what happened. Instead of venting your anger on me, why don't you take a look at Wang Yan said, pointing to the man's back. The man stared at Wang Yan dead in the face, but Wang Yan was so strong that he struggled a bit but did not break his hand out. So he glared at Wang Yan indignantly and turned his head to look over. Following Wang Yan's hand, he saw a woman in white, squatting in front of those 3 corpses. What's going on? The man said. Is this your gang? Before the words left her mouth, the woman spun around. Her face was clearly plastered with the middle-aged man's bloody cheeks. Chapter 4, Cheeky. The screens resumed. The crowd fought to try and get away from the creepy woman. So everyone was huddled in the corner. Props. Yes, definitely props. The youth was pressed in the innermost part, and he braced his fear and fought to maintain order. Didn't you guys realize that the woman who said she was going to call the police just now is gone? And a woman just happened to come out over there. At that, someone quickly took a cell phone and shown a circle of faces. Yes, the woman is gone. The commotion calmed down a bit, but out of fear no one dared to bet on whether the woman was a human being or a ghost. So whether that face skin was a prop or not, no one dared to lean over at the moment. Speaking of which, aren't we missing someone? One guy's voice drifted off as he said, the dude who was sitting next to me just now is missing. 1, 2, 3. So a voice counted up from the crowd. Yes, now counting the man and the woman, there are only 12. He happened to be the one who had just been recording evidence on his cell phone, and had recorded footage of the number of people present. So he pressed pause, shook his hand, pointed at the screen, and began to count the number of people. At this time, the female is still. He is still dead at the door. He pointed at Wang Yan and said, at this time, we have a total of 14 people. It is reasonable to say that the female left and he came back. then this should also have 14. But now, if we don't count them, we only have 10 here. With a shaking hand, he touched the play button by mistake, so he pulled the progress bar with a shaking hand, and the screen stopped just short of the movie screen at that moment. He paused as he realized what was happening, and with shaking hands he began to count the number of faces on the film at the time. On the movie is also 10, and without him. He pointed at Wang Yan, who was standing not far away. Knock knock. The index finger tapped twice on the table, interrupting Wang Yan's narration. That means there were 17 victims that day, not counting you? If they counted correctly, probably. Wang Yan counted and said, 14, plus a family of 3. Yes, 17. Old Li's gaze looked at Wang Yan with a probing look. He then turned his head to the computer on the side. Xiao Tang nodded with an understanding and pulled up the photos of the scene at that time. 10 peeled-off faces were attached to the curtains of the theater. 3 corpses stayed at the entrance of the theater, and 10 faceless corpses sat on the seats of the screening room. Their postures varied and they looked like they were seriously enjoying the movie. There was no sign of a struggle at the scene, though the blood was concentrated in the corner diagonally from the doorway, as if the face had been peeled off there. So he turned his head back. Are you sure you were the only one who escaped at that time? Old Li reconfirmed. Everyone is dead but me, Wang Yan said with certainty. Okay, go ahead, Lao Li said, signaling Xiao Tang to bring over the evidence information searched that day. A printer off to the side began to print. The voice attracted Wang Yan's attention. He opened his mouth and then looked at Old Li. Well, I have to read a little something. Do you mind? Old Li said, taking the information Don handed over. I promise, I won't miss a word you say. Okay. Wang Yan didn't dwell on it as he continued. The dwindling numbers sent the crowd into a renewed panic as they looked in horror at the motionless woman not far away. And someone timidly confirmed. You didn't count wrong, did you? No, absolutely not, the man said, redrawing his phone screen to the beginning of the video, and just as it was about to play to the crowd, the man standing next to him, trembling at that moment, spoke up. It's not right, it's not right, he said with a shaky voice. These 3 people, do they really exist? What? The 3 who disappeared. His finger pointed to the people on the screen. These are us. This one. No, isn't it wearing a mask? Someone grabbed a cell phone for a closer look, and then he screamed. Holy, there are literally slits on the side of the face. What is this? Eyes? This thing was right next to me just now. The 3 were scattered in gaps of 10, so quite a few of them had just stood in line with these things. Realizing that they had just been surrounded by what was most likely something inhuman, or even a ghost, the men began to scream. No, it's the whole thing. This is also the staff. Yes, they are also the staff. The youth who said at first that this was the whole thing remained firm in his opinion. Then he pointed his finger at the woman not far away and said, she hasn't moved since just now. She's definitely wearing a prop. Pull off the mask and you'll know everything. You fart. You make it sound so easy. If you don't believe me, just head for that door and don't encourage us here. Out of fear, they desperately needed to find something to vent here. And in the way that Wang Yan had returned from the dead and wasn't huddled with them, these words caused the crowd to focus their spearheads on the youth. You, the youth gulped. Just go. I'm a big man. I'm not afraid of her. He bravely passed by Wang Yan and took a few steps to the woman. The woman, her face still wearing the blood-soaked mask, cocked her head slightly as the youth approached. Ah! The youth exclaimed. The crowd behind him was taken aback by this. What's wrong with you? What are you screaming for? Someone couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn! You're more afraid of letting you come than I am, the youth said as he gathered his courage and reached out to touch the cheek pieces the woman wore on her face. The woman did not move a muscle, which gave the youth a little more courage, so he shook his hand and fought his way down the edge and pulled the mask off. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's face skin was in the youth's hands, and looking at the crumpled face in his hands, he was just about to turn back to the group as if victorious, when he noticed a piercing shriek from all of them. His heart skipped a beat as he followed the gazes of the crowd, and he seemed to realize something, so he stiffened and turned his head back. With a turn of his face, he met a pair of dark eyes. The eye looked at him with a single movement, and the fear was so extreme at the moment that he swallowed hard, to the point where the desire to scream disappeared. So he trudged downward, with the last bit of hope, trying to see if the owner of this eye was a man or a ghost. The tingling came. My face. Why is my face in her face? He shuddered out the last words, then reached up and touched his bloodied face. His eyes widened incredulously, and immediately afterward, his pupils began to lax. The next second, he collapsed to the ground to the screams of the crowd. Chapter 5, Numbers. The pages flipped, and Lao Li also found the youth's autopsy report along with Wang Yan's narration. Pathology report. Appraisal Unit, Heisei Township Police Department. Subject matter, cause of death of Lee ***. Date of autopsy, September 12, 2***4. Appraisal date, September 13, 2***4. Staff, Zhao ***, son ***. He went along with the column of post-mortem examination under the sea. 1 male body. Body length 173 centimeters. Rigor mortis undischarged. Purplish-red body spots on the back of the neck. Facial skin missing. The body spots will be fixed and stop shifting only after 2 to 3 days. The time of the report was 9 a.m. on September 12, and the photos of the scene at that time showed the body sitting on the seat of the second screening room, so it is reasonable to say that the body spots appeared in the lower limbs of the body, the lower abdomen. The presence of the back of the neck means that the body was indeed lying on its back, as Wang Yin said, and remained so for a very long time, until just before the report was made, when it was moved into the position of the scene photographs. However, the contradiction lies in the time of death of the body is inferred to be 2***4 September 12, 1 a.m. The time of the crime to the time of the investigation of more than 8 hours. At this time, the body has appeared to stiffen, such as the body is lying down. Cannot be in the case of the body surface is not any damage to the corpse hard concave to the end of the sitting state. However, if the body had been moved to the theater seats before the necrophilia appeared, then corresponding necrophilia would have appeared from the lower limbs to the lower abdomen of the body, in addition to the fact that no blood samples were found at the entrance of the screening room. However, one thing that can be confirmed at this point is Wang Yin was, indeed, at the scene of the crime on that day. Oldly whisked away the pages in his hand and looked up to lock eyes with policewoman Tang. The man is dead, but after the scream, no one dares to make a move anymore, and with that, female ghost standing at the only exit, they can only cower in the corner. Excuse me, can I make an inquiry? Policewoman Tang said softly. Wang Yin paused. He raised his head and looked at the policewoman Xiao Tang and nodded. Granted. Don Jr. asked. So at the time, what were you doing? Wang Yin paused for a moment and said, watching a movie. That one sentence sent the two policemen into silence. There's a reason for that. I've noticed that there's a slight correlation between what the movie is playing and what's happening in the theater at the moment. Wang Yin said, as he recalled the movie footage at that time. Just as that man was about to cross me to peel the skin off the female ghost's face, I saw the movie play to a plot. I should have mentioned just now that the theme of the movie was an abandoned hospital, and 10 human skin masks had once appeared on the windows. Abandoned hospital? No mention of it? Sorry. Wang Yin wrinkled his own brow, and the subtle tingling made him wake up a little. I feel as if my head is sinking a bit, causing me to have a bit of a misplaced memory. Continuing on, the movie is set in an abandoned hospital. And it seems that the woman mentioned just now had been disfigured in some sort of accident, and along with it, lost the skin on her face to the point where she could only rely on her bones to roughly distinguish her facial features, and so she went crazy and hid in the abandoned hospital. I missed the process. I guess it was probably the same episode that played out on the day I died. Anyway, she went from being a beautiful woman to a monster with no face. Then 10 men who want adventure arrive at the abandoned hospital, and they see the woman for the first time through a window. That's the part where they saw the face pressed against the window? Old Lee asked. Wang Yin shook his head. No, maybe the writers used flashbacks, with the face on the window in the front and the meeting in the back. He took a sip of water. He strangely felt that the hot water gave him a little drowsiness. Perhaps holding something warm gives one a feeling of stability. Wang Yin thought of this, paused, and raised his head to look at Xiao Tang. Is there cold water? Wang Yin continued. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. It's best to have ice water. The kind that can wake me up a bit. Xiao Tang hastily glanced at Old Lee, and the two exchanged a look. Old Lee said, ice water is not available. Well, is tea okay? Wang Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. Xiao Tang, go make him a cup. Old Lee said, knocking on the table. Go on. Well, just now we talked about the adventurers entered the hospital. In fact, the first time they saw the woman, they were shocked, but they all thought it was an urban legend that made them hallucinate. In any case, for the sake of the adventure, a few people encouraged each other, and finally went into that hospital. These 10 people look exactly like the 10 people in the movie theater? No, only sticking to the window. That is, when it was peeled off. Wang Yin said and continued to recall. In the ward of the abandoned hospital, they met up with the woman for the second time, and one of the adventurers, who called himself Netflix, seemed to be a staunch materialist warrior, who screamed that ghosts didn't exist and broke away from the group to rush to the woman. The movie plays out until the woman peels off the first Netflix and hides back in the darkness. Wang Yin turned back when he saw this, and just as the crowd blinked, the female ghost disappeared in plain sight. Sure enough, there is some connection. Wang Yin thought and looked at the 9 people. There were 10 people in the movie. Now 1 is dead. The cause of death is exactly the same as him, and 9 are still alive. Exactly the same as you. Upon hearing this, these 9 people looked in unison at the movie screen, on which the survivors, after a series of arguments, eventually calmed down and began to figure out ways to deal with the ghosts and monsters. A portion of the group tried to get out, only to find that all the exits from the hospital were blocked, while the rest thought about getting through the night piece by piece, which would probably be safer in the daytime. Out of their stereotypical perception of ghosts and goblins, eventually the crowd decided to burn a little campfire in the hospital clearing and stay up until daylight. Just for a moment as the campfire burned, a dark shadow flickered in the corner illuminated by the firelight. I found that when the movie played to the time when the female ghost was present, Wang Yan did not finish, but someone soon guessed what he meant. That female ghost will also appear in the movie theater? The man's voice trembled as he lifted his cell phone and scanned around. 9 people, other than the students who came out over the wall. Several of them held cell phones, so the light from the flashlight shone out from those 9 people, shaking Wang Yan's eyes for a while. After staying in the darkness for a long time, the light looked extra harsh, so Wang Yan slowly closed his eyes. The bright light gave him a little visual residue, so much so that he could vaguely make out the silhouettes of the 9 even with his eyes closed. Immediately after that, he realized a serious problem, so he quickly opened his eyes and looked towards the 9 people. The 9 people in that corner, at this moment, changed back to 10. Chapter 6, Masks. The female ghost only appeared for a moment, so it should be fine. The man who had spoken looked at the screen once more, staring at the people sitting around the campfire in the screen and said, at a normal movie pace, this would be the time to explain the background, which means that this time period is safe. And, if anything, we're going to be in the same situation as the movie. One of them spoke up. And what's going to explain the dead family of 3 over there? And that one, the one that came back from the dead. He pointed at Wang Yan, but realized that Wang Yan was staring closely behind him. He turned his head back in a hurry, and when he saw that he was only a young man behind him, he turned back again. Just then, the person behind him spoke. They don't take the movie seriously, so they die. The youth's voice sounded eerie, and the person in front of him winced, so he hastened to look at the movie. In the movie, 10 people are gathered around a campfire talking about the strange things that originally happened at this hospital. Startled by the youth's remark, several people were glued to the movie screen so that they wouldn't miss the female ghost coming out. This hospital I heard used to do plastic surgery. A voice came out from the stereo. The technology was not mature at that time. And then, one day, a rather ugly woman came to the hospital. That woman barely had a face, to the point that she only had a little eyelid, with a thin slit showing underneath, and a pair of pitch black eyes. The doctor studied her face and proceeded to tell her that in her case, she would have to have a skin replacement. Speaking of which, the accompaniment starts to get weird. Several people had seen horror movies and obviously knew what the change in accompaniment meant, so they were quickly alerted. The camera pans out to give a close-up of a patient listener to the story. Only a thin slit in the man's jaw. Holy, what does that mean? A man froze out. The camera on the screen pulls away and re-gives a close-up of the 10 men. 1, 2, 3, 10 people. In a shaky voice, he said, that means that since just now, after that black shadow flashed by dash, there's that female ghost in the camera the whole time? Tea. Xiao Tang pushed the tea to Wang Yan. Wang Yan took a sip of tea as he shook his muddled brain and continued. And so the second man died. He had the misfortune to stand with the female ghost, even though he had done nothing. How did you die? Old Li asked. He was still reading the last autopsy report. His eyes rested on the cause of death. The youth Li died of a myocardial tear. The body did not have any external injuries except for the face. That is to say, Li was scared to death alive. He paused before turning to the next page. I don't know. All I know is that he lost his cheek too. Just like in the movies. Oh yeah, he was different from the last guy. After he lost his cheek he started to run away in the theater. I don't remember him running for how long. Anyway, he was like the guy in the movie who was being chased by the ghost. And he fell straight down just as the female ghost's hand penetrated the movie character's abdomen. Old Li sniffed. The second autopsy report clearly states that the abdomen was severely injured by a sharp weapon and died of blood loss. Just straight down? Right. Wang Yan nodded. Old Li looked at the autopsy report in his hand and slowly raised his head after a long time. So let's talk about you. Just now you said that you died many times. If everything in the movie theater all followed the plot of the movie and there was no you there at all, then how did you die and how did you come back to life? Wang Yan took a sip of tea as he blinked his slightly sore eyes and shook his groggy brain again. But I will eventually have to find a way to get out, even if I won't die. Wang Yan took another sip of tea. The bitter flavor of the tea stimulated his brain, making him a little more awake at this moment. if I can't get out, there are only two possibilities waiting for me. One is that the female ghost and I will keep spending time together, and the other is to assume that someone will come from outside and scare the female ghost away, or she will automatically disappear at dawn, and I will be arrested and sent to jail for being her scapegoat. This explanation caused old Lee to frown. Well, that's fine, and the reasoning is valid, so tell us about it. Your second death. That was almost when the third person died. I found a little loophole in the movie, and I realized that it was possible to escape the fate of the movie in the middle of the movie if I could find the right opportunity to do so. So I commanded that person to try to go against the plot of the movie and actively seek out the ghost. You're crazy. Why don't you go? The man yelled. He was the same worker from early in the morning, and he cursed angrily while keeping a close eye on the movie. The movie has been a chase since that female ghost infiltrated the crowd and the crowd got separated. After 2 more deaths, they figured out the pattern. That is, which character corresponded to which person. Apparently, the one who is now engaged in a chase with the female ghost is the character representing the workers. But if you don't go, then you will be the next to die. Wang Yan added, I can come back from the dead, but you can't. The worker cursed, and he choked out a sob as he looked up at the plot. At the moment he was regretting his choice to accept the movie ticket and come to the movie in the early hours of the morning. But he just walked into a movie theater for the first time and wanted to experience what he had never experienced before. Seeing a movie from such a big screen, the remaining 6 looked at him in the same way. On the one hand, they felt slightly grateful that their serial number was at the back. On the other hand, they also hoped that they could really find any crack. The students who came out over the wall to see the movie are now crying in fear. Damn, I just want to. In the theater I built out of the head to watch iMovies. The worker indignantly wiped his eyes. He then turned his head to Wang Yan. Do as you say, right? Well, it's just a thought. Wang Yan wasn't too sure, but he wasn't on the female ghost's hunting list, so there was no way to try the feasibility of this thought on his own. It's better than just waiting for her to kill. The worker gritted his teeth. He then raised his cell phone and searched the theater carefully. Soon, he found the middle-aged man's face skinned from the ground that the youth held in his hand at the beginning. Then, he forced himself to endure the nausea and put it on his face. Meanwhile, the female ghost in the movie looked as if she had frozen in place, and after a long time, her slit eyes, slowly, looked into the camera. The crowd was glued to the movie at the moment, and being caught off guard and locked eyes with the ghost scared them. The worker covered his mask and slowly followed this light and began to hunt for the female ghost in the theater. The female ghost's eyes likewise scanned the screen, like a cat and mouse game. The hunter and the prey, at the moment, sought each other's traces. Chapter 7, Out. The worker took his cell phone and made the rounds of the seats by the faint light of the cell phone's torch. The light shimmered past those darkened seats one by one, finally stopping at the last row of seats in the theater. The light shone in the cracks of the chair, revealing a ghastly white human face inside. With an ear-splitting metallic scraping sound, the movie's accompaniments began to dull. Everyone held their breath. What next? What next? The worker was closest to the face, and his voice trembled as he asked. Watch the movie, Wang Yan said and turned his head to look at the movie. On the movie, at the moment, the camera was still fixed on the female ghost's face, but those eyes had stopped scanning, and were instead staring straight at Wang Yan, who was standing directly opposite the screen. I am the one who does screenwriting. The one who opened his mouth was the one who analyzed the plot at the beginning. The screenwriter pushed his glasses and said, if the pace of this movie is following the narrative logic of a normal movie, then, at this moment, she should found you. As soon as the words were spoken, the camera began to pull away, and the female ghost was now hidden inside the door of the hospital room, and through the glass of the door she was looking at the metal chair in front of the hospital room. The details of the metal chair gradually zoomed in, reflecting the man hiding against the wall and gasping for air. The camera pans as the female ghost's eyes gradually turn in the direction of the man. So what am I supposed to do? The worker asked with a shaky voice. The blood on the human skin mask after it was put on his face began to gradually coagulate with his body heat and crack with his movements, so much so that he could only free one hand to hold the face skin so that it wouldn't fall off with his movements. Wait. Wang Yan stared at the movie screen and said, did anyone see the episode just now? For a while at the time I died. The 6 looked at each other in disbelief, and the student spoke with a shudder. Who has such a big heart to watch a movie when they're all dead? I read a little bit. The writer spoke up. A group of people decided to come to the hospital for an adventure, but after hearing about the hospital's urban legend, 4 of them broke their appointment and didn't show up. Wang Yan sniffed and looked at the self-proclaimed screenwriter, which was an ordinary-looking man, somewhat lean, with messy hair, revealing a pair of shrewd eyes underneath. The 2 men looked at each other, and the writer pushed up his glasses again, hiding his eyes behind the lenses in the reflection of the light. If what you say is true, Wang Yan looked at the screen. That means that the characters represented by these 4 people are me, and the family of 3 over there. So we're out. Wang Yan replied. I guess the female ghost can only attack people who correspond to the plot characters. And the way this ghost recognizes people is the face. And the face that is out is not within the range of the female ghost's attack. The worker froze for a moment, and he pressed firmly on the human skin on his face and said, out. You mean as long as I wear this human skin, I am safe? The eyes of the crowd were focused on the workers, and the face of the female ghost in the crack of the seat. At the moment that female ghost froze in place without any movement. If that cheeky skin helps. At the moment several people's eyes looked towards the 3 bodies in the doorway. So the remaining 2 will work too? A person swallowed some saliva, although it is to live, but in this life has done the bloodiest thing, but only the New Year's Day to give a chicken blood, even if they know that the 2 cheeks are useful. At the moment they can't do for the time being. On the corpse hard to peel the cheeks of the thing. Still, the words clearly catalyzed the desire to live in whoever was there, and they struggled with their hearts as they stared motionlessly at the 3 corpses. To be sure, the first rule that exists here is that there is only one circumstance in which this female ghost can make an indiscriminate attack on a moviegoer, namely, leaving the theater before the movie is finished. Second rule, a female ghost will only appear in a movie theater if the female ghost appears in the middle of the screen. Then there's the third one, where the female ghost will act according to the plot of the movie, i.e., the female ghost can only kill its counterpart if the character in it dies. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A man cursed angrily. If we were outside, we'd have 2 ing ghosts to stop, but inside the movie, are we supposed to drill in? That's the key. Wang Yin said. What we're going to try to do now is to see the reality of the situation and whether it interferes with the plot of the movie. Intervene how? If the first 2 rules are certain. Wang Yan turned his head to look at the female ghost in the movie, only to see that the female ghost was still affixed to the window, motionless. Then the female ghost will switch targets if she fails to hunt him down. That is, when the female ghost shifts her target to a new character, and then passes the cheek to another? The writers ask. Wang Yan nodded. The words were followed by a click from the stereo. The loud noise instantly startled the mentally strained crowd. Immediately afterward, the rhythm of the accompaniment began to rush. The crowd rushed to look at the movie again, only to see that the character representing the student was now appearing on the screen. Where is this? Stairs? The student muttered. The character's fate tied to his, and he swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the character. It's gone. The worker's eyes turned from the movie back to the shadow slit and saw it was empty. Take it easy, Wang Yin said. Forgot? The second rule. The female ghost will only appear in the theater when the figure of the female ghost appears in the movie. So just keep your eyes on that location and see if the next time the female ghost appears in a fixed location. The worker nodded blankly as he looked back to the chair gap, fearing that he had missed the female ghost's appearance, and he watched there without moving a muscle. Show up! A man shouted. The female ghost has appeared. The crowd's eyes quickly turned back to the chair slit. No! The worker turned back to meet the crowd and his eyes happened to stop on the student and he couldn't help but yell. Don't move, kid! The student, who was still concentrating on the movie, sniffed and a chill went down his back as he looked nervously at the crowd. How? What's going on? Behind me? No one answered his question. Only the people in the neighborhood who were silently, cautiously moving away from him. The student only felt that his heart was beating wildly at the moment, and in the next instant, the worker scurried to the student in a few steps and snapped the human skin in his hand onto the student's face. Wang Yen saw this and looked at the movie once again. At the moment the movie is showing the female ghost lying on the window. The black eyes in those thin slits, which had moved in the direction the students had rushed to, immediately turned back to the direction where the workers were at that instant. Chapter 8, Screenwriters. Wang Yan's heart jumped and he could not help but curse. You blocked for them? Yes, that was my second death. Wang Yan nodded. I saw a silver light in that moment, and then I saw that I blocked for him. Oldly sniffed and flipped through the autopsy report in his hand, comparing the time of death of each person. He deduced the number of times Wang Yan had died. So, counting this time, and the first time, you've died a total of 5 times? Wang Yan closed his eyes for a moment to recall and nodded. Yes, 5 times. Lao Li and Xiao Tang once again looked at each other. The autopsy reports for these 13 bodies had mostly short time intervals between deaths, with the exception of 4 longer intervals. The police hadn't been able to figure out any pattern in it before, but if it was applied to Wang Yan's account, then it all made sense. However, such an absurd statement still made Old Li hesitant. He then, while turning his eyes from the autopsy report to Wang Yan's face, after a long time, he said, then continue. They rioted again after my death. And one of the things my death made them realize was that the vision I had proposed would only work if the female ghost was against the last character. and assuming that the female ghost was present at the same time as several other characters, then one mask would not be enough to share. But it was obviously a little easier to snatch it from the hands of the workers and students than to rip a face off a corpse the hard way. So at the moment of my resurrection, a big, burly man snatched the mask from the worker's hands. Wang Yan paused and continued. At the moment of my resurrection, the worker died. The moment the movie played to the death of the worker character, and that worker fell to the ground with him, the lanky man took the middle-aged man's faceplate and put it on himself. Immediately afterward, Wang Yan was resurrected. He slammed his fist on the man's face, and under his huge force, the man staggered a few steps, but he was in the way that he had to free his hand to press down on the mask, and he could only glare angrily at Wang Yan. Are you crazy? The lanky man cursed. You can be resurrected and I can't. The plot didn't even broadcast to you. Wang Yan, who could only stand in place originally, watching that ridiculous scene, finally stood on the ground at this moment, and he yanked on the man's collar. Originally, he didn't have to die. As you can see, the movie will automatically fill in a new character when the female ghost doesn't manage to catch him. The man reached out to break Wang Yan's hand, but found that he couldn't break it in the slightest, in the way of Wang Yan's mysterious power that he couldn't imagine did exist. His tone slowed down. What if the next person is me and he doesn't give me the mask? Wang Yan was silent for a while. He then said, let me get it, or will you give it to me yourself? You're sick, aren't you? The man cursed. I discovered this rule. Wang Yan tightened the man's collar, causing him to choke a little for a while. And you can't beat me. You'd better think it over yourself, whether I'm going to take it, or you're going to give it to me yourself. The man struggled to break Wang Yan's hand. Seeing that he couldn't break it, he looked towards the remaining two people who were gathered in front of those three corpses, attempting to skin them, and after a little bit of a combined effort, he compromised by handing the human skin to Wang Yan. Seeing Wang Yan loosening his collar, the man cursed a psychopath, and then rushed to the corpse and started to scramble up with the men. Retrieving his cheek, Wang Yan looked at it. 6 people, and at the moment, 2 remained in place. So he looked at the 2 men. You're not going to grab the cheeks from the corpse over there? The screenwriter didn't pick up on it, and the other man, a scrawny man, looked at his frame and shook his head. It really didn't look like he was able to take any advantage from those 3 brawny men either. Seeing this, Wang Yan glanced at the movie. Now for the 4th rule. Wang Yan looked at the screen on the movie and said, the location where the female ghost appears will be right next to the next object that will be preyed upon. But what if all 3 of us were present? The screenwriter asked. That is, the female ghost was present to all 3 of us at the same time. The scriptwriter pointed to the students, himself, and the scrawny youth. He suddenly realized that such a formulation was a bit difficult. So the screenwriter said, why don't we set a code name? Otherwise, assuming that the female ghost appears, there's no way for us to call out who the female ghost is next to in the first place. I'll go first, and you can just call me screenwriter. The skinny youth saw this and said, call me Xiao Zhao. The student was on the verge of crying in fear. When he heard this and saw the 3 people's eyes stop on him, he said with a trembling voice, code name? My name is Lu Jijia. That would be Mr. Lu. The screenwriter settled. And you? My name is Wang Yan. The screenwriter paused. Okay, Wang Yan. The 3 people over there were fighting over the human skin at the moment, and Wang Yan looked at it for a few moments before turning his head to look at the plot on the movie. After Wang Yan's death, the female ghost in the movie was in front of the window, about to kill the worker. But in that moment she was fixed in place and then disappeared. The 5th rule is that reality does not. If someone dies, then the female ghost will disappear for a period of time. Wang Yan looked at the movie. Of course, this also means that reality does have the potential to affect the plot, but if it has to be at the cost of human life, then it's not much use. The screenwriter nodded. The only one here with the ability to come back from the dead was Wang Yan. Although this meant that relying on Wang Yan would be able to delay it for a certain amount of time, but no one here can beat him. Thinking of this, the screenwriter stared at Wang Yan's body and pondered. Unlike those 2 muscular men, Wang Yan didn't look like anyone who had had a long period of exercise, but unexpectedly, he was very strong. Though the writers hadn't actually felt it themselves, it was clear from the way the worker and the burly man had acted earlier that his strength was above those 2. The screenwriter took the time to scan the trio over there. After a series of scrambles, the burly man had the upper hand at the moment, taking the use of the child's cheek. This man was the one who had just created a conflict with Wang Yan. The writers redirected their attention back to the movie. After disappearing for a while, giving all the characters a chance to catch their breath, the female ghost reappears on screen. Wang Yan said, you are responsible for finding the location of the female ghost, he said, handing the mask to the student. The scramble over there had just come to an end. 3 men, 2 cheek pieces. And the one who had not been able to get the cheek pieces was at the moment eyeing the one in the student's hand intently. Wang Yan couldn't help but speak. The one over there. Me? Yeah, that's you. Mind the guy next to you. If he tries to grab this, I'll grab yours. Chapter 9, the movie. What the is wrong with you? The man froze, the scalp in his face, the blood smelling uncomfortable, and he cursed angrily, touching the bruise on his face. As you know, I can't die. Wang Yan continued. It also means that you can protect the mask on your face once, twice, and as long as you miss once, what awaits you is death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Psycho. Those who didn't get the cheek were instantly anxious. The man thought for a moment. He turned his head and gave the man a punch. Listen up. If you do anything rash, I'll be the first to beat you to death. After a pause, the man added, unless you can beat him to death. The man cursed again. Seeing this, Wang Yan handed the student his cheek. He then turned his head to look at the 2 people next to him. I won't, the screenwriter said. I'm a clean freak. I wouldn't wear it if you gave it to me. Xiao Zhao also hurriedly waved his hand up. You, don't worry. I'll do everything under command. At those words, Wang Yan looked toward the movie. After a string of boring greetings to each other, the accompaniment suddenly gets weird at some point. It also means the end of the time that relied on the deaths of workers to delay it out. When Wang Yan's 4 people deliberated, they were still busy grabbing the cheeks over there, so they didn't know how many rules were left. But the people who got the cheeks looked like they got a get-out-of-jail-free card, and the 2 of them even found a chair to sit down and began to leisurely watch a movie. Seeing the change in accompaniment, the 2 couldn't help but gloat a little. A dark shadow flickered on the screen. The one who didn't grab a cheek shuddered. You don't say. It's exciting to watch a movie like this. A raspy, unpleasant laugh echoed through the theater. The student followed Wang Yan's instructions to hunt around the theater, and soon, he saw the woman from a corner. In here, Brother Wang. The student hesitated for a long time, not daring to call Wang Yan by his name. Wang Yan looked over as he proceeded to watch the movie while approaching the direction of the students. A few steps, Wang Yan stopped next to the student. The female ghost cowered in the crevice of the chair as she had done before. Her face contorted as she was squeezed in the narrow crevice of the chair. She didn't react much to the students approaching her. Instead, her eyes began to roll as Wang Yan approached. Those dark eyes stopped at Wang Yan's face. Wang Yan did not hesitate to slam his fist over. The students watched the scene in shock, only to see Wang Yan's stored-up punch pouncing, which pierced through the female ghost's face and hit the chair straight behind with a pop. Awesome! The man's eyes likewise traced after Wang Yan moved. And seeing this, he touched the bruise on his face, and after a long silence, he turned his eyes back to the movie. Rule number 6. Physical attacks are ineffective. Wang Yan shrugged it off. He then looked at the movie. At this moment the character representing Xiao Zhao appeared on the screen. You don't say. This movie doesn't waste a single shot. The screenwriter suddenly said. The over-the-top characters are the ones who are going to die. It's so cliched. There's no reversal at all. So Wang Yan returned with his students next to the 2. Since physical attacks were ineffective, one could only think of other ways to crack it, and relatively speaking, since they couldn't take the initiative to kill the ghosts of the movie theater, it was best for several people to get together in a group so that they could pass the cheek in a while. The student was about to hand Xiao Zhao the face skin when Wang Yan stopped him. Don't rush. Determine who the female ghost is going to attack. At that, the student froze and put the mask back on his face. Wang Yan turned his head to look at the movie. The character representing Xiao Zhao quickly met up with the character representing student, and the 2 of them chatted as they vigilantly watched the female ghost's movements in the abandoned hospital. But, if reality can influence the movie, the screenwriter said, is there any way that the people in the movie could figure out how to get rid of the female ghost? The apocryphal sentence froze the student in place. But screenwriter brother, if the people in there had a way to get rid of the female ghost, would there be a need to be chased by the ghost? The student said shakily. Well, indeed. The screenwriter nodded. But don't all movies have a beginning and an end? If killing someone just now is the bearing, then when is the turn? The screenwriter went on to start with an example from a movie he had seen. Don't these types of movies usually end up with some way to get rid of the ghost, or trap it, and escape a few people? But this isn't your average movie, brother. The student whispered. Regular movies don't kill people. Wang Yan pondered the words of the screenwriter. The only turnaround at the moment was only a possible breakthrough from the movie. Although he himself was immortal, but out of humanitarianism, he couldn't just watch these people die, of course. The main point was that if it was really only Wang Yan who escaped, no one would believe in any female ghosts, and at that time, Wang Yan would be the criminal of this murder case suspect. Either way, he had to go out with an eyewitness who could prove his innocence. To die otherwise would mean spending the rest of his life in jail. If sentenced to death, It might even be possible to spend time in a lab for not dying. Old Lee sniffed and was silent for a moment. There's really no need to say this part. Why? I'm dissecting my mind. Old Lee took a sip of his tea as he proceeded to set his teacup aside. After all, the truth is that no witnesses survived except you. He paused and added, it only makes me think that you're trying to cover your ass. Okay. Wang Yan continued. The female ghost soon reappeared, with the student and Xiao Zhao next to each other. And we kept a close eye on the movie so that we could get the mask to flow between the two in the first place. So why don't you go over there and grab one? Old Lee asked. Wang Yan raised his head and scrutinized Old Lee with a gaze. Old Lee was a bit weak for a moment. After all, he went to skin the corpse alive. You could have grabbed it too. By the way, the giant power you mentioned, is it convenient to show it? Wang Yan looked around. With what? Arm wrestling? Old Lee thought about it as he held out his hand. Are you sure? Wang Yan looked at Old Lee. Old Lee felt deeply that he had been slighted, and he couldn't help but say, of course, don't look at me like this, but I'm still one of the top physical fitness tests in the team. So Wang Yan reached out and shook Old Lee's hand. His hand slowly tightened, and Old Lee began to feel a painful sensation coming from his hand. Don Jr. didn't quite understand how the events unfolded, but she became the referee for the match anyway. Although Lao Li was about the same age as her father, after years of being a police officer, she still had confidence in Lao Li's physical fitness. So Xiao Tang looked at the two and inquired, are you ready? Aha! Don Jr. saw this and shouted, 3, 2, 1, begin. Before the words left his mouth, Old Lee's hand fell to the table. Chapter 10, Threats. Old Lee only felt a tingle in his hand as he looked at Wang Yan incredulously, and under Xiao Tang's gaze, his ears began to redden. Good. Although his heart was unwilling, Old Lee did not continue to choose to compete with Wang Yan once more in order to maintain his face. He shook off his tingling hands. Continue. Wang Yan nodded at his words. He took a sip of water and moistened his dry and hoarse throat, and continued. Just as we were waiting for our turn, on the screen, the female ghost suddenly reversed her direction, and right after that, the character that represented didn't snatch the mask, appeared on the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man cursed darkly. His sight hesitated over here and on Wang Yan. He had just taken 2 steps towards the side when he was forced to stop in place by Wang Yan's sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His life is a life and mine isn't? The man asked, pointing at the student. But you could have stayed here if you hadn't chosen to grab the face from the corpse in the first place. Wang Yan said. The man clenched his fists as he glanced at Wang Yan and then at the 2 men who grabbed the mask, and after a long time, he reluctantly walked to the corner. On the screen, the character representing him was fleeing with the female ghost chasing him. He was staring at the screen, only to feel his heart beating wildly. Eventually rage overcame his reason and he rushed forward with great speed. Wang Yan saw this and stopped him in a few steps. The strong man's eyes were scarlet as he cursed angrily. I just don't want to die. What's wrong with that? Is it wrong for me to want to live? What kind of saint are you pretending to be? What do you think you are? Damn it. Think you're some kind of human being. Then the burly man threw a punch. His fist was caught in midair by Wang Yan. Even if he exerted all his strength, he was unable to swing it in the slightest, and the burly man's face gradually reddened due to the strain. He stared in shock for a moment, and just then, Wang Yan twisted his head and noticed that the character representing the strong man on the screen had already converged with the student and Xiao Zhao. Wang Yan raised his hand and the strong man staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Cho looked at Cheeky, then at the burly man, and finally looked at the screen without a word. Find the location of the female ghost. Wang Yan continued. Now yes, whoever the female ghost approaches will wear a mask. The 2 of them quickly searched around for the female ghost. The screenwriter took out his cell phone and looked at it. He then looked up and gazed at the screen. Soon the character representing the strong man is being chased by the female ghost, and the strong man slumps to the ground, watching the scene in despair. Going to give it to him? Cho asked in a small voice. No. The screenwriter pushed up his glasses at this. Give it to him? Screw it. It's not coming back for a while. The screenwriter looked at Xiao Zhao's face and couldn't help but say, he's the one who can do all the hard peeling of the face skin from a corpse, assuming that in a moment when the face skin is in his hands, Wang Yan can't snatch it back, or that he threatens you guys with the destruction of the face skin. What should we do? Xiao Zhao sniffed and narrowed his gaze. The bloodiest thing Xiao Zhao has done in his life is to help kill chickens and bleed them on New Year's Day, so much so that he didn't even dare to touch the finished chickens with chopsticks, and for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a little intolerant. But with little to say for himself, he couldn't help but turn his attention back to the movie. The screenwriter then looked down at his phone again, its light shining on his face. What have you found? Wang Yan asked. No. The light shone on the screenwriter's face, reflecting the cell phone screen. Wang Yan could vaguely see that the top display was the time. Just checking the time. Well, isn't that how usual horror movies are played? It's just that the ghost disappears during the day and doesn't come out until the night. Wang Yan was silent for a moment, but what the writer said was a thought. So he asked, "What time is it?" "Let's see. 2:43. The screenwriter then exclaimed. "Time passes so slowly." 2:43? Lowly looked at the autopsy report in his hand as he roughly estimated the time frame of this body's death, and couldn't help but look up and ask, "So the next one to die is a student?" It was him. Wang Yan nodded. "Everything happened unexpectedly. I admit that I did have negligence at that time. In any case, that burly man snatched the mask into his hands at the moment when Xiao Zhao and the student alternated the mask." Laoli asked. "Why are the student and Xiao Zhao alternating masks? And didn't they just say that the female ghost caught up with the strong man?" "Yes, but at that moment, the female ghost appeared behind Cho. So the student hastily took off the mask and handed it to Cho. But the person who died in the end was not Cho, but the student." Wang Yan slammed his fist on the burly man's face. The burly man immediately had a nosebleed. He reached out and wiped it away, his other hand holding his mask. He laughed. "I told you, I just want to live. I should have just shot you," Wang Yan said and punched the strong man in the face several times. He proceeded to squeeze the burly man's hand in an attempt to get the mask back. "Don't you dare. I'm telling you, if you take it from me, I'll tear it up. No one will live if I don't." He laughed hoarsely. "Beat me to death right now if you can. I can't beat you, but I've got the skills to rip it apart before I die." The muffled sound of fists hitting the body was constant. "You seem to be mistaken," Wang Yan said, slamming his fist down heavily again. "You think this thing can threaten me? If I wanted to, both of the ones over there would be mine." The screenwriter looked at Wang Yan, and after a while, he spoke out to stop him. "Forget it, Wang Yan. If you can't die, you can always get out of the movie theater. And when that happens, even if the other people have nothing to do with you, and you beat him to death, you're going to jail." Wang Yan sniffed his fist and stopped. After a long time, he kicked the man's body. However, just now, that female ghost was clearly closest to Xiao Zhao. So why was it Lu who ended up getting killed? The screenwriter recalled and couldn't help but ask out loud. Wang Yan stood up straight and looked at the movie. But more than that, what confused Wang Yan was why did the burly man come here and the characters in it converge with Xiao Zhao and the others? But the screenwriter always stood with them and his character never appeared. At that thought, he couldn't help but turn his head to the screenwriter. The problem seems to have been there from the beginning. Even as the writer has not been on screen for this long period of time, and he's barely gotten any death threats? What's wrong? The writers asked. Wang Yan shook his head as he began to seriously recall the movie footage. He then asked, "Why aren't you afraid of female ghosts?" "What? The female ghost appeared next to Xiao Zhao just now, but you didn't react much." Chapter 11, Scrambling. "Should I go grab the human skin?" The writer shrugged and asked. "Like I said, I'm a germaphobe and I'd rather die at the hands of a female ghost than have me wear that thing on my face." Wang Yan looked deeply at the screenwriter for a few moments before looking at the movie. Masked that burly man would rather be killed alive by Wang Yan than handed over. But the purpose of leaving an eyewitness in itself was to save himself from jail when he got out. Assuming that, according to the writers, he accidentally beat him to death. When the time comes, even if he brings out witnesses, the other dead people have nothing to do with him, but the strong man is the one he beat to death alive. Thinking of this, Wang Yan could not help but look at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao cringed a little. There was some despair at the moment. He even felt remorse for giving that strong man a little bit of mercy just now. He even felt that he should have encouraged Wang Yan a few times just now, so that he would be angry enough to beat the strong man to death alive. "As long as you do what I say, I will try my best to protect you," Wang Yan said as he turned his head and locked eyes with the two men with cheeky faces. As early as when the strong man made his move, the man with the toddler's face began to worry that Wang Yan would come after his own trouble. Seeing Wang Yan looking over, he could not help but cower for a moment. He then touched the mask on his face and smiled somewhat flatteringly towards Wang Yan. The student was dead, and he himself was not related to Wang Yan, so stirring up conflict at this moment would only make the incident worse. He gave the two a deep look before rethinking his approach to dealing with the female ghost. Seeing this, the man breathed a sigh of relief, and at this moment the burly man fled with the human skin, and he was just about to find a chair to sit down like the two men, when he was kicked hard by the man. "What did I say? Tell you not to mess with him." The man looked at the burly man and cursed angrily. "If a moment ago, he had come to grab the human skin off my face, I'll tell you what, I'd have beaten you to death alive before you could tear this thing apart." It was obvious that Wang Yan did not lay down a harsh hand just to plan for the aftermath. After all, here, Wang Yan was the only one who could live to get out from the female ghost's hands. But the man was different. If the mask was gone, he would only die. At that thought, he kicked the burly man again. I'd rather choose jail than death. The burly man knew this as well, which was why he had gone out of his way to grab the students instead of the two. Wang Yan didn't have a death threat, which meant that he wouldn't really get himself killed for the sake of his students. So the burly man put away the cocky look he had just had and lowered his eyebrows and found a corner to nestle in. However, now none of us have any human skin left, the scriptwriter said. If we say the next time the female ghost appears in our place, one of us must die between us. Wang Yan instantly understood what the screenwriter was saying, and his eyes turned from the movie back to the screenwriter. Are you trying to get me to block the knife for him? Will you do it? The screenwriter asked. Wang Yan was silent. He didn't answer and rewatched the movie. But the truth is, he will. It was as if he would have pulled the worker's leg at the time. After all, he didn't even have to go through the pain of death. All he needed was a flash of silver and he could stay for a while to be resurrected. And in this case, it was a good idea to save one of them. As long as it wouldn't affect his life afterward, he didn't really mind about it. So you did block the knife? Old Lee said as he looked at the time interval. Yeah, I helped. Yet Cho is still dead. Yes, I realized that my resurrection time actually coincided with the time when the female ghost killed the next person. Wang Yan paused and said, I'm too late. Looking at Wang Yan's dead body, Xiao Zhao's gritted his teeth. Based on the worker's situation, it was not difficult for him to see that there was basically no hope of waiting for Wang Yan to resurrect and save him once more. So he clenched his teeth and fought his way towards the strong man. Xiao Zhao was so thin that his waist wasn't even as thick as the strong man's legs, so much so that his attacks were painless for the strong man. You also crazy? The strong man pointed at Wang Yan's corpse in the distance and said, you don't have a backer to lean on properly. People are blocking the female ghost's damage for you. Go to his corpse and beg him to come back to life to save you. Xiao Zhao cursed a few profanities, and seeing that his fists and feet couldn't help the burly man in the slightest, he finally took a dead bite on the burly man's hand. The strong man let out a cry of pain and couldn't help but raise his hand towards Xiao Zhao to slap him. I don't want this mask. The screenwriter couldn't help but speak up. If it's just the two of you, wouldn't it be better if you two just swapped back and forth? The burly man spat in the direction of the screenwriter. Are you a cutie? Or am I the cutie? What if I give it to him and he threatens me with my excuse? With that, he slapped towards Xiao Zhao's head once again. The crunching sound echoed throughout the movie theater. The scriptwriter watched and couldn't help but feel a pang in his teeth as he hissed a few times, as if the burly man had punched him in the face. But isn't there a way for all to live? The screenwriter said as he turned his head and happened to glance at the movie. At this moment the female ghost reappears on the screen. The female ghost is here, the screenwriter said. As the words fell, the dispute between the two grew more and more intense, and Xiao Zhao fiercely bit down on the human skin as he said vaguely, if I can't live, you don't want to live either. In response he was slapped again. The slap nearly gave Xiao Zhao tinnitus, and he only felt a buzzing coming from his brain. Wang Yan took a deep look at the dispute between the two, and since this was the time to wait for the resurrection, he couldn't do anything, so he floated in the air, observing the movie, as well as the one that made him feel most confused. The screenwriter. If Wang Yan acted like an outsider, he could still use the fact that he could come back from the dead as a reason. But what about the writers? Why isn't he afraid of that too? Or has he already observed something he hasn't noticed yet, and therefore he doesn't have the slightest fear of female ghosts or movies? Thinking, he surveyed the screenwriter once again for a moment. Just then, the accompaniment changes again. With a couple of previous examples, everyone knew it was time for the female ghost to make an appearance. But knowing is one thing, there's nothing they can do about it. Sometimes what is more frightening than the unknown is knowing that danger is approaching and not being able to do anything about it. Xiao Zhao deadpanned the human skin as he proceeded to raise his hand towards the burly man to scratch him. Half of the human skin had already been torn off by Xiao Zhao, and the burly man instantly became anxious when he heard the accompaniment. He raised his hand high and a slap was about to be slapped towards Xiao Zhao. He then heard a light, shrill laugh in his ear. The burly man hastily reached up to cover the human skin on his face, and fought the urge to look at the seat slit with his afterimages, only to see that the female ghost stuck her head out of the crack. Chapter 12, Screenwriters. The strong man only felt a violent heartbeat in his ears at the moment. He even felt for a moment that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He clenched his teeth and fought to push the human skin into his mouth a little bit, and then freed his two hands to break Xiao Zhao's mouth open with force. Blood spilled from his fingertips, but he couldn't care less at the moment as he fought to break it, until the kata gave a cry. Cho's jaw is dislocated. He took the human skin off his mouth and spat a few times towards Cho before peeling it back over his face. A day of net bumping into psychopaths. He touched the vaguely cracked human skin and couldn't help but curse. Then, he glanced at the movie, And the character who had previously represented Xiao Zhao was now being punched to the ground by the character who had represented him, and then being chased by the female ghost. So the burly man looked down a little stiffly. He let out an uncontrollable scream. The female ghost was now lying on his side, peeling Xiao Zhao's face off. Oldly looked at the autopsy report in his hand in silence. The forensic pathologist through the post-mortem examination, as well as all aspects of identification, indeed proved that the two had a fierce conflict, only they did not deduce for the time being what kind of posture the fight. Oldly was silent for a long time before he looked at Wang Yan, and after that? Since everyone at the moment Oldly thought a bit laboriously. Oh, no, everyone except that screenwriter has a cheek at the moment. It stands to reason that there should be at least 4 people who survived. I originally thought the same thing, Wang Yan said. I came back to life, and at this moment, everyone except the writers think they're not going to die, but the opposite is true. Wang Yan paused and said, the screenwriter, instead, lived to the end. Wang Yan was resurrected. At this moment, Xiao Zhao was dead, and he looked at the wretched and maniacal burly man without the desire to find trouble with him. More important than that, right now, is how to get out of the movie theater. After all, now, everyone but the writers have a get-out-of-jail-free card. A few people with masks obviously realized this problem as well, so they got up from their chairs and took a few steps towards Wang Yan. Although I don't really want to work with you guys, it seems like I don't have a choice. The screenwriter pushed his glasses. So let's start again. I'm the screenwriter. He's Wang Yan. And you guys. He then added. You can say code names or real names. It doesn't matter. It's just to make it easier to address each other later anyway. Call me Fatty. The man with the middle-aged wife mask said. The man was indeed a fat man, full of flesh, and the wife of the middle-aged man, who had a lean and friendly face, wore it on his face, and with the flab wrinkled together on his face, it looked as if an evil spirit had crawled out of hell. Call me Snakehead? The man with the face of a toddler said as he looked at Wang Yan. If there's any hope of getting out of the movie theater, I think we can be friends. There's no need. Snakehead wasn't angry as he looked at Wang Yan. Looking at you. You're just working in a small store in Pingcheng town, right? If you're willing to follow me around, I promise Promise to come out to a free movie with you one day? Snakehead choked as he withdrew his hand, and with it, the smile on his face. He then turned his head to look away. In the way of the divine difference in Wang Yan's body, he didn't dare to continue to mess with him, thus he could only dissipate his anger by himself. Said the burly man. I'm a trainer at the gym. Call me Teach. Just call me Wu. After exchanging epithets, a few eyes stopped on the screenwriter. The screenwriter quickly realized the reason why the crowd was watching him, and he couldn't help but smile. It's a bit of a problem. You all have immunity cards, which means that the only one in danger right now is me. The screenwriter said as he glanced over the comical and somewhat creepy face masks of several people for a few moments before he eventually withdrew his gaze and looked back at the movie. In that case, why don't we sit down quietly and watch the movie for a while? The screenwriter asked. The screenwriter's performance was too bland, and Wang Yan looked at him in silence. A few people also sensed something was wrong, so they looked at the writers without moving a muscle. I can understand if he doesn't show much, Snakehead said. What makes you not afraid at all? The screenwriter pushed up his glasses. Maybe it has something to do with my job? I'm the screenwriter. I know these horror movie tropes better than anyone. So what? Snakehead couldn't help but ask. Are you capable of manipulating the plot of a movie? The screenwriter didn't answer as he passed by Snakehead's side and looked around the screening room, eventually stopping in front of a seat. I'm the one who's going to die anyway, so what's your hurry? Said the screenwriter, sitting down on a chair. Might as well watch a movie for a while? Wang Yan looked at the screenwriter searchingly and took a few steps to sit next to him. Unlike Wang Yan's frankness, the three remained wary of the unusual behavior of the screenwriter even with the human skin mask on their faces, and they stood far away. Afraid of what? I'm not even afraid. The screenwriter sat in his chair and he leaned back. Seriously though, this show sucks. Really, if there weren't actually ghosts that made me come to the theater to see this, I'd rather sleep in my chair. He was frank as if he were discussing a horror game. The way he was the player sitting in front of the computer, not the manipulated character. What's the point of freezing? The screenwriter said, turning his head to look at Wang Yan. Seriously, it's still you who are interesting. If we didn't run into you here, maybe we could become friends too. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? The screenwriter pushed up his glasses and said, unfortunately, I'm going to die. Is that a valid reason? Wang Yan turned his head to look at the movie when he saw this. The trio watched the writers from afar and couldn't help but wince. Fatty finally gritted his teeth. He's not afraid even if he doesn't have a face. I'm afraid of. Just look. With that, the fat man took a few steps to the seat next to the screenwriter and sat down. The remaining two looked at each other and followed suit. Snakehead quietly surveyed the screenwriter, trying to figure out what to make of his blithe face to decide how he would treat him later. Just then, the accompaniment started to get weird again. The fat man's heart tightened, and he gripped the seat handle tightly, surveying the screenwriter's face with his afterimage. "Are you really not afraid?" Fatty asked in a shaky voice. He began to regret showing off and sitting next to the screenwriter. Based on experience, it was obvious that in a moment the female ghost would appear in the seat gap. It's either at Wang Yan's or his. Just as he thought that, a little something loomed in his afterglow, blocking his gaze from surveying the screenwriter. Fatty's heart jumped. Chapter 13, Corpses. The movie suddenly lit up, the light reflecting off the screenwriter's face, and the fat man nearly screamed in terror. So with extremely slow and sullen movements, he held the mask on his face and slowly stood up. "Move over. I'm going to sit over there." Xiao Wu was watching the plot in the movie. He could not help but tremble when Fatty slapped this. His mask nearly fell off his face. He quickly held the human skin with both hands. His eyes stared at Fatty from the slits of the human skin's eyes, and he dared to get out of the way. The fat man could only feel his legs trembling as he practically leaned on the armrests of his chair to brace himself before taking a seat a little farther away from the screenwriter. Out of fear, he didn't dare to move either too far away or too close, and the fat man spread out on his chair with weak legs and his hands over his mask, wary of the movie's footage while keeping his ears open so that he wouldn't miss out on any information related to survival. The screenwriter sat good-naturedly, the light of the movie reflecting on him brightly. The eyes of Wang Yan and the female ghost by the chair focused on his face, but he acted as if he didn't feel anything, even taking the time to take his cell phone out and glance at the time on it. "What time is it?" Wang Yan asked. "You didn't bring your cell phone?" The screenwriter said and turned the interface of his cell phone to Wang Yan. 3:40. He then glanced at the interface on his cell phone again and said, "Time is still passing quite slowly. Hey, probably I won't be able to see the sun during the day." Hearing this, the three people with human skin masks all involuntarily pressed the masks in their hands. "Relax. I told you, I'm a germaphobe. Let me wear that thing. Might as well let me get killed by her right now," the screenwriter said, pointing to the female ghost next to him. The screenwriter locked eyes with the black eyes in the female ghost's slit, and he proceeded to rest his eyes back on the movie. That's when Snakehead noticed something was wrong, and he couldn't help but speak up. "What's going on? Why hasn't your character shown up on the movie yet?" On the other end of the screen, there was only the figure of the female ghost seeking her way through the corridors of the abandoned hospital, accompanied by an eerie and ear-piercing accompaniment that made several people's heartbeats leap uncontrollably to the rhythm. "Who knows?" The screenwriter pushed up his glasses. "You said it was a movie. Is the plot in it something I can control?" This sentence nailed Wang Yan. His eyes moved away from the female ghost and the screenwriter's face, and he turned his head to look at the movie. Just now, when Xiao Zhao and Fatty were fighting over the human skin, the movie's characters also had infighting after they started fighting, and even when Fatty dislocated Xiao Zhao's jaw, the movie's Fatty toppled Xiao Zhao, leaving Xiao Zhao to be chased by the female ghosts. First the reality happens, then the plot in the movie? Wang Yan muttered as he began to recall all of the plot segments. It seemed that reality was a step ahead of the movie every time, but if that's the case, that would also mean that Rule 2 was wrong to begin with. It's not that a female ghost appears in the middle of the screen and a female ghost comes out of the movie theater. It's that a female ghost appears in the movie after the female ghost appears in the theater? The screenwriter sniffed and looked at Wang Yan, who then pushed up his glasses again. Is that the key? Regardless of which side comes first and which side comes second, the fate was set long ago. What do you mean? Fatty didn't understand a word. He looked at the two people, couldn't help but curse. Damn, the most disgusting of these, a little ink in the stomach. In the past when I was in junior high school, there was such a little chicken in the class, the teacher's traitor. Every day, just loved to sell the idea of the brain turning fast terrific. Wang Yan pondered the meaning of the scriptwriter's words, and according to the scriptwriter's look, Wang Yan did not believe that he was prepared to go to his death frankly before saying such words. It's this time. What are you selling? If you found something, say it. Maybe we can find a way to escape from here if we set our minds together. Snakehead glanced at the screenwriter, and his eyes swept over the female ghost next to him, and he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, so he hurriedly turned his eyes back to the movie. It's this time of the year, and you're still hiding it. You're really something. Xiao Wu muffled a curse. His mask is mutilated, which means that if the writers die, he's the only one who could be next in an accident. At that thought, he glared indignantly at the corpse of Xiao Zhao on the side. It was this glance that made him freeze in disbelief. Holy, did he just sit here? Xiao Wu struggled to remember the time he had just fought with Xiao Zhao, and the more he remembered, the more his breathing became ragged. Not right, not right. He just now was not collapsed in the seat over there that? Xiao Wu stood up violently, pointing at the corpse of Xiao Zhao sitting on the seat next to him, and shouted. The shout startled the crowd, who looked at the words, and noticed a line of faceless corpses, who were now sitting in their seats with their faces turned toward the movie, looking as if they were enjoying it seriously as they were. Xiao Zhao was wearing a gray sweatshirt, so even without a face, he could recognize the body from Xiao Zhao at first glance. Xiao Wu was so scared that his legs were soft, and he quickly begged for mercy. I didn't mean to harm you. I just want to live. Please, let me go. I didn't mean to do it. You mean, it was the corpse that sat in the seat by itself? Old Li couldn't help but gently knock twice on the table, interrupting Wang Yan's narration. I didn't watch how he sat on it, and when I reacted, he was already there, Wang Yan said. Upon hearing this, Old Li re-looked at the photos of the scene. Combined with the autopsy report and the photos of the scene, Lali had to admit that this situation recounted by Wang Yan was, on the contrary, the most reasonable situation. After all, out of that unknown mysterious force, Lali could not think of any explanation to deduce everything that happened at the crime scene. But do ghosts really exist? As Old Li thought of this, he glanced at Wang Yan's hand and turned his head to look at Xiao Tang. Well, wait a bit first. I have a little something I need to take care of. With that, Old Li looked at Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, remember to contact Dr. Sun. What? Don Jr. froze. Dr. Sun, aren't we familiar with each other? Old Li continued. Contact him and ask him to come to the police station. Speaking of this, Old Li glanced at Wang Yan and explained. Sorry, I suddenly remembered just now that the bureau still has work that needs Dr. Sun's assistance, but it doesn't affect it, so you can continue. I can wait for a while if you have to be busy, Wang Yan said. Old Li waved his hand as he continued to look at the autopsy report in his hand. All the mysteries of the case jumbled together in one piece in his head, allowing him to only go along with Wang Yan's narrative thoughts. But years of policing had taught him one thing: never take anyone's word for it. Thinking about it, he said, go ahead. Chapter 14, Preconditions. Wang Yan nodded as he sniffed. He picked up the water on the table and took a sip as he continued. After the bodies appeared on the seats, they didn't do anything else. After the panic, they calmed down. Because the screenwriter remained calmly seated, a few people hesitated a little, but sat back down. When Shou's body suddenly appeared on the seat, the person who was most frightened was undoubtedly Wu, who had indirectly killed him. Xiao Wu didn't care if he had once clashed with Wang Yan at this moment. He dabbed his head and stood up from his seat, and took a few steps to sit on the seat near Wang Yan. He was hesitating whether to pull in a little bit with Wang Yan when he heard Wang Yan say, No, it's not right. Wang Yan shook his head, overturning the hypothesis he had previously put forward. If the movie plays out its counterpart after the reality of the situation, then it's only right that he should appear in the movie when Snakehead grabs the student's mask. There were also some chase scenes earlier, when all six were crammed together, and it would have been logical for all six to appear in the movie. But only one of the students appeared at that time. Could it be a plot node? Wang Yan pondered as he looked at the movie. Only if the plot node is an intervening plot will a corresponding situation appear in the movie? Wang Yan carefully recalled everything that had happened before. He then thought of the time when the worker handed the mask to the student. It was the moment the mask was put on the student's face that the female ghost's target of attack shifted from the student to the worker. Plot nodes? The screenwriter repeated. And he looked at Wang Yan. If that's true, what method are you going to use to make the character in the movie kill the female ghost back? Wang Yan shook his head. He didn't have any thoughts yet. He just had a vision at this moment. After all, when the screenwriter was killed by the female ghost in a while, then the whole theater would not have any female ghosts to target, and could only make an attempt at that time. The screenwriter sniffed and pulled out his cell phone again. The time on the phone reads 3:44. He then turned off his cell phone screen and stood up from his seat. The three of them who were always watching the movements on this side hurriedly followed suit and stood up. Relax. I'm just moving my legs, the screenwriter said, slipping his cell phone into his pocket as he proceeded to look down at the female ghost in the crack of the chair. Wu tightened the mask over his face and looked at the screenwriter not very trustingly. Have you no cognizance of cleanliness? The screenwriter said. I'm actually getting a little hard on you just sitting here. This smells disgusting. Take it. No one's going to take it from you. Speaking of which, the screenwriter recalled what he and Shou had just done with the human skin in their mouths and couldn't help but let out a dry heaving sound. Wu moved his hand off the mask with some embarrassment, but because of that little bit of fear, he quickly pressed his hand back onto the skull. He didn't dare bet on whether the writers had used agitation to snatch his mask when he let his guard down. The screenwriter broadside out of his seat, and he stood in front of the screen, and there was a little light hitting him in the face, lighting up that face of his in a ghastly white way. Well, it's about time. The crowd's eyes were now fixed on the screenwriter's face. waiting for the moment when the female ghost would come out and kill him. The fat man stared at the screenwriter without moving, and just then he suddenly noticed the character representing him appear on the screen behind the screenwriter. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned his attention back to the movie. He then saw that Fatty was currently chained to a hospital bed with his hands and feet bound. With it came a rush of cool air. The fat man stiffened his neck, not even having the courage to go and see where the cool air was coming from. He swallowed and said in a hoarse voice, "How could it be me?" Without waiting for the screenwriter to answer his question, the movie's camera followed the fat man's terrified face to a man in a white coat. "Don't you keep asking why my character never showed up?" The screenwriter pushed up his glasses. "Because my character happens to be the hidden character." "What do you mean?" Snakehead asked. There's a usual trope in these types of horror movies, which is that one or more of the characters in a group of victims being hunted by a ghost will have a darker thread of their own, which is that they had some sort of grudge against the ghost that existed at some point. The writers went on to say, like for example, I recognized this one, early on, as soon as he came on the scene, that he was the one, the doctor who told the female ghost that she was due for a skin change. None of you have seen the movie. I can re-smooth the plot for you. The screenwriter turned his head to the screen and watched as the white coat's knife was already pressed against the fat man's face. The female ghost, disfigured due to some accidents, comes to a cosmetic surgery hospital in the hope of restoring her appearance through plastic surgery. But unfortunately, there was a medical accident and the female ghost died in the operating room. He looked at the white coat and continued. The current episode is about the accident in the first place, and how it happened. What do you mean? I'm not wearing a mask? I'm not out? The fat man, who had already perceived the female ghost's hand pressing on his face, asked shakily, I thought the way female ghosts recognize people is by their faces? Wearing a face that is out of the game is out of the range of the female ghost's attack? Indeed. The screenwriter nodded. That's what he said. But isn't there another precondition for that? Wang Yin paused. If what you say is true, those 4 people really represent me and the outgoing family of 3. Wang Yin repeated this paragraph of preconditions as he stared at the screenwriter. Word for word. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fat man angrily stood up from his chair without his hands to hold him up, and his mask fell to the floor. The fat man glared angrily at the screenwriter, wishing he could punch his fist in the screenwriter's face right now. If the writers hadn't distanced themselves from him, he'd be dead, and he'd be dragging him along for the ride. Then a soft beep came from the screenwriter's cell phone. The screenwriter took his cell phone out, glanced at the time, and gave an impish smile. In the next instant, the fat man slumped from his seat and died on the floor. What is the point of doing this? Wang Yen looked at the screenwriter whose smile was gradually becoming a bit maniacal and could not help but frown. Not waiting for Wang Yen to finish his question, both Snakehead and the strong man ripped the human skin off their faces, and they dry heaved this while rushing to the screenwriter in a few steps. Are you sick? Snakehead grabbed the screenwriter by the neck. Damn! How dare you fool me? The screenwriter grunted and laughed. The cry once again enraged Snakehead, who slammed his fist hard into the screenwriter's face. Wang Yen remained seated on the seat. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed a hand appear at his feet. In the next second, the hand took away the middle-aged man's face skin with great speed. Wang Yan's eyes were quick to bring the baby's face skin over. He then turned back and realized that the fat man's face skin, along with the face of the middle-aged woman he was originally wearing, had disappeared. Wang Yan took the face skin in his hand and looked at the flickering female ghost. No, he's lying. Cheek works. Chapter 15, Witnesses. Snakehead punched the screenwriter in the face, and with a crunch, the screenwriter's glasses shattered in half, the lenses slicing the corner of the screenwriter's eye and his face, and blood dripped down his chin onto the floor. The scriptwriter couldn't help but laugh at Snakehead's bloated face. Just then, when the Snakehead heard what Wang Yen said, he paused and hurriedly turned his head to look at Wang Yen. Only Wang Yen was seen holding the young child's face skin in his hand. Cheeky works? How did that fat guy die? Wang Yen paused as he then recalled what had just happened and said, the female ghost only scared the fat man at first, and he was unharmed until the face skin came off his hand. Xiao Wu froze for a moment. As if he realized something, he hurriedly let go of the screenwriter, ran to the side of the seat in a few steps, and began to look for the middle-aged man's face skin too. I just threw it here. How come it's gone? It was taken by the female ghost. Wang Yin said. I only had time to snatch down this one. Snakehead also let go of the scriptwriter as he sniffed, and he kicked heavily at him, then took a few steps to walk next to Wang Yen. You're pretty quick to react. The screenwriter wiped the blood from his chin as if it wasn't him who was injured. Unfortunately, all that's left now is a cheek. You're sick. At that, Xiao Wu, who was still trying to rummage among the seats, scurried over in a few steps, grabbed the screenwriter's collar in a death grip, and raised his fist high. You're the one who didn't wear it yourself. You're the one who didn't put it on yourself. The screenwriter let out a snort, but ignored Xiao Wu and looked straight at Wang Yan, the last person to die. Was that screenwriter? Oldly flipped to the autopsy report of the last body and couldn't help but frown. Is it not remembered correctly? Well, he lived to the end. Wang Yan took a sip of tea. Until he died. I didn't figure out why he did that. If he said he did it to survive, he should have gone and grabbed the last cheek, either by looking for a way out with me. But he didn't. Is it convenient to describe the general appearance of this screenwriter? Very thin. Looks very shrewd. Wang Yan recalled. Wearing a pair of glasses. Specifically, I don't remember. Oldly paused, and he was just about to tap twice on his desktop out of habit when he noticed Tang approaching. Uncle Li, Dr. Son will be here in a moment. Well, did this side of the story make it clear? Oldly bit out an accent as he said this side. Don nodded knowingly. I've said all I need to say. Dr. Son will be ready to come over. Oldly nodded and turned his head to Wang Yan. Continue. Wang Yan glanced at the two men, then looked down at the death prophecy in his hand. After a long time, he reset the water on the table and then took a sip. I can never figure out what the purpose of the screenwriters doing that is. All in all, we are only left with a face skin. This meant that of the 4 people here at the moment, other than Wang Yan, only one could survive to the end. Thanks bro, I'll treat you to a rub when we go out. Snakehead spoke as if he was familiar with Wang Yan, and while speaking, he reached his hand towards the face skin. Tugging, he didn't budge and frowned. Wang Yan's eyes flicked over Snakehead and Xiao Wu's faces. Both of these men had been in conflict with him, and assuming he escaped when the time came, he wasn't sure if they would testify on his behalf, or if they would betray him and tell the truth about his return from the dead. Brother, you don't need it, give it back to me, said. Snakehead tugged again. Or I'll buy it with money with you? Don't look at me like this. I'm also considered to be a gangster in Pingcheng. When the time comes, my little brothers will get together, he said with a bit of meat on his bones. $30,000 or $40,000 could still be there. Wang Yan shook his head. I don't want money. That? Snakehead asked, gulping a little nervously. I want an eyewitness. Wang Yan added. An eyewitness who proves that I have nothing to do with this place and won't reveal the fact that I came back from the dead. Upon hearing this, Snakehead immediately expressed his loyalty. Don't worry, we are the most righteous people on the road. I promise, if anything happens after going out, I'll carry it. Before the words fell, Xiao Wu, who was still beating up the screenwriter over there, ran over with a jerk. Brother, I can also. I won't say anything. Xiao Wu couldn't wait to kneel down here to Wang Yan. He almost cried a little bitterly. I won't say anything. I want to live. Please, brother. Asterisk. Your own cheeks are not protected. Don't you see? This thing is lousies. Saying that, Snakehead kicked Xiao Wu. He then turned his head and said in an almost fawning tone, Brother Wang. I won't say anything. I promise. You're my brother when I get out. Whoever dares to mess with you in Pingcheng town, I'll be the first one to find him in trouble. The scriptwriter was at the moment at a distance, breaking his glasses, which had been knocked to the point of distortion, upright, and proceeding to put the broken glasses back on his face. What's left just happens to be 2 people who have a grudge against you. The screenwriter, looking at the comical scene through the half of his lens that was intact, said, You really believe them? Shut up, don't believe me, believe you? You liar. If there hadn't been a little distance between them, Snakehead's foot would have appeared in the screenwriter's face. Wang Yan, said the scriptwriter, if you go out and you tell the police what happened here, will the police believe you? What do you mean? Snakehead said he was a gangster. The screenwriter went on to say, when we get out, the most suspected person here is Snakehead, and there may even be his fingerprints on the bodies over there. 10 or so people died in a movie theater. This is a vicious case, and there is a high probability of a death sentence. Snakehead was anxious. He was afraid that Xiao Wu would take advantage of his absence to claim the cheek to his hand, and he was also afraid that the scriptwriter would say more to be directly sentenced to death by Wang Yan. He was anxious and furious. He couldn't help but curse. Damn, do you think that everyone is as insidious as you are? Say one more sentence and I'll kill you even if I have to fight for my life. Xiao Wu, who was on the side, however, felt that this was an opportunity, so he chimed in. Yes, brother, if you bail me out, I definitely won't betray you, and I have a clean background. Bull asterisk. Just like you just grabbed the human skin. If the death penalty was on your face, I don't believe you would tell the truth. Snakehead cursed. Yeah, Wu, the fitness instructor. The screenwriter pushed his glasses. It sounds like it's going to be that much safer than Snakehead. But then again, he was beaten by you the most. And the desire for survival is arguably the strongest in our area. What's more, he just fought Xiao Zhao just now, and there might still be his blood left on Xiao Zhao's corpse. The situation, the writers continued, is that if the death penalty is indeed imposed, he purposely didn't finish, leaving room for a few reverie. What do you mean? Wang Yan looked at the screenwriter. Chapter 16, Purpose. Don't you think I'd pick you if I didn't pick them? Wang Yan suddenly recalled what the screenwriter had just said about piling up time with his life. You want to threaten me with this so I'll take the knife for you and drag it out until daylight? He asked. Damn. That's shady. Snakehead smacked his lips a little, and he couldn't help but spit at the screenwriter. The screenwriter didn't answer. He pushed up his glasses again and then held out his cell phone. The light from the cell phone reflected on his face. If you want to live, why don't you just snatch the fat man's cheek while he's being talked to by you? Right. Had to get a few people killed? Snakehead said. He turned his head to Wang Yan again and said, Brother Wang, I promise, I won't say anything when I get out. You don't listen to him. We mixed on the road are the most righteous. A few years ago, our boss accidentally stabbed a person to death, and I also sat in jail for a few years on behalf of our boss. If I had not just come out, I would not have so little money on me. Going out high and low is also a death sentence. The screenwriter said, since you're not afraid to die, why don't you just die here? The female ghost can still give you a hard time. Wu hadn't said anything. He'd kind of figured it out by now, and he looked at the screenwriter with a mixture of anger and incredulity. Just because of your ing cleanliness, you're going to get Fatty killed, and cause us to lose both of our cheeks, just so he doesn't have a choice but to take his life to protect you? There were 3 people who survived at that time, and all 3 of them, except for Fatty, basically had friction with Wang Yan, which meant that he was just now preparing to force Wang Yan to the point where he could only choose him, so that Wang Yan would use his life to keep him alive. The screenwriter didn't answer. He didn't even share a line of sight with Xiao Wu. He just stared at the phone without moving. The light from the cell phone reflected on his face, and after a while, just as the 2 of them pressed on, ready to come and beat up the screenwriter, Wang Yan spoke up. Assuming they give me up, so what? I didn't kill the people, and all the bodies here have nothing to do with me. Even if they say I can come back from the dead, do you think the police will kill me once specifically just to try and see if I can come back to life? Wang Yan paused and then said, no matter who it is, as long as I'm not the only one who gets out alive, that's enough. What makes you think I'll pick you? Yeah? The screenwriter raised an eyebrow. He then turned the phone around and turned the top time towards Wang Yan. Didn't you ask me before what I found out? What? From a distance, Wang Yan struggled to see the time above him. 3:57. What I found is that one person dies every 15 minutes, he said in a single word. There's not much time left for you, so you'd better decide within those 3 minutes who you're going to save. Snakehead cursed angrily, and even though he didn't have much trust in the writers, he didn't have anything in his hands at the moment, and he didn't really dare to bet on whether or not the writers were telling the truth this time. He was just about to say a few more words when he saw Xiao Wu flop down and kneel in front of Wang Yan. Brother, please, save me. I really won't say anything. This man full of muscles at the moment collapsed on the ground crying. I last year in brother partnership in the city opened a gym. Business is not good. Brother ran away. The money invested in the whole loss. The family also had an accident. The last I can only take the leftover gym equipment back to the town. I'm all the family can count on. Don't be so miserable. Snakehead was also anxious. Then you're going to get the death penalty if you go out. Either way you're going to die. How about this? When I get out alive, I'll take care of the family for you. With that, he too flopped to his knees. Brother Wang, I really won't betray you. Wang Yan looked at the screenwriter, pondering the credibility of his words. If you two alternate masks back and forth, you might still survive. With a bit of gloating, the writers begin a countdown. It's 3:58:59, 59 and 1 second. The hypnotic countdown, along with the female ghost that appeared in the corner, caused the two to start scrambling to kowtow. The thud echoed in his ears as Wang Yan gave the screenwriter a deep look as he proceeded to hand the mask to Xiao Wu, who was at the side. Seeing this, Snakehead froze as he then looked desperately at the approaching female ghost. In the next instant, Wang Yan's body fell in front of him. The 3 of them looked at the fallen body in unison, their eyes widening in shock. Asterisk asterisk? Brother Wang? Snakehead shouted incredulously. You blocked for them? Old Lee looked at the time between deaths on the autopsy report and paused. 1 death in 15 minutes? According to this math, it seems right. Old Lee muttered. That means this one is true. With that, he took a sip of tea, then continued to look at Wang Yan. Wang Yan was narrating at the moment, his brow furrowed as if he was pondering over something while combing through the crime scene. Well, I always feel that the purpose of the screenwriter is not just to let me die for him. Wang Yan paused as he said this. He vaguely felt as if he had caught the tail end of the truth in the replay, so he carefully smoothed out his logic and then added, so I decided to delay a little bit of time. But that also meant that the power of choice stayed with Snakehead and Xiaowu. Either cooperate and see if we can hold out until your next resurrection, or have one left? Aha. Wang Yan nodded. I took this time to observe the screenwriter's every move. Wu held the human skin in his hands in a daze, and in the next second, the two leapt up and rushed to the screenwriter. Wang Yan floated in midair and looked at the screenwriter. At this moment neither of them spoke. Without any discussion, both of their fists slammed all over the screenwriter's body. The scriptwriter's eyes rested on Wang Yan's corpse, and that face that was always unperturbed by change finally crumbled at this moment, as he proceeded to let out a few muffled grunts in the midst of the two men's violent beating. Wang Yan noticed that the screenwriter slowly clenched his fist, only to put it back in the next instant. After a long moment, the writer slowly extended his hand. Before you beat me to death, I have to remind you that you only have one cheek, and you'd better adjudicate exactly who's going to be holding it before the next 15 minutes come around. After all, as you can see, it takes time for him to come back from the dead, and it's unlikely that he'll be in a hurry to block for you one more time before the next one. Snakehead and Wu's fist stopped, and Wu paused, deadening the human skin in his pocket as he took a few steps back. This sentence instantly nailed Wang Yan, who looked at the screenwriter and realized one point with a jolt. His resurrection coincides with the point in time when the female ghost kills. The writers know this, which also means that his purpose couldn't have been for him to keep taking the knife for him in the first place. So what's his purpose? Chapter 17, Snakeheads. Snakehead couldn't wait to punch Xiaowu to the ground at this moment, but the space of the screening room was limited, and at this moment, Xiaowu had already fled to the corridor on the other side of the seats. Whether it's through the middle of the seat or around in a circle, it's hard to whisk Wu away. Xiaowu cried and said, "Brother, please, my mom is still waiting for me to earn money to cure her. I'm the only one she can rely on. I can't die." Snakehead ground his teeth as he continued. "Then come over here, and when the female ghost arrives, we'll exchange masks. Just like the student did before. Can I trust you, brother?" Wu tugged at his mask with a death grip. Snakehead clenched his fists and said with suppressed anger, "Come here, and I swear, if the female ghost comes to kill you and I don't give you the mask, I shall not die." Xiaowu did not move. He still begged bitterly, "Brother, please, brother, I really can't die. I really can't die, brother." The screenwriter watched the scene from afar as he then turned back to the screen, eyeing the white coats with scalpels, catching up with the two men who were fleeing. Wang Yan similarly watched the movie. One thing that made him a little concerned is that before the female ghost attacked Fatty, the person who threatened Fatty with a scalpel on the movie at that time was clearly the white coat representing the screenwriter. If you say that in accordance with the law that was mapped out before, at that moment, it is logical that the person who attacked the Fatty's person should be the female ghost only. Even at that moment in time, the female ghost never even appeared on the screen. It wasn't until the fat man's mask hit the floor that the female ghost appeared on screen. The paradoxical point made him frown. Is this one really wrong? Or are the writers withholding some important information? At that thought, he looked again at the scriptwriter, who was currently looking at the two men facing each other with a single motion, drumming up a fight for the human skin. It's 4-5. Good news. 10 minutes to go. The scriptwriter wiped the blood from his face with some pleasure as he then looked over at Snakehead, who was pressing on at the moment, and said, "If you can't snatch this back up, you're the one who's going to die in a little while." Snakehead only felt his eyelids flutter as he proceeded to run a few steps towards the corridor. The mentally tense Xiaowu immediately pulled back a bit when he saw this. "Damn," Snakehead said indignantly. "I should have killed you the first time." Xiaowu was still that crying face. "Brother, I beg you. My mom can rely on only me. I still want to take her to the big city to cure her. Please brother, she is not even able to take care of herself now. Who will take care of her without me? Then why did you come out to watch a movie?" Snakehead was furious. He scolded angrily. "You don't even have the ability to take care of yourself, you dare leave your mom at home? Don't make up stories to fool me. Brother, I am just too depressing. I am free to come out and relax anyway." Wu heard this collapse. He choked and said, "I pushed my mom out the door. This ticket was originally for my mom. I said I don't see. My mom nonetheless let me come to see." Speaking of this, bean-sized tears flowed down from Wu's face. A 1-meter-8 strong man at the moment cried like a child. "The only thing the family can rely on is me. Without me, she can't even get out of the door." Snakehead cursed, and when he saw that Xiaowu didn't look like he was faking, he ground his teeth, turned his head and took a few steps to the screenwriter. The screenwriter looked at Snakehead in dismay, and in the next instant, the fist slammed into the screenwriter's face. "I can't beat him. I still can't beat you? Still here to watch the show? Mom has long seen your eyes. I also want you to cushion the back." As soon as the words left his mouth, The only sound left in the entire theater was the sound of his fist smashing into flesh. Wu looked away from the snake's head, holding the mask, hesitating. Just then, he suddenly noticed another body sitting on the end of a theater seat not far away at some point. Wu couldn't help but yelp. Snakehead was in the throes of a fight when he turned his head and cursed. "You've got the human skin, so what's the point of screaming?" Wu then pointed to the body on the seat and said, "Body. There's one more body." At that, Snakehead turned his head towards the seat. At the moment he had little hope of surviving, so he strutted over to the body on the seat. The corpse was sitting upright just as Cho had been, as if he were watching a movie intently, his faceless face tilted up and facing the screen. Snakehead followed the corpse's gaze towards the screen, only to see that on the screen, it was none other than the scriptwriter who was pursuing the character representing Snakehead. He snorted lightly. "This thing isn't allowed either. Didn't that kid just get beaten like a dog by me? Clearly I should be the one chasing him." With that, he turned his head and punched the corpse. The student's body would have begun to have a necrotic stiffness, and with a punch the body sat motionless in its seat. Only the direction of the head looked like it had been slightly reoriented. Look my ass. I don't even want to live. And you think you can scare me? Wait, when I become a ghost, I'm going to kill you." With that, Snakehead slapped the corpse's head again. He then stood up and looked at the screen. "You don't have to wait for any 15 minutes. I'm standing right here. Kill me now if you can." Snakehead crossed his arms as he stared intently at the screen, only to realize that the snakehead who was fleeing had stopped in place at the moment, and felt out a steel pipe from the ground. Snakehead laughed. "That's what looks like, an old man." Snakehead looked appreciatively at the character inside, only to see the character, now holding a steel pipe aloft, crouched in the corner, giving the pursuing screenwriter a smack in the face. The screenwriter fell to the ground. Snakehead couldn't help but let out a rattling, mute laugh, his rough laughter seeming particularly eerie at the moment. "That one over there, what time is it?" Snakehead asked. The screenwriter was on the ground panting heavily from the beating, and at that, he straightened up and held his cell phone out. The screen also shattered under the snake's head's attack, and thin spiderweb-like lines shone on the screen, making it a little hard for him to tell the time for a while. 4:13, the screenwriter said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tossed his broken glasses aside. "Humph. You guys believe him when he says human skin is useful?" The screenwriter grunted and turned his head to Snakehead. "How about we make a bet?" "What?" Snakehead looked to the screenwriter. "Just bet that after 2 minutes, the one who dies is him, not you." The screenwriter's finger pointed to Xiao Wu on one side. Wu stood frozen in place. Snakehead looked to the screenwriter and couldn't help but swear. "You're sick. Can't you hear that someone's mom is still waiting for him to go out and take care of her? If you scare him anymore, I'll beat you to death right now." Before the words left his mouth, a faint voice came from Xiao Wu's side. "Not right, brother, how do I feel? The female ghost seems to be in my place." Chapter 18, Reversal. Snakehead sniffed and looked towards Xiao Wu. He then saw the female ghost appear behind Wu. Snakehead cursed as he took a few steps next to the screenwriter and grabbed him by the neck in a death grip. "What the else do you know? I advise you to say it now. Otherwise I'll beat you to death right now." The screenwriter opened his mouth and made an airy sound. "What did you say?" Snakehead moved closer to the screenwriter and loosened up a bit. He then noticed the look in the screenwriter's eyes. This look was especially familiar to Snakehead, contempt. He looked down on him as if he was just an ant. "You." The screenwriter coughed. He then said in a muffled voice, "Beat me to death. Ha ha, if it wasn't for today, you wouldn't have had the possibility to scream in front of me at all." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a slap was delivered to the screenwriter's face. Snakehead then said to Wu, "Don't be afraid, buddy, he's just scaring you the same way he scares the fat guy. Press the mask tightly and don't panic. Isn't your mom still waiting for you at home?" But, Wu said in a trembling voice, "It's not right, brother, she's grabbing my mask." Snakehead was fanning the screenwriter and turned his eyes to Xiao Wu at that, only to see that the female ghost's hand was now tearing the mask in Xiao Wu's hand, and Xiao Wu pressed it tightly with both hands. Immediately after that, Xiao Wu was horrified to find that the mask in his hand was torn in half by the sharp nails of the female ghost. Brother, what should we do?" The screenwriter let out another muffled laugh, and with a shaking hand, he resumed holding the cell phone in his hand as he looked dead ahead at the time above him and said in a muffled voice, "It's 4:14, 14 minutes, 1 second, and 2 seconds dash." Snakehead's mind was in turmoil as he proceeded to twist his head to look at the screen, which at the moment showed the scriptwriter with a knife, catching up to Wu, followed by the scalpel slashing into Wu's face. The sound of the writer's countdown made him cringe tightly, and he proceeded to punch the writers hard in the mouth. "Shut up and stop screaming, you're going to die now." It was at this moment that Wu's cheek was snatched by the female ghost. The female ghost quickly hid into the shadows, and before Wu could even crumple, a hand went through his abdomen. With a scream, Wu fell softly to the ground. Lally looked at the information in his hand. The autopsy report of this one is probably the Xiao Wu that Wang Yan talked about. The only person here who could match the information would be this victim. But the problem lies in his autopsy report. Old Li couldn't help but voice his confirmation. Are you sure his time of death was? What? 4:15? Wang Yan nodded. Have you seen this screenwriter's cell phone? So Old Li asked again. Speaking of this, Wang Yan pondered for a while. No, only at that time when he told me that his discovery would kill people every 15 minutes. I saw the time. I remember it was 3:44. Old Li was silent for a moment, his eyes resting on Xiao Wu's autopsy report. The autopsy could only presume an approximate time of death, which could not be pinpointed to the minute or second, but also hung in the balance for no more than half an hour at most. And Wu's autopsy report, the time of death is deduced to be around 3 a.m. Although part of the problems that plagued Old Li were solved with Wang Yan's narration, more contradictions ensued as Old Li flipped through the information for a few moments, counted backward, and found the body that corresponded to the time of death as stated by Wang Yan. But it was obvious that this corpse was not half related to the Xiao Wu that Wang Yan was talking about. So Old Li turned back to Tang. Is Dr. Sun going to arrive? Well, I'll ask. I guess it's fast. Just called Dr. Sun is busy. Has rushed over from the hospital. Upon hearing this, Old Li nodded as he looked back at Wang Yan. Go on then. What happened after Xiao Wu died? Xiao Wu is dead. Wang Yan said. The snakehead swung him heavily a few slaps. Xiao Wu is dead. Snakehead let go of the scriptwriter and took a few steps over to the flayed Wu. The mask is gone too. And Wu is dead. I should have known that I should ask your mom where she lives. Snakehead looked at the corpse, and after a long time said, Don't worry, brother, to be able to live out your mom's matter. Brother, try to help. Pingcheng town is such a farting point. It is not easy to find someone? Snakehead thought for a moment and added, if brother can get out alive, brother will tell your mom that you have gone to earn big money. Brother will take the time to take care of her, but only if he gets out alive. Thinking of this, Snakehead slowly lowered his head, and he muttered after a long time, if I had someone to hold on to, I wouldn't be taking the fall for anything. Snakehead's mom and dad left early and grew up like a wild child in town. Although education is compulsory and schooling is still available, the schoolyard is frankly a small community, and if you don't even have a guardian, you're just going to be bullied. Good thing he was skinny but strong at that time, and ended up mixing it up in a haphazard way. The boss gave him a mouthful of food, so he dared to fight for the boss. Fight and fight. And in the end, he even did something to offset the crime. No one to teach. He did not know that that was not right, and did not know that having been in jail had any effect on him. He knew it was for righteousness. He was also a little bit righteous, and then released from prison after the sentence was over and got out of prison. But also back then, he helped a few of his own little brothers to meet him. As for the boss, he had long ago fled to nowhere, as if he was afraid that the snakehead would threaten him by taking the blame. I couldn't find a job after I got out of work, and I was looked down upon when I stayed at my little brother's house, so I finally picked up a movie ticket and thought I'd take a break. He sighed at the thought. Why, I don't have a mom. Just then, Wang Yan resurrected. He walked next to Snakehead, patted Snakehead's shoulder, and looked at the screenwriter not far away. The screenwriter wobbled up from the floor. He cursed then spat, along with his knocked out teeth. He was beaten and bruised at the moment, and looked horrible and comical in the faint light of the movie. Wang Yan had observed him many times, and he was pretty sure that the screenwriter had the ability to fight back, but he had been suppressing himself and not fighting back against the snakehead. Even if the screenwriter lightly returned a few punches from Snakehead, it wouldn't make Wang Yan feel so strange at the moment. But the screenwriter just endured Snakehead's venting like beatings like that, without any reaction at all. The screenwriter licked the cracked corner of his mouth and hissed. He then noticed the resurrected Wang Yan. At this moment, Xiao Wu was dead and the mask had long been taken away. The screenwriter couldn't help but raise a smile as if he was victorious, looking at Wang Yan triumphantly. He then pushed his glasses out of habit before reacting to the fact that they had rotted, so he withdrew his hand as he said with a mute smile, Wang Yan, the mask is gone, and now you can't protect anyone. Chapter 19, Dr. Sun, you're the only one who's going to make it out alive. The screenwriter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again as he hissed and continued. Imagine a socially vicious case in which a dozen people died horribly, with all the evidence pointing to you, and all you can do is sit at the police station and repeatedly emphasize that the one who did all this is a female ghost. At that, the screenwriter laughed, and he proceeded to stagger a few steps, bracing himself in his chair. The screenwriter took a few breaths, At the moment without his glasses he couldn't see what was playing on the movie at all. He could only vaguely make out a little outline, so he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Snakehead froze at his words. His eyes shifted from Xiaowu's corpse to the screenwriter's face. You got us all killed just to get Wang arrested by the police? The screenwriter let out a snort as he squeezed his eyes shut, but he didn't go any further. With a great look of reassurance that he was waiting to die, Snakehead gritted his teeth as he proceeded to take a few steps over to the screenwriter. Pretend you're mom? Say it or not. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a slap landed on the screenwriter's face. The writer opened his eyes and clenched his fists, but he ended up doing nothing, and he proceeded to close his eyes. This gave Snakehead a feeling of powerlessness as his fist hit cotton, and he let off steam by punching the screenwriter a few more times. The screenwriter's eyes were tightly closed and he didn't react to anything. Alright, leave him alone, Wang Yan said as his eyes shifted from the movie to the Snakehead. I seem to have found a way to deal with the female ghost. What? Snakehead hurriedly let go of his hand and took a few steps to walk to Wang Yan. What solution, Brother Wang? Wang Yan pointed to the movie and said, just a little while ago, while you were beating him up, the plot of the movie happened to be that the character representing you counterattacked the character representing him. But you just hit him and the movie doesn't show much. Ah, what do you mean Wang brother? Snakehead scratched his head. He then said with a little embarrassment, I did not go to school for a few years, after the head was learned in prison. That is to say, the nodes of the plot are critical. Wang Yan briefly spoke about the fragments of what had just happened in the movie. He noticed the writers glancing at the time every time they spoke. And, each time he guides the plot. It's in the first few minutes before the female ghost is about to kill someone. And he doesn't waste any little bit of verbiage on it until then. Also, something that supports this view is the period of time when Snakehead beat up the writers. It's clear that Snakehead's counterattack has been going on for quite some time. But it's only 2 minutes before the female ghost is about to kill someone. The point where Snakehead asks for the time, that the movie's plot begins to show the character Snakehead counterattacking. Thinking of this, Wang Yan began to think about the possibility of guiding the plot to fight back against the female ghost. Snakehead still didn't understand, but in order to survive, he didn't dare to interrupt Wang Yan's thinking. So Snakehead turned his attention to the movie, his eyes fixed on it, trying to make something out of it. At the moment the movie plays out to represent the screenwriter character, who peels off Wu's face and tries to graft it onto the female ghost. However, the female ghost at this moment was slightly different from the previous one, which had no features and the skin on her face was a bit wrinkled, but it was still fairly flat. The female ghost in the movie at the moment, on the other hand, has fine scars all over her face that look like burns, or maybe stab wounds. Wait a minute. The fact that there's a female ghost here also means Snakehead muttered, turning his head and cruising around the movie theater. In the next instant, he saw the female ghost sitting behind the screenwriter. Snakehead forced down his fear and stared at the female ghost's movements. Got a cell phone? No. No electricity, Snakehead said. His sight continued to look toward the seats in the screening room. This look, he uncontrollably let out a cry of alarm. Wang brother, the bodies are all sitting on the seats. Wang Yan turned his head back at his words. At this moment, all the corpses, except for the 3 at the door, were all sitting on their seats, and they looked different. The only difference being that the faces were all facing the screen of the movie, and they were all watching the movie attentively. According to you, these bodies were sitting in the seats of the movie theater after 4:15? Lowly autopsy report inquired. Aha! Almost 5.5 hours or so passed between 4:15 and survey time. If it is true that they were seated according to this point in time, then the lower limbs and lower abdomen of the body must have shown corresponding necrotic spots, but all the way through, he did not mention the presence of necrotic spots on the corresponding parts of any of the corpses in the post-mortem examination narratives of any of the corpses. Oldly paused, realizing with hindsight that he had already naturally accepted what Wang Yan had said, the statement that all the corpses themselves had suddenly appeared in the seats, as well as the matter that there really was a murderous female ghost in the movie theater. He couldn't help but rub his fingers together. But the paradox lies in the fact that if the corpses did not walk to their seats and sit down on their own, then these corpses, which had maintained their various postures of death and life, would not have sat on their seats without any damage to the surface of the corpses after the appearance of rigor mortis. Oldley couldn't help but pinch his brow at the thought. Just then, the door to the police station was pushed open. A young male doctor strides in, carrying a small pillbox in his hand. You're here, Dr. Son. Oldley stood up in a hurry. Please, have a seat. Dr. Son shot a glance at Wang Yan, then sat down next to him. He first solemnly placed the medicine box in his hand on the table and put his hand on the opening of the medicine box before looking at Oldley. The two made an exchange of sight. So Oldley said, "This is Dr. Son, to do some work with the police. Wang Yan sniffed and looked at Dr. Sun, whose gaze rested on Wang Yan's hand. You guys busy right now? No. Wait until your side of the job is over. Old Lee waved his hand. Go ahead. Wang Yan sniffed and looked at Dr. Sun. So Dr. Sun fished out a pair of headphones from his pocket and put them on his ears. In fact, if you don't mind, you can also let Dr. Sun listen to it. Maybe Dr. Sun can offer you some help as well. Old Lee said. It's okay. Wang Yan nodded as he glanced down at the death prophecy in his hand, then tilted his head in search of the police station's clock. Looking for what? Well, what time is it now? Wang Yan asked. I didn't bring my cell phone. So Old Lee pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and glanced at the screen. 10 minutes past 2. Wang Yan paused and continued his narration. All the corpses were watching the movie attentively. Chapter 20, The Medicine Cabinet. Wang Yan said this and took a sip of water. Making my rounds in my seat, I noticed the state of the female ghost, sitting upright, watching the movie, and just like the image on the screen, she wasn't the same as she was before, her face covered with fine scars, combined with the state of the female ghost's murderous state this time. I suddenly realized that the movie was now giving an account of the background of the story. It also means that if reality corresponds to the movie, then the female ghost is, at this moment, alive. Hearing this, Dr. Sun unexpectedly glanced at Wang Yan. Just then, his cell phone let out a soft beep. So Dr. Sun hurriedly opened his phone and roughly skimmed through the message. He looked up and Xiao Tang exchanged glances. Dr. Sun then resumed looking at Wang Yan with a probing gaze, as well as his hand that was still tightly clutching something at the moment. Comparing the face of the female ghost in the screen, Wang Yan quickly realized this problem, but it was still difficult to manipulate the characters in the movie to attack the female ghost. After all, there was no counterpart to Wang Yan in it. In the gap between Wang Yan sizing up the female ghost, the female ghost also looked at Wang Yan without moving. Wang brother, what do we do now? Snakehead was terrified by this bizarre scene. Let's watch the movie first, Wang Yan said as he took a few steps to the first row of seats and proceeded to sit down. Snakehead sat over with fear in his heart. He watched the movie twice and then uncontrollably turned his head back to look in the direction of the female ghost. Seeing that the female ghost was still sitting there quietly, the two didn't have cell phones, which meant they weren't sure of the corresponding time and had to go through the plot of the movie to find the corresponding plot node. Wang Yan watched the movie while pondering over the previous writer's every move. Even now, he still couldn't think of the writer's purpose. It couldn't really be just for the sake of, as he put it, having Wang Yan arrested by the police after he escaped without being able to defend himself. The movie plays at the moment to the point where the scriptwriters have to turn the butcher's knife on the snakehead who had originally escaped, after failing once again to provide the female ghost with a skin replacement operation. Snakehead eyed his appearance on the screen and reflexively glanced back behind him. The glance made his heart stop beating uncontrollably for a second time. Wang Yan noticed the movement and turned back to look behind him, only to see that the female ghost, who had originally stayed in the distance, had now appeared in the gap between the two men's seats again as before. Seeing Wang Yan turn around, the female ghost looked at Wang Yan. Without hesitation, Wang Yan turned his head towards the female ghost and threw a punch. The punch didn't lunge, but hit the female ghost hard in the face. Only an ear-piercing wail was heard as the female ghost took a few steps back and faded into the shadows. At the sound of the voice, the screenwriter not far away opened his eyes. The screenwriter's eyes lingered on Wang Yan's figure, and after a long time, the screenwriter closed his eyes once again. Effective, Wang Yan said, turning back to look at the screen. The snakehead in the middle of the screen was currently holding a stick and counterattacking the female ghost that was rushing in. That is to say, in this time period, the female ghost's body is solid, Wang Yan said, keeping a close eye on the plot. You want to get the ghost girl dead at this point? The screenwriter, who was not far away, suddenly spoke up and asked, what does it have to do with you? Snakehead frowned and couldn't help but curse. You have to think clearly. The screenwriter closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, the current plot explains the female ghost's past. Think about it. How does a female ghost go from being a person to being a ghost? What do you mean? The screenwriter let out a grunt of laughter. What do I mean? I'm trying to be nice. The screenwriter went on to say, believe it or not, it's up to you. Wang Yan paused as he frowned and turned his head to look at the movie again. What the writers are saying is that the current episode plays on the past when the ghost girl was still human. So that means that if the ghost girl dies at this stage, only then will there be a ghost girl after that? If we go by that, the writers did everything the same as the screenwriters in the movie, collecting human skin for the female ghost in order to fix her appearance? Could this be the breakthrough he came up with? Wang Yan pondered while watching the movie plot advance. If you let the snakehead die and don't care, maybe in a while, the female ghost's appearance will be repaired, and we'll be able to go out alive piece by piece. The screenwriter closed his eyes and continued. Of course, believe it or not. If you want to take advantage of this stage to kill the female ghost now, feel free to do so. Snakehead ground his teeth as he proceeded to feel his way down the hallway to find the scriptwriter and beat him up. The muffled sound of Snakehead's fist smashing into the screenwriter's body echoed through the theater for a moment. Wang Yan swept a glance at the two, then looked at the movie screen. The character representing Snakehead is fighting to the death with the screenwriter, who is confronting Snakehead with a scalpel in order to change the skin of the female ghost. The screenwriter continued to speak brokenly under the Snakehead's painful beating. If I get out alive, I may be able to testify for you. If you hesitate for a while, then you will wait for the police station to tell ghost stories. When Wang Yan heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the scriptwriter. You're right, but there's no evidence here that points to me and proves that the murder here is related to me. What makes you think I'll go to the police station? The scriptwriter was being punched by the Snakehead at this time. He could not help but raise his hand to block the Snakehead's fist, and then spit out a mouthful of teeth. His mouth full of blood looked up at Wang Yan. Because of fate. Do you believe it? Destiny? Old Lee was silent for a moment. He then looked up. By the way, I actually have a question. Wang Yan sniffed and looked at Old Lee. Old Lee spoke the information in his hand to the opposite side of Dr. Sun. He then and Wang Yan eye to eye. Fingers on the desktop knocked. You do not look like to come to the police station to turn yourself in. And this case, from your narrative, has nothing to do with you. So you today, to the police station. What is the purpose of the police station? Wang Yan was silent. So Old Lee continued. It can't be, just to tell us a ghost story? I haven't gotten to that yet. Wang Yan paused, but still held out the death prophecy in his hand. He then pointed to the next date and said, Today, September 21st, the 19th day of the 8th lunar month. After I escaped from the movie theater, my death prophecy was updated. Wang Yan pointed to the date under his hand. Only the crumpled parchment reads, August 19th, Great Evil. Old Lee's finger tapped on the desktop, and Dr. Sun, who was on the side, raised his head and looked at Wang Yan's finger, as well as the desk underneath. After a long moment, as if realizing something, he reached down and opened his medical kit. The voice was extraordinarily obvious in the quiet police station. So Wang Yan looked up at him. It's okay, go ahead. Dr. Sun paused. I'm just checking my medicine cabinet. Chapter 21, Screenwriters. That is to say, Old Lee tapped on the table, drawing Wang Yan's attention back to him. You will die today. Or rather, you will also run into unknown mysterious forces today? Wang Yan answered. So Old Lee stroked his chin, looked at Wang Yan's empty hand, turned his head and exchanged a glance with Xiao Tang, who was at the side. So you chose to come to the police station and report the case in order to get through the day in peace. Wang Yan did not respond as he sat in silence, only looking at the prophecy in his hand without a word. Under the date of the prophecy, it says the location, Heisei Township Police Station. The room fell into silence, and Old Lee quickly realized that Wang Yan was avoiding the question, meaning that his original reason for coming to the police station was not the vision he had proposed. Old Lee couldn't help but rub the information in his hands as he continued. Go on then. Well, I didn't understand at the time what the fate in the writer's mouth meant. Wang Yan looked at the prophecy in his hand, staring closely at the location under the date. His brows slowly locked. What I didn't think through at the time is vaguely coming together a little at the moment. Like I said, I had nothing to do with the deaths of everyone in the entire theater, which means that the charge of murder wouldn't fall on my head anyway. So I didn't take the scriptwriter's word for it, and Snakehead and I started thinking about how we could take care of the female ghost and escape from that theater. Hearing this, Dr. Sun surveyed Wang Yan's complexion. After a little thought, Wang Yan did not take what the scriptwriter said seriously. He'd barely even had any contact with anyone, and had only beaten up Snakehead in Xiaowu, but there was no physical evidence here to prove that the tragedy here had any direct connection to Wang Yan. In other words, even if the corpses here were suspected of killing each other, they shouldn't be suspected of him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan continued to look at the movie. The female ghost in the movie disappeared after she faded into the shadows, leaving only the screenwriter still fighting the Snakehead to the death. Snakehead's fist was firmly blocked by the screenwriter. Snakehead was a bit surprised for a moment. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, the screenwriter's hand suddenly withdrew its force. So he was full of the thought that the screenwriter's strength was exhausted, and that just now it was just that he had built up all of his strength to fend himself off. The scriptwriter rushed to speak as Snakehead swung his fist around again. It's 4:28. 2 minutes to go, and it's almost time to kill the other one. If you don't want to die, you'd better go and stand with him now, and he'll be able to shield you from the female ghost when she comes. At that, Snakehead hesitated for a moment. Just as the screenwriter was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Snakehead's fist smashed into his face. Bah! Just you deserve to command me, Snakehead said. Adding another punch, Wang Yan called a halt to Snakehead's movements with a sniff. This time is still on my side. He wasn't sure if the writers were saying what they were saying at this point in time to change the course of the plot again, but the writers had a point. It was that if the head of the snake was too far away from him, there really wasn't much he could do to get over there and help if something unexpected happened. And in accordance with the writer's character, he had just stated that he wanted to get rid of Snakehead's face as a way to get out, and by reminding Snakehead at this time, he suspected that there was some other intention. Snakehead closes his fist and walks over, and the scriptwriter looks up at Snakehead's back and lets out another grunt. Uing. Snakehead. Upon hearing this, Snakehead withdrew his fist and stood quietly next to Wang Yan. Only the head of the snake in the screen began to confront the writer as well. A hoarse voice came out of the stereo. I have no choice. If I can't cure her, I have to die too, the white coat said to Snakehead. The snakehead on the other side clutched the stick he had found and cursed. Whether you die or not is none of my business. If you dare to take my face and transplant it to that monster, I'll dare to die with you. The words were accompanied by a progressively weirder accompaniment on the stereo. The snakehead immediately nervously moved a little closer towards Wang Yan. The next second, the horrible face of the female ghost appeared on the screen. The female ghost stood behind the snakehead and tried to outflank the snakehead with the scriptwriter. Wang Yan immediately turned back when he saw this, only to see that all those corpses in the theater that were sitting on their seats, all of them stood up at this moment, and slowly squirmed over in the direction of the snakehead. And on the other side, under the screen, the ghastly white light hit under the ugly face of the female ghost, those dark eyes staring straight at the two. The scene made Snakehead's scalp tingle as he watched. He then took a deep breath and clenched his fists. It. Big deal. Snakehead looked around, waiting for the moment when the corpse and the female ghost were approaching to deal them a heavy blow. Wang Yan looked at the screen and turned his head back to the screenwriter. Only the screenwriter stood up at the moment as well, clutching a silver white knife in his hand. He doesn't want to live anyway. The screenwriter pinched his knife and came over from his seat. Why don't you just let him die? Just skin him and we'll both get out of here alive. Seeing Wang Yan looking at him, the screenwriter continued. I was the only one who watched the movie plot just now, and all I can say is that this is the only way to break the game. Wang Yan paused. He suddenly realized a problem. Cruising along a group of corpses, he then quickly found the body of the netizen to the phone that was tucked in his pocket. With great speed he brought that cell phone to him, then pressed the youth's finger to the screen. Fortunately, the torrents use an optical fingerprint unlock, so the phone unlocked without any problems. Wang Yan proceeded to rummage through the album for a few moments and finally found a clip of the 10 faces that appeared on the screen early in the morning. After a few comparisons, Wang Yan realized that the screenwriter's face wasn't within those 10 cheeks either. Snakehead accidentally scanned the scene from the side, so he couldn't help but curse. What do you mean? Wang brother, he's in league with the female ghost? Let's see. Wang Yan pondered for a moment as he proceeded to pull the clip of the video and quickly searched for the screenwriter in the crowd. After a bit of searching, Wang Yan confirmed a fact: the screenwriter was not, at first, in the movie theater. Snakehead took the time to scan the area and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. At the moment all the corpses along with the female ghost had closed in around the two. In the next instant, Wang Yan threw a heavy punch at the female ghost. The female ghost stumbled backward a few steps and disappeared into the shadows. Wang Yan saw this and swept a glance towards the movie, only to see that in the middle of the picture, Snakehead took a stick and knocked it towards the female ghost and escaped from the side of the alley, while the scriptwriter was, at the moment, persistently chasing after the snakehead. Are they really a gang? Chapter 22, Assistance in Investigations. The bodies are still closing in. Combined with the previous movie footage, Wang Yan suddenly realized why when Snakehead attacked the corpse that suddenly appeared on the seat before. The image that appeared in the movie was Snakehead striking back at the screenwriter. The corpses that suddenly appeared just now correspond to you as well? Wang Yan suddenly spoke out. You can manipulate these corpses? The scriptwriter didn't reply. He looked at Snakehead without moving a muscle. Just peel off his face. Wang Yan, the screenwriter said. Does it matter what I am? Like you said, if you escape, the police really won't treat you as the biggest suspect. Then what's the difference between him dying and me dying? The writer paused and continued. And what good is he? Forget how that worker died? And the human skin he just had on his face. The scriptwriter pointed to the body of a toddler not far away and said, what good was he when he peeled it off the face of a child that young? You Snakehead was dumbfounded. He hesitantly looked at Wang Yan, and then looked at the screenwriter. Brother, me, I just want to live. That's just a corpse. You can understand, right? At that, he muttered again. And that thing? That thing is really good at getting down. Strangely enough, when Snakehead rushed over, Fatty was busy peeling the skin down from the corpse with Xiao Wu, and it was clear that the three of them didn't have any sharp tools, and the only tool they had at hand was the broken tin they found. It was obviously quite a laborious tool, but it got that cheek off with ease. If it's a little harder to get, I won't get it, Snakehead muttered, but he also knew deep down that this reason did not hold water, so he could only defend himself against the approaching corpses while carefully gauging Wang Yan's demeanor. Wang Yan was still pondering the writer's motives, so he nodded slightly. The scriptwriter looked like he had a happy face as he continued. If we kill him, we can escape immediately. Really? Wang Yan asked. Of course. The scriptwriter's face had just been beaten to a pulp by Snakehead, so the slightest expression on his face and he let out a cry of pain as he pulled at the wound. Wang Yan re-looked at the cottage in his hand. But, if this face skin does not correspond to you, then, the person he corresponds to, who is it? He zoomed in on the strange face. Could it be me? The words came out of his mouth and the writer pounced on him, so Wang Yan hastily reached out to block it, and as the two of them twisted and fought on the ground, he gripped the handle of the screenwriter's knife with great speed, and he proceeded to lock eyes with the screenwriter. Do you want to kill me? Or do you want my cheek? The screenwriter tried to struggle to slash the knife at Wang Yan, but he failed, only to see the screenwriter let out another cry of pain, and though he wasn't sure what expression he was going to make, he either cried or laughed, or in any case tugged at his wound to the point where blood was pouring out of his face. Aren't you immortal? The screenwriter said. Let me try to see if you really can't die. Before the words left his mouth, Wang Yan heavily pinched the scriptwriter's hand, and the knife fell out of his hand. Snakehead, who was on the sidelines, rushed forward and kicked the knife aside. When Old Li heard this, he didn't move to look toward Tang. Xiao Tang hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent a few messages towards the other end of the phone. It didn't take long for a message to be sent along with a picture. So Don Jr. handed it to Lao Li. Old Li brought his cell phone over and zoomed in. The picture was the knife that Wang Yan had in his mouth, and at the moment, the knife was being placed in the evidence bag, and on the other side of the knife, part of the blood was still left. The writer wailed from the sharp pain in his hand. The surrounding corpses were standing rigidly around the two at the moment, and the snakehead was blocking Wang Yan's side, defending against the surrounding corpses. Blood flowed from the screenwriter's face once again, and from his throat came a few gasps. Wang Yan could not tell whether he was crying or laughing at the moment. Anyway, the screenwriter unloaded and fell limply to the side. Without waiting for Wang Yan to react, he smiled, then reached out and took out the cell phone with the shattered screen, slowly pressing it open in his own hand. The light from the cell phone shone on his face. Time's up, Wang Yan. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the disappearing female ghost reappear behind the snakehead. The screenwriter placed his cell phone next to him. Only one of the two of us can make it out alive. Since you can't die, the only one who will die is me. The scriptwriter lay on the floor as he looked at the ceiling, then tilted his head back to look at the head of the snake, which was firmly framed by the corpses. As soon as the words fell, he saw Wang Yan quickly scramble up from the ground and rush to the snake's head in a few steps. In the next instant, Wang Yan's body fell softly to the ground. The scriptwriter was obviously stunned for a moment as he looked at Wang Yan's corpse and slowly climbed up from the ground. You can save him once, but it's too late to save him a second time. Snakehead was being held up by the corpses, and he was now glaring at the scriptwriter, angrily abusing him. The writers just waved their hands and the corpse slapped heavily towards the snake's head. Things have come to a head. The screenwriter sat down next to Wang Yan's body, and he looked at Wang Yan's body and said, "Why don't you think about it? How are you going to sit in the police station and explain everything that happened here?" With that, he snapped his fingers, and the rest of the bodies returned to their seats silently, minus the two that held the snake's head, an unsolved case that cannot be explained by common sense. The screenwriter looked at Wang Yan. Everyone died tragically in the movie theater, and only you survived. That's all there is to it? Wang Yan was silent for a while. He then slowly nodded. I also died once after that. I sensed the problem, in order to save that screenwriter. But he didn't seem to be thinking about living from the beginning. By that time I had already sensed that there was something wrong in the middle, but I could never understand why someone, with no grudge against me, would choose to gamble with his own life, gamble that I would one day sit in a police station and tell the story of what happened in the theater that night. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the printer on the side started to squeak. Immediately afterward, a summons was printed out from the printer, and Lao Li took it from Xiao Tang, then stood up. Very wonderful story, Old Li said and handed the summons sheet to Wang Yan. After a comprehensive investigation by the police, we suspect that you have the suspicion of being involved in the murder case of the movie theater in Pyeongchang on September 11th, and we need you to assist in the investigation. Wang Yan took the concordance summons, and after a long time, he asked, "Can I stay here to be interrogated?" Old Li shook his head as he glanced at the clock. "Why? I can't leave this. Wang Yin said, slowly unfolding his death prophecy. If I leave this, I will die the moment I leave this door. Just like I left the movie theater. Chapter 23, Contradictions. But apparently that's not how it looks from Old Li's perspective. They could only see Wang Yin cupping a ball of air in his hand, looking at something on the air in a frenzied manner and saying something. So Lao Li slowly sat back in his seat again. He flexed his fingers and tapped on the desktop. Unfortunately, this case is being investigated by the task force set up by the provincial and municipal levels. We are only responsible for co-investigating. And the interrogation work to be conducted later will be taken to the city by the interrogation experts who will be arriving soon. You know, our Pingcheng town rarely occurs murder. The interrogation room will seldom come in handy. Even the surveillance inside, 2 days ago also broken. After all, the scene of the crime was in the town's central square. And although the theater staff reported the crime in the first place and blocked off the place in time, some of the videos and photos that were leaked out caused a certain amount of panic. And the province took it very seriously. Seeing Wang Yan looking at him, he explained again. Of course, this is also to protect your safety. With the surveillance video, in order to avoid the emergence of torture to force confessions and such illegal behavior. Old Li glanced at the information in his hand. He then looked at the air in Wang Yan's hand, and after a long time he flexed his fingers and tapped on the table again. However, I still hope that you can cooperate with the police. I've always been cooperative. Wang Yan said. Old Li was silent for a while. He then pointed to Dr. Sun next to him and said, by the way, this is Dr. Sun, majoring in psychiatry, responsible for judicial psychiatric appraisal, as well as the evaluation of the criminal responsibility capacity of the mentally challenged. If everything you've said is what you've personally experienced, then presumably Dr. Sun will be present for the interrogation later. What do you mean? You think I'm mentally ill? Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. In fact, I've always had doubts about your mental state. Old Li looked at Wang Yan's face. Remember what you said when you first entered? What? That hit-and-run case on Namco Road 20 years ago. He pointed to a stoplight not far away and said, that's where the case happened, right? Yes. Wang Yan nodded as he turned his head to look at that stoplight through the window. Also at night? Right. Not much of a car? Exactly. That's strange. 20 years ago. Xiaotang is still small. Not clear. That year the center of the square reconstruction, to be completed before the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the hit car, is in order to catch up with the progress of the building materials transported to the center of the square of the accident. At that, he leaned back in his chair as if reminiscing. There should have been a lot of cars that day. There were a lot of witnesses that day, and I don't remember any little boys among them. In fact, the coincidence of that child's appearance that day was strange. 20 years ago, the parallel road was not yet much developed, and was not next to either a school or a residential neighborhood. He whispered, a little boy, alone in the suburbs at night, ran a red light and was run over by an approaching big truck. Instead, the driver insisted that he hit another child the first time and was afraid that the victim would identify himself, so he ran him over as well. Lali took up a glass of water from the side and moistened his throat. Yet there were many witnesses on that road that day, and he alone chose to run over the victim. Oh yeah, and then the driver's lawyer defended him, saying that according to the confession, the other guy was most likely one. He paused long enough to say, psychopath. Then came 13 years ago. Pingcheng 5th Middle School. Old Li took another sip of tea. Coincidentally, I was actually the one who responded to this case, and at the time, the students' testimonies uniformly mentioned that the deceased, Mr. Liu, called an ambulance after witnessing the passing of Mr. Wang. By the way, the deceased who jumped from the building, his name is Shin, and the first year 8 class of the 5th middle school in Pingcheng he trailed off. There is no classmate with the surname Wang. How is that possible? Wang Yin paused and said, I do attend Heisei No 5 middle school, and I am indeed in the 8th class of the first year. Old Li looked at Wang Yin. He didn't reply. After a while, he took a sip of water. His eyes stopped on Wang Yan's always falsely clenched fists. Of course, there's also the most crucial point that your so-called death prophecy is invisible to all three of us. Hearing this, Wang Yan's sight turned to the death prophecy in his hand. But it is true. 9 days ago, I did experience a horrifying paranormal event at the movie theater on the day of the date marked by the death prophecy. Old Li stared intently into Wang Yan's eyes. Even if you put these two things aside, just on the movie theater, do you remember what you said? What? Going to the movie theater to watch a movie. Old Li took the movie ticket in his hand, looked at the text on it, and said after a long time, you shouldn't be someone who has a habit of watching movies and going to the cinema often. Wang Yan paused at his words. Why do you say that? If you often go to the only movie theater in our Pingcheng town to watch movies, then you should know one thing. Oldly showed the movie ticket to Wang Yan. Our Pingcheng town is very small. And even the movie theater is also very small. So small that a movie theater only has 2 screening halls. Old Li then pointed to the 3 across with a little ink mark above it and said, "The 3rd projection room here." The mark in the center was added by someone after the fact. Wang Yan froze as he tried to take the movie ticket back from Old Li, but Old Li dodged it. But I remember very clearly. I did enter the 3rd screening room." Seeing that he didn't get it, Wang Yan withdrew his hand as he continued. At that time, the movie theater definitely had a 3rd screening room. Dr. Sun on the side looked at Wang Yan's expression in silence. Lao Li continued. "In addition, there is a little. This is also before confused the police for a long time. Just said, Pingcheng town is very small. Small to the center square of the flow of people simply cannot support what the so-called nightlife. The majority of people up to 7 o'clock after the street will not be in the will to go to the street. Comparatively, Center Square closes after 8 p.m. So the theater located on the 3rd floor of Center Square doesn't schedule movies after 8 p.m. And basically no one is going to go to see any movies in the middle of the night." Old Li fumbled from his pocket and found a movie ticket. "On that day, I was at the cinema likewise. And just like you said, both screening rooms were lined up with animated films. I took my daughter there. Just see Old Li's movie ticket. The time written 18 to 1945. This is the last show of the movie theater," Old Li said, putting the movie ticket back. "In addition, there is also a very crucial point. Is that day the center square after 8 o'clock in the evening circuit maintenance? The entire square, even with a piece of the nearby business district. All power outage. Let's assume that everything you say is true." Old Li tapped on Wang Yan's piece of movie ticket. "Since you said that your movie ticket wasn't a gift, where did you buy it and how did you get into the Center Square cinema?" Chapter 24, Compulsory Summons. Wang Yan looked at the movie ticket in a daze. He said with a little bit of incredulity, "But what I said is true. I just went straight into the Center Square, followed the mall elevator to the 3rd floor, bought a movie ticket and went to the 3rd screening room and experienced everything I said." When Old Li heard this, he and Dr. Sun exchanged a glance, and he couldn't help but pinch his brow with a bit of a headache. Dr. Sun pondered thoughtfully as he proceeded to pick up the dossier again, consolidating all the autopsy reports on it. He looked at the information in his hand and looked at Wang Yan. "By the way, is it convenient to tell us the likeness of that screenwriter you are talking about?" Wang Yan repeated. "Kind of skinny, looks smart, wears glasses, but they're broken by the snake's head." Dr. Sun went through these autopsy reports again, never finding a counterpart. However, it was not his turn to make a mental appraisal of Wang Yan yet, and he looked at the information in his hand, pondering over it. "Right, Team Li, is it convenient to show me the video footage from just now?" Dr. Sun thought and raised his head to look at Old Li. "No problem." Xiao Tang began to copy the police station video from earlier under Lao Li's authorization. Wang Yan was holding the death prophecy in his hand at the moment, and for the first time in a long time, he was a little flustered. He looked at the death prophecy in his hand and couldn't help but recall the scene when he rushed to the police station. Originally, he hadn't been prepared to come to the police station, even with the previous experience at the movie theater, and he knew full well that defying the time demanded by the death prophecy would keep him dead until he arrived at the police station. But out of the curse the writers put on him before he died, he'd rather stay up until the end of his death date, thinking about everything he had experienced before he arrived at the police station. Wang Yan's hands once again began to tremble. "What's wrong?" Dr. Sun, who was waiting for the video equipment to take the recordings, noticed Wang Yan's abnormality and couldn't help but ask. "I really can't leave here." Wang Yan emphasized. "I will die." Dr. Sun didn't answer. He looked at Wang Yan's face. Wang Yan's face basically didn't change when he recounted everything that happened in the movie theater just now, but at the moment, he looked quite scared. Soon, he had some hidden guesses within him. "When is Team Zhao coming?" Dr. Sun asked. "It should be soon," said Xiao Tang. "It's already on its way, and it won't take long to come from the movie theater." Zhao Zhouman is the Tianhe City Police Department Criminal Police Detachment, the 4 major teams of the 2nd Squadron leader, from the police for 32 years. Solved all kinds of criminal cases, more than 2,000. The war success. Thinking of Team Zhao, Xiao Tang couldn't help but look at Wang Yan again. Admittedly, the story Wang Yan told did, for a certain moment, wind a few people up. So much so that they followed his narration and deduced the truth of what happened in the case from an absolutely impossible angle. But, then again, that angle is, indeed, impossible. It was just that she hadn't reached her power yet, and for the time being, there was no way for her to decipher any logical problems from it, so as to use it to hammer out the truth that Wang Yan was trying to hide. Dr. Sun, the video is copied. Xiao Tang handed over the USB drive, and Dr. Sun took it and slipped it into his pocket. This would be an important basis that he would use to judge Wang Yan's mental state in a while. Dr. Sun's fingers were still snapping in the medicine box. He then remembered Xiaotang's instructions to himself to always be on guard against Wang Yan's every move, waiting for the first time to take out the calming medication that he had brought with him, to prevent Wang Yan from making any drastic moves. However, what confused him was that with his knowledge of the human body, from Wang Yan's appearance, it was difficult for him to exist any so-called huge strength. Even old Li couldn't last a second arm wrestling with him. But this does not exclude the small Tang's exaggerated narrative. But to be safe, he still brought aripiprazole, midazolam, in order to subdue Wang Yan in a short time. For this vicious case, the province has given the green light to the whole process of investigation. After all, the crime scene is too bloody and horrible, and has caused a certain amount of public opinion and panic throughout the country. Thinking of this, Dr. Sun thought of the photos of the scene, and he couldn't help but shiver, assuming that this case was really committed by the young man in front of him, and that after the crime, he was able to come to the police station to report the crime in the state of a victim and try to escape the sentence in the name of a mentally ill person. Dr. Sun rubbed his back uncomfortably. Just as the atmosphere in the police station dropped to freezing point again, a middle-aged man in his white coat approached the station. Old Li, it's not that I'm saying, the temperature difference between day and night in your Pingching town is really big. The middle-aged man gathered his jacket, then looked at Wang Yan who was sitting on the side. He's the one you said dash. Old Li nodded. So the middle-aged man extended his hand towards Wang Yan. I am the Criminal Police Detachment of Tianhe City Police Department. Squadron leader of the 2nd Squadron of the 4th Squadron. My name is Zhao Zhongnan. I am responsible for the reconnaissance of this case. Wang Yan held Zhao Zhongnan's hand. The subpoena has been given? Zhao Zhongnan looked at the subpoena in Wang Yan's hand and let go. Let's go. It's still a bit of a distance from us to the city. Get in the car. He pointed to the car outside the house and said, it's supposed to be right here. And coincidentally, it's a coincidence that the surveillance is broken. It's a pain in the ass, but the process still has to go. Wang Yan sat motionless in his seat. Zhao Zhongnan couldn't help but frown. I can't leave here. I will die. I really can't leave here. Wang Yan continued. It doesn't matter if there is no surveillance. Even if you torture the confession. I can't leave here. I really can't. You say this. Zhao Zhongnan paused. We are all working according to the process. There has never been any torture to force a confession. Assisting the public security investigation is a citizen's obligation. Please also cooperate. Wang Yan was still sitting there, so Zhao Zhongnan turned his head towards Old Li and Xiaotang, hoping that the two would give him an explanation. He just said the same thing. Lao Li paused and said, at present there is no direct physical evidence. At most, we can only subpoena the investigation. Zhao Zhongnan's eyes turned back to Wang Yan when he heard this, and he then looked at Dr. Sun who was on the side. Take a mandatory subpoena? Old Li asked. Zhao Zhongnan paused as he looked at Wang Yan, just cooperating with the interrogation. On the premise that you haven't committed a crime, the public security authorities will guarantee your safety. No matter what, as long as you haven't committed a crime, you won't have any threats to your life. Wang Yan looked up at Zhao Zhongnan. I tried, and if I could live without staying here, I wouldn't have come to the police station at all. The inexplicable words caused Zhao Zhongnan to frown, so he nodded and said, mandatory summons. In the next instant, Lao Li and Xiaotang appeared behind Wang Yan, only to hear a kata sound. Handcuffs cuffed to Wang Yan's hands. Wang Yan struggled hard, and even though Xiaotang and Lao Li combined their efforts to suppress it, they still allowed Wang Yan to find a little gap. Seeing this, Lao Li looked at Dr. Sun. Just as Wang Yan tried to escape from Old Li and Xiaotang's suppression, a needle was stuck on Wang Yan's body. Wang Yan only felt his vision blur for a split second. He then felt his body start to lose strength. He then appeared to be carried away from the police station. No, can't. Before the words left his mouth, Don Jr.'s voice came. That's a horrible thing to say. It's not dead. Chapter 25, Review. Racking Wang Yan into the car. The three of them sat down. The car began to move slowly as Dr. Sun sat on the side and plugged the USB drive into his computer. Then the video started playing. I'm a lucky man. Wang Yan's voice rang out in the car. Zhao Zhongnan listened to a small section and froze for a moment. He then moved over to Dr. Sun's side and looked at the computer screen. This is his report through? Zhao Zhongnan had a little doubt in his ears at the moment. Spare him from the police for so many years. Come to the police station to tell fantasy stories. This is still the first. Old Li nodded. Pingcheng town was slightly away from the Tianhe City police station. Almost an hour and a half's drive. So Zhao Zhongnan sat next to Dr. Sun and followed him to listen to Wang Yan's narrative. After the two stories were told, Wang Yan began to talk about the theater passage of that unknown mysterious power. Zhao Zhong'an looked at the screen. He then twisted his head to look at Laoli. Laoli, though, but, this you also believe? That's when I heard him say the date. It's obviously got something to do with the movie theater murders, and if it wasn't for me, and Don Jr. had sent him to a mental hospital like the guy in front of him, you'd be looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Zhong'an nodded at his words. He then smiled. That's right. Who is as resourceful as our officer Li? Old Li uncomfortably coughed twice more. The first part could still be said to be for the purpose of eliciting Wang Yan's words, but later on, he actually had a bit of faith. Zhao Zhong'an rewatched the video. He then stroked his chin and pondered. Old Li, what do you think his intention was when he said the first two cases? To show that he's a psychopath? Or to increase the credibility of the later narrative? Dr. Sun sniffed and hit the pause button. It may be. These two cases are said to be mysterious. But so Old Li paused and said, you didn't serve in the town of Pingshan. You don't know much about these two cases. Old Li said what he said in rebuttal to Wang Yan. And he continued, there is only one mental hospital in Pingshan Township, and excluding the driver in the first case, many of the students who witnessed the death of the teacher on that day developed mental problems one after another later on, and were also sent in. You mean, that maybe he heard about these two cases from a mental hospital? To corroborate that he's mentally ill? Zhao Zhong'an pondered as he then said to Xiao Tang, who was driving. Xiao Tang, when you get to Tianhe later, give me a copy of the dossier of these two cases. Okay, Team Zhao. Xiao Tang hurriedly responded. Dr. Sun listened to the conversation between the two, as if he was thinking about something, and when he saw that the conversation between the two had ended, he then pressed the play button. Wang Yan's narration continued to play, and soon, it came to the movie ticket part. After Zhao Zhong'an heard that sentence about giving away movie tickets, he said, one of the victim's relatives had once mentioned this incident as well, saying that he had been given a complimentary movie ticket and then passed it on to his own son in the hope that the victim would go to see a movie to take a break from his life. Without the physical evidence of the movie tickets, Zhao Zhong'an had never connected the dots, and hearing Wang Yan's account, he suddenly remembered the words uttered in tears by the paralyzed victim's mother. I just thought of letting him go for a walk. If I knew he would have an accident. The woman began to gasp dramatically from her excessive grief, and Zhao Zhong'an had to end his questioning of the victim's mother's inquiry. When I interrogate you later, Old Li, pull up the records of the actions of the victim, Wu, and his mother 2 days before the murder, as well as the surveillance, and see if you can find the person who delivered the movie tickets. Old Li nodded as he went on to talk about Wang Yan's movie ticket, and then handed this movie ticket to Zhao Zhong'an. The lights in the car turned on, and then the faint light. Zhao Zhong'an looked at the extra trace among the movie tickets, and he instantly remembered that the scene of the crime was the second screening hall of the movie theater. Laoli said next to him, Pingshan Town Cinema only 2 screening halls, but the movie ticket is the 3rd screening hall. I asked him how to go up. He said he rode the elevator and went up, but on that day the Central Plaza circuit repairs, that piece of it is all out of power. As a result, all the surrounding surveillance systems were paralyzed, causing some trouble for the police's reconnaissance operations. They could only see, through the surveillance, all the victims gathering towards the central square of Heisei Town half an hour before the murder. Even one of the students, who deliberately climbed over the wall from the school just to reach the movie theater. Hey, near the movie theater at that time, can you be sure that there was indeed a power outage? Zhao Zhong'an asked. Is it possible that a generator was used? Hearing this, Old Li pondered for a moment. Not sure. I'll have someone go to Center Square later to check it out, Old Li said. But if there was indeed the use of a generator, and it was able to get the elevator running, along with lighting up the movie theater, what was the purpose? To greet the victims and brutally murder them all? Zhao Zhong'an heard this. There is a little confused thinking. Looking at this movie ticket carefully, he held the movie ticket in front of the lamp, looking at the ink mark on the top, and then realized one point. By the way, all the victims almost do not have the habit of watching movies. Even some people are entering the cinema for the first time. According to Yerso, there are only 2 screening halls in Pianxian Town, so if it's someone who goes to the cinema regularly, through this movie ticket, they can realize the problem. That is to say, it is possible that the 3rd screening room is true. Whatever means were used to make the 2nd screening room the 3rd screening room at that time. Everyone's movie tickets are given away, so only people who have never been to a movie theater will go to. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhong'an looked up the dead man's information and took a quick look in his hands, and after confirming his judgment, he couldn't help but murmur. Why else would they specifically pick these people who have never been to a movie theater to distribute movie tickets? The question made Old Li ponder as well. The same problem is with Wang Yan, who, as far as his account is concerned, arrived at the cinema in the central square of Pyeongseong town in the early hours of the morning in order to watch a movie. But the facts, when deduced, proved that Wang Yan could not possibly have a habit of watching movies and most likely had never stepped foot in a cinema. What about the purpose? The purpose of modifying the screening room? Old Lee couldn't help but ask. Zhao Zhonghan frowned. He couldn't think of anything else for the moment, even as the cause of the case had already been speculated on the internet as a cult gathering. Otherwise 13 normal people who have no interactions with each other would never piece together to enter a movie theater they've never been in before when the power goes out at a shopping mall and encounter a massacre and a horrific and gruesome death there. What is there that is, necessarily, the purpose of changing the second to the third? Chapter 26, Presumption of Absence of Disease. As soon as Zhao Zhonghan's words fell, he instantly associated an answer. So he said, the answer is in the riddle. What? Old Lee frowned and thought for half a day, but did not find the so-called answer. Zhao Zhonghan didn't sell the answer. He brightened up. To screen the victims. What do you mean? Old Lee asked. The criminals deliberately set up a loophole here in order to screen out victims who basically have no movie-watching habits. Zhao Zhonghan tapped on his knee, feeling more and more that this conjecture might be valid. Old Lee thought for a moment and felt that the conjecture Zhao Zhonghan had put forth had a few points of truth. But he then frowned. Then what about the purpose? What is the purpose? This question did not occur to Zhao Zhonghan for the moment. He pondered. And after a while, he added, mobilize the police force, and line up to find out if anyone in Pingching Township received the complimentary movie tickets 2 days before the crime, and how many people received them. It's been 10 days, Old Lee said. Even if someone received, this will not necessarily remember. This is like the roadside flyers, handed to the hand to look at 2 eyes and then throw away the thing. 10 days have passed. Most people have forgotten. Not true. Dr. Sun picked up on that. If someone did receive this movie ticket, they wouldn't forget it. Why? No sooner had Old Lee asked the question than he thought of the answer. Because of the movie theater murder case. The person who received the lost movie ticket should be glad that he was not tempted to go to the movie theater that day? Dr. Sun nodded. But if this is the case, why haven't the police found out anything at all? Zhao Zhonghan couldn't help but speak out. If many people received this movie ticket, there's not even a need for the police to inquire. There's a huge probability that the people who got the ticket will post this on the internet. It's human nature. Just like an earthquake somewhere or an airplane crash. Someone who escapes by modifying their plans will publicize this as a talking point to those around them. The question obviously stumped a few people, and they were silent for a moment, with Old Lee pinching his brow as he proceeded to skim through the victim profiles again, trying to find any common threads in them. With a sheet of information flipping through, loudly as if he suddenly thought of something like that, he repeatedly compared the information of a few people, and could not help but open his mouth and say, is the closed information counted as the common point of these people? Saying this, he pointed all the way down at several of the victims. This one, just released from prison some time ago. This one is at home taking care of his mother. And this one, a student, is locked up in school. That means the suspects had already done some initial screening, but did a little more on the movie tickets to avoid any loopholes? Thinking of this, Zhao Zhonghan nodded his head, recognizing Old Lee's guess. So he quickly took out his cell phone and arranged for the investigation to be carried out. After the arrangement was completed, the case seemed to vaguely have a bit of a thought process, and Zhao Zhonghan's tightly furrowed brow began to relax a bit at the moment. Whether or not the distribution of movie tickets had anything to do with Wang Yan, the clues to the case were becoming clear. If not, it proves that Wang Yan might just be a psychopath who wandered into a murder scene by mistake, and that the real culprit is connected to the person who gave out the movie tickets. If so, this will be a piece of physical evidence to corroborate Wang Yan's motive for murder. Dr. Sun saw this and continued to press play. I don't know. All I know is that he lost his cheek too. Just like in the movies. The chilling ghost story resounded in the car once again. And Zhao Zhonghan listened attentively to Wang Yan's narration while observing his demeanor. Although he said on his lips that he was nervous because he saw that horrible scene, Zhao Zhonghan looked at Wang Yan's face and suddenly realized a point. So he reached out and paused the video, pointing at Wang Yan's hand. Dr. Sun said. On the contrary, as the narrative began, he became more and more calm. This problem I also found out. Especially when he mentioned the death prophecy, he would only show a look of panic at that time. But that doesn't mean he's lying. As Dr. Sun said this, he relived his earlier speculation and couldn't help but say, on the contrary, it proves that maybe he really is mentally ill. Zhao Zhonghan frowned in contemplation. Mental illness is like a gold medal, and the biggest difference between psychiatric evaluation and other criminal evaluation is that psychiatric evaluation is subjective. There is no objective biological reference index, and it is mainly determined by the evaluator based on the suspect's external behavioral manifestations. Therefore, psychiatric evaluations often follow the principle of presumption of innocence with regard to claims of mental illness by offenders. He couldn't help but ask, "Is there a similar mental illness?" "Yes." Dr. Sun was silent for a moment and said, "It's one of the symptoms of schizophrenia. Command hallucinations." "What do you mean?" It was the first time Old Lee had heard of this term. He froze and couldn't help but ask. Dr. Sun stared at Wang Yan's performance and said, "That is, the patient will hear commanding words that only he can hear, hallucinating something that doesn't exist and directing the patient to perform coercive actions." There was a case of a series of murders in the city of Santa Cruz, Country M, from 1972 to 1973. At this point, Dr. Sun's brow furrowed as he went on to say with a bit of incredulity, 13 people were killed with baseball bats, knives, handguns, etc. 13? This unexpected and coincidental number made the three of them sniff. Zhao Zhongmin turned his head to look at Wang Yan, who was tied to his seat and still in an unconscious state, then recounted the number of victims carefully. Also 13. Well, the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, gunshot, and stabbing with a sharp instrument. Dr. Sun closed his eyes in recollection as he continued. The time span was 4 months, during which 13 people were killed one after another. The police finally captured Herbert in his car after a 4-month manhunt, and identified Herbert as the perpetrator of the serial killing through clues such as pistol bullet marks, fingerprints, and other clues. The sinner, Herbert William Mlynn, was captured and claimed that the soul of the victim had been taken over by evil devils, and that he had listened to an oracle from the gods telling him to kill these devils, and by doing so to save the town from a devastating natural disaster. The 3 officers were silent. The most notable feature of this symptom is that one will hear commands that only he or she hears, and the commands do not have a causal relationship. Dr. Sun's brow furrowed more and more tightly. For example, when the patient is preparing to go out, he or she will hallucinate the command, "He or she cannot go out, or else the family will die." There is no causal relationship between going out and the death of a family member, but the patient is convinced of this. It's like, Don couldn't help but whisper, "If it doesn't come to the police station, and he will die." Chapter 27, Traces. Xiao Tang couldn't help but shudder when he thought about the air Wang Yan held in his hand at that time. Lao Li, on the other hand, rubbed his arm that was beginning to ache at the moment, associating it with the huge force of Wang Yan, assuming that Wang Yan really suffered from this type of mental illness. "The only prison in our province that can treat mental illness is in Tianhe City, right?" Old Li couldn't help but ask out loud. Zhao Zhongmin nodded somewhat cautiously. His eyes focused on Wang Yan in the video and he pondered. Assuming that Wang Yan really suffers from this kind of mental illness, even if the subsequent interrogation or even physical evidence confirms that the culprit is Wang Yan, he will not be able to obtain due legal sanction. Thinking of the parents who had lost their child, and the mother who was paralyzed and dependent on her son, Zhao Zhongmin momentarily felt a little blockage in his throat. Seeing this, Dr. Sun couldn't help but say, "It's just a guess at the moment, and in terms of his current state, he should belong to the category of intermittent psychiatric patients, or psychiatric patients who haven't yet completely lost their ability to recognize or control." These two concepts are not medical concepts, but are criteria for assessing the capacity for criminal responsibility of persons with mental disorders in criminal law. That is to say, even if Wang Yan suffers from mental illness, based on his behavioral manifestations, it is judged that he is in a period of remission of his symptoms, and he commits the crime without having a disease, and he has the full capacity for criminal responsibility, or his capacity for identification and control is weakened, but not completely lost. The difference is that the latter is able to mitigate or reduce the penalty, while the former is sentenced normally. Zhao Zhongmin was silent for a moment. "Listen for a moment. In case it's a fake?" Dr. Sun added. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongmin hit the ground running and stared earnestly at the video screen after pressing the play button. Old Li sighed. 13 years ago, Zhao Zhongmin had been in charge of the reconnaissance of a murder case in which the victim, a 12-year-old girl, had been raped and killed by the suspect and then split into parts. And after Zhao Zhongmin's reconnaissance, which lasted for 3 months, the suspect was finally arrested and brought to justice. Expecting the truth to come out and justice to be done to the girl's parents, the suspect's defense attorney came up with a forensic medical examination, as well as proof of the suspect's family history of mental illness, claiming that the suspect suffers from a genetic mental illness. He was devastated after the verdict, and it's safe to say that without that case, there would be no present-day trial specialist. Zhao Zhongmin. Thinking of this, Old Li patted Zhao Zhongmin's shoulder and was silent for a long time. Zhao Zhongmin watched the video without a word. Wang Yan's narration came from the video at this point. If they counted correctly, probably yes. 14, plus a family of 3. Yes, 17. 17? How could it be 17? Dr. Sun couldn't help but open his mouth. He only read the file for a while when he arrived at the police station just now, so he wasn't too familiar with the victim information. He picked it up, flipped through it, and then said, "Also, where did the family of 3 come from?" Zhao Zhonghan sniffed and pressed the pause button. "Do schizophrenics hallucinate people who don't exist?" he asked. "Normally, it would." Dr. Sun nodded. This wasn't good news for Zhao Zhonghan, who watched the video in silence and didn't even analyze the extra or fewer people at first. Of course, there's a reason for that. In the immediate aftermath of the crime, police lined up surveillance that was still in operation near Center Square. After day and night shifts of frame-by-frame viewing, wherever the location is covered by surveillance, they were able to determine that no suspicious person had entered or exited the Center Square before or after the crime. There are also various clues from the movie theater that prove that the day. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhonghan froze for a moment. He then raised his head and looked at Old Li. At that time, the movie theater was lined down. There should not be any traces of people coming in and out of it. With that, he took his cell phone out and found a photo of the scene from that day. There is only one exit from the second screening hall of the movie theater, and on the day of the crime, the door at that exit was locked, and it was confirmed by the staff that the door was still locked on that day before he arrived at the movie theater, and that there were no signs of lock-picking on the lock, and likewise no corresponding fingerprints were present. Zhao Zhonghan said as he looked at the photo. Old Li nodded, looking at the photo above him and said, "Yes, and the locks used on the doors of the screening room are those common top-opening padlocks, which are so weakly secured that they don't even necessarily require lock-picking. This was originally for the police, undoubtedly increased the difficulty of reconnaissance, but now this is good news on the contrary. If the suspect is really Wang Yan, then he at least in the same day to make clear in and out of the traces of the behavior, means that he has the ability to judge, and even have a certain degree of anti-reconnaissance ability." This news cleared some of the gloom from Zhao Zhonghan's face, so he continued to watch. The video was playing, the car was surprisingly quiet at the moment, and even Tang, who was driving, slowed down his breathing and carefully reviewed Wang Yan's narration, all the way up to the appearance of the character of the screenwriter. Senior Li hit the pause button. Zhao Zhonghan thoughtfully brought back up the issue of the number of people that he had just ignored. According to him, it's a family of 3 to begin with. Zhao Zhonghan lined up all the autopsy records and arranged them apart according to the time of death. Old Li dramatized in advance. "Well, the time between deaths is 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Yes, it's mentioned later," Old Li said. "The location of the large interval, I estimate it to be 30 minutes. That is, the time when he, as he claimed, fended off the female ghost's attack for the victim himself. There's no way to pinpoint specific hours, minutes, and seconds in forensic identification, but based on the general state the body was in, it can be assumed to be within a specific time frame." Zhao Zhonghan first arranged all the numbers time by time. He then counted down one by one. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. He said he died a total of 4 times. "No, counting the first time, it should be 5 times? Right." Old Li nodded. 12:30, 2, 2:30, 3:15 and 4:15, respectively. According to this time, Zhao Zhonghan left the space open and started pushing the time forward. The first one's time of death was 1:15, the youth he was talking about. The victim, Li. Zhao Zhonghan looked at the text on the top and said, "The cause of death was a myocardial tear. The first youth to die, Li, did not have any wounds on his body except for the missing skin on his face." So the police's original speculation was that Li had first been stripped of his face by the suspects after he had been scared alive due to some reason that led to excessive fear. After all, with common sense, if Li was in a lucid state, even against the huge strength of Wang Yan, there would be a certain amount of struggle when his face was peeled off, and if he was controlled, there would be corresponding wounds on his arms and legs and torso. Chapter 28, Collective Hallucinations. Secondly, there is no possibility that the victim could have been knocked out by a psychotropic substance such as a tranquilizer. On the one hand, the autopsy did not detect any drug residues. On the other hand, this type of psychotropic substance, which can put a person into a coma for a short period of time, is under strict control, and the possibility of it getting out of the market and being used by the suspect to commit murder is very slim. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhonghan paused as he closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat to ponder. The atmosphere in the car condensed again. Seeing this, Old Li looked at the rest of the information, and while doing so, he recalled Wang Yan's narration. After a long time, Zhao Zhonghan cursed uncontrollably. "You don't say. I can't think of any reason for his death other than being haunted." Dr. Sun sniffed and was silent for a while, and after a long time, he said, "If we take a psychiatric perspective, there is actually one." "What?" Zhao Zhonghan straightened his body as he looked at Dr. Sun. At the moment he was incredibly sensitive to the word psychosis. Maybe it was the intense work, plus the past memories that had affected him a little bit. In any case, now that he heard Dr. Sun mention mental illness, he got a little emotional. Zhao Zhonghan took 2 deep breaths and suppressed the irritation in his heart before patiently listening to Dr. Sun's narration. Dr. Sun paused and said, "Group hallucinations, also called group psychosomatic disorders. What do you mean?" Old Li asked again. "That is, the facts seen with one's own eyes are distorted, and hallucinations that have no relation to the truth take the place of the truth." Dr. Sun pondered for a moment, then gave an example. "The mental hospital I worked in before had a patient in it. He claimed to be God's chosen one, and that in a few days God would send down angels to take him back to heaven." Dr. Sun paused as he said this, he then closed his eyes. Living with him was a boy, 15 years old as I recall, who was usually like a normal person except for a little bit of hallucination now and then. That child was quite well behaved. It's a shame. He couldn't help but sigh before continuing. The first patient was doing well, and we assumed that both would be able to return to their normal lives in 6 months at the most, so we reduced the frequency of their observations. Until one day I passed by the ward of the 2 and noticed that the 2 were making a joint pilgrimage to the sky to worship something, and went up to them to inquire and found that the boy, after a long time of receiving hints from the first patient, had also begun to be able to see the God who had appeared in the ward, as well as the angels of whom they spoke. What does mean? This kind of psychotic hallucination can still be shared? Zhao Zhonghan wrinkled his eyebrows. Dr. Sun nodded. Later he took the boy piece by piece towards the passage to heaven. Dr. Sun paused as he said, "The boy was drowned in the water of the sink." He said this and gestured. There was only so much water, and if he had only lifted his head a little he would have been all right. But still he was drowned alive and with a peaceful expression. As for the first patient, he was resuscitated in time and survived despite some brain damage. Those words caused several people to fall silent once again. Old Li couldn't help but say, "If he ends up closing the case on that ground, he can go and resign tomorrow." The atmosphere lightened up a bit again, and Zhao Zhonghan's tense expression relaxed a bit, so he continued to look at several people's profiles and pondered over them. "The situation is still different," Dr. Sun said, holding out the autopsy report of another victim with a penetrating abdominal wound. "At least there were only 2 people who were scared to death. I think our thoughts are being led astray." Zhao Zhonghan said this, taking out all the information and comparing them one by one. Putting aside the preconceived notions of ghosts and mental illnesses, is there a scenario in which the entire case can be reviewed clearly even after the ghosts and monsters in his narrative are removed? Those words brought silence to the car again. While it's true that the ghost and God theory sounds a bit more plausible than the reality of this happening, are there any overlooked facts that can be straightened out through his narrative? Zhao Zhonghan added. He proceeded to press open the video of Wang Yan's narration and then pulled the progress bar back a little. By the way, didn't he mention cell phones? If what he said about the video is true, wouldn't it come out by checking the cell phone video? Dr. Sun couldn't help but ask. The words sent the 3 into silence. Dr. Sun realized that he had asked a stupid question, so he said, "So, there was no electronic device found at the scene that could record video?" "Aha." Old Li nodded. The crime scene was his call out to the police. No cell phones. Everyone's pockets were empty. It was probably taken by the suspect, Zhao Zhonghan said. There's no doubt about that. But if it was taken by him, presumably he would have deliberately covered up that fact. Zhao Zhonghan pointed at Wang Yan and said. A few people nodded. In this day and age, it's hard to get around without a cell phone. Although in the town, compared to the big city, cash is used fairly often. And you can spend the money you have without the dilemma of the clerk not being able to find it or anything like that. But it is absolutely impossible for 12 adults to go out without a single cell phone. But it's still time to line up a check, Zhao Zhonghan said, turning his head to look at Old Li. Have you checked his information? Old Li shook his head. There's no time. It's very late now. Wait for the morning. In a while to Tianhe City to check the basic information first, and then send the police officers to investigate one by one at dawn. The time was already 3 in the morning. And hearing this, the 3 couldn't help but yawn in unison. Is yawning being contagious considered a group hallucination? Xiao Tang, who was driving the car, laughed as she looked at Dr. Sun in the rearview mirror and opened her mouth to ask. No, this is a human instinct, also called empathy, Dr. Sun said in a serious manner. On the contrary, most psychiatric patients on the contrary do not experience this situation because their empathy is weak. Oh, Xiao Tang retracted his line of sight. I am also a little sleepy. Hey, Zhao team, later on you guys are going to stay up all night to interrogate? Zhao Zhonghan nodded. The interrogation can't last more than 24 hours. Zhao Zhongman blinked his dry eyes and said, "It's better to end it as early as possible. Or you can rest for a while." Dr. Sun couldn't help but say, he should not wake up for a while, and I used a bit of midazolam, which will produce a transient parabolic memory loss. Maybe it will forget what key place is also not certain. It's best to wait until he is completely awake. Chapter 29, Paracrine Memory Loss. Transient paracrine memory loss? Well, it affects long-term memory but not working memory. Dr. Sun looked at the question marks on several people's faces and continued. This is a little complicated. In short, it means that you can live a normal life, but your ability to recall events is reduced, which means that it's hard to recall what happened in the past. He concluded, all in all it will make the interrogation a little difficult, but only temporarily. It's best to let him rest before the interrogation comes. Zhao Zhongyan couldn't help but frown. The time of the summons is limited. Lao Li said. He suddenly froze. No, he has not signed the summons order. It just so happens that tomorrow when he wakes up and let him sign it, the time will be counted from tomorrow. Zhao Zhongyan's tightly furrowed brow loosened at this. He re-looked at the row of dead time, listening to Wang Yan's narration while trying to pull out the truth of the case as he had just envisioned, by shaving off the confusing ghosts and gods and mental illnesses. Just then, he heard Wang Yan speak about screenwriting, so he reached over and hit the pause button. Screenwriter? After hearing that Wang Yan might be suffering from mental illness, Zhao Zhongyan's emotions were a bit out of control for a while, and only after calming down at the moment did he turn his attention back to this non-existent person. I wanted to talk about this matter just now. Old Li couldn't help but speak. This screenwriter doesn't exist. Just like that family of 3, there are a total of 4 non-existent people in his narrative. 4 people who don't exist. In addition there are 3 extra people. Old Li said. Those are the 3. He held out 3 pieces of information on the victims, but in my estimation, these 3 actually correspond to that family of 3. The only difference being the time of death. Zhao Zhongman hadn't heard the latter part yet, so he quietly listened to Old Li's analysis. Old Li took a piece of paper out from behind him with a long list of times. This is what I listed as he was narrating. The top is the time of death for each of the victims he narrated, and the bottom is the presumed time of death according to the autopsy report. Zhao Zhongyan picked up the note. The 2 timelines start at the same time, but there is a small error in the time of death in the middle, making the real case end an hour later. What's going on here? Zhao Zhongyan asked, pointing to the middle passage. Old Li brought a few autopsy reports over and pointed to the time at the top and said, this is the section where, in his account, he died after saving someone with an interval of 1 hour, but in the autopsy report, the space here is up to 1 hour long. That means, in reality, it's possible that he died twice here. Old Li spoke this conclusion out. Zhao Zhongman looked at the long list of numbers and only felt his head was a mess. As a person who often checked the information in the car and rarely got seasick, he felt for the first time that his throat was starting to get a little clogged. Stop for a second. Didn't we agree that when discussing the reality of what's going on, we're going to chip away at his so-called coming back from the dead and the murder of a female ghost? Zhao Zhongman took a few deep breaths, then said, you've been affected by him, Old Li. Old Li scratched his neck uncomfortably. Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, just at this time, the car finally arrived at the Tianhe City police station, and Zhao Zhongman pulled open the door at the first opportunity and took a few breaths of fresh air. As the turbid breath was exhaled, Zhao Zhongyan felt that his head was barely clearer. Several people got out of the car one after another, and the police officer on duty came out in a hurry. Team Zhao, the interrogation room is ready, the police officer said. So Zhao Zhongyan and Lao Li carried the unconscious Wang Yan, followed by the police officers, and walked in the direction of the interrogation room. Help him into the interrogation chair first. Later, the 2 men helped Wang Yan onto the interrogation chair, and a police officer stepped forward to secure Wang Yan's legs as he proceeded to screw in the lock. Dr. Sun followed behind and took the time to look at the time. It was now 3:30. Normally, with the dose he had put down for Wang Yan, he should have woken up by this time anyways. I shouldn't be. Why aren't you awake yet? Dr. Sun's eyelids jumped as he looked at Wang Yan, who was tilting his head, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch the side of Wang Yan's neck. Noticing that Wang Yan's carotid artery was still pulsing, Dr. Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Screwed up and sleepy too? Old Li said. It's that time of day. Dr. Sun followed the nod, but the heart is still somewhat doubtful. See, Old Li patted his shoulder. Do not think. You also go to rest for a while. When the interrogation began you also have a busy it. If no spirit how to do? Okay. Old Li then took a look at this interrogation room, and said toward Zhao Zhongman who was flipping through the information. Still, your Tianhe city is in good condition. Ours is a broken chair. Yo, There are still displays. He crouched down, glanced at the display on the interrogation table, and couldn't help but say, "That's nice. If you want to be envious, you transfer to Tianhe City. When you first gave you a transfer over, and you didn't want to." Zhao Zhouman laughed and yawned once again. "Hey, this is not Tianhe City busy, which has us pinching leisure." Oldly followed with a laugh. "Usually are small cases. People are old, cannot afford to toss, and then a big case to stay up a few nights really cannot stand." Zhao Zhouman sniffed and glanced at Oldly, shaking the dossier in his hand. "Hey, there are exceptions to everything." Oldly stood up. Xiao Tang will be busy getting Zhao Zhouman's file on the hit and run and the middle school student jumping off the building, while Dr. Sun is called by Lali to take a break. They were the only two people in the interrogation room at the moment. "Aren't you going to take a break?" Old Lee walked over to the information on the table. "How many times have you read all this, and you're still trying to figure out how to get the ghosts and stuff out of his narrative?" Zhao Zhouman nodded. "If you interrogate him with a psychotic mind, you won't be able to see the truth of the matter." He flipped the paper in his hand and said, "By the way, pull up Wang Yan's information for me." Old Lee sniffed and walked out the door. Only Zhao Zhouman and Wang Yan were left in the interrogation room this time. Just as Zhao Zhouman was looking over the information to review the passage, a loud bang came from the interrogation chair. He twisted his head to look over and realized that Wang Yan had woken up at some point. "You're awake?" Zhao Zheng'an looked at Wang Yan. He then realized that there was a slight problem with Wang Yan's demeanor. He was currently looking around in confusion. "Where am I?" "Tianhe City Police Station. Interrogation room," Zhao Zhouman said. Wang Yan looked at Zhao Zhouman. "Police station? Interrogation room? I committed a crime?" Zhao Zhouman was silent for a while. He proceeded to read the information in his hand for a few moments once again. Then a bold idea sprang out of his head. So he looked at Wang Yan. "It depends on whether you're willing to give an account." Chapter 30, Strategies. This is a common deceptive detection tactic used in interrogations. The essence lies in confusing the opponent and giving him an illusion. For example, making Wang Yan mistakenly believe that the police already have strong evidence, and all that is missing is for him to nod his head and admit to the crime. "You don't even remember? Forgot how you got into the police car and ended up sitting at the interrogation table?" Zhao Zhouman and Wang Yan looked at each other, and he pretended to look confident. "But it doesn't matter. Even if you forcefully pretend to have amnesia, we still have strong evidence." He noticed Wang Yan's expression. He did look like he was carrying a bit of confusion, probably not faking it. "Then it's what Dr. Sun mentioned, the so-called transient parabolic memory loss." Seeing Wang Yan shaking his head, he added, "Then how much do you remember? This is to give you a chance." Zhao Zhouman tapped on the table. "If you're willing to confess, then a good guilty plea might reduce the sentence." "Did I really commit a crime?" Wang Yan frowned. "What crime? What did I do?" So Zhao Zhouman threw the photos of the scene onto the screen of the interrogation desk. He didn't say anything, and didn't link this case to Wang Yan with certainty. The main reason for this is that confessions that are fraudulently led have a high probability of being defined as illegal evidence. Fraudulent interrogation resulting in a confession. The legal definition of the criteria is that he cannot say with certainty that the crime was committed by you, but only through the side effects, such as the possession of strong physical evidence. The accomplices have already confessed. This kind of side suggests that the police have evidence of the crime, so that the suspects themselves to spit out the process of the crime. While both are lies, the first one has a huge probability of being classified as a forced confession. "You mean I killed these people?" Wang Yan asked again, staring intently at Zhao Zhouman's face. He couldn't recall who this man was at all, and likewise didn't have any slightest impression of the pictures of the crime scene. "Where is this? I've never been there." These words hit Zhao Zhouman squarely in the face, so he snapped his hand on the interrogation table and said with a bit of intimidation, "That's impossible. The police have evidence that you were at the scene at the time of the crime." "What?" Wang Yan frowned. "Pingqing Town Cinema." Saying that, Zhao Zhouman took out the movie tickets from the evidence bag. Movie tickets? Wang Yan rarely went to see any movies. He was never interested in these things. So he frowned. "This can't be mine. I never go to the cinema to watch movies." Zhao Zhouman took the computer aside with a bit of imperative at the moment, and in order to avoid Wang Yan hearing those ghostly narrations of his, he confirmed the video first, and then pressed the play button. Then Wang Yan's voice came out from inside. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that the movie theater tickets, everyone's, were given away at that time?" "Not really. I bought it myself. I really wanted to see the movie." A broken voice came out from inside, and Wang Yan realized that it was indeed his voice. "When?" Wang Yan asked. "You mean the time of the crime?" "Aha." Wang Yan nodded. "September 11th, evening, Heisei Center Cinema," Zhou Junan said, tapping on the desktop out of habit. "You don't remember any of it?" What about the others? Wang Yan shook his head as he then asked, are you sure that I killed the person? Seeing that Zhao Zhouman did not answer, Wang Yan continued to ask, what about the motive for the murder? The means of committing the crime? Who are these people? Wang Yan was calm at the moment, almost a different person from the one he had seen in the video before. Zhao Zhouman avoided the two unanswerable questions and pointed to the photographs to introduce the identifying information of each victim one by one. This is the victim Wu. After listening to the circle one by one, Wang Yan shook his head. I don't know them, nor do I have any interactions. Did I really kill these people? A drop of sweat dripped down from the corner of Zhao Zhouman's forehead. He didn't expect Wang Yan to be so difficult to deal with. It was as if he had already known that he couldn't say something similar and pressed him repeatedly. I don't have a motive, although I don't remember. I can confirm one thing, Wang Yan said. It's impossible for me to kill someone. Why? Zhao Zhouman asked. Wang Yan replied this, but stopped narrating. Seeing Wang Yan's hesitation, Zhao Zhouman tapped on the desktop again and pursued. Did you think of something? Seeing Wang Yan shaking his head, he asked again. Then what makes you certain that you cannot possibly kill someone? Wang Yan looked up at him. Do I have to answer? What does this have to do with the case? Shouldn't you be the ones who have to deduce the motive of the crime? Zhao Zhouman was a bit of a dilemma for a moment. He carefully measured Wang Yan's expression. He then realized that while he was observing Wang Yan, he was likewise observing himself. The two of them stared at each other. Wang Yan looked at Zhao Zhouman frankly. Then, Wang Yan said with certainty, you don't have any evidence. You're not sure who the suspects are. And you're not even sure of the means of committing the crime. Why? It's obvious that from the beginning you've been looking over your shoulder. If you really had evidence, you could have said it with certainty, but you didn't dare. Wang Yan said and sat back a little, his expression idle as he looked at Zhao Zhouman. Zhao Zhouman was incomparably certain that the Wang Yan at this moment was a completely different person from the one who had just been at the police station. Then, there was only one possibility, that Wang Yan in the police station was trying to hide some truth, while deliberately putting himself in a weak appearance. At this moment, the loss of memory has brought him to his original form. Wang Yan then looked down at this interrogation chair. There was an iron plate in front of the chair, tightly blocking his knees, and then the desktop above him, which happened to be stuck on his thighs, leaving him no way to move. Even though he had no way of recalling exactly what had happened for the time being, Wang Yan was quite certain about the impossibility of committing a crime. The reason for this, naturally, was his good fortune that allowed him to circumvent death. If I really have anything to do with this case, there is only one possibility. I am the only survivor of the case. Wang Yan said, if you want to find out anything from me, or if you try to find the real culprit of the case, you'd better tell the truth. Inverted Tiangong's words caused Zhao Zhouman to fall into silence as he looked at Wang Yan, realizing that Wang Yan possessed quite strong logical reasoning, as well as the ability to observe details. By the same token, he may also have fairly strong counter-surveillance skills. So he changed his mindset and he proceeded to drag the video to what Wang Yan had said when he reported the incident. Mysterious unknown forces? Ghosts? Wang Yan realized that it was indeed his voice. Yes, ghosts. Seeing Wang Yan's disbelief, Zhao Zhouman continued. As the only survivor of the case, just last night, you came to the police station to report that you were in the theater and saw a ghost. Chapter 31, Interrogation. Wang Yan frowned. Then he looked up and asked, I came to the police station to report the case myself. Instead of you guys finding me based on clues? Seeing Zhao Zhouman nod his head, he couldn't help but ponder once again. First of all, it was certain that he would never tell two random strangers about his return from the dead, even if they were police officers. It would be understandable if he had to say it himself if the clues were all pointing to him, but there was something wrong with him coming to report it on his own. Then what about the purpose of me reporting the case? Wang Yan looked up at Zhao Zhouman, and when he saw him hesitate for a split second, he added, it can't be for the purpose of turning yourself in. If it was, you wouldn't have made the mistake of swindling me. Predicted. Zhao Zhangyan was silent for a moment. He then said, yes, not to turn yourself in. If you have to say what you want to do, it is probably to stay in the Pyeongxiang town police station. Seeing Wang Yan's disbelief, Zhao Zhouman was just about to say Wang Yan's non-existent death prophecy when he suddenly froze. In this instant, Zhao Zhouman remembered what he had just said. If you interrogate him with a psychotic mind, you won't see the truth of the matter. Now was just the right time, and he couldn't let Wang Yan preemptively realize that he might suffer from some type of mental illness, or remember that he was originally going to pretend to be a psychopath. He had to let Wang Yan deduce the lies he had told from his own perspective and pull out the truth from it. So he tuned out Wang Yan's words. You said at the time that if you could live without staying at the Heisei Township police station, you wouldn't even go there. Wang Yan heard his own voice. His brows furrowed. That is, someone is trying to murder me and I came to the police station to seek refuge? Maybe? I'm not sure. Only you know what really happened. That's all I know, Zhao Zhong'an said. So Wang Yan fell into a short contemplation. He didn't have the impression that he was being hunted by anyone. Based on his good fortune of surviving countless deaths, he didn't believe that he would come to the police station to ask for help and tell his good fortune just because of who was trying to kill him. There was definitely something in this that even with his own good fortune he couldn't fight against, forcing him to come here. Thinking of this, Wang Yan recalled Zhao Zhong'an's words, Pingcheng Town? What? I'm going to stay somewhere specific, and not to come to the police station for help? Wang Yan continued. Otherwise why would you emphasize Heisei Town? Unless this incident created some impression on you, you wouldn't have said that out loud. Zhao Zhong'an hissed as he rubbed his dull aching head. The intensity of his work had unconsciously exposed him as he continued. You're not in Pingcheng Town now. You're in Tianhe City. And you're not dead, are you? Wang Yan's brows furrowed, between the fact that there was really nothing different about him right now. So he ignored the problem for the time being. Now that he was caught up in the case, his current problem to solve was firstly, to remove himself from the case, and secondly, to find out what had happened to him that had forced him to come to the police station. Alright, leaving that aside, let's talk about the case, Wang Yan said. The roles of the two were like reversed, but in the way that Zhao Zhong'an really needed Wang Yan to dissect his narrative from his own perspective at the moment. He picked up the dossier and briefly outlined the cause of death of all the victims, as well as the corresponding time of death. Except for the three people at the door, everyone's faces have been stripped off? Wang Yan asked and saw Zhao Zhong'an nod his head. There's no physical evidence? The murder weapon? There is one, Zhao Zhong'an said. After you reported the crime, based on your account, a murder weapon, a blood-stained knife, was recovered from the corner of the theater. Zhao Zhong'an put the knife's photo on the display. He then thought of something. By the way, I need you to cooperate in a fingerprinting session. Fingerprints found on the murder weapon? There. Zhao Zhong'an pointed to the blade of the pocket knife and said, this position. It was a small, silver-white knife that looked like a dinner knife for Western-style cutlery, and the position Zhao Zhong'an was pointing at was in the center of the blade, not the handle. Even if there are fingerprints here, they can't be the suspects, Wang Yan said. He was just about to reach out and gesture when he bumped into the handcuffs of the interrogation chair, and he leaned back a little disgruntled. This was something Zhao Zhong'an had also considered. If he used his hand to correspond to the position on this knife, it was obvious that the position where the tip of the knife was facing at the moment was the center of his palm, not outwards. That means there may have been a fight during the skinning? What did I say? Wang Yan asked. Since this knife is related to my confession, it so happened that Old Li walked in with the information. He saw Wang Yan who was discussing with Zhao Zhong'an at a glance. He froze for a moment. Already awake. Ah, has the interrogation started? How to say? Zhao Zhong'an said, pointing at Wang Yan. He has amnesia, the kind that Dr. Sun said. Then why don't you wait for him to recover before asking? Old Li frowned, then cruised around the room. And you're not in compliance here. At least there must be two of them. No? Zhao Zhong'an paused as he turned his head to look at Wang Yan before pulling Old Li out of the interrogation room. He went on to talk about his plans. Let him find his own problems? Old Li was silent for a moment as he looked at Zhao Zhong'an. Well, this might be a good opportunity. Zhao Zhong'an rubbed his brow. There is a case for this matter. Zhao Zhong'an once interrogated a psychiatric patient. The suspect was accompanied by distorted perceptions of the surrounding environment, and during the interrogation and examination, there were transient illusions, hallucinations and delusional experiences of fuzzy consciousness, and there was no pre-planning of the crime, and the motives were bizarre, strange, and lacked a causal relationship. The bottom line is that he doesn't think he killed the man himself. The interrogation stalled for a while until he asked the suspect what he had found that day from a bystander's point of view. It was only then that the suspect recounted the entire process from his chance encounter with the victim, from pulling out the knife to the knife finally cutting through the victim's neck from a different perspective. Old Li was silent for a while. Alright, I will cooperate with you. By the way, I brought the subpoena. Since you want to try him now, let him sign it. Don't miss out on the process you should go through. Zhao Zhong'an nodded, and the two of them walked in with the information and the summons. This is Officer Li. Zhao Zhong'an handed Wang Yan the subpoena and signaled him to sign it before introducing. You can ask him about the questions about the reported incident. Wang Yan glanced at the summoning order. The time on the top was 2:30 on September 21st, and he then looked up and asked, what time is it? Chapter 32, Deduction. It's almost 4. Wang Yan paused and signed his name on it. Right. What did you just ask? Zhao Zhong'an tried to renew Wang Yan's earlier question. Old Li, however, sat down in front of the computer unperturbed. It wasn't quite the same system as the one he had used before, so he struggled a bit to turn it on. Just a moment. I need to familiarize myself with this machine. Old Lee fumbled for a moment, turned on the audio and video recording equipment all the way, and then pressed his hand on the keypad. It's been a long time since I've made a statement, he said, looking up at Wang Yan. Let's start. Let's follow the process, Old Lee said as he inquired about entering Wang Yan's basic information on the computer. Then he raised his head to look at Zhao Zhongnan. Team Zhou? Zhao Zhongnan paused, took his work permit out, and finished his self-introduction under Lao Li's gaze. Now you are summoned according to the law, and you will be interrogated. You have to answer our questions truthfully, and you have the right to refuse to answer anything that has nothing to do with this case. Do you hear me clearly? Well, it's clear. Wang Yan raised his head and raised an eyebrow towards Zhao Zhongnan. Zhao Zhongnan coughed lightly. We will synchronize audio and video recording of the entire interrogation process. Do you hear me? Understood. Zhao Zhongnan then handed Wang Yan the list of informing you of your powers and obligations during interrogation. He then said, according to the regulations, you have corresponding rights and obligations during interrogation. Take a look at it. If you are unable to read it, we can read it to you. Is that clear? Wang Yan skimmed through it roughly and nodded. Clear. Under Lao Li's strict guard, Zhao Zhongnan did the whole process. He said the last word in a bit of a hurry, due to the uncertainty of how long Wang Yan's amnesia would last. If Old Lee hadn't come in, he wouldn't have wanted to go through this process in the first place, even if he knew that there was a real problem with this. The urgency of the matter was such that a slight delay in time could result in missing this great opportunity. Alright, let's begin. Old Lee nodded, and after listening to the two men's narrations, he looked at Wang Yan. Oh, this matter is a little complicated. According to your narration in the report, you wrestled with a person codenamed Screenwriter that day, and afterward, the knife was kicked into the crevice by the victim, Su Mao. Since 10 days have passed since the incident, Wang Yan said. Why did you find the knife only after my narration? Zhao Zhongnan wasn't too used to being interrogated in return, but he still answered Wang Yan's question. This knife is stuck in a special crevice. Please see. Zhao Zhongnan pulled up the photo. This location. If you didn't know beforehand that there could be a knife stuck inside, you'd have to dismantle the theater facility to find it. The picture shows the palm-length knife, which is indeed stuck in a rather hidden corner. Has the blood on it been examined? Zhao Zhongnan was silent for a moment. Yes, but the results won't be out until morning. If we rely only on the kick, why is it here? Wang Yan asked again. Can you deduce where the victim Su was at that time? Zhao Zhongnan looked at Old Lee, who pondered for a while. He stood up and walked to Wang Yan. Would it be convenient to show me your right hand? Wang Yan stretched out his right hand, carefully examined Wang Yan's fingerprints for a while. Old Lee compared the fingerprints sampled on that knife. He compared his hand, recalling Wang Yan's narration at that time. It's probably the fingerprints of your right thumb while the knife fell to that position. The theater was able to accommodate 2 people on the ground fighting role in the empty space, only the first row in front of the countertop this side. When the knife was kicked into the gaps in the countertop planks, just the right amount of tightly fell in. Based on the location of the knife, as well as the fingerprints, and Wang Yan's account, it can be determined that the knife fell on his right side at that time, while Wang Yan was wrestling with the screenwriter on the ground. The blade of the knife was facing Wang Yan's palm at the moment, and the blade fell to the ground after Wang Yan heavily squeezed the screenwriter's hand, which means that the screenwriter's position was on the top at the moment, and Wang Yan was on the bottom. Otherwise, in accordance with the writer's grip on the knife would have landed on the writer's body in a smooth motion, not on the ground. That is, at that time, Wang Yan was in a supine position, with his head facing the east side of the screening room, and the west side was the exit. With a little extrapolation, Lao Li circled the location. Here, only this angle can just fit the knife in. So Old Lee pulled up the photo and proceeded to circle the east side of the countertop against the wall. Wang Yan pondered for a moment. He then said to Old Lee, tune back a bit. I want to take another look at where the knife is. Old Lee sniffed and switched the photo back to the one where the blade was found. Wang Yan paused as he looked at the photo. What about Su? Very fit? Old Lee nodded. Wang Yan closed his eyes and simulated the scene map for a few moments. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Old Lee. Nope. Zhao Zhongnan paused as he raised an eyebrow. Even if the victim Su existed with the same strength as me, there is no way to get this knife in with just kicking and kicking. Wang Yan then asked, did I say when I called the police that this knife happened to fall into the gap? Old Lee recalled for a moment and shook his head. Why? Old Lee pondered for a moment. With this position, the likelihood of a kick falling into the crevice is high. This gap is horizontal. Wang Yan looked at the gap in the wooden board and said, since the fingerprints on the side are mine, and the knife landed on my right side at that time, and the gap is very small in this position, then there is a great probability that this knife is parallel to me. Right. So, Old Lee frowned. Parallel. Zhao Zhongman paused as he looked at this photo, then backed up to the projection hall countertop. That means that if Su wants to kick this knife away without touching the two of you, he can only do so by kicking the handle or the tip of the knife. Right. Wang Yan nodded. And being beside the two of you, with that clearance, there's no way the knife could have been kicked across the room by him. So that dash. Someone moved the crime scene. Wang Yan said. Someone deliberately hid this knife. Since the physical evidence was just found, they didn't have time to make a deduction. Zhao Zhongyan pondered, and after a long time, he nodded. So who do you think this person will be? Wang Yan was silent for a moment as he sniffed. He then began to think. Note that at this point, there are only 2 people still alive, leaving the other victim. Old Li said. If anyone did move the crime scene dash, realizing Old Li's unfinished business, Wang Yan looked up at Old Li and then asked a question. On this knife, is it only my fingerprints? Exactly. That's strange. Wang Yan looked at him. Isn't there someone who was fighting me at this time? Chapter 33, Screenwriting. Do you think the person who hid this knife is a screenwriter? Old Li asked. Wang Yan nodded. Obviously. This knife should originally have both of our fingerprints on it, and since only mine is left at this moment, it proves that he might have erased his. Old Li raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Wang Yan added. Otherwise, if I was the one who moved the crime scene, why didn't I wipe off all my fingerprints? Maybe you're trying to use this to write you off from the case? Old Li voiced his reasoning, deliberately disguising yourself as the victim, but the part that was actually erased was also your fingerprints. Wang Yan paused as he then retorted. But that's impossible. Why? Old Li asked. 10 whole days have now passed since the crime was committed, and since you haven't found any evidence pointing to me in 10 days, why would I leave a single fingerprint to make it easier for you to arrest me? Zhao Zhongman couldn't help but sniff. But this knife was found under your account, which means that it's highly likely that you deliberately left such an evidence behind after the crime in order to completely remove yourself from the case. Wang Yan couldn't help but contemplate for a while longer. Even if at this moment he had no memory of what exactly had happened to him, if he assumed that he had actually done such a thing, it was indeed highly likely that he would do what Zhao Zhongman had inferred. It's impossible for me to commit a crime, Wang Yan said with certainty, using this to interrupt his brain that was trying to follow Zhao Zhongman's train of thought and reviewing his crime mentality. Old Li and Zhao Zhongman looked at each other. Wang Yan began to seriously recall Old Li's narration. After a long time, he raised his head. This is a Western-style table knife. I don't have the habit of eating Western food, or even I can't use this at all, and it's impossible for me to have such a knife. Zhao Zhongyan raised his eyebrows. Obviously there was no way to convince him with this argument, and I don't have the purchase record of this dinner knife. You guys can check. Wang Yan continued. Can you call back the photo of this knife? Old Li sniffed and pulled up the photo. There are traces of use on this knife. Wang Yan looked at the pattern on this silver dinner knife and said, the part of the pattern has a little oxidization, which means that it can't have been bought now during the period of time when I lost my memory. I clearly remember that I didn't buy this. So you think the knife came from a screenwriter? Old Li asked. Seeing Wang Yan nodded, Old Li pondered. He then said, this we will check when the day breaks. However, before talking about the attribution of the dinner knife, there is another key issue. This person does not exist. Who? Screenwriter. Old Li paused as he brought out the autopsy reports on the side. None of the autopsy reports were able to find a counterpart to the codename scriptwriter. First of all, there are 13 victims, respectively workers, students, and some unemployed people. Lao Li continued. Even the victim, Su, had only just gotten out of prison. This is also the common denominator of the 13 victims. Old Li looked at Wang Yan, occupation aside. Even if we assume that this scriptwriter lied when communicating with you, with the figure you described, the only person who corresponds is the victim Zhao. But the time of Zhao's death differs by almost an hour. Furthermore, in your account, you had witnessed Zhou's death, which means that Zhou could never have been the scriptwriter. Wang Yan paused as he continued. Is there no possibility that the scriptwriter escaped the crime scene? Not very likely. Zhao Zhongyan sniffed and pulled up a map. This is a map of the area around the center square in Pingqing town. On that day when the power went out in the center square, the police pulled up all the surveillance around the area, including here, one by one. He circled the surrounding intersections, along with the alleys, and some of the businesses that had pulled surveillance, with Zhao Zhongman circled the monitoring range. Indeed, all of the circle around the center of the square did not line up suspicious people in and out. Wang Yan looked at the diagram fixedly as he then asked, then how come I wasn't found? Zhao Zhongman was silent. Lao Li laughed when he saw this. Zhao team is not in Pingqing town. Just now I heard him say his home address. I didn't realize that. In fact, the reason for this is very simple, because he lives in this circle, Old Li said, pointing to a location. but the fact is that a sweep was done here, Zhao Zhongyan said. If I remember correctly, there are 26 households here along with this area, and each of them was checked one by one. As for why I didn't find you, Zhao Zhongyan flexed his fingers and tapped on the table. He then took Wang Yan's information out and looked at the residential address above him and paused. It's highly likely that you perjured yourself during the lineup. Wang Yan was silent for a while. Due to the lack of this memory, he had no way to refute this passage. So he asked, what about the screenwriter? Isn't there a possibility that he has committed perjury? Since I can escape questioning, why can't he? But this appears to be a contradiction to your narrative. You know, when you reported the case, you claimed that you witnessed the death of the screenwriter, Old Li said, playing the narrative from Wang Yan's video. Wang Yan's brows slowly furrowed. There are many contradictions between your narrative and the crime scene findings, excluding the non-existent scriptwriter, and another family of 3, who in your narrative were scalped by the victims at the scene and used as, well, props to ward off the female ghost. Lali brought out the autopsy report, but the fact is that apart from the 10 victims, the remaining 3 had intact facial skin and did not show any damage, and they were not a family of 3. 2 were construction site workers and 1 stayed home from work. So the 2 left to the end are? Wang Yan asked. 2 unemployed people, and does not include the snake. Victim Su, Lao Li said. The time of death of the body in your account of the time of death there is an error, but I just found that the interesting point is dash. Old Li put up the timeline. If you fill in the center with these 3 extra people, and then fill in this screenwriter, then the timing is right. Wang Yan closed his eyes and thought for a while. He then looked up and asked, how did I know the time of their death? Informed by that screenwriter, is not all. During the time you have seen the screenwriter's cell phone, the top shows the time. Lao Li recalled a moment said, then is it possible that the writers lied about the time? Wang Yan said as he looked at the long list of timelines, assuming that this screenwriter deliberately sped up the time by an hour. Then maybe he left the theater after I mistook him for dead, and he killed 3 more people after that and processed the scene of the crime and disposed of the bodies of that family of 3? Chapter 34, Props. Old Li was silent for a while. He then looked up at Zhao Zhongyan, who was contemplating the questions, and with the limited time from Pingqing Town to Tianhe City, he didn't have time to listen to the rest of the narrative. Team Zhou, should we play the video for him? Zhao Zhongyan thought for a moment and nodded. He didn't have time to hear this, and only glancing at the timeline he'd smoothed out from Old Li, he realized he still had to hear the ghost story narrative through. Let's play it from the knife part. Old Li searched for a moment and pressed play. Wang Yan listened to the ghost story he narrated while sizing up Zhao Zhongyan, who was still in deep thought. Since he didn't want to play it from the beginning, it also meant that he said something they didn't really want them to know. The problem now is that he must infer proof of the existence of the screenwriter. But as he recounted it to himself, he vaguely got a bit of an inkling. The narrative continues until the end of what the writers call fate. Old Li hit the pause button. Zhao Zhongyan looked at Wang Yan. Any recollections? Or any thoughts? First of all, one thing that is certain is that someone handled the crime scene. Wang Yan spoke. And the presence of the knife corroborates that I did get into a confrontation with someone and pinched towards the other person's finger. I can't possibly fight in air. The 2 policemen did not agree with this statement. Wang Yan spoke to himself, using this to clear his thoughts. After reviewing for a while, he suddenly realized a problem that he had overlooked. By the way, just now you mentioned using your face to ward off female ghosts? Would it be convenient to elaborate? Who all used face skins and who peeled them off? Upon hearing this, Lali recalled the photos of the crime scene, pointing to the bodies in it and identifying them one by one. Wang Yan's eyes followed Old Li's narration as he searched over the bodies, and soon, he noticed the students' school uniforms. Is it convenient to zoom in a bit? Wang Yan asked. The location of the student. Old Li sniffed and zoomed in on the photo. Just now you said that the worker had once brought the cheat to the student. Has there been an identification of the blood on the student's chest? Wang Yan looked at the school uniform. This student Lu was obviously a student of Pingqing No. 1 middle school. The uniforms were the usual color-blocked uniforms, white on top and red on the bottom, with a few yellow stripes attached, jokingly referred to as scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Blood? Old Li looked over. Where? Have you ever seen the uniform of Pingqing First Middle School? Wang Yan asked Old Li. Old Li couldn't help but ponder. Hiss. This really doesn't ring a bell. I used to be a student of Pingqing No. 1 high school, which is the best high school in our Pingqing town. Wang Yan said. The chest of the school uniforms has a school emblem. Wang Yan gestured towards the chest of the student's uniform. There's no red in that location. This is blood. The color is similar to the dark red of the hem of a school uniform. So if it's someone who has never seen a school uniform before, there's a chance that they'll overlook this one bloodstain. The drop of blood was just right. Not too big. And on the school crest it looked at first glance like a purposely painted rising sun or something else. Zhao Zhongyan said, "This has been examined. And in fact, it's not blood. This stuff consists of pigment and honey, similar to the fake plasma in movies and TV dramas." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Zhongyan immediately realized what was going on, and his face immediately changed. Old Li paused as he zoomed in on the photo and looked at the spot of blood. Indeed, so much time has passed since the time of the survey. If it's real blood, it shouldn't be this color. Old Li pondered for a moment. He suddenly froze. If this is fake plasma, and it came from the face of the disappeared corpse on the skin, Wang Yan added, and the process of skinning the victim was quite easy and there was no blood or fake plasma near the body located in the doorway. This sentence reminded several people of what was mentioned in the narrative earlier, where the victim, Su, claimed that the cheeks were quite good at getting them down. If this person is the scriptwriter, then he deliberately took away the props and disposed of all the plasma. Zhao Zhongyan pondered. Then the problem of numbers is solved. The evidence that supports this view is that the scriptwriter is an outsider, and as such he left a little slip up in his handling of the plasma, not realizing that the uniforms of Heisei the first high school didn't have that little bit of blood on them. And what about the purpose? The purpose of him doing this? Old Li asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Zhongyan followed this train of thought and remembered the deduction of the few people in the car early in the morning. By the way, Old Li, what we deduced in the car at that time, the suspect's purpose of distributing movie tickets was to screen out people who don't have the habit of watching movies, Zhao Zhongyan said while following his train of thought. The suspect lured the men to the movie theater. Then, using film and television props, he left several of the victims in the theater. Thoughts were just about to straighten out a bit along with Wang Yan's narration when a new problem reappeared. If what Wang Yan saw at that time was true, then how would the murderous female ghost and the scriptwriter who manipulated the corpse be explained? Could it be that the so-called mysterious unknown force really exists in this world? Does this mean that my suspicion has been overturned? Wang Yan looked at the two policemen whose faces were getting worse and worse and opened his mouth to ask. Aside from the fact that the writers existed, it was the line about fate that concerned him more. Why was this screenwriter so sure that he would come to the police station? Could it be that the fact that he had to come to the police station, and this screenwriter, had something to do with it? What, exactly, forced him to reveal his ability to come back from the dead just to stay at the police station? Zhao Zhongyan was silent for a while and shook his head. It's just a guess. Since there is one more possibility, can you let me finish my narration? Wang Yan realized that this was a good opportunity, so he looked at Zhao Zhongyan and then asked, maybe I can deduce something else? Zhao Zhongyan glanced at Wang Yan as he pondered for a moment and reached out to press the video on. This time, the narrative started from the moment Wang Yan arrived at the movie theater. The three of them listened to Wang Yan's narration, but unlike just now, at this moment, a few people began to rehash the entire case as a clue that a family of three was a prop. Chilling ghost stories ring through the interrogation room. Until the end of the writer's supposed fate, the two police officers fell into silence, countering Wang Yan's narrative with this inference of props, which in turn caused the two to break their train of thought. On the other side, Wang Yan frowned. The only thing he could think of was that the writer's purpose of employing the prop of a family of three was to shock the crowd back and force them back to the movie theater. Going against the grain with this purpose would mean that his deduction that leaving the theater would get you killed by a female ghost was wrong. But if it's wrong, then how did he die? And why did the writers say, only one of them can get out alive? Chapter 35, 4 Corpses. Just as the three were lost in thought, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Old Li stood up at the sight and opened the door. Xiao Tang? Old Li looked at Xiao Tang at the door, frowning just as he was about to speak, when Xiao Tang interrupted him. Team Li, that psycho last night, died. What? Old Li paused as he turned his head and gestured toward the two, then hurriedly followed Xiao Tang out. The door closed, shutting out the sound of the two men talking. This interruption interrupted Zhao Zhongyan's chaotic thinking, and he only felt his temples thumping, his eyes drying out, and a sense of impatience surging uncontrollably within him, making it impossible for him to calmly think things through. So Zhao Zhongyan heavily rubbed his brow a few times, then he forced himself to calm down and reorganized his thoughts. Old Li isn't here. He should say I'm not compliant again later. Zhao Zhongyan looked at Wang Yan, not counting the interrogation. If you want to discuss it with me, then we can discuss it. If you think there really is such a scriptwriter with 3 humanoid props, where can he hide? As well as in your account, during which someone touched the heartbeats of these 3 bodies, plus skinned them, why didn't anyone realize that this stuff was fake? First of all, only one person touched the heartbeat. There is no description of the appearance. What if this person is the screenwriter himself? Wang Yan thought about it and said. Secondly, skinning. In that situation at that time, the 3 people were in a hurry to get the human skin off. They might not have the sense to judge the authenticity of this thing. Zhao Zhongnan pondered as he frowned tightly. What about things and people? Just as Wang Yan was still pondering, the door suddenly opened. Old Li looked at Wang Yan with a strange expression on his face as he then looked at Zhao Zhongnan. Something happened over at Pingchang. Old Li said, I have to make a trip back. Here's the dossier Tang found for you. And also, Team Zhao, come out for a moment. When Zhao Zhongnan saw how serious Old Li looked, he couldn't help but stand up from his seat and take a few steps to the door. The door closed again. Wang Yan quietly stared at the map. Not a moment later, Zhao Zhongnan walked in with a new police officer. He took a deep breath and looked at the dossier in his hand, then turned his head to look at Wang Yan. Wang Yan, after a report from the public, we found 4 corpses in the sewers near your residence. 4 corpses? Wang Yan's heart jumped. What that number means speaks for itself. Yes, an autopsy is being conducted, and what can be determined is that it's 3 adult corpses, as well as 1 minor corpse. Zhao Zhongnan took a deep breath. The autopsy results won't come out for a while. If we follow Wang Yan's statement, it is obvious that the time of death of the 4 corpses was exactly 10 days ago. But the problem lies in the location where the body was found in the sewer. The environment where the corpse is located will greatly affect the state of the corpse. For example, the suitable temperature for the growth and reproduction of corpse-rotting bacteria is 25-35 C, and the corpse has a high bacterial content, and in a short period of time, it will appear to rot the giant view. In early fall, the sewer temperatures were just right for this, and it would be reasonable to expect the bodies to be highly decomposed within a day or two. On the contrary, only one of the male corpses showed partial peeling of the skin and flesh tissue to reveal white bone, as well as the presence of cadaver wax on the buttocks, while the remaining 3 corpses showed only partial epidermal detachment. If we go by experience alone, the only body that fits the time of death is that of a male. Zhao Zhongnan surveyed Wang Yan's expression, trying to see panic, or something else, on his face. Wang Yan slowly lowered his eyes as he stared at the table in front of him, then took several deep breaths. It is impossible for me to commit a crime. Wang Yan said, whatever I forgot. I'm sure I couldn't have committed a crime. But what if you were fuzzy-willed and hallucinating at the time? Zhao Zhongnan tapped on the table, and the police officer on the side quietly took Old Li's place and made a statement. Wang Yan frowned as he looked at Zhao Zhongnan. At this moment, Dr. Sun had already woken up from his rest and was sitting in the interrogation and identification room next door, observing Wang Yan's movements. After these 4 corpses were found, everything became clear, although the time of death of the corpses was still doubtful. However, it was completely enough to apply to Wang Yan's narrative. How do you explain that dinner knife? Wang Yan paused. Zhao Zhongnan sat down. He then pulled up a photo. Originally this is really a problem, but after the police investigation, this knife came from the Western restaurant downstairs. That is to say, it is normal that it does not belong to you. This is perhaps something that you brought along with you when you went upstairs. The fingerprints are just as capable of explaining it. Zhao Zhongnan said, look, this is the habit of placing the dishes in this restaurant. As the only Western restaurant in Heisei Town, this restaurant takes the affordable route, targeting users who aspire to rituals but cannot afford to go to the big city to spend money. With single servings priced at only around 38.68, the knives are mostly ornamental, placed at the table as decoration and served to prove that this is a Western-style meal. So, to emphasize that this is a knife, the blade is stuck upwards in a side organizer. Wang Yan looked at the photo as he struggled to think of a reason that could explain all of this, but his memory of that case was only limited to what he had just recounted, and he was silent for a long time before he then asked, then how was the body found? Zhao Zhongnan paused. The body is living in Wang Yan address downstairs store found that last night's heavy rain, sewer clogging, and back on a strong odor. The store to do catering, fear of affecting business, shopkeepers early in the morning to call people to dredge the pipeline. No comment. Zhao Zhongnan said, how the body was found has nothing to do with you. Then why wasn't it lined up the other day? Zhao Zhongnan paused as he flexed his fingers and tapped on the desktop. This has nothing to do with you either. No police dogs were deployed? Why wasn't the body found in the first place? Was the body really put there 10 days ago? Wang Yan asked. The scene of the inverted Big Dipper caused the police officer on the side to be a bit staggered for a moment, and while he was making entries on the computer, he surveyed Zhao Zhongnan's demeanor. You can also tell you if you want to know. Zhao Zhongnan said. We did send out a canine search. First of all, the sewer smell is complex, and there is a great probability that the smell of the sewer itself can mask the smell of the body in its early stages, when it has not yet appeared to be corrupted. Secondly, police dogs are not omnipotent. Zhao Zhongnan knocked on the desktop. In order to rely on the police dog to find the suspect or the victim, the first thing you need to do is to provide the police dog with a source of sniffing, and at that time, we didn't know about the existence of the 4 victims. Chapter 36, Anomalies. It seems as if the incident had just taken a turn for the worse when it came to a deadlock once again. Wang Yan closed his eyes, trying to find any facts from it that he had overlooked. It's impossible for me to commit a crime. After a long while, he then opened his eyes and looked straight at Zhao Zhonghan and said, I won't commit a crime no matter what. Why? Zhao Zhonghan asked. Because of my good luck. Wang Yan said, my good luck allows me to avoid death. And I have avoided one death event countless times with the help of my good luck. Such as? Wang Yan opened his mouth as he continued. It was 20 years ago when I first realized that I possessed this ability. When Zhao Zhonghan heard this, he looked at Wang Yan, who was still narrating, and realized that perhaps Wang Yan's mental illness was not a disguise. But at least one thing can be confirmed is that Wang Yan is well organized and has a certain degree of self-control. At most, the sentence will be reduced, and cannot be used to escape the law. So Zhao Zhonghan knocked on the desktop, stopping Wang Yan, who was recounting the van escape case. That's fine. The fact is, your mental condition is not stable. After the 4 bodies were recovered, the clues to the case became clearer and clearer. The needed information was basically obtained. Zhao Zhonghan didn't continue to hide the death prophecy as he cast the video on the screen. Here's the footage from when you reported it yesterday. Wang Yan was interrupted in the middle of his narration. He opened his eyes to see Wang Yan sitting on a chair in the police station, his hands digging out something, and then he slowly spread out towards the table a mass of air. I thought the same thing when I received this prophecy. I even thought it was a scam that some fortune teller had come up with. Until one day later, September 11th, the day I died. Wang Yan saw himself sitting absurdly at the table, to 2 policemen, presenting the contents of the air. But my good luck is real. Wang Yan said, 20 years ago dash. Zhao Zhonghan interrupted his narration as he held out the dossier. In fact, these 2 cases, you've already talked about them when you reported them in Pingcheng town. He looked at the dossier, then tuned the video to Old Li's narrative. There should have been a lot of cars that day. There were a lot of witnesses that day. And I don't remember any little boys among them. Wang Yan quietly listened to Old Li's narration, and after a long time, the 2 cases and the reality of what really happened played out. This can't be. I really have the good luck to circumvent death. I really do. Wang Yan said. More than that, after that, my good luck allowed me to avoid several car accidents, heavy objects falling. He spoke for a while, and when he saw that the 2 men didn't believe him, he gritted his teeth and said, if you don't believe me, you can kill me. Zhao Zhonghan was silent. He then tapped on the table. This is now a society of law and order. The law will give you the punishment you deserve. Just like you mentioned when you argued with the screenwriter before. It's not possible for us to kill you just to prove that you can come back from the dead and kill you. He went on to say, all you have to do now is confess everything you've done. But I didn't do anything. I really. Wang Yan's brain was running at a fast pace. He always felt that there was something strange about everything in this. There is definitely something that I have overlooked the fact, such as, maybe there really are ghosts? He said, the writers are real too, so the ghosts should be real too. Just after this was said, Wang Yan felt like he was in a negative position, but he was really missing that memory. And he couldn't see the video in which he mentioned the death prophecy. On the other side, Dr. Sun introduced himself to the police officer next to him. It's pretty typical of command hallucinations. Dr. Sun went over the explanation from the car. Several police officers stared at Wang Yan's expression and nodded as they listened to Dr. Sun's words. After all, it would be hard to hear such a pie-in-the-sky narrative in an interrogation room. Except for mental illness, he muttered, wrinkling his brow. But why hasn't he regained his memory? It couldn't have lasted this long. Could it be that it's not drug-induced amnesia? It's a split personality? Maybe he needs to be applied the Minnesota multiple personality test. Dr. Sun mused, as he then looked over at Wang Yan on the other side of the single transparent glass. Wang Yan hung his head as he struggled to find the logical loopholes in this. Just then, Zhao Zhonghan over there compared Wang Yan's information and could not help but raise his eyes to look at Wang Yan. In addition, there's also information about you, your middle school and high school. It seems that you spent all of them at Heisei First High School, Zhou Junan said. And there's a record of going to a mental hospital 5 days ago. I transferred schools, Wang Yan said. After that case happened, my parents quickly transferred me to another school, 13 years ago, when the filing mechanism was not complete. And even our junior high school registry only started to be built when we were in our 3rd year. Secondary school is compulsory. And you don't even need an acceptance letter. 13 years ago, in Heisei Township, if you wanted to, you could just report to the corresponding junior high school. Seeing Zhao Zhonghan's disbelief, Wang Yan added, I remember, because there was no need to take the primary exam. One of the students at that time was able to go to junior high school in 5th grade. Wang Yan paused and continued. Pyongyang no. 5 middle school is the closest to my home, and I was originally supposed to attend there. So it's normal that there's no record of me. Zhao Zhouman flicked the information in his hand as he then looked up. But what I'm going to say is not about your school records, but that you were not among the witnesses recorded in the classroom that day. Then why did the testimonies of those classmates mention that they saw Wang die? And why would I know about it? Zhao Zhouman shook his head. I'm not sure about that, but Officer Li told me that after the crime, some of the students were sent to a mental hospital for treatment due to psychological problems. He then added, by the way, there's only one mental hospital in Heisei town, the one you went to. These few proofs almost shattered Wang Yan's sanity as he looked incredulously at the information in Zhao Zhouman's hand. Can I take a look? No way. Zhao Zhouman refused. This has nothing to do with this case. Just then, there was a violent crash outside the door. Zhao Zhouman paused as he looked toward the glass, and after a while, he stood up and opened the door, only to see a handcuffed man rushed in. He pulled Wang Yan's chair with a deadly grip. Please, I confess everything. I want to be interrogated in this interrogation room. Please, I killed the man. I really killed the man. Let me be interrogated here. In the next second, a few officers dragged it away. One of them whispered a few words to Zhao Zhouman, and then escorted the man to the next interrogation room with a few others. Just then, the police officer sitting in front of the computer suddenly spoke. Zhao team, we seem to have a problem with this computer. How? Is he typing himself up? Chapter 37, 030. What? Zhao Zhouman reached over and closed the door. He then took a few steps in the direction of the officers. He moved over to the computer and glanced at it. Only a string of numbers emerged from the screen. As the officer pressed on the keypad, he muttered, "Is the keypad broken?" After tapping repeatedly on the keyboard to no avail, the officer turned his head to check the nearby audio and video recording equipment, and seeing that the recording was proceeding normally, the officer studied the computer again. "What's going on?" he said, reaching down and pulling the keyboard off the computer. The interrogation had to be temporarily halted after a computer problem. Zhao Zhouman sat down next to the computer and glanced at the time. "About how long will it take to get it done?" Zhao Zhouman asked. "I don't know. How about a different interrogation room?" The police officer looked at the numbers that kept popping up, and for a moment there was a nod of the head. "Strange. The last time I used it was fine, and it's still a new computer." "Then eat something first. It's 6 o'clock. Zhao Zhang'an then looked at Wang Yan, just in time. "You have an early breakfast, and by the way, you can rest for a while. Normally you can't interrogate at night, so you can rest for a while longer and continue later." Wang Yan looked at him in silence. It was obvious that he didn't have any desire to eat or rest at the moment, so he asked, "Can I watch the video of my report again?" "It's okay." Zhao Zhouman squatted down and got the lower baffle down. After lifting Wang Yan's restriction, he said, "But you have to eat breakfast first. It's fine if you want to sleep or watch the video later, but the next interrogation is at 10 o'clock. So do a good job of allocating your own time and try to make sure you rest adequately." Wang Yan nodded. Zhao Zhang'an looked at Wang Yan and pondered for a while, but still did not put the handcuffs back on Wang Yan's hands. Even though the physical evidence seems to point to Wang Yan at this point, it is still insufficient, and until he admits that he committed the crime, police instruments may not be used to restrict his personal freedom unless he resists cooperating with the subpoenaed interrogation. The two men walked out of the interrogation room side by side. On the other side, the constable was still tinkering with his computer, dialing the repairman's number as he looked at the numbers above him. After a moment, he frowned. Why does that number look so much like a countdown? Thinking about it, the officer paused. If it's a countdown, there's still 2 hours left? The words just fell. He was amused by himself. Just as the phone connected, he said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Hey, yes, master, come to repair the computer." "I don't know." Suddenly popped up the numbers by himself. After making the call, the officer looked again at the numbers still popping out above him. Strange. On the other side, Zhao Zhouman got the breakfast over and handed it to Wang Yan's hand, who was sitting on the bed. He then sat down and ate his breakfast. Wang Yan watched his own performance in the video and thought about it while eating his breakfast. The room was decorated quite comfortably. Zhao Zhouman observed Wang Yan's every move, and after a while, he added, "Do you need me to call Dr. Sun over?" "What?" Wang Yan froze for a moment. He then realized that the Dr. Sun in Zhao Zhouman's mouth was the one who appeared in the video. "You think I'm mentally ill?" Zhao Zhouman paused. Or else, if Wang Yan had committed vicious cases and suffered from mental illness aside, Zhao Zhouman quite appreciated his reasoning ability, as well as his insight. Wang Yan was silent for a while. He dragged the video repeatedly, looking at the image of himself holding up that air. He tried his best to find out from it, even if it was a proof of his disguised mental illness. After another moment, he dropped his hand. You call in. To talk to him. Okay. Zhao Zhongyan stood up and pushed the door open. In no time at all, he called Dr. Sun from the identification room, and along with Dr. Sun along the way came a dozen test forms. Wang Yan put the computer in his hand aside and looked at the dozen of papers. What's that? Minnesota Multiple Personality Test. Used to assess your psychological state. Dr. Sun placed the stack of papers in Wang Yan's hand as he continued. It's going to take a bit of time, and correspondingly, your interrogation time can be moved back a bit. By the way, your memory, on which day was it interrupted? Dr. Sun asked. 10 days ago, Wang Yan said. Dr. Sun pondered for a moment as he then asked, has this kind of prolonged memory interruption ever occurred again? Wang Yan shook his head. Dr. Sun paused as he watched Wang Yan do the quiz, and before long, the dozen of tests were done. Taking the test, Dr. Sun quietly calculated it. He then took the table aside and scored the corresponding positions. What is it? The MMPI factor scale score? As you can understand it, is the report card for that test just now. Dr. Sun calculated, filling in the scores toward the top. Dr. Sun paused for a moment. Recurrent verbal hallucinations with primary delusions. Values are pretty normal. Psychotic quality P. Neurotic quality N. He muttered while comparing. After a while, he frowned, pulling in Zhao Zhongyan alone to talk for a while. Wang Yan looked at the two men, then looked at the police officer guarding the side, and closed the computer in his hand and handed it to the officer. After reviewing it once just now, Wang Yan couldn't find anything else wrong, and that he did have a memory loss, even after he deduced it himself, and in turn, because of his deduction, he found the corresponding corpse. Thinking about this, Wang Yan ate his breakfast in silence. After a while, Zhao Zhongyan and Dr. Sun walked in. Is it okay to move the interrogation up to an hour from now? Dr. Sun will be needed later to assist with the interrogation. Zhao Zhongyan asked. You can take a break in the meantime. The time was reduced by 3 hours, and Wang Yan looked at the two men. Well, the situation is unique, Dr. Sun said. Wang Yan was silent for a while. He then nodded. Lying on the bed, Wang Yan closed his eyes. The clock turned to an hour later. Zhao Zhongyan entered the interrogation room with Dr. Sun and Wang Yan, and the maintenance master greeted Zhao Zhongyan. Good morning, Team Zhao. After saying hello, the repairman walked down the hallway. He then thought about what had just happened to the computer, and for a moment felt a little evil. There was no hardware damage nor virus, and, most critically, the computer was inexplicably better after he started trying to repair it. Constable Xiaofeng even praised him for his quick repairs, but only he knew that he hadn't done anything at all. On the other hand, Fong sat back down in front of the computer. He yawned and then looked at the computer. With a quick glance, he noticed a few numbers in the corner. 030, Chapter 38, Instructions for Questioning. What's this? The police officer came over and looked closely for a while, but didn't see a thing, and when he saw Zhao Zhongyan enter the door, he hurriedly opened the transcript and wrote down the time of this interrogation. After the usual process, Zhao Zhongyan looked at Wang Yan. As far as Dr. Sun said just now, Wang Yan's psychological test examination results were unexpectedly normal. Although the test still has a certain degree of subjectivity, after clinical trials, MMPI has a certain value in the clinical differential diagnosis of schizophrenia. Combined with the fact that Wang Yan had been to a mental hospital, there was no way for Dr. Sun to deduce whether Wang Yan was in disguise at this moment. The problem is that truly mentally ill people tend not to be forthcoming about their condition, and pseudopsychopaths actively expose their symptoms. But Wang Yan happens to be in the middle, denying the existence of the condition while exposing the symptoms. As a rule, if the suspect does not come forward with a claim of mental illness, it is indeed possible to go for the presumption of innocence. But because Wang Yan's statement was too heavenly, the center of gravity of the interrogation now falls on the presumption of mental illness instead. Zhao Zhongyan looked at the information in his hand and pondered the possibilities provided by Dr. Sun. Either he suffers from an identity disorder, or everything is a disguise for Wang Yan. You did forget all your memories from the day of the crime to the time you reported it? Zhao Zhongyan asked. Wang Yan nodded after recalling for a while. Don't remember any of it? Don't remember a thing. Zhao Zhongyan knocked on the desktop. Just now the whole interrogation down. Wang Yan really did not reveal his horse's foot once. Every time he could give the message, are built on his own to provide the corresponding clues after the conclusion. If it was a disguise, then Wang Yan's anti-surveillance ability was more terrifying than he thought. So how many times have you come back from the dead? In total? Ring any bells? Does this have anything to do with this case? This time there were no bound hands. Wang Yan took the rights and obligations informational sheet and asked, I seem to have the right to refuse to answer this question. It has to do with your mental condition. Dr. Sun said. It determines your subsequent psychiatric evaluation, as well as the assessment of the mentally challenged person's capacity for criminal responsibility. These words made Wang Yan fall into a short silence. On the one hand, he didn't want to believe that he suffered from mental illness. On the other hand, because of the lack of memories and the absurd video, he did have some doubts about his mental condition. Many times, starting 20 years ago, Wang Yan paused and said, but it only happened twice before I went to university. After that I left Heisei and went to the big city to study. Died many times. Sometimes it was a heavy object falling. Sometimes it was an act of God. Sometimes it was a car accident. Even though I survived, it had a certain impact on my life. So I returned to Heisei. Wang Yan continued. After returning to Heisei, it seemed like everything was better. There's no corresponding dossier? Like those two cases? Zhao Zhong'an asked. No, there was very little around after that. I do remember one time, though, when a limo driver ran a red light and knocked me down in the suburbs, and there was blood all over the car, and the driver was shaking on his hands and knees and crawling out of the cab. Wang Yan paused and said, perhaps too much fear. He shook his hand to slow down for a long time, before he was ready to call the ambulance and the police. Then I lived. He almost kowtowed to me on the spot. Zhao Zhong'an asked, is there a time and place? I don't remember exactly, but he gave me a healing payment, probably over $10,000, in cash. If there was a time and place, or the use of transfers, it might still be possible to find out the owner of the car at that time through clues. Hearing this, Zhao Zhong'an stopped his hand. Then why would you call it good luck? Dr. Sun said. If it's according to you, isn't it bad luck? I am a contented person. Wang Yan looked at the two men and said, to come back from the dead and without any damage on your body is not considered good luck? How are you sure that your return from the dead was real? Dr. Sun asked. As opposed to the fact that you were fine and everything that actually appeared was a hallucination on your part? Wang Yan was silent. He opened his mouth and did not say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Dr. Sun proceeded to release the video of the summoning of Wang Yan at that time, and since the previous video was copied before the summoning, it was the first time Wang Yan had seen this video. See? At that time you said you would die if you left the police station. Dr. Sun said. But you're standing here properly at the moment. Wang Yan's eyes stopped at the shot that Dr. Sun had hit on his body. He watched the video, reached out and touched it, and felt a hard lump at the place where he had been hit. Dr. Sun coughed softly. Midazolam can cause localized hardness and pain after intramuscular injection, which will clear up in a couple of days. Wang Yan sniffed and turned his eyes back to the video again. He looked at himself in the video, and for a moment he had the feeling that his usual perceptions were broken. The interrogation room fell into silence as Dr. Sun stared intently at Wang Yan's face, trying to analyze something from his micro-expressions, and then a few crisp keyboard taps sounded. Obviously at this moment, no one was interrogating, no one was talking back, and the transcripts had stopped for a while. Zhao Zhong'an looked over towards the police officer on the side, and just as he was about to open his mouth to ask something, he noticed the police officer staring at the keyboard in front of him with a look of horror on his face. Team Zhao, keyboard, it moved by itself. How? Wang Yan watched as Zhao Zhong'an came up next to the computer. At the moment the police officer's hands had moved away from the keyboard, but the tapping of the keyboard still continued. What's going on? The tapping continued, and Zhao Zhong'an glanced down at the keyboard, which he then saw, descending and then bouncing back as if it had been pressed down heavily by something. The police officer looked at the text that kept appearing on the screen and read it out with incredulity. What is this? Interrogation instructions. Interrogation of the interrogated party must be carried out by the interrogating party in charge of the interrogation, and during the interrogation, the personnel present must not be less than 2 people. 2. The interrogation of suspects by investigators shall be conducted in interrogation room No. 2. Zhao Zhong'an raised his head at the words and looked at the text that was constantly being output on the screen. He paused and pressed the delete button. There was a crunch as his finger hit the delete key, yet the computer continued to output its interrogation instructions as if there was no response. How about a reboot? Did it get a virus? The constable looked at the text that kept popping up, reassuring himself as he reached out and pressed the computer switch even though he knew full well that even if it had a virus, it wouldn't be able to drive the keyboard to move. Repeatedly pressing the switch to no avail, the officer went a little head over heels for a moment. Zhao Zhong'an frowned as he then reached down and unplugged the keyboard cable. The keyboard was still moving and the computer was still outputting its interrogation instructions. 3. No single interrogation shall exceed 6 hours. 4. The suspect's diet and necessary rest time shall be guaranteed. Interrogation, 8:17 p.m. M. On September 21st, 2**4. Chapter 39, Basic Information. The officer looked at the text above and barely managed to get a seemingly plausible reason out of his head. Was the computer recently upgraded with a new system? He went on to say, I think I remember it was called something like a command and receive intercom system. And there's an interactive system over in the command room with text interaction. I just haven't had a chance to try it yet. As he said that, Fong's eyes stopped at the still tapping keyboard, and he got a lump in his throat. Forget it, prepare a new interrogation room. Zhao Zhouman looked at the keyboard. As a staunch materialist, he didn't believe that ghosts really existed in this world, but he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for a while. He pinched his brow and pointed to the door on the side and said. Xiao Fong hurriedly stood up at his words and walked to the door, reaching out to break the doorknob. Team Zhao, the door won't open. He used his strength to break it again. Sniffing, Zhao Zhouman walked to the door. He pressed the handle and fought, but could not help but freeze in place. Could it have been unlocked? Constable Xiaofang panicked for a split second. He then took a few steps and ran back to the computer. Yes, I remember. I remember that this computer also has an emergency call function. Later I'll contact the command room and see if I can get someone to come and open it. Speaking of which, Constable Fong crouched down and pressed a button before finding a commanded headset and bringing one to his ear. The set is newly updated and a lot of it has not been used. He wasn't using it very skillfully. In the gap between Xiao Fong's call to the command room, Dr. Sun looked at the still pressing keyboard with an incredulous expression. Could it be a group hallucination? Dr. Sun hurriedly looked at Wang Yan. Wang Yan stared intently at that keyboard. Out of his simple perception, he felt that it was a ghost sighting, but for him at this moment, a ghost sighting might not necessarily not be good news. So he raised his head to meet Dr. Sun's eyes and simply stated the facts. Dr. Sun, it seems that there is really a ghost. Hey, yes, the second interrogation room. Trouble you call someone to open the door. This door suddenly cannot open. What? Already outside? Xiao Fong said to the commanded headset. I do not know what the headset end said. In short, Xiao Fong's face immediately changed. Lu team, you did not see Ron? An affirmative voice came from over there. So Xiao Fong's trembling hand handed the two remaining commanded headsets to Dr. Sun, as well as Zhao Zhouman. What's wrong? Zhao Zhouman took the headphones and he glanced at Wang Yan. At that moment, a voice came over the headset. Old Zhao. Interrogation room number 2. It seems like there's something in there. Wait a moment. I'll synchronize the surveillance footage over. Lu Ruifeng's voice came from the headset end. It's not just your interrogation room. Something has happened in interrogation room 3 as well. Just a moment ago, the suspect under interrogation died. But interrogation room 3 seems to be a bit lighter than this problem of yours. Saying that, Lu Ruifeng took a deep breath. The screen is synchronized. Take a look at it. Be safe. I'll try to provide you with assistance outside. Zhao Zhouman couldn't help but walk over to the computer as he listened to the heavy breathing on the other end of the headphones. And he had just looked at the computer screen when an incredible scene appeared in front of his eyes. It was the image of the second interrogation room, with Dr. Sun and Zhao Zhouman in front of the computer, and Wang Yan overlapping with some weird creature, sitting on the interrogation chair. Seeing the three people's line of sight toward him, Wang Yan looked up at them. What's the matter? Why are you guys looking at me? Are group hallucinations so real? Dr. Sun muttered. Aren't normal hallucinations only visible to the naked eye and not illuminated by electronic devices? The thing precipitated a long, slow leap, and Fong painstakingly averted his eyes from the shared surveillance feed, and he then saw the interrogation transcript that the keyboard was tapping away at. Interrogation begins. Interrogating parties, Fong Lin, Zhao Zhouman, Sun Changcheng, interrogated by Wang Yan. Fong Lin, isn't this my name? Fong Lin looked at the name on the top and was momentarily flustered. Notes on interrogation, v. The subject of the crime is closely centered on the question who is it, and the basic information of the suspect must first be recorded in detail. In the next second, Fong Lin planted himself in front of the computer. Fong Lin, Zhao Zhouman hurriedly reached out to help, and he then saw that Fong Lin stared straight ahead with wide eyes and stopped breathing. What's going on? Sun Changcheng hurriedly checked up on Fong Lin's condition. Cardiac arrest? He proceeded to drag Fong Lin to the ground and attempted to give him CPR. Zhao Zhouman was anxious about Fong Lin's state while looking at Wang Yan. The overlap between the surveillance image and Wang Yan sitting on the interrogation chair in front of him gave him a possibility that almost shattered all his past perceptions for a moment. Could it be that the youth in front of him was the monster in the surveillance image? What did you do? Wang Yan couldn't see the picture on the computer here. He paused. Nothing, although you didn't tie my hands, but dash. His foot kicked against the fender with a few soft thuds. I'm not going anywhere. Zhao Zhong'an's eyes lingered on Wang Yan for a moment. He then glanced down at the computer. Zhao Zhong'an. Zhao Zhong'an paused and scanned the interrogation instructions. He then quickly realized that the interrogation here was most likely the same as that story in Wang Yan's narrative. There is some sort of rule that exists in this interrogation room at the moment, and if you break it, you die. Even if he couldn't believe this fact at the moment, he didn't dare to bet on what would happen if he didn't answer. Thinking of this, he immediately looked up at Wang Yan and opened his mouth to ask, "Name?" Wang Yan was a little puzzled. He glanced at Dr. Sun, who was still trying to rescue the police officers, then looked at Zhao Zhong'an, and with a little doubt, he answered along with Zhao Zhong'an's question. Wang Yan. Zhao Zhong'an. Name? Wang Yan. Wang Yan. Zhao Zhong'an. Zhao Zhong'an quickly finished asking all the basic information about Wang Yan according to the interrogation transcript, and the two of them answered each other, and the corresponding information also appeared on the interrogation transcript. After the basic information was asked and his name didn't pop up again, Zhao Zhong'an let out a sigh of relief. He was just about to take a look at Fong Lin's status when he heard a voice coming from the headset in his ear. Lu Ruifeng's voice came from the headset. Lao Zhao. That thing is starting to move. Zhao Zhong'an's line of sight hurriedly turned to the surveillance. And then, visible to the naked eye, the monster sitting on the interrogation chair peeled away from Wang Yan, and then walked slowly towards several people. Sun Changcheng, who was in the process of resuscitation, gave a start. He raised his head and looked around. His heart panicked for a split second, but he still lowered his head and continued to do CPR for Fong Lin. Zhao Zhong'an swallowed and looked towards the general location. It was empty and nothing was there. Chapter 40, Answering Truthfully. What's wrong? Wang Yan asked. There really is a ghost. And you can see it? Zhao Zhong'an looked down at the screen. The monster and Wang Yan were separated, meaning that the monster was not Wang Yan's real body that was illuminated by the electronic device, but some mysterious monster really existed here. So he nodded and synchronized the surveillance as well as the interrogation transcripts to the display. Wang Yan looked at the weird thing in the display. The thing was a dark mass, unable to see its appearance, and could only be vaguely recognized as having countless long strips extending out above it, like a black thorn, erected on a humanoid monster. It's parked behind you, Joe. The voice came from the headset, and Zhao Zhong'an only felt his back instantly start to chill, but for the sake of Fong Lin and Sun Changcheng at his feet, he still stood his ground and calmly looked at the interrogation transcript in front of him. *and amp, #specific confession of your conduct. Wang Yan. There is a time limit. Zhao Zhong'an couldn't help but urge. Wang Yan was a little embarrassed for a while. The current interrogation instructions don't specify whether or not what is said is the truth, though it seems from the above that the rule can be supplemented, meaning that it's highly likely that after one says something, it quickly supplements the rule that comes after it, and he now knows nothing about the truth of the case. After Dr. Sun's flurry of inferences, he wasn't as confident in his ability to come back from the dead at the moment. But, ghosts exist. Thinking of this, Wang Yan said, I didn't commit a crime. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhong'an's eyebrows jumped as he hurriedly looked at Wang Yan, only to find that he was still sitting there properly. For a while, Zhao Zhong'an's thoughts gradually became confused. *and amp, and how did the screenwriter die? Wang Yan. Wang Yan smoothed his memory. If he followed his account, then the screenwriter died at the hands of the ghost in the theater. But according to the timeline that Zhao Zhong'an and Lao Li had worked out for themselves at the time, after the screenwriter's death, he himself left the theater, and 3 more people died after that. And after the crime scene had been cleaned up, the screenwriter, along with the bodies of a family of 3, appeared in the sewers near his house, which means that there exists someone who has moved the crime scene, or perhaps the screenwriter was not dead at that time, and suffered some other accident after escaping from the theater, killed by a ghost. Wang Yan paused and finally chose to believe his own narrative. *and amp, and why is the body of the screenwriter in a sewer near your house? These words made Zhao Zhong'an on the side also fall into silence. If this ghost also carries the ability to deduce the truth, then it means that what Wang Yan said is true. With this result to deduce, since Wang Yan is not suspected of murder, naturally it is not possible to dispose of the body, and he can only guess that it was thrown in by the ghost. But assuming that one does not have the ability to infer the truth, then whatever Wang Yan answers does not matter. It seemed that Wang Yan had also thought of this, so he replied, the ghost threw it in. Instructions for interrogation. 6. The interrogated party must answer truthfully the questions asked by the interrogating party. In the next second, Wang Yan collapsed onto the desktop. Zhao Zhong'an cursed uncontrollably. Ghosts kill people, but human bodies, not ghosts, get in there? At this moment the dead people became 2. Zhao Zhong'an's eyes could not help but look at the interrogation instructions. 1. If according to the requirements, the people present should not be less than 2, then it means that, if one more person dies, the haunted incident will be over. Or that, if one more person dies, all the people will die? He then looked to instructions 3 and 4 under interrogation, which could not take more than 6 hours and required the suspect to be fed and given the necessary rest. This is consistent with what the interrogation would have required. And the fact that there shall be no consecutive arraignments means that after 6 hours, several people can get a breather. But it also means, just the same, that it has to be hard for 6 hours. Just as Zhao Zhongman was thinking about it, the interrogation transcript appeared to be updated once again. Zhao Zhongman. Zhou, that thing is sitting back down again. Zhao Zhongman couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he quickly looked back at the interrogation instructions. Wang Yan's death means that the interrogated party is absent. So why is this thing still forcing him to interrogate? After the deaths of the two men, Zhao Zhongman's mind went blank. Unable to think of any more questions he could ask around the case, he took a deep breath and looked up into the air in front of him. Zhao Zhongman took a deep breath and looked toward interrogation instruction 5. The suspect's basic information must be recorded in detail. So he whispered, "Your name." The transcript paused for a moment and 3 words bubbled up. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, Changishan. The interrogation transcript did not continue, and Zhao Zhongman realized that he had made the right bet. Wang Yan floated above the interrogation chair, and seeing Zhao Zhongman smoothly resolved, he reparked his eyes on the interrogation instructions. This thing looks like a much better solution than the theaters. And since the rules are already reasoned in the interrogation instructions, it's just a matter of following them and finding the rules that will restrain this thing. The fact that the ghost is sitting on the interrogated side at this moment means that, at this moment, it is abiding by the limitations of Rule 6, which is that it must answer the interrogator's questions truthfully. That is, it is possible to interrogate ghosts for basic information through this method, but the only uncertainty at the moment is whether there are any rules that have yet to appear. From what he'd seen so far, the rules for ghosts were all derived from realistic interrogation rules, which meant one thing: the interrogating party might not be able to interrogate about issues that weren't relevant to the case. As for the case of the ghost as a suspect at this moment, whether or not it was related to the case that Wang Yan was caught in, he was not sure. The issue that could guarantee the safety of the interrogator at the moment was the set of basic information that Zhao Zhongman had just interrogated himself about. But after that question, events got tricky. After all, Zhao Zhongman only had one life, and there was no way he could risk his life. Apparently Zhao Zhongman also realized this problem, so he thought about it while stretching out the interrogation as long as possible. Wang Yan's line of sight then looked towards Dr. Sun on the other side. Half an hour had passed by now, and Dr. Sun eventually stood up powerlessly from the ground. Team Zhao, I tried my best. Dr. Sun then turned his head to Wang Yan. He's dead too? Zhao Zhongman had no way to answer Dr. Sun's question, and he shoved the key to Dr. Sun while dragging out his tone of interrogation. Seeing this, Dr. Sun hurriedly took the key and walked a few steps to the interrogation chair. Although the presence of the ghost that he had seen from the surveillance video only a moment ago, and he knew that there was nothing he could do to save the day, he still quickly unlocked the stopper, and after lifting the restraints on Wang Yan, he dragged him to the ground. "You better really come back from the dead," Dr. Sun muttered and reached out to press his hand to Wang Yan's chest. In the next second, a hand blocked Dr. Sun's hand, and Dr. Sun froze as he hurriedly looked at Wang Yan's face. "Of course I can." Chapter 41, Palm Seal. Without waiting for Dr. Sun to react, Wang Yan stood up and took a few steps to sit on the interrogation chair. "Lao Zhao, that thing is heading towards you." Zhao Zhongman froze. His eyes moved away from the interrogation transcript and looked at Wang Yan, who had returned from the dead. At this moment, Zhao Zhongman's feelings were quite complicated, but no matter what, compared to watching a fresh life die in front of his eyes, seeing Wang Yan come back from the dead, on the contrary, made him feel happy for this. With that thought, he glanced at Fong Lin at his feet again, then moved his eyes back to the interrogation transcript. Asterisk and amp, hashtag. Without waiting for the words to appear, Wang Yan over there spoke. "I'm thirsty. I need a drink." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Zhongman froze for a moment, the sudden words interrupting his thoughts of dealing with ghosts and monsters, so he looked up at Wang Yan. "What do you mean?" Lu Ruifeng's voice came from the headset end. "What time is it still drinking water?" "Not right." As soon as Zhao Zhongman and Wang Yan locked eyes, he immediately realized what was going on, so he lowered his head and looked at interrogation note 4, ensure the suspect's diet. Zhao Zhongman took a deep breath and slowly turned around. "Right. There's also him." Wang Yan pointed at Fong Lin and said. A few thoughts turned around and Zhao Zhongman realized what Wang Yan was doing this for. Lu Ruifeng's impatient voice came from the headset. "Quickly get ready. Go wait at the door. And, water, bring a cup of water." so Zhao Zhouman gave Wang Yan a grateful look, crouched down to help Fang Lin up from Dr. Sun's hands, and walked to the door of the interrogation room. Although he wasn't sure if this line of thought would work, Zhao Zhouman reached out hopefully and pressed the doorknob. Kata! The door opened. Zhao Zhouman's hanging heart fell for a moment. He then raised his eyes and saw the police officers surrounding the doorway. Quick! Send Fang Lin to first aid. With almost shaking hands, he sent Fang Lin to the police officer. Seeing that Fang Lin was taken away by the police officers, one of the officers handed Zhao Zhouman water in his hand. Team Zhao, you don't want to go back. No. Zhao Zhouman shook his head. The interrogation instructions inside state that no fewer than 2 people should be present, and by extrapolation from the other instructions, anything less than 2 people here results in death. Even if Wang Yan could come back from the dead, after Wang Yan's death, the only thing waiting for Dr. Sun was death. Seeing this, the police officer couldn't help but speak up. It's really not possible, Jean. Let me go. Team Zhao. Zhao Zhouman shook his head as he gripped his water cup, forcing down his heart sphere of the unknown power as he took a deep breath and reopened the door to the interrogation room. Kata! The door slowly pushed open and slow, strong footsteps sounded through the house, until Zhao Zhouman stopped in front of Wang Yan. Wang Yan sat on the interrogation chair and looked up to lock eyes with Zhao Zhouman. The two exchanged a look. Zhao Zhouman paused, shook his head under Wang Yan's gaze, and placed the water cup in Wang Yan's hand. He obviously realized Wang Yan's intention, which was also the optimal solution at the moment. To use Wang Yan's death to try out more rules until he introduced the rule that restrained the ghosts and monsters and cracked it completely. If the person who could come back from the dead at this moment was Zhao Zhouman himself, he would have made the same choice. But at this moment, he was not only the one who shared a room with Wang Yan, he was the one who had to be responsible for this place, the police. Zhao Zhouman glanced back at the interrogation transcript on the display, and after seeing that no new text appeared on it, he said in a low voice, "Listen to everything, don't act without authorization." With that, he pushed Fang Lin's commanded headset to Wang Yan. None of the 3 people in the room were allowed to speak freely while under the control of the poltergeist, so the command room on the other end of the commanded headset served to communicate for several people. During the interrogation, Zhao Zhouman tried to see if he could use the keyboard to communicate with the command room. However, the keyboard was completely unable to leave any text on the computer, so he had to find another method. Bringing on the commanded headset, Lu Ruifeng's voice came from the other end. He first introduced himself, then said, "I will be in the command room to help you. Try to be careful, don't be impulsive." Wang Yan nodded. Picking the water glass up, he proceeded to take a sip of water. He's not quite sure where the degree of guaranteed diet lies, i.e., whether it will lead to his own death when he makes excessive demands, such as frequently asking for water and food. He couldn't use the death trial rule for now until he currently found security for Zhao Zhouman beyond the basic information. At the same point as Zhao Zhouman's concern, when he was on cooldown, if anything happened to Zhao Zhouman, no one knew whether death awaited Dr. Sun or a smooth escape. Secondly, the only time a few people have trial and error is when there are 3 people in the room, so it's not like they can get Dr. Sun to leave in the same way. There was also the crucial point that he thought that when he made the demand for water and food, he was not just offering an opportunity to go out, assuming that Zhao Zhouman had gone out and not come back at that time. He might not have survived, because he merely left the interrogation room. He did not fulfill the prerequisite to ensure the suspect's diet. The atmosphere in the room was depressing to the extreme at the moment, and since the interrogation transcript did not pop up while Wang Yan was drinking water, the only sound in the room was the sound of Wang Yan drinking water. After a while, Wang Yan slowly put down the cup. Just a moment after the cup was set down, the keyboard began to strike. *and amp, hashtag, and why is the body of the screenwriter in a sewer near your house? Wang Yan took a deep breath. Zhao Zhouman had finished asking half of his safety questions, meaning that Wang Yan could not die before the trio came up with new safety questions. Screenwriter was killed by a ghost, but the body was not gotten in by a ghost. Heisei's case is already being staffed up. Fingerprints have been found under the manhole cover and are being lined up. A voice came over the commanded headset. The sewer manhole cover was covered before the crowd unclogged the pipes and reported the case. There was a pause there and a picture came through. The photo shows the back of the inspection manhole cover this morning, which has a layer of aged dirt and several clear handprints underneath. A clear fingerprint was extracted in the upper left, but it has not been compared to see who the fingerprint actually belongs to. Wang Yan listened to Lu Ruifeng's voice, slowly stretched out his hand to simulate the appearance of several handprints, the possible poses that could exist. These handprints began to appear from the top left of the reverse side of the cover, and stopped at the center of the cover, and all of them were pressed against the cover with the whole palm as a support, which means that it could not be a maintenance master who opens the cover. First of all, In order to open this cover, it is necessary to use a tool to hook open the eye on the cover, and then hold on to the cover to push it away from a certain side. By the same token, this cannot be a gesture that would occur if a person covered a manhole cover from the outside, because handprints and fingerprints would only appear around the reverse side of the cover if one wanted to cover it. Doing a slight simulation, Wang Yan stagnated for a moment as he raised his head and glanced at Zhao Zhongman on the opposite side. An answer that was a bit unbelievable, but fit his narrative, came up. Chapter 42, Organization. The corpse got it by itself. Wang Yan paused. That is, the writers themselves. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Zhongman swallowed his saliva. According to Wang Yan's narration, the scriptwriter has the ability to manipulate corpses, and in the narration, the scriptwriter shows a strong desire to frame Wang Yan, combined with the dinner knife, and the corpses that disappeared in the vicinity of Wang Yan's house. The probability of this theory being valid is extremely high. First of all, inside the well, trying to put the lid on the well, unless one possesses great strength, one has to work with one hand in order to move the lid over one's own top while maintaining one's personal balance. At the moment, then, he could only use one hand to try to move the manhole cover placed on one side over, which was the cause of the appearance of the first clear fingerprints. And when the cover came to a certain extent, and wanted to cover the cover completely again, he could only adjust the position of the cover through the palm of his hand. The only problem here is the manipulation of the bodies. But, extrapolating from the situation at hand, manipulating a corpse may not be impossible. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhongman swallowed again and was relieved to see that Wang Yan was still alive. But not before he relaxed for a moment. The tapping of the keyboard resumed. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, then why was it in your neighborhood? Toward the last answer, the problem was solved. But to prolong the time, Wang Yan was briefly silent for a while. He looked at the interrogation transcript and made a wink towards the computer side of Dr. Sun, who was first stunned for a moment, and seeing Wang Yan's eyes resting on the interrogation transcript, he took the mouse and slowly dragged the transcript, sliding it all the way up and down the page, until it appeared that Wang Yan nodded his head, and he only stopped. Wang Yan's eyes rested on this sentence of the interrogation transcript. Zhao Zhongman, your name. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, Changishan. Just now Wang Yan had been thinking about the case of this ghost, since ghosts have names. Thinking of this, Wang Yan replied, in order to frame me and make me the only suspect in this case. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, reason? Wang Yan looked at the question and briefly fell into silence as he reached out and tapped on the mic of the ordered headset. Lu Ruifeng's response came from the other side of the headset. So Wang Yan looked at the interrogation transcript and said, check Chanishan's dossier. Instructions for interrogation, 6. The interrogated party must answer truthfully the questions asked by the interrogating party. Lu Ruifeng's roar came from the other side of the headset. Unauthorized action again. Lu Ruifeng took a deep breath and asked the police officers on the side to start investigating the files related to Changishan. He forced himself to calm down and glanced at the progress of the police officers, then turned his head to look at the surveillance video. Lao Zhao. That thing is sitting back. Be safe. Watching the monster re-sit in the interrogation chair, Lu Ruifeng pulled up the surveillance video and started looking at the time above. From Fan Lin's death until the monster moved to the interrogation site to interrogate Wang Yan, Lu Ruifeng vaguely figured out a pattern. Maybe the normal transfer time from interrogation to being interrogated is 15 minutes. Ruifeng Lu said into his headset, but once one party is absent, that thing will fill in quickly. But that wasn't good news for Zhao Zhongman. 15 minutes. And the security questions he could ask wouldn't last that long anyway. Lu team, will he lie about his address? Examining down, a police officer said uncertainly, I can't find out. Not to mention pushing forward 10 years from the cancellation of his identity information, or even 32 years, there's no corresponding case. Lu Ruifeng sniffed and began to reread the interrogation transcripts. Since its situation on the interrogated side at this moment is the same as Wang Yan's, it means that he must comply with interrogation instruction 6. Which means that he must truthfully answer the questions posed by the interrogating party. Inference uttered. He pondered for a moment and turned his head to the officer. However, it is possible that a montage of lies, although again a lie, that he did live at that address, or that he lived at that location before he died, which means that this statement is a lie to the he case information, but a lie to the question, home address, is a truth. Exhaustion worked for a time in a deadlock. Lu Ruifeng knocked on the desktop, and then said, then start checking from his trajectory. Divide the work, from the identity before the cancellation of forward to 14 years ago, from the Changishan, in and out of the location of the community's residence records, hotel accommodation information, to confirm the location of the province and city, and line up around the case has not yet been closed. Speaking of this, he then said, go to the police station. Call over all those who are free. There is strength in numbers. Zhongyan's side has limited time. After making brief assignments, the officers tightened up their lineup. Lu Ruifeng was concerned about Zhao Zhongyan's situation while he was lining up. Just as he was about to finish his security questions, a police officer had a gain. He hesitantly looked at the dossier in front of him, and finally, after a moment of repeated comparison, he made a report to Lu Ruifeng. Could this be it? Team Lu. Lu Ruifeng walked over to the officer and looked at the dossier he had pulled up. Eyeing the dossier, Lu Ruifeng could not help but be silent for a moment. This dossier involves a mysterious organization that has been troubling the police for a long time, and due to the lack of clues, it can only be deduced at this point that the organization is probably some sort of cult, or murderous gang. The organization has committed a number of unsolved murders, the common denominator of which is that the method of killing cannot be deduced and there is no connection between the victims, who were inexplicably gathered together and all died in a strange manner. He proceeded to pull up the ghostly figure, and by comparing it with the remnants of the security camera footage, he quickly came to the conclusion. It's possible. However, it is merely possible that Lu Ruifeng does not dare to let Zhao Zhongyan take the risk of interrogating whether the ghosts and monsters are related to the case. Zhao Zhongyan slowly swallowed when he heard the voice coming from the other side. He raised his head and even though he couldn't see the poltergeist at the moment, he still looked into the poltergeist's eyes. Please state your offense. Asterisk and amp, hashtag. The interrogation transcript stopped, and Zhao Zhongyan stared intently at that transcript, his heart beating wildly and uncontrollably. Lu Ruifeng breathed a sigh of relief on the other end. He was glad that he didn't send the dossier over because he was flustered. Otherwise, assuming that this dossier interfered with Zhao Zhongyan's interrogation thoughts and caused him to unconsciously tell the details of the case, then if a few people guessed wrongly, the only thing that would wait for Zhao Zhongyan would be death. The trial transcript stopped for a long time. Zhao Zhongyan looked at the interrogation transcript without moving, and in the next instant, the interrogation note 6 was deleted. Lu Ruifeng at the end of the headset burst into foul language for the first time. He stared at this interrogation notes and heavily slammed the table. However, this seemed to be good news, meaning that at this moment, Wang Yan would no longer die because of this note. Thinking of this, Lu Ruifeng looked towards Wang Yan who had collapsed on the table. Is that what he was after in the first place? Wang Yan looked at the interrogation instruction 6 was deleted. Similarly also some surprise, but since the instructions were deleted, that means after that there is no longer a restriction on his narration. Even if the ghosts and monsters added this one after their own nonsense deaths, then Zhao Zhongyan could likewise jam the ghosts and monsters through this question. With just the right amount of time, Wang Yan sat up from his seat as he put his headphones on. Proceed carefully, don't be impulsive. Lu Ruifeng on the other end admonished. I know that you're confident in your abilities, and perhaps you anticipated in advance what the consequences would be after saying those words, but asterisk and amp, hashtag, reason? Wang Yan nodded and spoke. Because he knows that I can come back from the dead. He is jealous of me. Chapter 43, Coincidence. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the two people in the room focused on Wang Yan's face. Zhao Zhongyan paused and quickly thought of the reason why Wang Yan had said that, so he took a deep breath and waited for the ghost to judge this. Nothing happened. On the other side, Lu Ruifeng fell into silence, and after a long time, he sighed. AI. Forget it, it's good that it's fine. He proceeded to turn over the dossier that the officer had brought. And as he was looking through it, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, is the suspect in interrogation room 3 the one who had been asking to go to interrogation room 2 before? The officer in charge of the case nodded. Since interrogation room 2 was used to interrogate the Heisei cinema case a long time ago, several people were unable to satisfy the suspect's needs and took him to interrogation room 3. During the interrogation, he kept asking to be switched into interrogation room 2. The officer recalled for a moment. He wouldn't answer no matter what was said. Just demanded to go to interrogation room 2, dragged on for over an hour, and finally suddenly died in the interrogation chair. Lu Ruifeng gently tapped on the table and looked to interrogation instruction 2. The interrogation of the suspect by the reconnaissance personnel shall be conducted in interrogation room 2. What do you say? How likely is it that his death is connected to this? Lu Ruifeng thought for a while and turned his head to ask the police officer at the side. But if that's the case, then it's only right that we should be affected as well. The officer thought for a moment and said, nothing happened then, except for the suspect. Speaking of which, the officer pulled up a dossier. But, he claimed to be a suspect in the case. But after he reported himself to the police, we deployed extra manpower to conduct some investigations and found that he had nothing to do with the case. Scapegoating? Lu Ruifeng looked at the police officer unexpectedly. No, he acted more like, in order to enter the second interrogation room at that moment before turning himself in. The officer paused, pointing to the case file and said, the details in there are not known. like he rushed to turn himself in after learning a random bit of information about the case from the internet. Lu Ruifeng was silent for a moment as he proceeded to pull the surveillance video toward the beginning, watching the entire process of the suspect entering the second interrogation room. By the way, how is Fong Lin's situation? Lu Ruifeng asked. Another police officer answered Lu Ruifeng's question. Dr. Sun's resuscitation was timely, and after he was sent to the emergency room, he has regained a little bit of weak respiration, but it's not certain that there will be brain damage. Lu Ruifeng sighed as he sniffed. He then pulled up the screen of Interrogation Room 3 and looked at the timeline above, comparing it to the time when the ghosts and monsters appeared in Interrogation Room 2. The timing is exactly the same. Lu Ruifeng compared. The suspect in Interrogation Room 3 died at the beginning of the interrogation instructions appearing on the computer, combined with the suspect's insistence on going to Interrogation Room 2. It is certain that this incident can never be more than a coincidence. But if that's the case, why was he able to know in advance that there would be problems in the interrogation room? Lu Ruifeng pondered. At this moment, Interrogation Room number 2. Dr. Sun looked at the monster in the monitor screen and suddenly spoke out. Hey, do you guys feel that there seems to be a slight change in his appearance? The sudden bang caused Wang Yan and Zhao Zhong'an's eyes to focus on Dr. Sun, who paused under the two men's gaze and said, I just realized that the interrogation doesn't seem to include me. After what I just experienced, one inference can be drawn. That is, when the name does not appear on the interrogation transcript, it is free to speak. However, the timing was difficult to grasp, so Zhao Zhong'an had not said any other superfluous words other than those two reminders to Wang Yan. That's probably consistent with the rules. Dr. Sun said. It's the same as if I was only supposed to be able to provide a little bit of technical help in the field of psychiatry and not get involved in the interrogation process. i.e., he only has a say if it involves something relevant to his discipline. And until then, the process can't be inserted into the interrogation, no matter what he discovers. So my name won't come up either. Wang Yan spoke gibberish to the ghost's interrogation while thinking. After a while he nodded and simply ignored the interrogation and conversed with Dr. Sun. That means that you possess the freedom of speech. Dr. Sun looked at the interrogation transcript, but it doesn't help. It's just that the situation is a little better than Zhao Zhong'an, who was not able to speak due to transcript restrictions. I've been thinking about one thing though, Dr. Sun said. By backtracking through the rest of the few instructions, all we can be sure of is that violating them will result in death. So, interrogation note 3, is it going to release us after 6 hours? Or, after 6 hours, are we going to die? Dr. Sun pulled interrogation note 3 back up. Or, after 6 hours, will it delete interrogation note 3? As the words fell, Wang Yan fell into deep thought. In addition, there is another point. When it deleted the interrogation instruction 6, I noticed that the long black strip on its body seems to be missing a little bit. As soon as those words came out, several people focused on the picture, and it was visible to the naked eye that the long black stripes on that humanoid monster's body had partially fallen off at the moment, revealing a ghastly white face and empty eyes from it. Could this be the way to get rid of him? Lu Ruifeng said what he wanted to say for Zhao Zhong'an on the other end of the headset. Wang Yan's brows furrowed, and after a while, he said, unlikely. Upon hearing this, Dr. Sun looked up from his notes to Wang Yan. I think it's some kind of reason that forces it to cover up the sins it committed even if it pays the price. Wang Yan said, if you backtrack with the deletion of requirement 6, 1, 2, 4, 5 is basically impossible to accomplish. It's a dead end. The two men pushed back along the lines of what Wang Yan had said and realized that the truth was indeed as Wang Yan had said. It can be argued that there is almost none, other than the time requirement of the 3 instructions for the arraignment, that the ghosts themselves can violate and have to remove. Just then, Lu Ruifeng's voice came from the end of the ordered headset. 15 minutes are up. Wang Yan, it's going to your place. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two men who were still discussing turned their attention to the surveillance video on the display, only to see the screen. The ghostly creature that had begun to move from the interrogation site towards the interrogated site stalled in place. And then, it slowly raised its head. Suddenly locking eyes with this thing made Lu Ruifeng's breathing stop for a split second. For the first time he could see the ghost's face that was hidden under the pitch-black thing. The messy features were sunken in. It was almost impossible to see the skin and flesh, only vaguely visible some white bones. Even at the eyes there were only 2 deep black sockets, and inside there seemed to be something red that was wriggling around. The next second, the face swooped in front of the camera lens. Boo! The screen went black. Chapter 44, Interrogation. The scene startled the crowd. Lu Ruifeng looked at the pitch-black screen and hurriedly asked, are you guys okay? Team Lu, we're fine. It's just the surveillance and video recording equipment. It seems to be broken. Dr. Sun said. Not being able to see what was going on in the interrogation room made Lu Ruifeng's heart hang in the air again. But the commanded headset and the interactive system seemed to be fine. Dr. Sun continued. He then looked at the darkened security footage in front of him and turned his head to Zhao Zhouman. This was definitely bad news for Zhao Zhouman, because at the moment he had to concentrate on the interrogation transcripts, so that he wouldn't miss the answer when it was his turn, resulting in his death. He looked up at the thoughtful Wang Yan. At this moment, what could be confirmed was that the ghosts and monsters were behind Wang Yan, and with this, he started to project 15 minutes backward before Zhao Zhouman would be safe. Zhao Zhouman. Zhao Zhouman took a deep breath as he looked at the name that appeared on the top. Please state your crime. Wang Yan. Wang Yan paused. At the moment, the ghost was on the interrogated side, and Wang Yan was not dead, so the person Zhao Zhouman interrogated became Wang Yan. I didn't commit a crime. As Wang Yan spoke, he suddenly froze. Since Ghost was restricted in his answers while on the receiving side at that time, Ghost's statements while on the interrogating side at that time should also have been restricted by his unstated rule. Extrapolating back in this line of thought, what the Ghost was using at the time was some living words and applying the previous interrogation transcript. From this, some of the information can be extracted from the Ghostbusters by interrogation using some living words, such as why the victim died, who killed that victim, and whether or not they had been at the crime scene at the time, and who was there at the crime scene, among other questions. Even if it's a falsehood, it can be gradually shocked into telling the truth through a fine disc of logical loopholes. In addition, there is one more point. It's just ghosts and monsters moving around. Only if the ghost appears to the interrogating party can it be questioned as the interrogating party on the interrogation transcript, and by the same token it can be concluded that it has to follow interrogation instruction No. 1. Questioning of the interrogated party must be conducted by the interrogating party. Wang Yan paused, stood up from his chair, and walked to the interrogation side in full view of everyone. He proceeded to take the mouse from Dr. Sun's hand as he stared in shock and pulled the interrogation statement to a head. Only at this moment, on the interrogation transcript, the interrogating party is clearly written with Wang Yan's name. Wang Yan, please state the facts of your offense. Lu Ruifeng's voice came from the end of the headset. What's going on? What's this kid doing again? How come he's the one interrogating? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I didn't commit a crime. And why did the victim die that day? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, it has nothing to do with me. And did you visit the crime scene that day? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I've never been. Where were you at the time of the murder? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, my house. Wang Yan looked at the answer without any information above and tapped on the desktop. Where is your home? Is it your home address? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, yes. Lu Ruifeng on the other end immediately reacted. He quickly transferred the information he had just found out about Chang Yishan to the interrogation computer. Wang Yan looked at the information that appeared and opened it with his mouse. Since the Ghostbusters would rather pay the price of deliberately erasing interrogation note 6 in order to cover up their own crimes, it proves that the facts of the crime are closely related to solving the current dilemma. Even if it wasn't, there was a chance that the ghosts and monsters would take some kind of hard hit as a result. Dr. Sun looked at Wang Yan's actions and pondered for a moment. What is the meaning of interrogation? Without waiting for an answer, he added to himself, make detailed inquiries of the parties concerned in the case until the truth of what happened at the time of the crime is obtained. When Wang Yan heard this, he glanced at Dr. Sun and suddenly realized something. Combined with the ghost's move to interrogate himself, the point of the interrogation here is definitely not to get the truth about the crime, but, rather, to prove guilt. As a result, the ghosts and monsters could not directly confess to the crime and deliberately erased the interrogation instruction 6. This sentence similarly nailed Zhao Zhouman, who was unable to speak from the sidelines. He looked at the basic information that Wang Yan had opened and pondered for a while. On the other side of the Lu Ruifeng explained, this just checked. To the home address as the center of the lineup. The vicinity of the murder has not yet been closed in 10 years. There are only 3 cases. Chang Yishan's identity information cancelled 4 years ago, so that inferred that there is only 1 case left. But that 1 case, the possibility that he was committed is extremely low. The time of the crime was 6 years ago. And at that time Chang Yishan was not in Infinite Mountain City. In other words, the cases committed by Chang Yishan are not these 3 cases. By the same token, he could not have been at the home address he gave on that day, because the rest of the crimes themselves were outside the range. And one thing is certain, Chang Yishan did commit a crime, otherwise if he did not commit a crime, there is no need to pay the price to erase the interrogation note 6. That's impossible. You're lying. You couldn't have been at the home address you provided that day. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I was at the scene of the crime, but I didn't kill the man. The ghost's direct confession caused Wang Yan to freeze. He then tapped on the desktop and pursued. Reason? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I have no motive to kill. At those words, the interrogation room fell into silence once again. Wang Yan tapped on the desktop as he then twisted his head to look at Zhao Zhongnan. Zhao Zhongnan was silent for a while. He realized that Wang Yan's meaning was that he was prepared to use his own death to measure whether the case that Lu Ruifeng had just spoken about was bet on. Assuming the bet is successful, the subsequent interrogation will still have something to go on, and if it is not, we can try to find out if there are any new restrictions for the interrogator or not. Obviously, this is the optimal solution at the moment. And after Wang Yan looked at him for a few moments, Zhao Zhongnan then said to the end of the ordered headset, Team Lu, give him the dossier that was suspected just now. Lu Ruifeng on the other end pondered for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and sent the dossier. The dossier was transmitted to the interrogation computer, and Wang Yan hurriedly opened it. He then quickly skimmed around the dossier and realized that this case looked to be even more confusing than the movie theater case. The case took place on April 15th, 2**8, 6 years ago, when 16 victims died at the gate of an abandoned factory in an odd position, as if they were praying to the heavens or begging for mercy from something. So where did you go after the murder? Why were there no witnesses? No you? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I was scared so I went home. My house is on the outskirts of town. It's close to there. That is, you witnessed the victim's entire death that day? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, no. I went home quickly, before the suspect killed someone. You saw the suspect's physical description? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, no. It was dark and I didn't see anything. That's odd. Why was the first victim's time of death 4 p.m. that day? Wang Yan formally stated the case information, causing the three to hold their breath. Chapter 45, Lies. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yan collapsed on the interrogation table. Zhao Zhongnan, who was on the side, reached out to support Wang Yan. He took a deep breath and signaled Dr. Sun to help Wang Yan to a chair on the side. Interrogation Instructions 7. The interrogating party shall not ask questions that are not relevant to the facts. Zhao Zhongnan paused and looked at the interrogation transcript from earlier. The interrogating party may not ask questions unrelated to the facts of the crime. He proceeded to slowly drag back the transcript of his earlier interrogation, skimming through a round of ghostly questioning. After a quick glance around, he realized that the Ghostbusters interrogation did fit that bill, and that all the questions were based on inferences from already established facts. So he took a deep breath and took his usual interrogative air and looked into the air before him. Where is your home located on the outskirts of the city? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, what does this have to do with the case? I have the right to refuse to answer. I need to make sure that you do have an alibi for that day. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, Xinhan neighborhood. Zhao Zhongnan knocked on the desktop, and Lu Ruifeng at that end immediately sent a topographical map of the vicinity of the case, and then organized police officers and began to line up all the Xinhan neighborhoods, as well as cases that appeared in the surrounding area. What time did you get home? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, around 6 in the evening. Why the crime scene? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I was invited to. On the other side, in the command room, since he couldn't see the situation in the interrogation room, Lu Ruifeng stared at the interrogation transcripts while patrolling the progress of the officers. Luckily, the name of this neighborhood is one of the few in the country, and only 6 neighborhoods with the same name were found along the way. Coincidentally, all 6 of these neighborhoods happen to be concentrated in one province. On the borderline. He's lying, Lu Ruifeng said. 6 o'clock. It basically gets dark around 7 o'clock in the evening in Shannan province. There's no chance he made it up? A police officer on the sidelines couldn't help but question. Lu Ruifeng shook his head as he then pointed to the transcript and said, when it comes to this kind of place name, or name kind of thing, if it's made up, there's probably a 3 to 5 second pause. Do ghosts need to think too? This question put Lu Ruifeng asked. After a while, he said, it should be required. Before the interrogation instruction 6 is not deleted, the interrogation process, the ghost repeatedly appeared to have a long pause, apparently had a psychological struggle. And in what article did he lie? The constable frowned and pondered for a moment, drawing no conclusions from it. This will need to be checked. Lu Ruifeng said, since the name wasn't just made up, there's only one possibility that it's the same montage of lies, splicing the truth into the wrong place and using it to confuse the interrogators. The officers quickly lined up, and the same words from this side reached Zhao Zhongman's ears on the other side. At this moment, Wang Yan was dead, and they had no chance for trial and error, so he had to think deeply about each question before saying it. Are you sure it was 6 o'clock? And that you were in the Hingham neighborhood that day and it was dark? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, that's right. Zhao Zhongman's finger tapped on the desktop. That's strange. As far as I know, the Shannan province where Xinhe district is located, the sunset time is basically after 7 to 7 and a half o'clock. So why did you return home at 6 o'clock on that day, but claimed that it was very dark on that day, and you couldn't see anything? Saying that, Zhao Zhongnan looked at the dossier he had sent earlier, as well as the map of the surrounding area. He preferred that the case was right, only that the time of death of the first victim on that day was not 4 o'clock on that day, and that's why the ghosts and monsters deliberately said the wrong name of the neighborhood, by which to confuse Zhao Zhongnan. The reason, darkness and 6 o'clock. The location of the crime site in that file, where the April sunset was at 5:30 and it was dark at 6 o'clock, is perfectly correct. And for someone who has lived somewhere for a long time, the approximate time of darkness is almost instinctive, given without thinking. Even though he could have lied about either point of the two pieces of information, he wouldn't have said anything that was contradictory out of basic perception. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I misremembered. That's where I lived afterward. As the ghost's interrogation transcript was typed. On the other end, Lu Ruifeng sent Chang Yishan's whereabouts during his lifetime. Although there is no way to sort out the specific timeline, the house rented by Chang Yishan before he was born, together with the residence records backed up by the nearby community. These can be side by side to corroborate that his whereabouts coincide with the time and place of the case that Lu Ruifeng guessed occurred. The problem should have been with the autopsy records at the time, where there was a problem with the presumption of the time of death of the first victim. Just as Zhao Zhongnan was thinking about how to interrogate the next question, he suddenly noticed the time in the lower corner. 15 minutes are up. Since there was no Lu Ruifeng to help keep an eye on the situation, by the time Zhao Zhongnan reacted, the time had already come for the ghosts and monsters to be transferred from the interrogated side to the interrogation side. Lu Ruifeng's back immediately went cold, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Dr. Sun, who was at the side. Because there was no security camera footage, no one was sure at this moment exactly where the ghost was located. He roughly guessed that Wang Yan's time of death was 3 minutes after the start of the interrogation, which meant that there were still 3 minutes before Wang Yan would come back from the dead. So at this moment, is the Ghostbusters returning to the interrogation side from the interrogation side because of the 15 minutes? Or are they still staying in the interrogation side because no one is in the interrogation side? At that thought, the two men stared at each other for a while, their eyes meeting. Dr. Sun paused for a moment, striding away from the interrogation table and into the interrogation chair. Zhao Zhongnan. Name. Sun Chongcheng. Sun Chongcheng. Wang Yan hovered over the interrogation table and watched as the two men began to interrogate Dr. Sun's basic information in accordance with the previous process. The absence of the surveillance video and the fact that the ghost had no physical presence in the interrogation room meant that there was no way for several people to deduce the location of the ghostly creature. Although the effect on Wang Yan was not too great, but for Zhao Zhongnan and Dr. Sun, if they could not determine where the ghost was, there was no way to determine whether they should cross-examine the ghost or try Dr. Sun at this moment. Here comes another crucial issue, that is, whether Dr. Sun has committed any crime since he started practicing medicine, or whether he has ever unintentionally violated the law in the course of practicing medicine on a certain occasion. If there wasn't, whatever Zhao Zhongnan asked would be fine, but if there was, Zhao Zhongnan's slightest mistake could lead to death. And since it's not a routine murder, Zhao Zhongnan can't use the same. How the victim died, the motive for the crime, the scene of the crime, this kind of questions for cross-examination. Dr. Sun, who was sitting in the interrogation chair, took 2 deep breaths, and as his thoughts wheeled around, he suddenly realized something, so he looked up at Zhao Zhongnan and paused. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm thirsty, I need a drink." At those words, Zhao Zhongnan looked at Dr. Sun twice. He stood up instantly as if he had realized something. He walked towards the door. Then his hand stopped on the doorknob. It's not right. Chapter 46, Concealment. Zhao Zhongnan realized the problem. When 3 people are present in the house at the same time, it's no problem to send one person to pour water, or to serve food, because even if one person goes out, the house still remains 2 people at the moment. But in the current situation, Wang Yan was dead and there were only 2 people in the room. If Zhao Zhongnan went out, at this moment it would be against the rule of 2 people present in the interrogation room. With Dr. Sun's brain, there was no way he wouldn't have thought of such a thing. And on Dr. Sun's side of the interrogation, which was unrestricted at the moment, he could answer anything. So why was this method used to stall for time before the two had finished cross-examining their basic information? Or is his purpose not to stall, but to cover something up? Zhao Zhongnan's hand stopped on the handle, and large drops of sweat dripped from the corners of his forehead. It was equally a dead end for him. So at the moment, the interrogated party had made a request that he needed to eat and drink. Then he had to fulfill the matter of ensuring the suspect's diet. But Wang Yan has not yet been resurrected. And when he pushes the door open, Dr. Sun will die. If he doesn't push the door open, then he's the only one waiting to die. but the time was limited. There were still 2 minutes before Wang Yan was resurrected. Dr. Sun sat in the interrogation chair, his eyes resting on the timekeeping aside. He then reached out his hand and started tapping on the desktop, and after 3 taps, Wang Yan stood up from his chair. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Zhouman looked back at Wang Yan, and without waiting for him to think clearly about the problem, he reached out and pressed the handle. Behind him came Dr. Sun's voice. He's adjusted the time on the interrogation computer. Dr. Sun said. He has to stay on it as long as there's no one on the interrogated side. And actually 15 minutes has gone by for a while. Zhao Zhouman let out a sigh of relief as he proceeded to take a few steps out, only to realize that the situation outside was completely different from the last time he came out. It was dark outside. Obviously the time was morning at the moment, but the corridor was dark as if it was late at night, and the police officers who had clustered around the door were gone. Zhao Zhouman couldn't help but reach out and touch the commanded headset, tapping heavily on the mic. No response. Could it be that there's no signal? Zhao Zhouman frowned, and after cruising around and seeing that he didn't find another exit, he continued along the corridor. Although returning at this moment was the best option. If he returned, there would be no way for him to ensure suspect eats and drinks. Footsteps echoed in the darkened hallway. It wasn't long before he saw the cafeteria stall at the end of the hallway that wasn't originally in the building. Zhao Zhouman's heart skipped a beat, and from a distance, he saw Auntie Li sitting on that side of the stall preparing breakfast. Seeing Zhao Zhouman, Auntie Li waved her hand towards him. Zhouman, are you here for breakfast again? Auntie Li, what are you doing here? Auntie Li was only less than 10 years older than Zhao Zhouman, but she was the mother of Zhao Zhouman's former partner, Jian Li, so he had always honored her as auntie. I haven't gotten off work yet. Auntie Li smiled. Looking from her viewpoint, Zhao Zhouman came in from outside the cafeteria, surrounded by a few police officers who were only now having breakfast because of official business. Haven't you eaten enough yet? Good. Auntie will give you some more. Li Jian was young and talented, but 6 years ago in an accident died on duty. As a pillar of the family, Li Jian's death for the family, undoubtedly a huge blow, but Auntie Li refused the police department's offer to help the family, and invited herself to the police station to provide meals for the officers. Auntie Li's craftsmanship in the bureau is known as one of the best, especially the breakfast. Before Li Jian praised everyone, but also when Zhao Zhouman about to go to his home to taste Auntie Li's craftsmanship. But before, Zhao Zhouman had never thought that it would be under such circumstances that he would later be able to eat Auntie Li's handiwork. Zhao Zhouman was silent for a moment and clenched his fists. He wasn't sure what the poltergeist's intentions were in letting him see Auntie Li, but he knew clearly at the moment that he had to get rid of that thing sooner rather than later. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhouman took 2 deep breaths, looked at Auntie Li, took her 3 breakfasts, then carrying a glass of water, returned to that dark corridor, going really fast. This kid, I guess he's hungry after a busy night, Auntie Li muttered. The police officer on the side frowned and looked at Auntie Li. Auntie, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Chung'an. Ha? You guys haven't seen him? Auntie Li looked at the few people a bit uncertainly. He even asked me for 3 breakfasts, presumably for whoever he brought it for, and urged me to put a bit more in, so as not to get hungry later. When this was said, a few officers who knew what was going on in the interrogation room couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. On the other side, the sound of steady footsteps echoed down the corridor until the door appeared at the end of the road. Zhao Zhouman walked to the door, then pushed it in. So soon? Dr. Sun looked at Zhao Zhouman unexpectedly. And you brought breakfast? Strange. Isn't the cafeteria over in the other building? How long have I been out? Zhao Zhouman asked. Not long, 2 minutes maybe. Dr. Sun took the breakfast from Zhao Zhouman's hand. Seeing that the person doing the interrogation table at the moment was Wang Yan, Zhao Zhouman couldn't help but look at Dr. Sun and ask, why did you do that just now? I realized that the time is not right. Dr. Sun said, it's when I sat there, I counted the time. The time is not right. It should deliberately set the time to 15 minutes. In fact, 18 minutes have passed. That's not what I asked. You know what I'm asking. Zhao Zhouman said, even if there is a problem with the time, you can let me pair basic information with you until Wang Yan is resurrected. Dr. Sun was silent for a moment. He then looked up at Zhao Zhouman. Team Zhao, is this important? Zhao Zhouman took a deep breath as he took a few steps to the interrogation table. Dr. Sun sat in his chair, quietly sipping his water. Zhao Zhouman opened his own copy after handing the other one to Wang Yan. He had eaten earlier, but he ate to prolong the time. Team Zhao, the 3 copies you asked for? Wang Yan pondered for a while and chose to use the same title as Dr. Sun. No, Auntie Li gave it to me. Zhao Zhouman ate and froze. He raised his head and looked at Wang Yan. How did she know it was 3 servings? It seems to be to prevent us from using such an excuse again. Dr. Sun said. That is to say, it has already satisfied our dietary needs, and whoever is sitting here at this moment can't be prolonging it on such an excuse. Or else dash. And die? Wang Yan pondered for a while and nodded. I guess it was affected on the way there. Otherwise it wouldn't have come so quickly. Although Wang Yan did not know where the cafeteria was, when he went to rest before, Zhao Zhonghan had given him breakfast, and the round-trip time was definitely more than that. By the way, have you guys noticed something? Dr. Sun pointed to the commanded headset in his ear and said, over there in the command room, how come there's no sound? Chapter 47, Erasure. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Zhonghan froze for a moment, and he hurriedly took the headset and tried to communicate with Lu Ruifeng on the other side. What about the interactive system? Does it still work? Wang Yan asked as he looked towards Zhao Zhonghan, who was fruitlessly communicating with Lu Ruifeng. Zhao Zhonghan calmed his breathing, took the mouse aside, and shook it on the computer. Without a keyboard, which meant no typing, he was left with the mouse, trying to get a message outward. Nothing came in. Then it seems we can only rely on ourselves. Wang Yan continued. They should be fine. After all, the ghosts should still have to follow the requisite too. Zhao Zhonghan looked at Ji Jier and didn't relax much because of Wang Yan's comfort. After all, Ji Jier only stipulated that the interrogation had to be in interrogation room 2, but didn't say that the killing had to be here. Dr. Sun interjected. Yeah, I feel like this situation is kind of like a movie theater in that it only affects people in the same place. But when there was a problem in interrogation room 2, someone likewise died in interrogation room 3. Zhao Zhonghan looked at the interactive system that never responded, and his heart gradually began to sink. Dr. Sun thought for a moment before remembering that he had put on his commanded headset at the time and he had heard Lu Ruifeng's words, so he asked, the suspect next door? Right. Zhao Zhonghan ate while thinking, his eyes fixed on the interrogation instructions 2 above him, and after a while said, however, at that time, he kept making a fuss about coming in. Could it be that he originally knew that he had to stay in the interrogation room? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Zhonghan's eyes gathered on Wang Yan just like Dr. Sun's. What is? Looking at me for? Wang Yan paused as he then thought of the video on the computer earlier. Are you guys thinking that his situation is the same as mine? Meaning that there is also a death prophecy that instructs him that he must come to interrogation room 2? Just a guess. After all, the person is already dead. Dr. Sun said, dropping his eyes as if thinking about something. After thinking for a while, Dr. Sun threw the last bite of his breakfast into his mouth and stood up from the interrogation chair. Team Zhao, can you play the video of Wang Yan's report for me? Zhao Zhonghan gave him the computer. He looked deeply at Dr. Sun for a few moments and saw him looking at the video of the report with a serious face. After a long time, Zhao Zhonghan withdrew his eyes and finished his own breakfast. Continue. The good news is that the dossier should be staked. Zhao Zhonghan said. Follow the dossier. Be cautious. And you can always ask the truth. Although eating breakfast could extend the time by a certain amount, but at the moment the interrogation computer's time had been tampered with by the ghosts and the interrogation must not last more than 6 hours, so it was still necessary to hurry up. Wang Yan likewise thought of this. He then stood up, saw that several people had finished their breakfast, and looked at the interrogation transcript. Then where was your residence at the time of the crime? Without waiting for the designated name to appear on the interrogation transcript, Wang Yan took the lead in asking. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, a bungalow on the outskirts of town, not far from the crime scene. Wang Yan stared closely at these words, then looked at the map of the crime site on the computer, as well as the photos of the surrounding area, and confirmed. Bungalow? Sure. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, okay. On the map, there are indeed a few bungalows near the factory. The factory gate is facing southeast and is located on a gentle slope on the site. The gentle slope ends at the gate, after which there are leveled abandoned factory buildings adjacent to a river, and down the gentle slope to these bungalows, which appear to be self-built by the residents. Note that the bodies of all the victims are all located at the main entrance of the factory. Wang Yan tapped on the desktop. If you really live there, there's no way you can't see the bodies. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, reason? The location of the bungalow. Look at this picture. Wang Yan pointed to the picture and said, the location of the bungalow is situated next to the gentle slope of the factory. If you say you live here, it is impossible for you to come back from the factory or to return to the bungalow here from any location in the factory without noticing the body that is at the door. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, as I said. It was dark at that time and I couldn't see anything. But this is equally improbable. Note that the crime was committed on April 15th, just after the vernal equinox and just before the summer solstice. At this time of year, sunrise is northeast and sunset is northwest, and there is no shelter behind the factory. Wang Yan zoomed in on the picture of the factory. From behind the gate, 2 rows of abandoned factory buildings, located on both sides of the road, meaning that although the factory buildings were on slightly higher ground, because there was no shelter to influence, when the sun set the sunlight down, the sunlight was able to pass through the gate, and shine all the way down on the bungalows. Sunset starts at 5:30, it's dark at 6, and you get home at 6, which means that if you look toward the factory at any time before you get home, you'll see the sunset shining on the body at the door. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I went home at 6 o'clock. And at that time the criminal might not have killed anyone yet. This question made Wang Yan silent for a moment, but he then reacted, and at this moment, he had a piece of evidence that could corroborate that there was a body at the door at that time. But according to interrogation instruction 7, it can be determined that at this point in time at the door, there is a body. Wang Yan looked towards the empty interrogation chair and said, after all, I'm still alive, aren't I? The keyboard tapping stopped. Wang Yan looked at the interrogation chair in front of him, and for a moment he had a bold idea. Since interrogation instruction 7 has the same effect of adjudicating the truth of the case, by this inverse, he can also disprove the guilt of the ghosts and monsters by this method? He tapped on the desktop. The problem now was that there were 16 bodies in all. Assuming that one of the bodies was not killed by him, then asking together necessarily violates the facts of the crime and would result in his own death. However, 16 bodies were attempted individually, and only one was caused by Chang Yishan. So if you were unlucky, the time needed to guess the correct one was over 4 hours, and at least an hour and a half to 2 hours had passed since the interrogation began. Just as Wang Yan was trying to find the optimal solution through permutations and combinations, suddenly, the keyboard's delete key moved again. Only a few crunching sounds were heard, and the first half of interrogation note 1 was deleted. At the moment, there are only 2 people present. Interrogation instructions I? Wang Yan looked at the deleted interrogation instructions suspiciously. I thought it was going to be an interrogation of the 7 of instructions dash before he could finish his sentence. He suddenly realized something. The deletion of that half of interrogation instruction 1 means that at this moment, the ghosts and monsters don't have to abide by the strict limitations of the interrogation position. Dr. Sun looked up from the side of the computer, which he proceeded to close and returned to Zhao Zhouman. Zhao Zhouman took over the computer and looked at the empty interrogation chair. That is to say, its purpose is to reverse the momentum of the moment. From the interrogated party, to the interrogating party? Chapter 48, Sun Chongqing. Before the words left his mouth, the whole room went dark. The ghosts and ghouls, which had been invisible, slowly appeared from the interrogation chair as the lights flickered, visible to the naked eye. The gargoyle state became weaker as blood dripped from all parts of its body and dripped onto the floor. Dr. Sun looked at it for a few moments and bent down to touch the blood on the floor. He proceeded to rub it, and the blood quickly dried up, appearing to stagnate somewhat at his fingertips, and Dr. Sun brought it up to the tip of his nose to sniff it, only to find that it didn't smell like anything. Wang Yan pondered Zhao Zhouman's answer. After a while, he said, but it's useless. Note 6 has been deleted. It can be said that sitting on the interrogated party, even if it is nonsense, it will be fine. This is something Wang Yan knows very well. Just a short time ago, he even simply put aside the interrogation transcript, did not read, and chat with Dr. Sun, all without problems. Maybe it's just to not be tried. Dr. Sun said, just like what you just did. In fact, Sadachi also has the same ability to judge the truth. And with you, we have the cost of trial and error. And if we do try out the truth, what awaits him is to be proven guilty. Just then, the keyboard began to tap, so a few people began to be silenced. The whole room was quiet with only the sound of keyboard tapping, and not a moment later, the questioning appeared on the interrogation transcript. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, state your offense. Rushing to the keyboard to strike the name. Dr. Sun spoke, are you sure you want to interrogate me? Your ID information was cancelled 4 years ago. Are you sure you really know if I committed a crime or not? Zhao Zhouman couldn't help but look at Dr. Sun once again. The keyboard paused for a long moment, and then Dr. Sun's name appeared on the interrogation transcript. Sun Chongqing, I have committed no crime. Dr. Sun said, asterisk and amp, hashtag, and how did the victim die? It has nothing to do with me. Dr. Sun replied. When these words came out, Wang Yan and Zhao Zhouman's faces both changed. In Wang Yan's interrogation, the question here was how the screenwriter died. And the fact is that indeed the screenwriter died. So that means that Dr. Sun, indeed, is involved in a case where a victim exists? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, are you sure the victim's death, you had nothing to do with it? Of course not. Dr. Sun said. However, since Wang Yan's case was seen through the interrogation transcripts, how did you know that I might be involved in a certain case? The light hit the ghost's face faintly, and the ghost stared straight at Dr. Sun with those scarlet eyes, and after a long time, the sound of keyboard tapping sounded again. Wang Yan looked at the keyboard and suddenly realized something as he jerked his head to look at Zhao Zhongman. No, if Dr. Sun is found guilty as a breakthrough, then correspondingly, we won't have a way to use interrogation note 7 to interrogate it and get out of here, because at that time, once Wang Yan died from his trial and error, Zhao Zhongman would likewise die. Just the moment Wang Yan realized this matter, a few broken words came from the commanded headset in his ear. Team Lu, what are we checking this for? I forgot. Lu Ruifeng paused. What's going on? It always feels like there's something missing in my head. By the way, hasn't Chang'an finished his interrogation yet? No. Wait until 6 hours to go and remind him that after 6 hours, there's a chance it could be ruled invalid evidence. The voice from the headset came out, and Wang Yan and Zhao Zhongman's faces changed at the same time. Wang Yan almost immediately realized a rather crucial point, that the people in the command room had their memories wiped by the ghosts and monsters, and that all the surveillance and video equipment had been destroyed, and that he himself had not even been tied to the interrogation chair. That is, at this moment, in the entire house, not a single person could die. Otherwise, later on, when Wang Yan went out, no matter what awaited him would be a prison sentence. On the other side, Zhao Zhongman was relieved to know that Lu Ruifeng and the others were fine. Then he looked at Dr. Sun with a grave expression on his face, and after a long time, he asked, "You really didn't commit any crime?" "I didn't." Dr. Sun looked at Zhao Zhongman. "I'm pretty sure." "You'd better." Zhao Zhongman exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and said, "Otherwise, even if we go out, I'll arrest you according to the law based on the case information." Dr. Sun's eyes rested on the ghosts and monsters over there. "Of course, Team Zhao, I'm now beyond certain that I didn't commit a crime." No one knew exactly what Dr. Sun's words meant, but at least Zhao Zhongman had to get out alive so that Wang Yan wouldn't be unjustly imprisoned. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhongman looked at Dr. Sun's eyes and said incomparably solemnly, "I'll remember every paragraph of your conversation with it. Sun Changcheng, I've worked with you on a few cases as well, and as you know, I, for one, will never let any criminal escape the sanction of the law." Zhao Zhongman was once in charge of a case related to mental illness. The suspect had originally closed the case with mental illness without self-control, but afterward, Zhao Zhongman spent almost all of his free time investigating information by visiting the suspect's place of residence and work, and finally disproved the suspect's claim of mental illness by using evidence, so that the criminal could be brought to justice. Dr. Sun nodded. "I promise that I have committed no crime and that I will not hide what I know if I leave the interrogation room, and that you can arrest me at any time if you think I am guilty." It was only slowly that Zhao Zhongman shifted his attention back to the transcript. On that interrogation computer, a picture popped up at the moment of a mental patient in a psychiatric suit, now sitting on his knees with a pained face, with traces of dried blood around him, and above it was written, "Let me out. *and amp, #, are you sure this person is not related to you? It depends on how you judge the relationship. If we're talking about a doctor-patient relationship, we do have one." Dr. Sun looked at the face in the picture and said, "This is a patient I'm seeing on an ad hoc basis, experiencing very severe delusions of victimization, as well as commanding hallucinations, and it just so happens that my ex-colleague works at this psychiatric hospital. He was too busy, so I gave him a little help." Dr. Sun tapped on the desktop. "So we established a temporary doctor-patient relationship." The keyboard started tapping away. *and amp, #, and the cause of his death? It depends on how you put it. Dr. Sun looked at the Ghostbusters questioning and said with an air of calmness, "For example, suppose a person has to go somewhere at the invitation of someone and is killed by someone." He looked at the massive figures that shimmered uncertainly in the light for a long time, and said, word for word, "And I prevented him from going to his appointment. But sadly, someone eventually rushed to the asylum and killed him. And do you think the cause of death was directly related to me?" Chapter 49, Rulemaking. When he finished, the keyboard on the other end stopped tapping. After a long time, the slow tapping sound came again. *and amp, #, please give a truthful account of the victim's death. If you insist that the cause of the victim's death is directly related to my practice of medicine." Dr. Sun's eyes shifted from the transcript to the ghost's face, and he said with a bit of playfulness, "We can bet on it. Do you dare to point out on the interrogation transcript that the victim's death is directly related to me?" Wang Yan looked at Dr. Sun without a word. He wasn't sure whether Dr. Sun, at this moment, was confident enough in the facts of the case, or whether he was playing a psychological game with the ghosts and monsters. The key now remains to find proof of the crime pointing to him from Chang Yishan's file, but only if Dr. Sun is indeed not guilty of the crime and will not die as a result of the accusation of guilt. Thinking of this, Wang Yan carefully surveyed Dr. Sun's demeanor for a few moments, then turned to the photo that had been released by the ghosts and monsters. After looking at the state of the victim for a few moments, Wang Yan's attention was drawn to a blurry shadow on the left side of the photo. This shadow looks so close to this camera equipment that it looks like it's next to each other left and right, and it's so close to the camera that there's a certain degree of defocus. The only thing that could be seen was a tiny logo in the lower left corner. Wang Yan looked at that logo for a few moments and suddenly looked up at the broken surveillance in the interrogation room. Although the logo looked rather blurry, it was close enough that its general outline was vaguely recognizable. Wang Yan looked up at the surveillance on the top, looked carefully for a while, found the logo on the surveillance, and after comparing it with his false eyes for a while, he came to a conclusion. That white outline is likewise monitored. In psychiatric wards, it is indeed possible to place multiple surveillance cameras in the room to ensure that there is no dead space in the room to prevent the patient from having a seizure and hurting himself or his co-workers. But is it possible to place two surveillance in one view? Wang Yan looked at it for a while, turned his head to Zhao Zhongnan, and tapped twice on the desktop. This sound made Zhao Zhongnan's attention turn to Wang Yan, and when he saw him pointing to the pictures and the interrogation room surveillance, Zhao Zhongnan couldn't help but stare and looked up to survey the interrogation room surveillance. On the other side, Dr. Sun's attention also went from the ghost's interrogation transcript. Following Wang Yan's gestures, he quickly realized what Wang Yan meant. Regarding the situation of the ward, Dr. Sun obviously knew more than the two, so without speculation, he knew that with the hospital's tight funds, it was impossible to waste money on setting up two surveillance cameras in the same viewpoint, and it makes no sense to do so. First of all, a ward want to exclude the dead angle of the line of sight. At most only need to be placed in the opposite corner of the two monitoring is enough. And a ward at the same time there are too many surveillance images will undoubtedly increase the workload of the nurses on duty. Of course, the most crucial point is that the wards where the victims are located, using the support of 360 degrees scanning, automatic tracking of the surveillance. So a ward only in the corner of the wall set up a surveillance. Where did that ghostly picture come from? Or did it really know the truth about the case that he hadn't yet considered? Dr. Sun's heart sank at the thought. Seeing this, Zhao Zhongnan's face began to look less than stellar, and due to his annoyance, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. The room was silent at the moment, with only Zhao Zhongnan's breathing echoing in the room. Dr. Sun's psychological deterrent to the ghost was equally useful, and at the moment the ghost was in a state of indecision about the interrogation that would follow. Wang Yan looked at the stopped keyboard and couldn't help but ponder. The key point now was the source of the ghost's knowledge of the truth of the case. If he was able to access or otherwise get photos or evidence of the crime scene at the time, as shown in the photos, then it will undoubtedly be detrimental to Dr. Sun. But according to the ghost's current state, it is obvious that the ghost does not dare to say with certainty at this moment that the victim really died because of Dr. Sun. And what is the Ghostbusters afraid of? Wang Yan flexed his fingers and tapped on the desktop, realizing that he couldn't continue to let the ghosts and monsters control the interrogation scene. He looked at the interrogation transcript and took the lead. Chang Yishan, please confess what you witnessed at the crime scene on that day in the real situation. Seeing that the interrogation transcript began to output his own words, Wang Yan then added, although there is no need to know restriction, but let's set a new rule now. As he spoke, he reached out and heaved his hand on the desktop, the thud instantly causing the ghost's eyes to look at Wang Yan. Since there is a body here that died by your hand no matter what, as long as I surmise that you're lying about your account of the day of the crime, I'll randomly guess one of the corpses. How's that sound? A game of probability. You can either bet that I can't deduce whether you're lying or not, or you can bet that I can't bet on the corpse that died by your hand. Wang Yan watched the ghost's movements and rushed to say before he tried to shift the target of his interrogation. Similarly, if you avoid answering or turn to interrogate Sun Shanqing, I will similarly bet on a random corpse. The keyboard tapping stopped instantly. This meant that the ghosts and monsters could only begin to fight back after Wang Yan bet on the death of the wrong victim. Upon hearing this, the two people on the side shifted their attention back to Wang Yan. Zhao Zhongnan looked deeply at Wang Yan for a few moments and hit the ground running, pondering over Dr. Sun's case. Apparently, his home turf was in the defense of Dr. Sun's innocence after Wang Yan's death. This was undoubtedly a big gamble. Assuming that any of these things went wrong, then in the 15 minutes that Wang Yan waited to be brought back from the dead, Dr. Sun would die in the midst of the ghost's interrogation, and along with that, Zhao Zhongnan would likewise die. Although Wang Yan was able to come back from the dead, after he dragged himself to the death of the ghost and monster to escape from the interrogation room successfully, Wang Yan would be carrying two lives on his back. At which time he could only emphasize powerlessly that the real culprit of the case was a ghost and monster existing in the interrogation room as he did before. Even the situation would be worse. He did not have any proof to support his innocence at that time, although there was no incriminating evidence of his murder. But at that time, the fingerprints on the interrogation table, the destroyed surveillance video equipment, could indirectly support the suspect was Wang Yan. Wang Yan's hand tapped on the desktop without a trace and waited quietly for a while. Seeing that he did not die, he got a key piece of information from the interrogation just now. There was indeed a victim who died by the hands of ghosts and monsters. The ghost was silent for a long moment. Then the keyboard began to tap slowly. *and amp, hashtag, on the day of the murder. I had arrived at the factory for a certain compelling reason. At 12 o'clock in the morning. *and amp, hashtag, there were 16 of those who were there that day besides me. Chapter 50, Presumption of Time of Death. Wang Yan waited for the ghost's narration. Although interrogation deterrence in the middle of the narration would be more timely to find out the ghost's lies, but at the moment there is more to be said than done, and he can't be sure that the Ghostbusters won't set themselves up for a pit stop during the interrogation, so that he won't have time to make a guess as to the true culprit of the body before he dies for saying something that has nothing to do with the case. *and amp, hashtag, I don't know them. We all arrived here for one reason or another and need to figure out a way to escape the factory from this. *and amp, hashtag, a ghost exists there as well. And we must break through the ghost's rules to get out of there alive. The sound of keyboard tapping echoed around the room. And seeing this, Zhao Zhongnan's brows wrinkled deeper and deeper, assuming that the ghost is telling the truth at this moment. Then from the movie theater to the interrogation room, to the case of Chang Yishan, there exists a common point. That is, there is a ghost and there exists some kind of rule, like a kind of pass game, or escape room like that. You must follow the rules and escape. Even after Chang Yishan died, he became the new ghost. *and amp, hashtag, I was the only one who escaped alive. And I remember the rules were, no one is allowed to leave the factory between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. 2. After 12 o'clock, you must enter and exit the factory through the main gate on the southwest side. Third, in and out of the plant must wear a signboard. Each signboard corresponds to the location. The personnel shall not exchange signboards. The keyboard was quiet for a moment. *and amp, hashtag, I'm kind of having trouble remembering. Anyway, the time of death of the first body, it was 6 p.m. She tried out the first rule. Wang Yan stared at her closely, opened the autopsy report of the file, and rummaged to find the only female victim. The advantage of recording lies in the fact that homophones have nothing to hide, and if it were in oral form at the moment, it would be impossible to distinguish whether the person he was narrating to was a man or a woman. Pathology report. Subject matter, cause of death of Wu ***. Date of autopsy, April 24th. 2***8. Appraisal date, April 25th. 2***8. Staff, ***. He proceeded down to the time of death presumption, which for this body was presumed to be 8 p.m. On the 15th. However, Wang Yan did not dare to act rashly at the moment. He had already suffered a loss once in the death time presumption. Dr. Sun couldn't help but look over, and after a moment, he reached for the mouse on the side and recalled up a map of the vicinity of the crime scene, as well as the victim's profile. The time of death presumption should be fine. Dr. Sun repeated his observation for a while before saying, although 9 days have passed since the time of the investigation, this presumption is fine. First of all, according to the home address, it can be determined that the victim did not live in the bungalow below the factory at that time. Although the location of the specific address we have nothing to verify, but since in the specific location in the city, there is no possibility that she had returned home, and after investigation, that day the victim had eaten at 11 o'clock in some restaurant in the city, and then rushed to the factory only, arriving at the factory at almost 12 o'clock. He then turned to the autopsy report and said, there were no findings of any instant food packages around, and the stomach of the deceased was empty, with only a small amount of dark red liquid and no formed food, which means that it has been more than 6 hours since he last ate. The migration distance of intestinal contents in the small intestine is 255 centimeters, and the migration speed of body contents in the intestine of a normal person is 1m/h. Combined with the victim's gastrointestinal function and health condition in the post-mortem examination, it is inferred that death occurred about 8 to 9 hours from the last meal. If there was no way for her to leave the plant and obtain food to eat until 12 o'clock, then the time of death would be 8 o'clock from eating at 11 o'clock and dying 9 hours later. Dr. Sun stated his conclusion with certainty. So Wang Yan looked up at the ghost. He flexed his fingers on the table, and just as he was about to speak, the keyboard on the other end struck again. *and amp, hashtag, I misremembered. She wasn't the first to die. Dr. Sun looked at the text on the interrogation transcript and paused. He then pulled up the time of death presumption that had just gone wrong and began to think about the reasons why the presumption of the death event had gone wrong. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, in fact, the first death was a middle-aged man who lived in a bungalow below the factory. Wang Yan rummaged around for a while and found the corresponding information. He pointed at the screen and looked at the ghosts and monsters in front of him. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, yes, that's him, because he lived in a bungalow below the factory, and he tried to escape, and escaped back home, and mistakenly touched Rule I, and died as a result. Wang Yan frowned and pondered for a while. The information of the case committee was limited. He couldn't think of any problem with this sentence for the time being, so he looked at the ghost. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, the time of death was 6 o'clock in the evening, when it was going to be dark, and he thought that the ghosts would do something more extreme after dark, and in order to live, he fought his way out of the factory, but collapsed in front of the factory. The presumed time of death of this one body is consistent with the ghostly mouth. What about the cause of death of this victim? Wang Yan asked, pointing to this information. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, at that time he was running out from the factory and his back was turned to the ghost. Thus he was penetrated in the back by the ghost. Wang Yan glanced at the autopsy report and after carefully looking at it for a few moments and not finding any problems, he flipped to the back page. Continue. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, next up is this woman who died at 8 o'clock, when she was given the sign for factory number 3, which means she could only enter and exit at number 3. It was a sunny day, and the moon was bright, serving as the only source of illumination for the entire factory, shining down on the ghosts patrolling the road in the middle of the factory. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, it is difficult for me to describe in words what I saw at that time. The silence of the plant, only the sound of people's breathing, as well as the sound of footsteps coming from the ghost patrols, accompanied by the surrounding wild birds issued a nearly whale-like low chirping, to stay there for every minute, every second. All people shudder. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, so, on the ghost's third patrol, she finally couldn't take it anymore, and I saw her burrowing out of plant 3, screaming as she ran in the direction of the gate. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, so the patrolling ghost caught up with her, and the next second she fell to the ground. What about after 12 o'clock? And how did the victims who died after 12 o'clock die? Wang Yan asked. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, after 12 o'clock, the ghosts and monsters stopped restricting us from entering and leaving the factory, and from the gate on the southwest side outward, there were the bungalows, and we thought we'd escaped and that the massacre was finally over, but it was just the opposite. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, the bungalow in front of the factory was previously set up as staff quarters for the security guards on patrol, and later, when the factory was deserted, the bungalow was sublet to several of the victims, and thus the bungalow was also part of the factory. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, in fact, the only place we can go is the bungalow below, and the victim who died at 12 o'clock died for that very reason of having left the factory area. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, having no other choice, we fled into the bungalows. However, something even more bizarre awaited us in those bungalows. Chapter 51, Moonlight. How many people are still alive at this time? Wang Yan asked out loud. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, 10, 11 counting me, when all of them scattered in all directions, and all 3 were unfortunate enough to run outside the area and die there. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, 11 of us ducked into the bungalow, 3 bungalows in all, and I remember the humble, plastic tarpaulin kitchen outside, where everyone was scared and hungry, and where they could only rummage around at the moment, trying to find something to eat. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, but sadly, there was nothing but a bit of almost depleted oil, a couple bottles of spices, and a bit of food crumbs mixed with rat droppings. Dr. Sun raised his eyes to look at the interrogation transcript and continued to look through the autopsy report on the side. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, everyone thought that by escaping from the factory we would be safe until 9 o'clock the next day anyway, so in order to build up our strength, it was suggested that we get some sleep first. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, 3 bungalows with only 3 bunk beds, a bed that could accommodate only 1 person. Only 6 people got the use of the beds, the rest had to bunk on the floor. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I slept on one of the upper bunks, and there were so few quilts in the house that we divided them up to be used as mattresses in order to take care of those who didn't have beds. In April, it was good to be more or less warm, and therefore it was not too cold to sleep with my clothes on. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, maybe I was too tired in the factory. I had thought I would not be able to sleep, but I did not expect to fall asleep quickly. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, just when I was sound asleep, a drop of cold liquid dripped on my face, so I reached out and touched it, and as soon as I rubbed my fingers together, I felt that this liquid was sticky, accompanied by a slight lagging sensation, so I immediately opened my eyes. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, only to see a gray face plastered in front of me. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, the man who slept in my bunk, is dead. At this moment he is hanging on the wall in a twisted position. I can't even figure out what kind of position he was in. Anyway, my heart stopped beating for a split second, so I reflexively ran out the door. Wang Yan heard here, turned over the nearby bungalow scene investigation records. After the police search, can be determined in the 3 bungalows, have not found any fingerprints, blood and so on traces related to the case. Then how did this body appear at the door? Wang Yan asked. And why did the investigation afterward not find any clues related to the case in the bungalow? And who handled them? There was a slight pause at the keyboard there. Then the tapping continued. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I'm not sure about the body. Maybe a ghost did it. And as for the traces, it was me. I took care of it. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, and for the simple reason that if I don't deal with it cleanly, I'll be sitting in an interrogation room being interrogated just like you. The reasoning was still valid. And Wang Yan pondered for a while, signaling him to continue his narration. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I almost fell from the top bunk, and only had time to just manage to grab a hold of one of the side rails and barely stabilize my balance before I made a hasty escape. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I'm not sure of the exact time. I didn't have time to grab my cell phone or a watch capable of telling time. The bungalow is actually quite small, but that day I scurried through those rooms and could never find any way to escape from there. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, just then I suddenly noticed something. From the blurred glass of the bungalow I could vaguely make out the outside of the bungalow. The moon was really bright that day, an almost ghastly white light, shining down on a few people standing in front of the bungalow. I didn't have time to count them, and I wasn't sure if all of them were there. But anyway, they stood rigidly in their places. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, the face was gray and blue. It was a look that only the dead would present, and I don't know what all happened while I was asleep. It was as if everyone died at that moment. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, without waiting for me to think clearly about what was happening. The faces of those people all turned around. I could even make out the expressions on their faces under the moonlight, either in horror or confusion. In short, all those godless eyes were looking at me. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, it was as if something had exerted a command upon them, and the next instant all the faces were plastered together. Then how did you escape? Wang Yan asked. His eyes rested on the autopsy report, and the time of death extrapolated for the remaining bodies was largely consistent with his account. But it is certain that Chang Yishan must have lied in his narrative. After all, the current known information is that there does exist a person who died at the hands of Chang Yishan. He just hadn't been able to deduce exactly which one he was hiding for a while. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, that would have something to do with the rules of the bungalow. It's complicated to say. In any case, I didn't escape until just before 9 o'clock the next day. And since your goal is to deduce which of the victims died at my hands, this information shouldn't be of much use, should it? Dr. Sun, who was on the side, looked at the interrogation transcript and wrinkled his brow in thought. So Wang Yan looked at Dr. Sun, waiting for any useful inferences he could give. It wasn't too hard to find lies in the narratives and evidence. The problem now was that there was a possibility of error in the evidence, and Wang Yan didn't have the knowledge base for the autopsy. Dr. Sun was still frowning as he raised his eyes and glanced at Wang Yan, then shook his head, signaling that he had not found the problem for the time being. Seeing this, Wang Yan re-looked back at the interrogation transcript, trying to find any problems from it, repeatedly checking over and over again. Wang Yan suddenly realized a problem, so he raised his head to look in the direction where the ghosts and monsters were located. The time of the crime was the 15th day of the 4th month 6 years ago, although I'm not quite sure exactly what day that day was in the lunar calendar. But one thing I can be sure of is that there is absolutely no way that that day could have been a full moon. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, so? Wang Yan looked at the interrogation computer and suddenly realized something. So he took the mouse and clicked on the date in the lower corner of the interrogation computer, then selected that day. Oh, it's even the 30th of February, the end of the month, the waning moon. He proceeded to open up the photographs of the scene and then found the photographs of the bungalow, which, as he thought, had windows that actually faced the factory gate. The room fell into silence. After a moment, the keyboard began tapping again. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I misremembered. Yes, it was daytime. It was sunlight. And it was the next day when I realized those things were corpses. Wang Yan swept a glance, then reread the transcript and found that Chang Yishan always emphasized the moon. Since this lie appears in his narrative, it has its place. Extrapolating from the current situation, the significance of emphasizing moonlight here, combined with the fact that he had first stated that the information from the autopsy report appeared to be dead, Wang Yan realized that it was highly likely that he had done so in order to blur the time of death. Chapter 52, Speculation. Thinking of this, Wang Yan reread the autopsy report of each body, one by one. After making the rounds, he realized a key point. there was actually only a rough interval of time extrapolated from the examination of the necropsy table. That is, it gives a possible time frame for the existence of the body according to the state in which it was presented at the time. The time of death was determined to be within 7 to 14 days, as evidenced by the shedding of epidermis all over the body of the first corpse, combined with the temperature and environment of the crime scene at the time of the investigation. A more specific time frame is then extrapolated according to the pattern of succession of necrophilic insect communities at the time, the digestion of food from the bodies, details such as these. It was only eventually that a specific time was deduced by combining information about the victim's specific circumstances on that day, such as when and where he arrived at the factory, what he had done before, and when he had eaten. And it is to reinforce this one piece of temporal information that Chang Yishan's narrative constantly emphasizes that everything that happened at that time was at night. But if everything that happened at that time was not at night, then it means that he used some kind of tactic that blurred the bodies to the point where the extrapolation at a certain point went wrong. With this line of thought, Wang Yan looked back at the autopsy report, and finally fixed his sight on the degree of digestion of the stomach contents and the migration of the intestinal contents. This piece of information, the more precise time extrapolation is derived from this article. Also, Chang Yishan deliberately mentioned one point, that there was no food of any kind in the bungalow. Now according to the logic of inverse, there are 3 victims are living in the bungalow for a long time. According to its economic situation of multiple considerations, the 3 people cannot be a long time to eat out, and the kitchen cooking oil is about to run out. Also means that the 3 people usually have their own cooking habits. This means that there can't be no food at all in the bungalow. And the fact that they were not found at the survey site is because Chang Yishan cleaned up the site when he left and disposed of everything. Thus the time of the last feeding, there was an error. So Wang Yan looked up at the ghostly creature in front of him. He didn't say anything, just flipped through the autopsy reports, one by one. As he opened them up and cast them onto the display in front of the Ghostbusters, the room fell into an eerie silence. Only Wang Yan's fingers pressed on the mouse, making a crunching sound. Wang Yan's intentions were self-evident. Assuming that if the ghosts and monsters couldn't give him a reasonable explanation again, he was going to start the first round of speculation. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, we live to die the next day. And they did die the next day. Seeing this, Wang Yan withdrew his finger. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, we actually got food at the bungalow. And things were really scarce. And presumably that's why the autopsy report was in error. Dr. Sun on the other end brushed his head up to look at Ghostbusters, the tapping of his keyboard stopping for a moment. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, it's true that there are no ghosts in the bungalow. It's safe there. But you can't return to the factory before 9 o'clock, and you'll die. And rule number 1 is presumed to be alright at this time. And the man who died was the one whose time of death was presumed to be 4 o'clock. And who got up early and ate all the food, and got a round of roundups in the morning. The keyboard tapping continued. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, we returned to the factory according to the rules. And he took a beating, limped, and didn't make it to the factory gate at the last possible moment. So he died. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, the absence of food is bad news for all. The last feeding time was 1 o'clock in the evening. So the actual time of death was 2 o'clock noon the next day. Wang Yan paused and continued to look through. How did these victims die? Asterisk and amp, hashtag, it's against the rules that the signs are not interchangeable. But the ghosts of the day gave each person a specific task in addition to that. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, such as if someone is given a sign for plant 3 and the task he has to accomplish is in plant 2. If he crosses the zone, he dies, corresponding to the fact that if he in plant 2, who also need to arrive at the interchange sign for plant 3, will likewise die. And how did you make it out alive? There was a brief pause at the end of the keyboard, before it slowly tapped away. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, I got lucky. I got the number 3 sign. And again, my assignment was in number 3. So I made it through. This sentence sounded like it was as seamless as it could be. Wang Yan reread Rule 3. Personnel cannot interchange signboards with each other. It depends on how this phrase interchangeable is to be interpreted. If it is not interchangeable, meaning that the signage cannot be exchanged through formal means, friendly exchanges of interchangeable signage, then it means that it can be looted in the open. Alternatively, when a victim has an unowned marker after death, if this situation he speculates exists, then there is a possibility that a victim, or several victims, may have died as a result of Chang Yishan's snatching of the marker. Thinking of this, Wang Yan probably ruled out a few corpses and turned his head to look at Dr. Sun, who was on the side. The two of them locked eyes for a moment before Dr. Sun couldn't help but speak. I'll try to last 15 minutes if you're ready to take a guess now. He wasn't so confident at the moment. The undercurrent disappeared from the photo that came from nowhere. And even if he thought he really hadn't committed a crime, he did have to leave the psychiatric hospital due to an emergency at the time he was providing treatment to the patient. and some forced sedation was used on the patient without much consultation. His original conception was to see the patient the next day when the patient had calmed down, assuming that his medical behavior at the time was indeed faulty or negligent, and in this way led to medical malpractice. He can hardly be blamed. After thinking for a moment, Dr. Sun nodded. Guess what? I still think that I didn't commit a crime. So Wang Yan turned his head to look at the ghost. The range has been much reduced. Although the optimal solution is to wait for the ghost to narrate another part of the story before making a round of guesses about a smaller range of corpses. But if there is no more deterrence against the ghosts, then the rule that you have made for yourself is completely lost. Its ability to constrain the ghosts. And it's a game of probability in itself, assuming the bet is 1. Everyone is happy, assuming it's not 1, as long as the ghosts don't put themselves in harm's way and come right out with the fact that Dr. Sun did commit a crime. Then there's room for everything to be turned around. He was beyond certain that the ghosts might not know much more about the truth of the case than Dr. Sun did. So he cleared his throat and reopened the round of autopsy reports. After a round of rounds, he saw those signs that Chang Yishan had spoken of on the dead woman in the photos of the scene, as well as on the middle-aged man's clothes. Reasoning a little, he stared at the state of the gargoyles and eventually stopped the autopsy report on one of them. Chang Yishan, the victim Liang. Did you kill him? Chapter 53, Examples of Contrasts. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yan collapsed on the table, and Dr. Sun, who was beside him, hurriedly helped him to sit on the chair. Wrong guess. Although Wang Yan had prepared for the need to bet several times early on, he was still a bit surprised by the result. After all, this result was not a blind guess, but a guess that had been narrowed down once in response to Chang Yishan's narration. As a matter of fact, as long as there was no problem with the information in front of him, then the correctness of the inference this time, Wang Yan even dared to give it up to 80%. Could it be that he had overlooked some key information again? Or did Chang Yishan deliberately give misleading information to confuse Wang Yan in the above place? Wang Yan thought and levitated to the side of the interrogation computer, surveying the still unclosed dossier above him, without waiting for Wang Yan to think of anything as he looked at the text. Suddenly, a picture popped up. It was a bloodied, silver-white pair of pliers that looked like it was being held in the hands of something. The picture popped up, and with it, the sound of keyboard tapping. Seeing the picture of the bloody bone-biting pliers, Dr. Sun, instead of feeling surprised, on the contrary, had a feeling that this was the case, and he then looked to the side of the interrogation transcript. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, and how are you going to explain that your pliers appeared in the victim's hand? I lost this plier. It was in my toolbox. I don't know when I lost it. Dr. Sun paused, then continued, but it is certain that I did not intentionally leave it in that ward. It was in my toolbox on the lower level of my medicine cabinet and was inventoried after I left the ward. And I didn't realize that it was missing until shortly after I left the mental hospital. As to why it was in the dead man's hand, Dr. Sun said, looking at the picture above, I think it was something that was trying to use it to help the dead man escape from the asylum. If we go back to the first photo, we can see that there are a couple of white straps near the hospital bed, which are restraining straps used to keep the patient in protective restraints to prevent him from acting out. Dr. Sun turned the mouse back to that picture to look at the dead man's face. Command hallucination is the closest relationship with the delinquency of a kind of hallucination. Hallucinatory content with more threatening. The patient is difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood about this, and absolute obedience. In order to protect the patient and the safety of medical care, in order to give the patient the use of sedatives after we gave him the use of restraining belts, it is reasonable to say that at this moment, he cannot move. Dr. Sun continued, and, at that time, this patient was arranged to go into an isolation vent room, where no one would come in or out except for the doctors and nurses who patrolled regularly. But the restraining belt is broken, Dr. Sun said, and with the surveillance next to it, I'm guessing the odds are that it's not in working order at the moment either. Otherwise a bloodstain of this size would have attracted the attention of the nurse on duty at the other end of the surveillance anyway. Yet the deceased wasn't discovered until a routine patrol at 6 a.m. Zhao Zhouman listened to Dr. Sun's narration from the side and surveyed the photo. This room was constructed similarly to an interrogation room, using a whole house soft package, which meant that without the pliers, even if the deceased broke free from the restraining straps at that moment, there was no way for him to cause himself any bit of damage. Although the fact that the deceased used pliers to commit suicide doesn't sound like it had much to do with Dr. Sun, who omitted this tool, but in reality, mental patients are incapable of civil behavior. Even if a patient hangs himself using a restraining belt, or if he commits suicide using a hand-washing sink, the hospital is guilty of negligent supervision, as well as medical negligence. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhongyan couldn't help but frown. But if that's all it is, It's medical negligence at best, and hardly anything to do with guilt. After all, the omission of the pliers can only be considered as objectively providing the deceased with an exploitable condition. Zhao Zhongman took the mouse from Dr. Sun's hand and proceeded to zoom in on the photo. Upon closer inspection, he found that the deceased did not see any obvious trauma except for the obvious wound at the wrist. In other words, this patient's cause of death was not this surgical forceps. Zhao Zhongman couldn't help but feel a sinking in his heart. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Dr. Sun, and when he saw that he couldn't help but purse his lips, he vaguely had a guess in his heart. So Zhao Zhongman took a deep breath. Regardless of how the pliers got into the victim's hands, there is no direct link between the victim's cause of death and Dr. Sun, so taking a step back, it can only be considered medical negligence. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, Sun Changqing, do you remember your pliers? Which were being placed with something at the time. When these words came out, Dr. Sun's face immediately turned white. On the other hand, Wang Yan didn't take the time to think about this side of the problem. At this time, the information left on the computer was limited. No one knew that he could still see these things after his death, so no one kept the dossier information for him. Cluttered computer interface can only vaguely see Chang Yishan on the file. There are a few surveillance photos. Above the surveillance image of Chang Yishan's back, written with a number of victims before the crime have come and gone. However, due to the limited basic information, he was ultimately unable to follow this back to find Chang Yishan. But it was also through this surveillance footage, through comparison with Chang Yishan's figure, that it was confirmed that the dossier might be related to Chang Yishan. This scene let Wang Yan vaguely feel some indescribable familiar. He then began to recall the details of the interrogation transcript. Soon he remembered, Chang Yishan in the narrative had deliberately mentioned that he and these victims have no relationship. That they are because of have to say the reason to go to the factory. Wang Yan then worked hard to try to see what useful information from the file. He then found that under the photo, vaguely reveals a little text. Carefully recognized, he found that this paragraph says, before the crime, there were people invited to the victim to go to the factory to work at a high salary, although it repeatedly emphasized that do not tell others, but still by the victim to disclose out. Following the trail, police were able to track down the suspicious back on surveillance. This information alone didn't seem to mean anything, but right now, Wang Yan had an example that could be used for comparison. Heisei cinema. The first is the technique of bringing the victims together as a group, where the writers use movie tickets, sift through a round of victims, and invite them to head to the movie theater to see the film. Instead, the tactic used by Chang Yishan was to trick these people into going to the factory with high salaries. Combined with what Chang Yishan said, the reason why they had to go, Wang Yan had to venture a guess that in fact, Chang Yishan and the scriptwriter likewise had something similar to the death prophecy that Wang Yan had received, forcing them to arrive at a certain place at a certain point in time, followed by engaging in a game of escape from being chased by ghosts and monsters at that place. To extrapolate on this line of thought, given that the corresponding rules exist for the place they are going to, and that the only way to eventually escape the place is to figure out the rules, what means would they employ in the absence of their ability to come back from the dead? The answer seems to be calling out. Chapter 54, Breaking the Ice. Wang Yan almost immediately thought of the 3 extra bodies and the intention of screening the victims to distribute movie tickets. The first thing that can be confirmed from the movie theater and the interrogation room is that there is a direct connection between the location and the ghosts that appear, as well as the corresponding rules. Since the situation was that the screenwriter had to go to a movie theater and meet the ghosts and monsters of the movie theater, and even the rules were directly related to the movie. Then in order to try out the rules, he deliberately screened out a line of people who were not in the habit of watching the movie in order to be able to try out the rules of the theater's existence one by one. In accordance with his thought process, at that point in time, he had previously pondered the screenwriter's intention of shocking the rest of the victims through the 3 corpses, and now it appeared that rule number 1 at the time, that the female ghost would be killed before the movie had finished playing, was actually only aimed at him and the screenwriter, the 2 people who had originally been invited by the death prophecy. So the screenwriter quickly uses 3 bodies after his own death so that the remaining few don't flee the movie theater out of fear and reduce his chances of trial and error. Assuming he doesn't run, these 3 bodies will also be used when the crowd appears to be panicking. Under the circumstances, in an unknown environment, people who don't know much about this will obviously be more likely to follow the command of a seemingly professional leader. And then those people will become pawns in his hands, trying things out for him. From this, and substituting this into the Chang Yishan case, the answers likewise begin to surface. If in the case of Chang Yishan, there existed anyone who was not killed by the ghosts that existed at the time, but who died at the hands of Chang Yishan, it was only possible, then, that it wasn't the people who had been invited there by Chang Yishan, that is, the 3 occupants who lived below the factory, and the only female victim. Thinking of this, Wang Yan turned his head to look at Dr. Sun's side of the interrogation. I don't know. Dr. Sun shook his head slowly. He looked a little confused. After a while, he swept a glance at Wang Yan, who was still in the chair, and said in a low voice, I still insist that I have not committed a crime, and if you think that I am guilty, you will be direct and straightforward on the interrogation transcript and type it out. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, Sun Changqing, cause of death of the victim on that day, without waiting for the interrogation statement to be typed. Wang Yan stood up from his chair. He then quickly said, Chang Yishan, the victim Chang Mao was killed by you. He didn't even use questioning sentences. And as his words fell, this long string of words rushed to hit the interrogation transcript before Chang Yishan. After a long period of silence, Wang Yan raised his eyes to look at Chang Yishan, who was sitting on the interrogation chair. With a crunching sound, countless fine cracks began to appear on Chang Yishan's body, and along with them, a large amount of blood emerged from those fine cracks. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, how did you know that? Because the writers, you are in the same situation as the writers, are looking for scapegoats to help you guys try out the rules. Wang Yan said, that is to say, until these people finish trying out the rules for you, the probability of you killing them is not high. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, then why would you guess him? If he was killed by me after trying the rules, shouldn't he have guessed the later time of death? That's because, of course, he wasn't among your invitations, and after you arrived at the factory, a situation occurred that you didn't expect. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, what? The bungalow under the abandoned factory is surprisingly inhabited. Wang Yan got the information of those 3 victims out. Before that, you must not have been to the field survey, because going to the factory rashly beforehand without making sufficient preparations will most likely cause you to go and not come out. So it was only after you arrived that you realized there were still people living under there. Wang Yan pointed at the victim profile he had guessed and said, in order to deter these scapegoats you had gathered, you chose to kill one of them first. Of course, this is just my guess. Wang Yan continued. What made me certain that the person you killed was him was your answer during the interrogation. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, that's impossible. You've clearly ruled him out. After I realized that the victims could only have been among those not invited by you, I quickly pulled the scope back to these 4. Wang Yan said, obviously, 2 of these were mentioned in your testimony at the beginning. He then tapped on the desktop. That means the scope has been narrowed down again, and the only people you're eager to take off the hook are the ones you actually killed. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, then why not the woman? Because people will obviously believe more in the facts they infer. Wang Yan said, so you used a very obvious lie in the first round to make me infer from her to him, because the fact of his death is what I got when I disproved your lies. And if you do an elimination, obviously he'll be the first to be eliminated. After all, there's nothing suspicious about him. Even the time of death corresponds. The dull, slow tapping of a keyboard began to sound slowly off to the side. Asterisk and amp, hashtag, Wang Yan. You'd better pray that your good fortune will always favor you. The moment he pressed the period, Chang Yishan's entire body fragmented. Dr. Sun breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the interrogation chair contemplating what Wang Yan had said in his mouth. Zhao Zhouman on the other side did the same. It was after the robbery, but at the moment the chamber was as quiet as if the ghost was still sitting in the house. Seeing Chang Yishan completely disappeared, Wang Yan's heart only began to beat furiously. Time is urgent. In fact, he excluded the method to do only 2 people left after the end. He only had time to gamble to see if he bet on it. Good thing, he bet on it. Pressing his wildly beating heart, Wang Yan noticed with a glance that several small silver balls were placed on the floor of the interrogation chair. What's that? Wang Yan asked, pointing at the ground. Surveillance parts? What? Dr. Sun looked back to the ground, and after a while, he looked at Wang Yan in confusion. There's nothing there. No? Silver white blobs? Dr. Sun shook his head firmly. No, nothing. Then I may have misread it. Wang Yan froze for a moment, then reacted. So he crouched down without a trace and picked up those small balls. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. Team Zhao, 6 hours are almost up. I knocked on the door outside. You didn't respond. So I tried to push. The officer pushed open the door just to explain. When he saw Wang Yan crouching on the ground, and the messed up surveillance monitor above his head, as well as the 2 men sitting impassively on the edge of the interrogation table, the constable was in a brainstorm for a moment. Wang Yan hurriedly took the things and sat back on the interrogation chair. He then wanted to put the things in his hand into his pocket, but froze in place the moment he touched his hand into his pocket. Well, what are the results of the interrogation on your end? According to the rules it's time for him to take a break now anyway, the police officer said, looking to the side of Dr. Sun. By the way, Dr. Sun's side of the matter you first put aside. There is a case. may need your assistance in the investigation. Chapter 55, Doubts. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Zhong'an's eyes fell on the display of the interrogation table. The display screen is empty, and the interrogation transcripts that were originally recorded have disappeared, along with the Jichang'ishan dossier. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong'an reached over and closed the computer. Glancing at the interrogation chair, the blood on the floor also disappeared without a trace before the officers pushed their way in, as he had expected. The only thing that proved that what had just happened was not his hallucination was the broken surveillance. So Zhao Zhong'an stood up from his seat and looked at Wang Yan, who had a wandering face. Come on, Wang Yan. I'll take you to rest and go to lunch later. Oh good. Wang Yan stood up so violently that he bumped into the stopper of the interrogation chair. He then reacted and followed Zhao Zhong'an. Dr. Sun remained silent in his chair, and when he saw the two men leave the interrogation room, he slowly raised his head and looked at the police officer who had walked up to him. Let's go. Are we going back to Pyeongseon? Aha. Dr. Sun let out a long sigh. So the police officer comforted. It has not yet been determined. And besides, Dr. Sun, you had an alibi at the time. There is just a little. Hey, the ward's surveillance is broken. There is a little trouble. Hearing this, Dr. Sun stood up from his chair, and the two of them went out of the interrogation room piece by piece. Walking down the corridor, Dr. Sun looked at the ground and asked after a long time, when did the surveillance break down from? I heard it was 2 o'clock. I'm not sure exactly. The officer thought for a moment and said, you'll have to ask Heisei's side. What about the patient's time of death? Right after the surveillance. I'm not sure about the autopsy. It must have been less than 3. The officer shook his head. But weren't you already at the police station by that time anyway? Dr. Sun paused for a moment and suddenly inquired. Can I talk to Wang Yan before going to Pyeongseon? Wang Yan? Is that the, suspect just now? Dr. Sun said. Oh, okay. The officer nodded. Let's go. But I'll have to wait for you at the door. Is that okay? Dr. Sun thanked towards the police officer and the two of them went all the way to the detention lounge. Zhao Zhong'an had just come out of the room when Dr. Sun called out to him, Team Zhao, I have something to say to Wang Yan. Zhao Zhong'an gave Dr. Sun a deep look, then stepped aside a little. Hasn't he been cleared of suspicion? Dr. Sun looked at the surveillance inside and said, I want to talk to him where there's no surveillance. It's not compliant. Zhao Zhong'an shook his head. Although after everything that had just happened, he knew that the Pingcheng cinema case had nothing to do with Wang Yan, but Lu Ruifeng's side of the memory about the interrogation room had all disappeared. So if he used the contents of the interrogation room as a reason to release Wang Yan, he could be ready to go and take the blame for his resignation. As for lifting suspicion, we still have to wait for the results of the autopsy there, as well as to see if the surveillance footage of the screenwriter handing out movie tickets can be lined up to corroborate the screenwriter's motive for murder. Dr. Sun was silent for a moment, so he turned his head to the police officer and explained, I'll give him a little psychotherapy, and we'll say some inexplicable things, so if anything is mentioned, don't take it seriously. It's all for the sake of healing. Oh, yes, Dr. Sun, you go ahead. At those words, he walked into the room from beside Zhao Zhong'an and raised his eyes to see that Wang Yan was sitting on the edge of the bed, his hand touching his pocket, trying to pull out something. Wang Yan. Hearing the voice, Wang Yan hurriedly pulled his hand out of his pocket, raised his head, and looked at Dr. Sun who entered the door. Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun's appearance surprised Wang Yan a little bit, because he had just managed to support Zhao Zhong'an away and was ready to find a dead corner of the surveillance to see what was the thing he was carrying in his pocket. Although he hadn't had the chance to touch his pockets since he woke up. As a suspect, he was searched before entering the interrogation room, so if there was anything in his pockets, it was only logical that it would be searched. But just now, when he picked up the little silver white balls and attempted to put them in his pocket, he had the distinct feeling that he was carrying something in his pocket. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Dr. Sun a little anxiously. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Dr. Sun glanced at the police officers not far away and sat down next to Wang Yan, then lowered his voice. Remember what you said when you left the police station? What? The inexplicable sentence made Wang Yan froze for a moment, and he then recalled the scene. Well, if I leave the police station, I will die. Right, Dr. Sun said. I think maybe, you really did die at that time. Not necessarily. The police officer squatting at the door heard this, and as he looked at the two men inside who were in a state of delirium, he couldn't help but murmur, worthy of a mental illness. This treatment is fresh. After a few more glances, he curbed his curiosity in deference to the patient's privacy and turned back to look out of the room. What? In fact, there were a lot of suspicions that appeared on you at that time. but because I had lost a little something. I hadn't been paying attention to this matter. Dr. Sun said. Later on, when I recalled it carefully, I found a lot of problems. What suspicion? Dr. Sun pointed to the spot where Wang Yan was injected and said, Midazolam causes transient paracrine memory loss, but there's one thing I didn't mention. The memory loss here refers to your inability to recall what happened during the peak of the medication. But you only got one shot, when it was combined with another antipsychotic drug in a very small dosage, the purpose of which was just to prevent you from uncontrollable behaviors, as Officer Tang specifically instructed you to have a lot of strength. Dr. Sun continued, but you were asleep for a long time. While these types of short-acting potions are good sleep aids, it's impossible to remain sound asleep in a situation like that. Dr. Sun continued, unless, of course, you did die a couple of times during Heisei's rush to Tianhe. I also found out that your return from the dead only seems to undo the damage that caused your death. It won't remove the potion that hit you before that. Wang Yan touched the hard lump left by the potion. Then why did I die? Could it be that at that time, the police station also had ghosts? Well, as a matter of fact, before you arrived at the police station to report the case, there had been a person who had been recognized as mentally ill and sent to the Heisei Psychiatric Hospital for making a scene and staying at the police station. Dr. Sun pointed to the police officer not far away and said, the same person who died in this case I'm involved in, the person in the photo not long ago. Wang Yan was stunned. What? You were saying very similar things, and he likewise claimed that he had to stay at the police station or he would die, and there was no other way, and Officer Don had the psychiatric hospital pull him away, and I was there at the time. Chapter 56, The Truth. At the mental hospital, after having done treatment for that patient, Officer Tang called me again, so I rushed to the police station again. Dr. Sun took a deep breath and continued, that is, after taking you away from the police station, that patient died. If this case was taken on its own, it would seem like a coincidence, but the interrogation room, do you remember a suspect who was making a scene and wanted to come in? Dr. Sun continued, do you remember what you said at the time? He also has a death prophecy that requires him to be in interrogation room too? Wang Yan thought about it and said, yes, the time of his death was after Chang Yishan appeared, and you tried to leave the screening room after the ghost appeared and likewise died. As for that patient, the time of death was also after we left the police station and before we arrived at the interrogation room. Saying this, Dr. Sun turned his head to look at the police officer and said in a low voice, that is to say, when the ghost appears, if the person who received the death prophecy does not show up at this location, or leave this place, then he will die. In the same way, after taking you out of the police station, maybe you were in the car and had died. Following Dr. Sun's narration, Wang Yan reviewed the situation, and he looked up at Dr. Sun as if he had suddenly realized something. That means that every time someone receives a death prophecy, there are two. Dr. Sun nodded as he continued, with this line of thought to push. It is even possible that only one person can come out alive at a time. That is, the line mentioned by the screenwriter at the time, only one of the two of us can get out alive. Since you can't die, the only one who dies is me. Wang Yan could not help but feel his heart jumping. All the clues strung together. The doubts that he could not figure out at that time were explained at this moment. Yeah, and I'm also guessing that maybe his death prophecy will tell you one step ahead of time that you need to come to the police station on your next trip. Speaking of this, Dr. Sun looked at Wang Yan with a stony face and did not speak, and only stood up after a long time. Of course, this is not to exonerate me. If I looked after my things at that time, then all of this will not be extended to my body. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Saying that, Dr. Sun walked to the door and saw Zhao Zhongman with the same stony face in the doorway. The two looked at each other, and after a long time, Zhao Zhongman reached out and patted Dr. Sun's shoulder. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Perhaps after that, there will be other discoveries. I hope so. Dr. Sun smiled and followed the officer. Zhao Zhongman watched Dr. Sun's back and stood quietly in the doorway until his cell phone rang, pulling him out of his thoughts. So Zhao Zhongman picked up the phone and after listening for a while, he called a police officer and instructed him to take Wang Yan to lunch in a while before striding away. On the other side, inside the door, Wang Yan slowly lay down on the bed. After listening to Dr. Sun's words, he had a vague guess about what was in his pocket. So much so that at the moment he wasn't as curious about the contents of his pockets, and lay quietly on the bed for a moment before he reached out and touched the strangely textured object in his pocket. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yan took it out. Since he knew what the thing was, he didn't even have the desire to look for a surveillance dead end, and he held up the yellowed parchment in his hand, looking at it for a moment before slowly unfolding it. Crumbs fluttered onto the bed as Wang Yan looked at this death prophecy, with 3 dates listed at the top as well as the corresponding locations, one being the Heisei Cinema, one being the Heisei police station, and then another, which was Interrogation Room 2. Wang Yan cursed, stuffed this parchment back into his pocket and closed his eyes. Originally, he thought that he would be unable to sleep because of all this, but on the contrary, perhaps he was overworked. He quickly fell asleep, and when he woke up, Zhao Zhouman was already standing beside his bed. Zhao, Teen Zhao? Wang Yan rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed, and after confirming that the person in front of him was Zhao Zhouman, he couldn't help but ask, "Still want to interrogate?" "No need," Zhao Zhouman said. "You've been released, so I'll take you out for a meal, and if you want to go back to Pingqing afterward, I can send a car to take you back." "Okay." Wang Yan raised his head and glanced at the overhead surveillance without asking any more questions. It was not until the two stopped at the hotel that Wang Yan asked, "Have I been cleared of suspicion?" "It doesn't really count. However, the suspected crime is not a crime," Zhao Zhouman said calmly, "and you're acting a lot like you've unfortunately contracted a mental illness after a major vicious case, so you're fine for now, but if any more evidence pointing to you is found afterward, you still need to cooperate with the interrogation." Wang Yan nodded. In fact, Zhao Zhouman and Lu Ruifeng had quarreled over the release of Wang Yan, and because of the damage to the surveillance and video equipment, as well as the missing interrogation transcripts, he might be scrutinized for it, or even need to carry some kind of disciplinary action. After all, it is no longer useful to investigate you again, even if the truth of the case is said, no one will believe it. Zhao Zhang'an ordered his meal and handed his cell phone to Wang Yan. Wang Yan ordered a dish and returned his cell phone to Zhao Zhong'an again. In addition, there is another point. That is, in the surveillance smoothly lined up the image of the screenwriter giving those victims movie tickets. He is the most suspicious. Zhao Zhouman took the phone and placed the order, then put the phone aside. There was also that family of 3. The time of disappearance was before the crime. In addition, the screenwriter also handled the bodies of a family of 3. Handled a corpse? Wang Yan looked at Zhao Zhong'an unexpectedly. Right, didn't you suspect that it was a prop at that time? Zhao Zhong'an said. In fact, the reason the corpse's face skin was so easy to get off was because the corpse had been dead for maybe a day or 2 at that point. Seeing that Wang Yan was about to say something, he made a gesture and continued. Logically, with the current weather, there would be a corpse odor, but he injected these 3 corpses with a large amount of antibiotics. Antibiotics? Yes, I remember, it's cephalosporin sodium, which has a wide antibacterial spectrum and strong antibacterial activity, and has a significant inhibitory effect on cadaveric corruption bacteria. Zhao Zhouman flipped through his phone and continued. That's why these 3 corpses, which have obviously been dead for a longer period of time, have conversely corrupted their bodies to a degree that's much less than that of the scripted corpses, much less. Do you want to see the photos? The food was just served on the table when Wang Yan shook his head with a serious face. Zhao Zhouman laughed as he continued to explain. As for why the fake plasma appeared, it was because by that time, it was no longer possible for the corpse to shed blood. But from this, we have made another discovery. Remember Standing Memory Hill? His dossier was classified as being in a mysterious murder ring, and after we checked the identity of the scriptwriter, we found out that he had also appeared in one of the cases that the organization was involved in. Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately looked at Zhao Zhouman. Chapter 57, Surveillance Footage. Mysterious Murder Gang? Well, similar to the 2 cases of the movie theater and the factory, Zhao Zhouman paused, had committed a number of unsolved crimes. The common point of the cases was that the murder method could not be deduced, and there was no connection between the victims, who were inexplicably gathered together in one piece, all of whom died strangely. Hearing this, Wang Yan vaguely guessed the cause of these people's deaths. It's still being scrutinized if there's any connection between the patients who died in the mental hospital, and the suspect who died in the interrogation room next door, and that gang. Zhao Zhouman suddenly silenced his voice and took the dish from the waiter who came alone, placing it on the table. He turned his head when the waiter walked away and happened to meet Wang Yan's line of sight. I'm not at liberty to say more about the detailed information. However, as far as we know so far, I still want to talk to you. Zhao Zhouman paused, picked up the teapot on the side and poured some tea for Wang Yan. What? Death prophecy, Zhao Zhouman said. I heard the conversation between you and Sun Changqing at that time. Because the rest of the few people are dead, there's no way to check whether they had a death prophecy or not. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhouman took out a pen from his breast pocket and wrote down his phone number. I hope that if your death prophecy reappears and predicts any new locations, you can let me know beforehand. Here's my number. Assuming that what you said about them recruiting innocent people to be scapegoats is true, there's only a limited amount that we can do. But even if we conduct anti-fraud science to the people around us beforehand, We might be able to reduce the number of victims a little bit. Zhao Zhouman handed the piece of paper over. Of course, it would also be best if we can apprehend a few members of the organization. Seeing Wang Yan nod his head and tuck the paper away, Zhao Zhouman added, removing this is the death prophecy itself. The death prophecy itself? Right. Although you will be able to come back from the dead, but based on the state you came to report that day, I think it will still affect you a little something else. Zhao Zhouman said here and asked after a pause, has the memory still not returned? Wang Yan shook his head. Well, Zhao Zhouman said, you also watched the video of the report at that time, and your current state. A sentence like a different person is not too much. I've been wondering what kind of thing would make a person who can come back from the dead present that kind of state in the police station. This was the same question that Wang Yan was confused about. So Wang Yan waited for Zhao Zhouman's next words. It just so happens that the 4 bodies of the scriptwriter were found, and along with it, a round of sweeps of the neighboring homes and the surveillance. Through the downstairs store's nighttime surveillance. I saw that last night. You ran out of the building you lived in with a look of terror on your face. Wang Yan paused and asked, can I take a look at the surveillance? Not on my side. Zhao Zhouman shook his head. If you want, you can go to that store and see if he can transfer it to you. There is also the surveillance of your visit to the psychiatric hospital that is not quite normal, said Zhao Zhouman, looking at Wang Yan. I don't know if I should say it or not. Fortunately, it just so happens to corroborate that you are indeed suffering from mental illness. Otherwise you wouldn't have been released so quickly. Wang Yan was silent for a while. What about this surveillance? Can I take a look? You'll need to go to the mental hospital and transfer that yourself as well. But it's your own information and the hospital should cooperate. Zhao Zhouman took the dishes from the waiter again and set them on the table. Seeing that the dishes were served, he nodded towards the waiter. He then said to Wang Yan, it might be a bit of a standoffish thing to say, but if the death prophecy is going to affect you in any other way, it's still important to find some way to get rid of it. Hey, let's eat. Wang Yan picked up his chopsticks, a bit tasteless at the moment. The two of them ate their meal without a word, and after the meal, Zhao Zhouman sent a car to send Wang Yan back. Before parting, Zhao Zhouman emphasized to Wang Yan that he had something to contact, and then turned his head to get busy. The car drove all the way from Tianhe City to Bintan, and coincidentally, the police officer who drove the car happened to be the one who was guarding Wang Yan at the gate at that time, and the police officer drove the car and looked at Wang Yan from the rearview mirror. Before he could take a few glances, Wang Yan similarly looked up into the rearview mirror, and the two of them exchanged glances. The police officer a little awkwardly averted his eyes. Excuse me, your name is Wang Yan, right? Wang Yan answered. I was supposed to take you to lunch this afternoon, but you were sleeping so soundly that I was too embarrassed to call you without anything. The officer hemmed and hawed, then added, you look pretty normal now. Poor thing. Stumbling into a case like that. Wang Yan opened his mouth and did not speak for a long time. The officer driving the car said to himself, if I hadn't had any training at all, bumping into a scene like that probably would have been too much for me. Thinking of Wang Yan lying on the bed and stroking the air, the officer couldn't help but sigh. Is it convenient to say what you saw at that time? What? It's what you were stroking on the bed. Wang Yan paused and took out the small silver white ball he had collected earlier in his pocket. This one? The officer glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Wang Yan's hand in a cupped position with a ball of air between them, and couldn't help but froze. Are you kidding? Or do you think there's really something in your hand? A kind of blob. Can't you see it? Wang Yan confirmed. At these words, the constable narrowed his gaze, chagrined at his hasty outburst. Yeah, sorry, forget I said that. Just tuck it back in. Gee, that's sad. He sighed again. Wang Yan sniffed and withdrew his hand, clutching the small silver white ball in his hand, pondering for a while. Where do you live? The car pulled into town and the constable hesitated for a long time before asking out loud. It's at the intersection over the center square. Just park over there. Wang Yan pointed out a location to the police officer. The car was parked at the entrance and Wang Yan got out. Wang Yan lived to pass from the snack bar. Far away, he saw the snack bar not far from the cordon pull up. The police come and go. There are a few passers-by surrounded by one side. Seems to be watching the bustle and discussing something. I just passed by. That store, it stinks too much. A man said. It's also really unlucky. The body just happened to be thrown in this sewer. The water is full of smell just back to his house. And the town. Who will dare to go to his house to eat in the future? Isn't this closed early? I guess the owner feels bad luck too. Another passerby chimed in. So Wang Yan looked at the snack bar and realized that its door was closed and there was a lock on the door. That means it's impossible to see the surveillance today. Wang Yan withdrew his eyes with a bit of regret. Then a physically unpleasant odor came over. So he held his breath and walked through the crowd and went up the stairs. There was no cell phone on him. No keys. Nothing but the phone number given by Zhao Zhouman. Just as Wang Yan was still thinking about how he was going to open the door of his home, he happened to walk up to it. With a quick glance, he noticed the door to his home, left open. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel his heart jump as he then reached out his hand and pushed open the door of his home. Creaking, the door slowly opened with an ear-splitting metallic scraping sound. Raising his eyes toward the house, Wang Yan froze in place. Chapter 58, Daikichi. The state of the house was hard to summarize in words at the moment. It was as if the place had just experienced an earthquake. Anything that could be broken was now rotting on the ground. The floor was full of broken glass and ceramics and all kinds of parts. A table had been set up directly opposite the door, but for some reason it had toppled over in front of the bedroom door, and chairs were likewise scattered all over the house. Wang Yan reached out and closed the door as he proceeded to take a few steps inside. Next to the bedroom was the bathroom, and at the moment the bathroom door was also wide open. Wang Yan got some of the mess on the floor out of the way and walked to the bathroom door. Just then, a crunching sound caught his attention, so Wang Yan hastily raised his head and looked in the direction of the source of the sound, and when he looked up, he saw that the mirror in the bathroom, at the moment, was shattered from left to right, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking glass. Wang Yan's face at the end of the mirror became fragmented. Under the splicing of countless mirror fragments, Wang Yan standing at this end clearly had little expression on his face, but the mirror at that end looked as if it was smiling. Wang Yan took a deep breath as he resisted the desire to punch the mirror, pushed the table blocking the bedroom doorway away, and gripped his hand on the bedroom door handle. The old doorknob made a clicking sound as the handle was pressed to the bottom. Then the door opened. Only the walls of the bedroom were filled with large and small densely written words, along with some ghostly symbols and bizarre patterns as if they were children's drawings. Wang Yan could vaguely make out that the drawing on it was of a human figure, using a large amount of black to outline the limb trunks and head, followed by roughly scribbling its eyes in red. The painter was obviously not good at painting, but the only thing that made the painting particularly realistic was the scarlet eyes. After trying to distinguish the handwriting above for a while to no avail, Wang Yan turned his attention back to the bed. His cell phone was right there, so Wang Yan picked it up, pressed the on-off button, and after seeing that there was no electricity, he found the charger from the side table and plugged it into the phone. Wang Yan was unexpectedly calm, and in the interval of waiting for the phone to turn on, he cruised around, trying to analyze what had happened in this memory he was missing from the clues. After cruising around and still not having any clue, Wang Yan couldn't help but curse. But there was one thing. What was happening here was clearly connected to what was forcing him to go to the police station. There was no way it was a prank left for him by whoever broke into his house. After all, he reported the case in the early hours of the morning, and the next morning in the downstairs restaurant to find the body. If there is really any suspicious people broke into his house, this is expected to be arrested by the police for a while. So Wang Yan simply lay down on the bed and waited to see if the cell phone would turn on if he could find any clues from it. It didn't take long for the phone to turn on. He quickly checked the messages on his cell phone to see if he had mentioned anything to anyone about what had happened in the meantime. But unfortunately, the cell phone, like his memory, was equally missing the last 10 days. And if I had to say anything, it was the information about his psychiatric hospital appointment not long ago. It seems like there's still a trip to the mental hospital. Wang Yan leaned on the bed and thought about it. The only breakthrough at the moment is the psychiatric hospital. And if it's a request for the surveillance of his own visit that day, there's no reason why the psychiatric hospital would deny him. Thinking, Wang Yan opened his cell phone album again. Just looking at the open screen, Wang Yan froze. He sat up from the bed in a flash, then clicked on one of the videos. The video was taken exactly last night. The camera looked like it was heading towards something, but because of the limited light source, even though Wang Yan had pulled the brightness to the maximum, he couldn't see what was there. He only heard broken voices coming from there. Going to, is going to. Then there was the ear-splitting sound of breaking glass, accompanied by several low growls from an unknown source, and a piercing sound coming from the friction of metal. Wang Yan turned up the sound to the maximum, and he repeatedly listened to that strange video sound, trying to find something from it. Just then, he felt that he vaguely heard a small, subtle, like the sound of crayons rubbing against a wall from the video, so he moved a little closer. The next moment, a soft, inaudible sound came from the head there. Wang Yan. The sound traveled down the microphone into his ears as if it came with a breath of cold air, sending an involuntary chill down his back. Wang Yan paused and flipped from this video to the next. The second was a photograph, taken, again, last night, of the very same grotesque figure on the wall, with a flash, so that the white light dotted the figure's extraordinarily real eyes, which looked as if they were turned. So Wang Yan lifted his cell phone up and compared the two figures. With this comparison, Wang Yan realized that there seemed to be such a slight difference between the two silhouettes, And this difference was not in the silhouette's appearance. If he had to say that there was something wrong, it would be the silhouette's eyes. This extraordinarily real-looking eye, in the photo, looks as if it's looking straight into the camera as it were, or rather, through the camera, at the person behind the cell phone. But even if it's haunted, it shouldn't be enough to drive me to the police station. Wang Yan frowned as he proceeded to scroll down a bit more. This next is another video, filmed on September 11th, at 11 p.m. This time the light was going to be that much brighter, coming in from outside the house and illuminating the scene inside the bedroom. Wang Yan compared the angles and realized that the location of the cell phone was probably at the head of the bed. The cell phone shifted, perhaps held in his hand, and the camera panned out to shine on the back of the man standing by the door. Wang Yan instantly recognized that it was himself, and his expression looked extraordinarily grim as he gripped the door handle of the bedroom. No, I'm the one by the door, so who's holding my cell phone? Wang Yan had just reacted when the cell phone in the video snapped and fell on the bed. The image was defocused for a moment, then quickly refocused again. Only the eyes of the figure on the wall suddenly appeared in the center of the picture. Wang Yan's heart was shocked. Could it be that this thing is also related to the death prophecy? Wang Yan raised his head and looked at the figure on the wall. If I fail to arrive at the corresponding place at the corresponding time, this thing will come and kill me? But he might not have acted that way if he was just killed. After thinking for a moment, he took the death prophecy out of his pocket once more. The parchment slowly opened, and at the top was still the same as it was at the beginning, with those familiar times and familiar places that Wang Yan was familiar with. The next second, a new date popped up. August 30th, Daikichi, Manhwa Village. Chapter 59, Psychiatric Hospitals. August 30th? Wang Yan tapped on his cell phone's calendar and looked at it. August 30th, which is October 2nd. There are still 11 days left. It's early, but, where's Manhwa Village again? Wang Yan looked at the name of the place and after failing to find the corresponding location from his head, he took his cell phone map and searched. After a fruitless search, he shut the phone off a little hellishly, glanced up at the figure on the wall, and then back down at the death prophecy in his hand. The previous locations were real and findable locations, so why would a completely unsearchable place pop up this time? If it was a place that didn't exist, then how was he going to get there in time for August 30th? Wang Yan pondered, his attention stopping on Daji above the location. The movie theater and the police station and even the interrogation room were all great evils before, so why is this a great blessing? Wang Yan frowned, opened his cell phone browser and tentatively searched the name. After flipping through a few advertisements and searching around fruitlessly, Wang Yan's frown deepened as he looked up at the figure on the wall again and reopened his cell phone album. After confirming that there were no other videos before September 11th, Wang Yan rewatched that video a few times. As the number of times it was played increased, Wang Yan only felt that his back began to gradually chill, and even as he looked up at the figure on the wall, he also vaguely felt that it seemed to be looking at him without moving. According to the video, and what Zhao Zhong'an had said earlier, it was clear that staying up until 10 days later to see what would happen if he didn't go or not wouldn't be a good choice. And with the fear he showed in the video of himself reporting the crime earlier, assuming he hadn't found out where the so-called Manhwa village was by then, was he really going to die at the hands of this thing? Or will it cost you something you can't afford? Thinking of this, Wang Yan got up and walked to the table, pulling two pieces of paper and jotting down the information he had gotten in the past few days on it, trying to clear his mind. The first is the death prophecy, which, according to his own account, was received during the period of his amnesia. Receive implies that it is not picked up. It is delivered to one's hand by something. Then there is this organization with Chingishan and the screenwriter involved. There are a lot of suspicions about this organization. For example, at that time in the cinema, the screenwriter claimed that he would go to the police station because of his destiny. And then after 10 days, he did have to arrive at the police station. In other words, the writers were able to know where he was going next before he did, and chose to use his life as a price to try to get himself wronged and imprisoned after learning that he was able to come back from the dead. If one extrapolates from this line of thought that the writers knew in advance what would happen if they violated the death prophecy, could it be that the writers wanted to set themselves up not only because they couldn't get out of there alive after running into them that day, but also so that they could, afterwards, control themselves in a position where they had no way of arriving at the location? Assuming that the members of all these organizations are going to participate in this game, where only one can come out alive, then their own existence is indeed a huge threat to this organization. The ability to come back from the dead can be big or small, but for this game, as soon as he enters the game, the winner is already determined. If so, who gave the death prophecy to himself and for what purpose? Wang Yan only felt a mess in his head. He looked at this piece of paper for half a day, his eyes fixed on the word scriptwriter, and came to the conclusion that this organization obviously knew more details about the death prophecy. and that the best option at the moment was to Pinghe village find out the members of the organization. Thinking of this, Wang Yan put the paper away, briefly cleaned up, and laid down on the bed, deciding to go to the mental hospital first tomorrow, to see why exactly he wanted to go to the mental hospital, as well as what kind of abnormality Zhao Zhouman was talking about. Time turned to the next day. Casually tidying up the debris on the floor, Wang Yan carried the garbage downstairs. Downstairs, the cordon still surrounded the place, and even though a day had passed, the place still held that unmistakable stench, so there were fewer townspeople to see what was going on. Passing by a few police officers, Wang Yan walked straight towards the direction of the mental hospital. Pingsheng town wasn't very big, and it would only take less than half an hour at most to get from Wang Yan's house to the mental hospital on foot. Usually you can still get a cab here in Center Square, but because of the movie theater and the sewer thing, hardly anyone comes to Center Square these days. All the way down the street, Wang Yan arrived at the entrance of the mental hospital. The psychiatric hospital was not big, but there was a courtyard, and through the iron gate, Wang Yan could see several people in hospital gowns, exercising in the company of medical staff. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Yan saw Lao Li coming out of the monitoring room, and Dr. Sun on the side. Wang Yan? Dr. Sun greeted him with a bit of surprise. Why did you come over? Still haven't recovered my memory. Let me take a look at the surveillance when I was attending the clinic, Wang Yan said as he looked at Old Li on the side, then moved his eyes back to Dr. Sun's face. What about you? Me? Dr. Sun said. Good luck. It's okay for now. With that, Dr. Sun said a few words to Lao Li, and seeing Lao Li nodding, Dr. Sun took Wang Yan into the monitoring room. As soon as the two of them sat down, Dr. Sun looked around before he then turned his attention to Wang Yan and said in a low voice, remember what I said in the interrogation room at that time? What? I suspected that something was trying to help that patient escape from the mental hospital, Dr. Sun said, turning on the surveillance that he had just repeatedly viewed. The truth is just as I predicted. Look, on the computer screen was Dr. Sun with a box, passing through the doorway. This ward is next to the patient who died, and it just happened to record the state of my case at the time. Dr. Sun zoomed in and pointed to the case. It was still intact at this time, but, by the time we got to the next ward, it had changed. With that, he clicked the next video on, only to see that in this instant, Dr. Sun's case was partially open. The two wards are separated by only one wall, and the interval between the two videos is no more than 5 seconds, exactly the time it took me to get from one door to the next, Dr. Sun said. This indirectly corroborates that the person who opened the case was not me, because it would have been impossible for me to open the case, remove the contents, throw it back into the original ward, and appear in the next security video in the same pose, within 5 seconds. And, the ward surveillance didn't break down until after I finished treating the patient. Dr. Sun took a long breath as he said this. It was clearly captured here, and I left only after putting everything away and closing the case. Chapter 60, Haiwa Village. So something is helping him leave the ward? Wang Yan asked after a few glances. Yeah, right, Dr. Sun said. Stole my bone-biting pliers for this and used them to get his restraining straps off. Wang Yan was silent for a moment when he heard this. He then asked, is the ward unlocked? At these words, Dr. Sun froze in place. He then shook his head. Although the isolation vent room is fastened from the outside in order to prevent patients from rising up and injuring others, it is not allowed to be unlocked in order to ensure the safety of the patients inside. Then why don't you just help him open it? Wang Yan couldn't help but tighten his brows. Why would you bother to steal your things? Is there a single item in here that can be escaped from the house? I don't know. Dr. Sun shook his head, but all in all, there does exist some mysterious power that helped him at this moment. Wang Yan's brows tightly wrinkled. After a while, he looked at the monitor's time, 2:05. It's not too late, just if you go to the police station. He remembered that the time of the summoning order was 2:30, which meant that only a few people went to Tianhe City from the police station after 2:30, and since the time of the ghost's appearance was after 2:30, it would be too late for him to walk over there even if he did. Was the cause of death suicide? Wang Yan asked again. Dr. Sun, who was beside me, was silent for a moment. Yes, the cause of death was a toxic reaction from an overdose, but after I left, stole my medication and injected it himself. Wang Yan pondered for a while. Through the video in his cell phone, he could determine that before he went to the police station, he was already being forced by something to force him to go there. Can I see the video of that patient before he died? In order to protect the patient's privacy, it is not to be shown to you. Dr. Sun shook his head. What's wrong? What was his state? Was it very fearful? Wang Yan asked. How to describe? He was having a lot of hallucinations. Dr. Sun said. A moment to beg for mercy. A moment to beg us to let him go. And also accompanied by very aggressive behavior. Before finally choosing to send into the isolation vent room first. Could it be that the closer the time appears, the more terrifying or painful it will be until the last moment of death? Wang Yan muttered. What? Dr. Sun asked. Nothing. Can you show me the security footage from my visit? A medical consultation? Dr. Sun said. The consultation room is not monitored, but there should be information about your case. But Officer Zhao said that the video recording of my visit to the doctor was not quite right either. Wang Yan could not help but frown, probably not referring to the consultation process. Dr. Sun said, pressing his hand on the keyboard. What day? Wang Yan pulled up his cell phone's appointment record and reported it. So Dr. Sun pulled up the surveillance from the door that day. Psychiatric hospitals usually come to very few patients. After waiting for a long time, the two saw Wang Yan walk to the door of the psychiatric hospital. He held a ball of air in his hand, repeatedly looked at it, then turned back and seemed to look at something. With a bit of panic walked in. Dr. Sun noted down the time that Wang Yan left from the surveillance screen, then opened the surveillance near the guide desk, and after inputting the time, it didn't take long for Wang Yan to reappear in the screen. He kept looking back at something, then walked over to the guidance desk. The radio effect of the monitoring is not good, and this time of the day happens to be the time when the psychiatric patients are walking around the courtyard for exercise, accompanied by the background music of gymnastics. Wang Yan's voice comes out intermittently. I seem to be hallucinating. Wang Yan looked at the nurse who was yawning at the guide desk and said, he's chasing me, he keeps following me. The nurse froze. She then checked Wang Yan's appointment record and led him to the consultation room. Looking at the picture in the monitor, Wang Yan couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, it shouldn't be so bad to say that my visit that day was abnormal, right? After all, Zhao Zhouman was aware of the existence of the death prophecy. So recording the point in time when Wang Yan left the surveillance screen, Dr. Sun then moved to the front of the hall not far from the clinic. At the side of the hall is the elevator, and in the next second, a mournful scream rang out from the elevator, and the nurse inside ran out with a panicked face, followed by Wang Yan after that. The two had almost the same expression, but the object of the nurse's fear was Wang Yan, while Wang Yan's fear was what was in the elevator. He's doing it again. He's doing it again, and I'm not going. I'm not going this time. No matter what I say. The Wang Yan inside was almost a different person from what he was presenting now, but unexpectedly not much different from when he reported the case. Wang Yan was silent for a while as he saw that he was quickly overpowered by the doctors and nurses who surged up and then brought to the consultation room. The two men watched the security camera footage for a brief moment of silence, but soon, Wang Yan came out of the clinic again, now looking like he was much more composed. He took a little medicine and left the hospital with a broad stride. Do you need me to transfer the case to you? Dr. Sun asked. Will the case have the conversation I had with the psychiatrist at the time? Or is there a record of it? No, just some summaries. Dr. Sun thought for a moment and added, if this doctor hadn't already been traveling, I could have asked him, but if he hadn't been traveling, it wouldn't have been me at all who stumbled into this incident this time. That won't be necessary. If it was just a summary, it would probably be like Dr. Sun did before, designating everything he said as some type of hallucination, confirming that he had some mental illness, and doing very little to deduce what was going on at the time. What's wrong? Dr. Sun looked at Wang Yan's expression and couldn't help but ask, could it be that a new one has appeared in your death prophecy? Wang Yan was silent for a while and nodded. Where? Dr. Sun asked. I don't know. It's called Pingi Village, Wang Yan said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dr. Sun's face changed. Pingi Village? You know that? Wang Yan didn't expect to end up harvesting information about Pingi Village from Dr. Sun, so he hurriedly asked, where is it? Pingi Village is no longer there. Dr. Sun reached out and turned off the surveillance. Frowning, this village was about 20 years ago? I'm not sure. The original location of this village is about a day's drive from Tianhe City, in the mountains, he said, took his phone out, found a map and flipped through it, pointing to one of the locations and said, in the mountainous region. Due to its remote location and inconvenient transportation, it has always been backward, and some time after that, the locals believed in some kind of cult, and it was only until more than a dozen years ago that it was swept away completely, and after it was completely deserted, the entire village moved away. There have been a lot of ridiculous things that have come out. I once had a colleague from that village. Dr. Sun thought of something. He looked at Wang Yan and couldn't help but say, if it's the same as the movie theater as well as the interrogation room, What's about to happen there is also related to what happened in the village's past. Dr. Sun's face became more and more ugly. Then, it's a bit of a problem. Chapter 61, Rides. Why? At present, the only ones we've come into contact with are the movie theater interrogation room, said Dr. Sun. Counting Chang Yishan's factories there are only 3 of them. Assuming that what Chang Yishan said is true, Dr. Sun took his hand off the mouse and continued. All the rules are associated with the current scene. From what is known, don't you think that the interrogation room, on the contrary, seems to have the most restrictive rules for ghosts and monsters so far? Dr. Sun asked. Wang Yan sniffed and pondered for a moment before nodding. This is because the rules are derived from the rules of the interrogation itself, and in order to ensure fairness and justice, the rules of the interrogation have restrictions on both sides of the interrogation. Dr. Sun's brows tightened as he said this. If the rules of Heiha village are also derived from the village rules of Heiha village, this means that you may not be able to find any breaking points. Seeing Wang Yan looking at him, Dr. Sun introduced himself. The local villagers of Pingi village believe in a deity named Shang, and every year on the 30th day of the 8th month, it is the local Shang festival. Hearing this date, Wang Yan's heart jumped as he asked, will you sacrifice the living? Dr. Sun shook his head. It's a bit more complicated than that. My colleague was the sacrifice that ran away from the Sang festival. According to her description, this village's Sang festival has many detailed and eccentric rules. Once violated, that night Ra will descend on that resident's home and rain down calamities on him or her. That is, the ghost is most likely there, playing the role of birth? Dr. Sun nodded. In that village, the power possessed by life is unlimited, and everything needs to make way for the existence of life, which means that it is almost impossible to find any counteracting birth rules. It's almost impossible. Seeing Wang Yan's expression gradually become grave, Dr. Sun couldn't help but speak out to comfort him. But it shouldn't be a big deal for you. The only problem is to be careful of the other person who came to Pinky village holding the death prophecy. Wang Yan pondered for a while, nodded and asked for the location of Pinky village from Dr. Sun. After sending the location to Wang Yan, Dr. Sun looked at the address on his phone and asked, what day? It's early. Then you can make a little preparation. Just like that screenwriter. And Chang Yishan. Dr. Sun looked at his phone and said, I do think that as long as you escape from there and don't get involved in any other criminal cases, you should be fine. Going to do anti-fraud propaganda? Wang Yan looked at the nearest towns around the address and thought of Zhao Zhongman's words. Not a bad method. Dr. Sun smiled. He looked up and saw Old Li who walked to the door of the surveillance room. He couldn't help but stand up. That's it then. I still have to cooperate with Officer Li to scout for the real culprit in the case. Wang Yan looked at the computer screen for a few moments and closed his surveillance screen before standing up afterward. Alright, good luck. Dr. Sun stood next to Old Li. You too, when you come back, if you want to, you can come and talk to me when you have the chance. I live over in Tianhe City. I'll send you the address in a moment. Wang Yan nodded and staggered with the 2 men before walking straight towards the gate of the mental hospital. Old Li looked at Wang Yan's back and couldn't help but ask, what did you tell him? Team Li, this has nothing to do with the case. Dr. Sun paused as he continued under Lao Li's gaze. If I must say, psychotherapy? Old Li sighed at his words. Originally I thought he was really a suspect, but I didn't realize that he was just an eyewitness, and suffered from mental illness because of it. So poor. If he didn't run into this case, he still had a great future. Dr. Sun pursed his lips and didn't answer. On the other hand, Wang Yan looked at the address he obtained in his hand and pondered for a long time before deciding to take a ride to the town near Pingi village first. Even if the village was relocated, it was reasonable to say that the nearby towns would still have more or less left behind some of the villagers, and even if they didn't, they might still be able to ask what some details about the Haiwa village or from the surrounding area. The village of Haiwa is located deep in the mountains and the nearest town is at the foot of the mountains, called Hushing Town. There are only 2 routes to choose from in Heisei. One is to take a bus from Heisei Town to Hapsang, which is about a 10-hour bus ride to the transit station, followed by a 2-hour bus transfer. Either that or go to Tianhe first, take a high-speed train from Tianhe to the nearest city, and then take a direct taxi, which would only take 6 hours total. After weighing the situation for a while, Wang Yan went to the bus stop. After buying the ticket, Wang Yan picked a seat at the end and sat down. He proceeded to take Zhao Zhongman's number out, pondering whether he should tell him about Pingi, and in the meantime, see if he could harvest a little bit of things related to Pingi village from Zhao Zhongman. With the limited information known at the moment, it would be a good option to get a little bit of valid information from Zhao Zhongman. After all, from Dr. Sun's words, Pingi village had already disappeared for more than 10 years, and if by some bad luck, All the local villagers had relocated to other provinces and cities, and the place was originally quite closed. There might not be any way to get any in-depth information from the town even after 9 days. After thinking for a while, Wang Yan dialed Zhao Zhouman's number. Zhao Zhouman on the other end seemed to be very busy, and only picked up hastily on the other side when Wang Yan almost hung up the phone. Hello? Officer Zhao. Wang Yan was about to say something when he looked up and saw a somewhat burly man with a backpack and luggage walking towards his seat. Zhao Zhouman on the other end asked, "Your death prophecy. A new address has appeared?" Wang Yan was just about to reply. When he saw the man approaching, he couldn't help but say, "Well, text message sent to you. Good." Zhao Zhouman did not pursue, so Wang Yan hung up the phone. "Hello." The man greeted Wang Yan. He then looked around and pointed to a location not far from Wang Yan and asked, "Is this location occupied?" "No." The man nodded and placed his luggage on the rack, then sat down in his seat. Wang Yan can vaguely recognize a part of the baggage from the things exposed, is part of the daily necessities, even with a toothbrush, comb, and even he saw a bag. The inside revealed a few words, vaguely recognized as a sleeping bag. After looking at the man for a few moments, Wang Yan lowered his head and sent a message to Zhao Zhouman. Haiwa Village. No sooner had the message been sent than several came back from the other end in quick succession. Zhou Jungan, Haiwa Village? Zhou Junan, are you sure? I'm on my way to Hop Sing Town. Do you know any other information about Haiwa Village? Zhou Junan, how did you know Haiwa Village was there? Dr. Sun told me. Wang Yan pressed the send button. He then looked up and noticed the man not far away, looking at himself with his afterglow. Chapter 62, Sacrifices. As soon as Wang Yan looked up, the man picked his eyes away quickly, so he looked down again at the message sent by Zhao Zhouman. Zhao Zhouman, Sun Changcheng? How does he know? Forget it. When you can answer the phone, return a call to me? The time is not now, right? October 2nd. After the date was sent, it was quiet there for a moment. Then another message came through. Zhao Zhouman, call me back when you get there. Wang Yan turned off his cell phone, and when he raised his head, he locked eyes with the man again. The man averted his eyes and laughed dryly. Sorry, was a little curious seeing as you didn't have anything with you. There was a bit of an emergency and it was too late to pack. Wang Yan said. Oh, no wonder. The man scratched his head and turned back in the direction of the driver. Soon to the departure time. The car only sat Wang Yan and the man, 2 people. The driver leaned on the driver's seat, looked at the 2 people, asked, "Are you in a hurry? If not, I'll get some more people together." "There's no rush." "In a hurry," the man said. He turned his head to look at Wang Yan and couldn't help but explain. "I'm going camping. It's too late to set up my tent." Camping? After hearing this, the driver incredulously glanced at the route sheet and confirmed that he hadn't gotten into the wrong car. He couldn't help but say, "What's so good about camping in this hellhole? There's no flowers or grass, and there's a lot of mosquitoes." With that, he scratched the swollen bag on his arm and asked, "You're not one of us flat adults, are you?" "Well, coming to visit," the man said. Wang Yan couldn't help but look at the man a couple of times more at his words. As the driver said, the neighborhood of Heisei, and even the surrounding cities, are not much of a tourist destination, with hot summers and cold winters, not even close to a summer vacation. Seeing the 2 men looking at themselves skeptically, the man couldn't help but add, "Just came down from Kowloon City, backpacker, traveling wherever he goes, traveling around the country, not picking a place." The driver sniffed and looked out at the station, saw that there was no one who wanted to get on the bus, sat down on the driver's seat. "Okay, forget it, I guess no one will get on the bus again. Let's go." The bus started and the driver said, "But the next stop is going to be a stop for a while, huh? There are a lot of people going to Hershey from that side during this time. Or else it's going to be hard enough to pay for the gas just to pull you too." "Okay." The man nodded. "Are there any activities in hopscotch lately?" Wang Yan couldn't help but speak out and ask. "I don't know," the driver said as he drove. "I just pull people in. And this time of year is pretty crowded. And there are only a few who strike up a conversation with me once in a while, so I can't really ask." Speaking of which, the driver looked at the 2 in the rearview mirror. "Are you 2 going to Hop Sing as well?" The man responded. "Yes, let's go to Hop Sing and rest for the night first." The driver couldn't help but say, "Just look at where you're going. I'm the only one pulling on this one road. Most of them go to Changpurin town to turn to Hushing." Speaking of this, the driver sked. "It's just like that in hopscotch. I don't know why people go there every year, but I've heard that there seems to be a clan shrine over there." "The clan shrine?" the 2 asked in unison. "Why is the reaction so big?" "Ha ha." The driver laughed. "But yes, the only one preserved in our area is that one over there." "Right. I remember, it seems to be Sun's ancestral hall?" When these words came out, Wang Yan was stunned for a moment. "Sun? Yeah, everyone in that area is named Sun, the driver said as he drove. It's not strange to have the surname Sun, right? And Sun is also considered a big surname. Wang Yan intuited that this in Dr. Sun's last name would not be a coincidence, associating it with Dr. Sun's face at that time. Wang Yan pressed his cell phone back on and he proceeded to send a message to Zhao Zhouman. Where is Dr. Sun from? I didn't realize how quickly the message came back on the other end. Zhou Zhongyan, I remember it's from Tianhe. What's wrong? Wang Yan paused. Ancestry too? No word from that end. However, this information was considered Dr. Sun's privacy, so it was normal if Zhao Zhouman had no way to tell him, and Wang Yan didn't expect to be informed from Zhao Zhouman, and at most, he would just follow the preamble and give Zhao Zhouman a heads up to see if he could think in a relevant place. If Dr. Sun himself is the person who came out of Pingyi village, then he must have his intentions in lying about being his colleague and withholding part of the specific information. I just hope that it wasn't out of malice. The driver was obviously a chatterbox, and the cold scene was making it a bit difficult for him, so he thought for a while and asked, what happened to the clan shrine? Why are you two reacting so strongly? It's nothing. Wang Yan shook his head. Just a little strange. The driver frowned and pondered for a while. He turned the steering wheel while saying, my line only goes to Changpurin town, but one year I specifically went to Hushing to see it, to some other place with some ancient buildings. It's all been developed into an attraction, but that doesn't work. It's forbidden to enter or leave. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something, so he looked at the distant mountains and said, it seems that it is also these days, not long after the Mid-Autumn Festival. From the bottom of the mountain, you can see people holding torches up the mountain, far away, looking like a fire dragon, all these years, all the way up to the top of the mountain, also not afraid to give the mountain burn through. Hearing this, Wang Yan sensed that something was wrong, and he asked with feigned curiosity, is there any attraction up there? TSK. The driver recalled for a moment and said, no that is not just a barren mountain. To have to say there is what? More than 10 years ago a big earthquake. To that mountain shook open. I heard that a lot of people died. So there's a village there? There is it. The driver thought for a moment and said, maybe these people are going to worship. To say the least, I have seen people bring yellow paper or something to go. They are all old people. Stacked a basket. The aisle cannot put. Between words, the car had reached the next town. The car slowly stopped at the station, and in the next instant, several elderly people got on from below. Hey, Grandma's son. The driver unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car to carry up the large basket of folded yuanbao for the old man. Going so early this year? The old man trembling on the car, toward the driver said thank you, said with a kind face, this year is the last year. Next year my body cannot afford to toss. That's true. The driver found a place to put the basket, then said to Granny's son, you still look strong. This time next year, I'll still come here to pick you up, and when I retire too, you can rest again. Granny's son smiled, looked around with a few of the older men, and sat down by the window one by one. It so happened that Granny's son sat in front of Wang Yan. She opened the window a little bit, then turned her head to Wang Yan. I'm sorry young man, I'm a bit seasick. I can't do it without opening the window. Wang Yan shook his head. Just drive. I'm fine. So Granny's son took her place in the seat. An old man in front of her turned his face around. The old man's face was full of creases, and as she smiled, these creases piled up. Sister Cui Xiang, it's the last year. I really won't go to Pingyi next year. Chapter 63, Paper Cuts. Granny's son laughed twice. I'm not going. I can't afford it. When a few elderly people were seated, the driver in the front started the car. You're really not going next year? The driver was driving and suddenly responded. Hey, Pingyi, aren't you going to hopscotch? Granny's son said with a smile. Hey, call it a habit. Can't change it for a while. The driver was driving and couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows when he heard this. Hasn't hopscotch always been called that? I've been driving here for 5 or 6 years. Has it always been called that? Granny's son leaned against the window. That means Granny is too old to remember it. When Wang Yan heard this, he glanced at the basket on the side without a trace. The basket was so close to the seat he was sitting on that he could vaguely recognize what was inside. A few stacks of paper yuanbao folded with yellow and white paper, as well as some lotus-like candles, along with a large stick of incense, which was vaguely interspersed with a red object. It could only be vaguely seen as some sort of shape cut out of red paper, but there was no way to recognize exactly what it was. Wang Yan quietly looked at it for a few moments, and when he looked up, he bumped into the line of sight of the backpacker who was also surveying the backpack. The backpacker smiled a bit awkwardly and pulled away smoothly. Your name is Granny's son, right? Granny's son leaned against the car window, her eyes originally closed, and opened instantly when she heard his voice. My name is He Minghui. You can just call me Xiao He. Granny Sun looked at He Minghui for a few moments and revealed a kind smile. What's the matter, little He? The wind from the car window blowing on you? He Minghui shook his head. No, I'm not here to travel. Just like to understand the local customs of various places. I'm also going to Hasheng. Looking for you to inquire about Hasheng. There is no good place to recommend? I'm not living there. I'm going to board at a relative's house this time. Granny Sun smiled amiably. It's no use asking me. If you want to ask, you'll have to look for young people. Wang Yan looked at Granny Sun and then glanced at He Minghui, who was on the side. Judging from the state that He Minghui had shown so far, he didn't think that He Minghui was just a backpacker like he said. And he had just noticed that He Minghui had turned his head to look at the two old men when Granny Sun said Pingy Village. Pingy Village is nowhere to be found on the internet. And if there's any reason for an outsider to pay extra attention to what's going on in Pingy Village, there's only one possibility, a death prophecy. Wang Yan likewise wanted to get a little something related to Peace and Harmony Village out of Granny Sun. But for an old man of this age, the topic of ghosts and gods was full of taboos, so he couldn't open his mouth directly. In the midst of his thoughts, He Minghui sat down next to Granny Sun. Granny, we're both going to Hasheng. Isn't this fate? Why don't you take the trouble to tell me about it? People say that Hasheng is a good place. Originally, Granny Sun did not want to talk more with He Minghui, but when she heard him praising her hometown, she half said, Hasheng, that land is good. Hey, but when you get to Hasheng, you cannot wander around this period of time. We have a busy it. Hearing this, Wang Yan sat a little straighter and quietly listened. He Minghui immediately responded to a few words, and then said, You talk about it? I'm a backpacker. That is the kind of backpacking tent luggage to sleep wherever you go. There are any taboos you tell me, or when I set up a tent to delay your side of things. It's not good. Set up a tent? That won't do. Hearing this, Granny Sun immediately said, How many days will you stay in Hasheng? It's hard to say. I'm going to go to Hasheng to rest for a night. If I grab a ticket to Infinite Mountain City, I'll leave. If not, I'll stay for a few more days. He Minghui scratched his head. What do you think? I really don't have much money left, so a little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. Granny Sun's expression grew serious. No, especially during this time. Until September, no one can be on the mountains around Hasheng. He Minghui asked with a face of flesh pain. For what? I really have no money. Granny Sun's face slammed up. No, this is taboo. Or you will stay in Changpurin, or what if something happens? The old man sitting in front of him turned around and looked at He Minghui for a few moments. She said, Young man, this is really not Chui Xiang's sister to make things difficult for you. We are also in trouble. But also she kindly reminded you of a few words. For others, not even care about you. Gu, I know. He Minghui hastened to curry favor. Isn't it true that funds are tight? Granny, what do you say to that? The old man in front of her face changed. She measured Grandma Sun's face while she lowered her voice and said to He Minghui, How can I say this is not good? Taboo things, Granny, is not good to say in depth. You just know that it will be washed away, the mountain god on the line. Punching the mountain god? When these words came out, He Minghui froze for a moment. Wang Yan, who was sitting at the back, couldn't help but think of the Ra and Dr. Sun's words. You don't think we're engaging in superstition, do you? The old man looked at He Minghui. More than 10 years ago, that big earthquake, if it wasn't for, it's okay. Granny Sun suddenly spoke up, interrupting her, and she looked at He Minghui with a stern face. Anyway, when the time comes, you'll just go up the mountain, and someone will drive you down. So no matter what, you're not going anywhere. Buy the ticket and you hurry up. Hey, well, sorry. He Minghui sat back down with an embarrassed face. Seeing this, Granny Sun yanked the basket near Wang Yan and pulled a string of beads out of it. Holding it in her hand and closing her eyes, she began to chant something. This happened to rip the inside open, and Wang Yan saw the red thing through the gap. He couldn't tell what it looked like. Anyway, it was cut out of red paper and looked like countless snakes or dragons in general, coiled and gnarled in one piece. This thing looks indescribably weird. If you have to ask Wang Yan to say why, is probably the state of these things presented at the moment. Usually this type of paper cuts or sculpture, most of these things will be molded into a kind of pouring out of the momentum. But this one, it looked like they were fleeing in panic from something intimidating, but because of some restriction had to desperately stretch out in order to get as far away as possible from what was inside. Wang Yan carefully looked at the paper cut for a while, trying to analyze something from it, when suddenly, a pair of dry and thin hands reached out from the side and covered the basket with one hand. He looked up in a hurry and was caught off guard when he bumped into Granny Sun's eyes. At this moment, she was grimacing ironically. Her face was so dry and thin that all the wrinkles around her drooped at the corners of her mouth, and a pair of cloudy eyes were looking at Wang Yan motionlessly from the slits of her eyelids, which were also full of wrinkles. Chapter 64, Yuan Bao. Sorry, Granny. Wang Yan hurriedly apologized. I just came out of Pingy. I haven't gone back for more than 10 years, and this one time I suddenly saw it. It feels a bit familiar, but I just can't remember. He Minghui, who was on the side, froze for a moment as he looked at Wang Yan with a bit of incredulity, and only after a long time did he withdraw his sight. Hearing this, Granny Sun's face looked a little better as she looked Wang Yan up and down. You're also from Pingy? What's your name? My name is Sun Changqing. Wang Yan said. We moved early. It would be small. Just remember a little bit. Look at that and feel a little impression. Think carefully and cannot remember at all. Sorry, mother-in-law. I really do not remember. To violate the taboo. You talk to me. Sun Evergreen? Which family? Granny Sun pondered. Sun Fu family, right? The old man in front pondered. Yes. I remember moving out just a little bit older. I heard that the family moved to Tianhe, and even went to college, and is now a doctor. Hey, yes, that's me. Wang Yan hurriedly said. My dad's name is just Sun Fu, and I'm currently working as a doctor in Tianhe. A doctor? Grandma Sun's face looked better. Good doctor. Pingdi village hasn't had a doctor for so many years. Where are your parents? Why haven't they come back? Hey. Wang Yan heard this, lowered his eyes and looked at his shoes without a word. As for the situation of Sun Changqing's family, Wang Yan also does not know anything. Before in the interrogation room, originally Zhao Zhouman wanted to interrogate Sun Changqing's family information, but also by Sun Changqing interrupted. When Wang Yan thought of this, he could not help but become a little suspicious. Could it be that the interruption of Zhao Zhouman at that time? In addition to the fact that he was then linked to the case of the death of a mentally ill person, there was also the point that his family information, which was not convenient to disclose. Thinking of this, Wang Yan let out another long sigh. According to the current situation, the old man in the front must know what is going on in Sun Changqing's family, and he is waiting for the old man to answer this question for him. At that time, no matter whether Sun Changqing's family members are alive or something has happened to anyone, he will have a way to round back. But one can't round up any incorrect information if one says it. Sun Fu was hospitalized, right? I remember. The old man saw this and said, Sui Xiong's sister, quickly don't ask. I remember that Sun Fu was talking about mental problems. If you want me to say that it is not honoring the gods to be possessed, and let his family come back to pay homage to the gods and is not willing to do so, you don't mention. This is not for me to come back to pay my respects for him? Wang Yan said. My father's situation. Hey, he actually wants to come back. It's just really. Granny Sun then patted Wang Yan's hand. Good boy. It's fine. Granny just asked. Right. According to the generation, you should call me third granny. Third grandmother good. Wang Yan said. It is my father called me back. But he, you also know that he that situation. All also cannot say. I have no bottom in my heart. You talk to me about it? Grandma Sun looked at Wang Yan with a loving face. Good. Willing to come back is good. Wait until the Husheng. Grandma should tell you what to tell you. But what Grandma did not say. Cannot ask. Understand? Okay, Grandma. Granny Sun then pulled Wang Yan to sit next to her. If you don't mind coming to sit with Granny. Really good young age, so capable. The old man said with a little envy, when the doctor is good the iron rice bowl. Let my family the child to study medicine said nothing agreed. Although there is a big thing to worship can also be good. But you say, if there is a cold and cough, do not also go to the begging? Granny Sun coughed twice, and the old man shut his mouth immediately. Wang Yan looked at the old man in front of him and then at Granny Sun, and couldn't help but ask, what about you? What should I call you? Me, call me. The old man said after a moment of sorting out the generations in his head, call me Aunt and Grandma. Hello Auntie Granny. Wang Yan hurriedly called out. The aunt and grandmother smiled and nodded. Recognizing this layer of relationship, Wang Yan's heart is considered to have a little bottom. He then looked at the things in the basket and asked, Grandma, is it convenient to tell me? I really feel familiar. If it is taboo, you just shoot me twice. I will not ask. Granny Sun thought for a while, seemed to be weighing. After a while, she said, it's good to tell you now, but you can't ask again when you get to Husheng. Saying this, Granny Sun suddenly paused for a moment. She then brushed her head and turned to look at Wang Yan. You really don't know? Wang Yan paused and looked at the red paper. I really don't remember. That would indeed still be small. To have to let me say was raw? He lowered his voice and put on a look of awe at the thing, and asked it in Grandma Sun's ear. This was obviously Granny Sun's quiz, and since Sun Changqing still remembered birth and birth sacrifices, it meant that this was something that anyone who was peaceful would know. Granny Sun turned her head back and laughed. Fortunately, at least she remembers a little and knows the rules. Wang Yan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not all. Specifically, Grandma will tell you when she arrives at Hushing. Granny Sun patted Wang Yan's hand, then took out a few sheets of paper from the basket and handed them to Wang Yan. But since you've come back, follow Granny to fold a little bit of it, so you can also have an explanation with him at that time. A few sheets of paper were handed to Wang Yan. The thick yellow paper was placed in Wang Yan's hand, and the crumbs fell from his fingers onto his pants leg. Granny Sun gave him a demonstration. Look, come like Grandma. Grandmother Sun folded the paper in the palm of her hand a few times. Wang Yan followed Granny Sun as she folded. He glanced at the basket next to him and asked in a low voice, "What is this for, Granny?" Granny Sun did not say anything. She raised her eyes to Wang Yan and her hands continued to fold. "Don't ask what you shouldn't," the aunt and grandmother in front said. "Would third grandma harm you? Of course it's something that must be used." Wang Yan paused as he looked at the paper in Granny Sun's hand and slowly followed to fold it. He had followed his own grandmother in folding paper yuanbao before, and once he followed Grandma Sun, he realized that it was completely different from the one he knew how to fold. As per usual, the metacarpals need to be arched up a point from the center to make a similar look to the metacarpals, but this one is just the opposite, with a deliberate hollow stacked out in the center instead, as if it's ready to hold something inside. Wang Yan followed the folding step by step, and as he did so, he twisted his head to look at the finished product on the side. At this glance, he noticed that there seemed to be a bit of red all over the inside of the dollar bill, and next to the dollar bill, a name was written. Each meta corresponds to a different name. Just in this moment when Wang Yan was thinking, he finished stacking his yuanbao. He then saw Granny Sun find a small knife and make a cut to her finger. Then a drop of blood fell on the paper dollar bill. "Your turn, Evergreen," the aunt and grandmother said. "It's a good thing, without it, God won't be able to see you." Chapter 65, Paper Eyes. And God can't see him? When these words came out, Wang Yan froze for a moment, and as he re-looked at the basket of paper yuanbao, he only felt his heart skip a beat. Since he had seen paper yuanbao before, Wang Yan rightfully interpreted this as something similar to yuanbao. But now that I look at it again, it would be better to say that the shape is like a more dollar bill, rather like eyes. Wang Yan slowly took the knife. Just as he was pondering whether or not to follow Granny Sun's request and smear his own blood on it, the driver in front of him slammed on the emergency brake. The car shook violently for a moment. Along with the two unsteady old man also followed staggered a bit. If not, Wang Yan pulled in time. Granny Sun at the moment has hit the back of the car seat. "Hey, how to drive?" the driver scolded, then looked in the rearview mirror at the few people in the back seat. "Granny Sun didn't fall, right? Just now that car suddenly overtook. Hey, gave me a fright. You'd better sit well. Fasten your seatbelt. There's something to wait until we get to Long Perlin." The aunt and grandmother in the front row bumped in their seats, and when they heard this, they rushed back to their seats. Granny Sun sat down under Wang Yan's help. Being helped by Wang Yan, her wariness of Wang Yan lowered quite a bit, so she picked up the knife and the paper eyes and put them back into the basket, then said, "Forget it, Evergreen, then wait until the long pearl before you get it, otherwise it would be bad if you scratched anyone." Wang Yan let out a sigh of relief as he nodded, although he didn't believe in this. When the time came, if the future ghost really became the living of Haiwa village, it definitely wouldn't be good news for him if the ghost saw him or found him through this thing, and since it was highly likely that He Minghui was the same as the scriptwriter, it would be better for him to try not to show his abilities in front of He Minghui, so as not to cause any complications. In the middle of his thoughts, Wang Yan turned his head back and happened to bump into He Minghui's probing gaze. The two of them locked eyes, and He Minghui quickly misplaced his gaze, continuing to survey Granny Sun's basket of paper eyes. The driver drove on in front of him, while Grandma Sun spun her string of red rosary beads and chanted something. Wang Yan could vaguely hear that she seemed to be praying to something, and it sounded like words to pray for the safety of the whole family. A voice as if chanting echoed in the quiet bus as it weaved through the densely forested mountain roads until it stopped at the Long Perlin Township stop. The driver was the first to rush out of the car. He first went to the bathroom and wiped his face with cold water before returning to the car with a cigarette in his mouth. Between the fact that he had heard before that Wang Yan was a relative of Grandma Sun's family, the driver looked at Wang Yan for a few moments, and then spat out to He Minghui. "I've been running this section of the road for so many years, and every year, the thing I'm most afraid of is to drive this section of the road during this time of the year." He Minghui twisted his head to look at a few successive off the passengers. After the station came up a few old people ready to go to the Long Perlin. Without exception, most of these old people know the Grandma Sun, and a few people are carrying a basket, in which put with yellow paper folded into the various types of sacrificial offerings. With the odd whiff of sandalwood incense from the sacrificial offerings and the sound of a few old men praying, The driver nearly pinched his thighs green before he didn't close his eyes on the road. He Minghui similarly yawned and nodded approvingly. Big brother, have you inquired about their origins? He Minghui asked. Just now. The car was chattering away. It sounded weirdly scary. No. Anyway, every year at this point come. Hey, the rural old people are not all like this. Taboo a lot of it. Driver holding a cigarette shook his head. You do not see me, do not dare to talk to them? If I say you also away from a little bit, can go from the long Perlin, go from the long Perlin. Some things when the faith is still good. Excessive. Seeing Granny's son get off the bus, the driver changed his face. He took a few steps forward and took the basket for Granny's son. Granny son, when are you leaving? I'll wait for you at the Chang Perlin side. October 3rd. Granny's son got out of the car, then carried the basket from the driver's hand. I'll contact you when the time comes, and I should just be able to put together a load this year. Hey, fine. The driver said. Get in touch then. Granny's son nodded. She then tugged on Wang Yan, who was on the side, and pulled him behind her as if she was looking after her grandson. Seeing this, He Minghui also took a few steps forward and walked next to Granny's son. Granny, I'm sorry, I'm from out of town. I don't know the rules over here. Just now I looked at it. The bus to Hashing still has an hour to go before it departs. You're tired. Tell me about it, okay? I've already booked a hotel. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Granny's son looked at He Minghui with a bit of caution, and after a long time, she asked, what are you doing in Hashing for good reason? He Minghui scratched his head and saw that the driver had already gotten into the car. Then he said, in fact, I will give you a bottom. More than 10 years ago, was it not a big earthquake? My cousin married to Pingyi village, and lost contact after the earthquake. I came to find her. When these words came out, Grandma's son and auntie's faces changed at the same time. The aunt and grandmother looked at He Minghui and asked after a long time, is the name He Shuhua? Seeing He Minghui nodding, Wang Yan saw that aunt's face start to become frightened. It's been more than 10 years. Why don't you come early? Late. And today? Granny's son coughed, but Wang Yan felt Granny's son tugging his hand tighter and tighter. This is not her father. That is, my eldest uncle. Their family is prejudiced against Pingyi. When they did not let the cousin marry over, she had to come. The eldest uncle was angry, and she cut off relations. He Minghui looked a little sad and said, who would have thought that more than 10 years have passed? She really has no news at all. The eldest uncle is old and a little sick. The only wish is to meet my cousin. The old man's dry and thin hand squeezed Wang Yan in death, making Wang Yan realize that the loss of this He Shuhua was definitely more than just related to the earthquake. Wang Yan then sized up He Minghui for a few moments, guessing how likely it was that what he said was true. This does not exclude that He Minghui used the same method as his own, through a little bit of information, to see if he could get more words out of his aunt and grandmother's mouth, and then used the words he got out in accordance with the details of the speculation, and finally spliced together a close to the truth of the ambiguous answer. The rest is just a matter of filling in the details through the mouths of the people involved. I don't know. We all moved to other places after the earthquake, Granny's son said with a stern face. I'm not sure exactly. If I run into her sometime, I'll take a message for you. No, my uncle told me I must see her, even if she really died in an accident. I must tell him where she is buried. Chapter 66, Names. When this was said, several old men all gathered around. Wang Yan stayed behind Granny's son, sizing up the expressions of these old people. There were both men and women among the old people. Most of them looked to be around 70 or 80 years old, and each of them stared straight at He Minghui. What's wrong? A passerby couldn't help but walk over. What happened? Granny's son's dry and thin hands were like dead wood, deadening Wang Yan's hands. She then changed back to a kindly look and explained towards He Minghui. Xiao He, wouldn't it be over if you had said so earlier? In that case, you'll follow Granny, and when your cousin comes, you'll be able to bump into her first. Seeing He Minghui nodded, Grandma's son said to the passersby, this child came back to visit relatives. A bunch of us old ladies' old eyesight did not recognize. It is not close to see. All right. The wayfarer looked at the crowd and half sat back in his chair. Although it does not look like the grandma said so a thing, but here are old men and women. To really have what? See He Minghui, that body plague may not fall into the wind. But if they are strong, for no reason and they clashed, not accidentally move to the old man a few times, then wait to lose a fortune. Good. Then Xiao He, will you stay close to Granny later? Granny's son smiled and said, in that case, you'll check out of the guest house and go stay at home with Granny, and save money. You don't have to worry about staying at night. He Minghui quickly waved his hand. I've already booked it. I'll come to you at that time. Just remember to take me to see my cousin. Granny's son nodded cheerfully. Her hand was again tight. See Wang Yan look at her. She then said, so, this grandson of mine is also from Tianhe. No place to live. With you a piece of the hotel, by the time the two of you come together. Which hotel to live in? He Minghui took his cell phone out and reported a name. Just in time. This is what your uncle opened. Granny-san patted Wang Yan's hand and said, this came a long way to visit relatives. Didn't entertain you properly. You two will live for free during this time. Oh, well, thank you Granny. He Minghui nodded. Then Granny-san raised her eyes to Wang Yan, and those cloudy eyes seemed to make a wink towards Wang Yan. Grandma, you can just arrange it. So Wang Yan said morally. Good, good, good. Grandma-san smiled and patted the hands of the two. Grandma will definitely arrange it for you. It so happened that the bus bound for Hushing drove by at this time. So Granny-san patted He Minghui and said, little he, you go up first, and Granny will have a word with Evergreen. Seeing He Minghui get into the car, Granny-san suddenly lowered her voice and said, Evergreen, I'm not at liberty to tell you the specifics. Anyway, keep an eye on him a little bit, and when you go to your uncle's house, you'll listen to your uncle, and if he moves, you'll talk to your uncle. Good. Wang Yan nodded along with Granny-san's words. He then saw Granny-san fished out the knife from the basket, as well as the paper that hadn't been finished by Wang Yan. Get this on first, Granny will tell you the rest when the time comes. Granny-san shoved the knife into Wang Yan's hand. Do you want to write your name? Wang Yan asked. As soon as these words came out, Granny-san reacted. She quickly went among the old people, asked around, and eventually brought a pen and handed it to Wang Yan to write. If you don't write clearly, he won't be able to see you. Hearing this, Wang Yan wrote the word sun upwards, and in the middle of his thoughts, he twisted his head to look at Granny-san. Right Granny, what about my dad? Can I write it for him? He can't come in that condition either, but this time it was supposed to be for him. Sun Fuwa. Granny-san looked at the paper eyes in Wang Yan's hand, embarrassed for a moment, sighed, hey, Grandma knows his situation, but this does not work. The name and blood have to be right. Not God how to find people? Wait for next year. Next year you bring this over and let your dad smear some blood on it. Once this was said, Wang Yan immediately wrote Sun Changqing's name with confidence. If he had just asked directly if there would be anything wrong with the name and blood not matching up, he would have aroused Granny-san's suspicion. But starting with Sun Fu, who was not present, that Granny-san would only be more convinced that she was the one who came to worship the god for her father. Sun Changqing. Seeing Wang Yan wrote his name and put a drop of blood on his eye, Granny-san accepted the paper eye in Wang Yan's hand. She solemnly put the paper eye back to the basket, and then pointed inwards towards Wang Yan and said, you sit with that Xiao He and keep an eye on him. Especially pay attention to whether or not he has ever talked to outsiders at any time. Wang Yan had just opened his mouth when Granny-san interrupted. There are some things you don't need to know. In short, if Granny tells you to do something, you do it. Granny and you are a family, and won't harm you. Good. Under Granny-san's repeated requests, Wang Yan followed what Granny-san said and sat next to He Minghui. As soon as he sat down, He Minghui, who was on the side, looked up at Wang Yan, who proceeded to carry the bag, which was placed on the chair, onto the luggage rack. Sit down. Wang Yan paused and sat down next to He Minghui. The car filled up quickly, so the driver started the car early. This one was much quieter compared to the last one. He drove without a word, only occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror at the group sitting in the car. The atmosphere in the car had changed at the moment. Along with that, no one continued the previous prayers, or chanting. Wang Yan sat next to He Minghui, and he could clearly notice that the eyes of the crowd were all focused on him and He Minghui. It's like he's secretly supervising him. Such a depressing atmosphere, however, didn't make He Minghui react. He Minghui raised his eyes to look at the crowd, then took out an eye mask from the upper backpack and put it on his eyes. After thinking about it, he reached over toward his backpack and after searching for a while, he felt out another one and asked toward Wang Yan, dude, do you want one? No, thanks. Wang Yan waved his hand, so He Minghui stuffed the blindfold back into his pocket. Wang Yan saw the situation toward the window to see. At the moment outside has been dark, long Purin from Hushing as long as 2 hours of driving, so from here, you can see far from the driver's mouth. Because of the earthquake cracked into two halves of the mountain, the angle was just enough to see the sun slowly setting, and the setting sun looked like blood flowing from the mountains, snaking down through the cracks. After taking a glance at the distant mountains, Wang Yan withdrew his sight. This glance coincided with the sight of those old men sitting in front of them, only to see all the gazes of all the old people gathered on the two. Red light shone out from behind the old people. Their faces were green and white, as if they were evil ghosts crawling out of hell, and they were now looking at the two men viciously. Chapter 67, Accommodation. This scene caused Wang Yan to be stunned for a moment. He then took a moment to think and turned his head along with the old people's eyes to look at He Minghui, who was wearing an eye patch, visible to the naked eye. The corner of He Minghui's mouth twitched. 2 hours of driving. A car of old people's eyes almost all stayed on Hemingway's face, until the car drove into the station of the hushing stop, and when Hemingway reached out to tug the eye mask, they only put their eyes back. The sky had completely darkened, the lights in the bus came on, and Hemingway adapted to the lights for a while before slowly standing up and reaching towards the luggage on the luggage rack. Hey, little he, Granny's son, who was sitting not far away, watched Hemingway's move. Later on, Changqing, his uncle, that is, the boss of the hotel, will come to pick up the two of you. Don't run around when you get off the car, or else you won't be able to find it in a while. Hemingway said thanks towards Granny's son, then slung the backpack on his back and lifted the other luggage. Chang, help Xiao He carry it. Granny's son said, he came all the way here. How can you let him carry his own luggage? Good. Wang Yan reached for the luggage in Hemingway's hand. Hemingway tugged on the luggage straps, looked up at Wang Yan for a few moments, then let go. Can't see it, you're quite strong. Hemingway rubbed his hands together and said, I thought you doctors weren't very fit. Wang Yan saw Granny's son looking over and explained, orthopedics, it's all like this, and you have to swing a hammer when necessary. Granny's son smiled and said, orthopedics, haha, that's right, people's bones are so hard, no strength how to treat people. Hemingway glanced at Wang Yan and followed Granny's son out of the car. Hapsang looks even smaller than Heisei, and there is no special passenger terminal built, with a few buses destined for nearby towns or downtown parked sporadically on the side of the road. There weren't many people on the streets either. Granny, when is the hotel owner coming? Hemingway looked out over the street corner and couldn't help but ask. Soon. His uncle is an acute person. He will be able to see it later. Granny's son glanced at the corner of the street and said, those who can make it back in these days will all make a trip to the clan's ancestral hall first tomorrow, early tomorrow morning. His uncle will send you to the clan's ancestral hall, and if you run into your cousin's husband, I'll ask him for you. Hey, thank you, Granny. Hemingway then said, then Granny, you go back first. Since it's his uncle, they should be able to recognize him later. I'll just follow him to the car. Saying this, Hemingway saw Wang Yan looking towards him and added, you're so old, and you've been sitting in the car for so long. It's better to go back earlier and have a good rest. We're young people. It's fine to wait a little longer. With words having been said, Granny's son looked at Wang Yan with a bit of difficulty. Seeing this, Wang Yan quickly said, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for me to recognize. How long has it been since I've seen my relatives at home? Granny's son patted Wang Yan's hand and turned her head to look at Hemingway. Yes, little he, Evergreen hasn't been back for how many years? What if he recognizes the wrong person later? How come? That's your own uncle. He's so much like your mom, Aunt Granny said with a sniff, and before she could finish, she was glared at by Grandma's son. Granny's son then looked at Xiao He. It's okay, Granny will wait with you. Obviously Granny's son's purpose for staying here was to keep an eye on Hemingway and make sure that he would always be within Granny's son's control. However, the words just now still gave Granny's son a wake-up call, so she turned her head to look at Wang Yan. When your uncle comes later, you greet him first. After so many years of no contact, if you have to rely on Granny to even recognize each other, then how sad your uncle should be. Wang Yan paused and nodded, although he didn't show it on his face. His heart was slightly panicked at the moment. The good thing was that although he had never met Sun Changqing's mother, he had met Sun Changqing, and if they were very similar, it was reasonable to recognize them. Thinking about it, a couple of buses turned the corner from the far side of the street and stopped in front of a few people. Granny's son didn't say anything and didn't step forward, apparently waiting for Wang Yan to recognize him first. The bus driver stepped out of the bus. With just one glance, Wang Yan's hanging heart was released. One of the bus drivers had eyebrows and eyes that looked very similar to Sun Changqing, but compared to Sun Changqing, he was a bit stouter, had dark skin, and looked a bit menacing. Uncle! Wang Yan was the first to shout. Hemingway once again gave Wang Yan an unexpected look. On the other side, Granny's son's stern face softened. Come on, Jing Chang, come and recognize. This is Evergreen. Evergreen is back, she shouted at the driver. Sun Jingchen walked over. He first greeted Granny's son before hesitantly looking at Wang Yan. This is Evergreen? No, Granny's son said smilingly. This is not for his father back. Back good willing to come back on good. Evergreen? Sun Jingcheng looked at Wang Yan and nodded after a long time. I haven't seen you in these 10 years. How did you grow up like this when you were big? I remember that when you were small, you were very similar to me. That's true. Granny's son patted Sun Jingcheng and said, Evergreen is studying at a university outside and working as a doctor. Can he be the same as you? Why don't you say that culture nurtures people? Sun Jingcheng wrinkled his eyebrows for half a day and finally accepted this statement. Okay, uncle will treat you to something nice later. What about him? The one who booked our hotel? Hey, yes, Boss, this is where I placed the order. Saying that, He Minghui handed his cell phone to Sun Jingcheng. Okay, go back to give you a single refund. Self-family say what two families say. Sun Jingcheng waved his hand and pointed to the car at the back and said, get in. The three of them got into the car together. Granny Sun got carsick and sat in the front, while Wang Yan and He Minghui sat in the back. Sun Jingcheng drove the car, put the window down and took a drag on his cigarette. But the hotel room is tight during this time, so you'll stay with my nephew and live in a room later. Okay? Okay, it's okay, this one I'm not picky. He Minghui waved his hand. In no time, the car stopped in front of an old guest house, and when he got out of the car, Sun Jingcheng signaled Wang Yan and He Minghui to check in, while he himself was at the doorway talking to Granny Sun about something. The front desk of the hotel was a middle-aged woman who saw Wang Yan enter and guessed for half a day before asking, is it Evergreen? Wang Yan nodded. You are? I am your aunt. Ah. The middle-aged woman smiled. She then fished out a key from the drawer. Tired? Go upstairs and put your things away first. Come down later and have a meal with your uncle. He Minghui's hand as he took out his ID card gave a lurch as he looked at Aunt Sun and asked, don't you need to register? Free to board? What to board? Aunt Sun waved her hand. It's okay, family member. Besides, no one checks in a town. Go up. At Aunt Sun's urging, the two went upstairs, not knowing what Granny Sun and Sun Jingcheng had talked about. When Wang Yan turned back to look at the two who were still chatting, he happened to bump into Sun Jingcheng's gaze that looked toward him. Chapter 68, Evidence of Guilt. Wang Yan paused and turned his head up the stairs. The hotel was pitifully small, with only 6 rooms all the way across, and the room the two were in was located at the end of the hallway. There were no lights in the corridors, and Wang Yan noticed that not a single bit of light came out of these tightly closed rooms, and there was even a room with its door wide open, and it was dark and empty inside. Walking to the door, Wang Yan inserted the key into the lock, and with a click, the door opened. The room was Spartan, with only an old TV in addition to 2 beds, and a tiny bathroom. However, the unexpected use of card insertion to obtain electricity. Wang Yan inserted the card into the slot on the side of the door. The house instantly lit up. Really simple. Ah, fortunately it's free. He Minghui cruised around and lamented. This Thai place. Such a room costs 200 a night. Why don't you go and rob it? With that, he turned back and took his luggage from Wang Yan. He then reached out and pulled off the electric card from the card slot. The room darkened instantly. He Minghui didn't say anything, and Wang Yan didn't move. He looked at He Minghui for a few moments and guessed his intentions. This guest house was completely converted from a residential house, and there were no high-powered electrical appliances in the house. Even the old-fashioned television set was not plugged in which case a room would at most forget to turn off the lights, resulting in a waste of a trivial amount of electricity. There is absolutely no need to specifically convert a room to a hotel-style plug-in disconnect, unless there's some kind of electronic device in here that only needs to be operational when a person goes in, like a listening surveillance device. Soon there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Evergreen. Sun Jingcheng ran as fast as he could, and when he reached the door, he knocked and gasped for a few breaths. Are you in there? Wang Yan twisted his head and heard He Minghui getting something by the door, followed by He Minghui pulling the door open. Boss, you came just in time. Is this card slot of yours broken? He Minghui pointed to the card slot on the side and said, it's only been a few minutes, and the power went out inexplicably. Sun Jingcheng froze and looked at Wang Yan. Evergreen, this house cut the electricity by itself? It seems like it. Wang Yan paused and then said, just now he came over to get his luggage, and suddenly it went dark. I'm not too sure. Sun Jingcheng's eyes flicked over the two of them, and after a long time, he said, then I'll ask someone to come and fix it later, so you guys go next door and rest for a while, and go eat later. The two of them stayed in the room across the hall under Sun Jingcheng's arrangement. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Yan realized that indeed, only that room was plugged in to get electricity, and the rest of the rooms were all normally powered. Sun Jingcheng winked at Wang Yan and then started to call an electrician to fix it. The moment Wang Yan closed the door, his cell phone rang. Wang Yan opened his cell phone and found that it was Zhao Zhongman calling. Hello? Wang Yan, where are you now? Meanwhile, Zhou Jung'an was sitting at the Heisei police station, his eyes stagnating on the cell phone in front of him that had been salvaged from the sewer, and the video that had been exported from the side. In the middle of the day, he took a deep breath. There's been a new development in the case. You may have to come back and cooperate with the investigation. What? Zhao Zhongman looked at the video in front of him. In the movie theater screening room is going crazy. Wang Yan, after a short silence, said, from the sewers found by the screenwriter took away the cell phone. One of the cell phone recorded the proof of your murder. If Zhao Zhong'an hadn't been in the interrogation room and seen the scene that was beyond reason. At this moment, This video alone would be enough for him to arrest Wang Yan. But after everything that happened in the interrogation room, his mind was a mess at the moment, to the point where he couldn't even believe for a moment that his memories were true or false. Wang Yan fell into silence on that side. I have returned to Pingy. After a while, the voice on the other end of the phone said, on my father's side. You talked to him? Don't worry. I'm on Pingy's side. I'll help him properly worship with God. Realizing that it was inconvenient for Wang Yan's side to return the call, Zhao Zhonghan hung up the phone. After a long while, he turned his head to Old Li, who was at the side. Old Li, call Sun Chongqing over for a moment. I have something I want to talk to him about. Old Li watched the video for a long time in silence. He didn't make a move but asked Zhao Zhonghan, where did he escape to? Call Sun Chongqing over first, and leave this matter alone for now. Zhao Zhonghan took a deep breath. My mind is a mess right now. Old Li took a while before turning his head and calling Sun Chongqing over. Sun Chongqing walked over and glanced at Zhao Zhonghan, then sat down next to him and looked at the video that was playing on a loop. Do you still have any impression of everything that happened in the interrogation room? Zhao Zhonghan looked at the video. Is that all true? Hearing Zhao Zhonghan's question, Sun Chongqing didn't have much of an expression. He looked at the video and said after a long time, who knows? Remember what I said? Group hallucination? In a high-pressure situation, after a night of no sleep and mental strain, it's very easy for people to hallucinate. Zhao Zhonghan sniffed a beat as he struggled to find proof to corroborate that everything that happened at that time was really happening. But the suspect in the interrogation room next door really died. But Fong Lin didn't die. Sun Chongqing sat motionless. I even went to visit him. When half an hour had passed, I couldn't even figure out how Fong Lin survived. Checking the case, it said that he was overworked to produce shock. Seeing Zhao Zhonghan fall into silence, Sun Chongqing added, but then again, do you remember the other two cases Wang Yan was involved in? A hit-and-run truck accident, as well as a suicide by jumping off a building? Zhao Zhonghan froze for a moment. Right. Sun Chongqing recalled for a moment and said, I remember that Officer Li did say that everything that happened on that day's surveillance didn't match what Wang Yan said at all. Right now it's just, the same situation has happened again. Zhao Zhonghan couldn't help but think deeply. Specifically whether it is true or not I don't know. Sun Chongqing turned his head to look at Old Li in the distance, then said, by the way, it's worth mentioning that on that day in the interrogation room, I quietly dipped a little bit of Chang Yishan's blood, and that blood, it didn't smell like anything. Seeing Zhao Zhonghan look at him, Sun Chongqing added, but phantom smell also exists. Cannot say that it is a hallucination is sure that you cannot smell the taste, but on the contrary, cannot smell the taste of. Maybe it is a hallucination. Hallucination. Zhao Zhonghan pondered the word over and over again. If it's really a hallucination, then why would Chang Yishan's dossier appear? The details of this case are unclear even to me. Access to the file after the fact, and the interrogation room saw exactly the same. But Lu Ruifeng and others' access to the file records have disappeared. I don't know. Sun Chongqing raised his eyebrows. Like I said, I can't tell if what happened that day was true or false. My father suffered from mental illness. In other words, if I inherited it, it's normal. It depends on what you think. Sun Chongqing sat up straight and said, of course, I'm leaning towards the idea that all of this, as well as what Wang Yan said, is true, and just like the first two cases, some sort of force has corrected everything in the outside world, everything except for the driver involved, and the memories of the classmates who witnessed it. Seeing Zhao Zhonghan looking at him, Sun Chongqing added, but the only problem is, how are you going to convince people that this video is not incriminating evidence against Wang Yan? Chapter 69, Seance. When these words came out, Zhao Zhonghan fell into a short silence. The room was silent for a while, so Sun Chongqing looked at Wang Yan's video and digressed to ask, where is he now? Already in Hesheng? Aha! Zhao Zhonghan nodded, and when he said this, he remembered something and turned his head to look at Sun Chongqing. Why do you know that Pingy village is in Hesheng? Sun Chongqing's eyes remained on the screen, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. Because, I originally came out of Pingy village. It was that big earthquake in 19 years. 1 month further back. That day, August 30th. Sun Chongqing lowered his gaze. My parents escaped from Pingy with me and fled to Tianhe. Escape? Zhao Zhonghan associated it with the Sang religion in Pingy village. Yes, flee. Sun Chongqing felt around in his pocket and found his ID card. He looked at the text on the ID card and said, you should know that because of the closed terrain of Pingy village, most of the villagers are ignorant and believe in a deity named Shang. Every year, on the 30th day of the 8th month, is their birth festival, and if a child is born on the same day in any year, he is regarded as a messenger of birth. And, in the year in which he is 6 years old, he is sacrificed to the birth to keep peace in good weather. I'm one of them. From the moment I was born, my mission was set. to wait quietly until the day came, and then to draw my neck. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongnan couldn't help but ask, how many cases like yours are there in total? I don't know. Sun Changqing looked at his birthday and said, but I'm the last one, for reasons you probably know well. It was that earthquake that year when the mountain broke off and almost engulfed the whole of Pingyi. Zhao Zhongnan nodded. That is, after the earthquake, the people of Pingyi village began to propagate the so-called Sang religion to the people down the mountain and lured some women to be brutally murdered on August 30th, just to quell the anger of the so-called Sang. It was only after the victim's family called the police that this incredibly stupid cult was discovered by the police, and the purge of the cult has been going on since that day to this day. In fact, the people of Pingyi village, to this day, still blame that disaster on my escape. Sun Changqing closed his eyes. It was clearly an earthquake caused by the misalignment and rupture of the rock layers deep underground, but they believed that it was the failure to offer my life to the living in a timely manner that triggered the wrath of the living and descended in natural disaster. But, Sun Changqing said and took a deep breath. Remember what I said about group hallucinations? Zhao Zhongnan nodded. On the day of the birth sacrifice. I did. See vaguely from the roiling firelight in my third grandmother's narration. The birth that snaked out of the flames. Sun Changqing seemed to be still recalling the scene he saw on that day. That was the most horrifying scene I've ever seen in my life. And even after I became an adult, it scared me out of my sleep from time to time on certain nights. Saw Ra? Yes. It wasn't just me that day. Everyone present saw Shang. Sun Changqing swallowed and said only after a long time. That's why after the earthquake, the people of Pingyi began to actively preach to the other villagers and hoped to use it to quell Shang's anger. Speaking of this, Sun Changqing looked at Zhao Zhongnan, who was wrinkling his brows in thought, and couldn't help but say, of course, I thought afterward that it was a seance evolved from hypnosis, and at that time, all of the people were highly emotional about the birth ceremony, and had been working under high pressure for many days in order to prepare for the birth ceremony, and were mentally tense. Under the circumstances, everyone was in high spirits about the birth festival, and had been working under high pressure for many days in preparation for the birth festival. Their spirits were tense, and coupled with the visual rendering brought about by the environment, it was very easy for illusions to occur, and in turn, under the guidance of my third grandmother, mistook it for birth actually coming. Once these words came out, instead of relaxing, Zhao Zhongman's brows tightened as Sun Changqing's narration went on. I can confirm that birth does not exist. The reason is also very simple. I've never seen Shang send down any miracles, except for that coincidental earthquake. But the bad news is Sun Changqing looked at Wang Yan in the computer screen. But if the situation in the interrogation room is brought to Pingyi village, then it will soon have to exist. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhongnan stood up with a flourish. What are you going to do? Sun Changqing called out to Zhao Zhongnan. Go to Pingyi village. Zhao Zhongnan said. You want to take Wang Yan away from there? Sun Changqing couldn't help but say. Zhao Zhongnan took 2 deep breaths. No matter what, we should at least send the residents of Hopsing to a safe place first. Residents of Hushing? Sun Changqing snorted as he said this. It's almost August 30th. There are no more residents in that area, and the only ones there are those who believe in life. Meanwhile, Hopscotch Hotel. Wang Yan sat on the bed with a heavy face, while He Minghui on the side laid down on the bed after putting away his luggage. The room was quiet. Due to the lack of memory of the movie theater, Wang Yan can only barely piece together the truth of a case from only the words he reported. But through the conversation between himself and Chang Yishan in the interrogation room, he could be sure that he had not killed anyone. But where did the video come from? Was it really him in the video? And what exactly awaits you if you are once again forced to summon yourself back to the interrogation room, away from the location prescribed by the death prophecy? Wang Yan took a deep breath and looked at his cell phone. Before recalling what exactly happened during those 10 days, Wang Yan did not want to test what exactly would happen when he left the location by leaving the designated location in this way for the time being. Perhaps it's not necessarily true that forgetting that experience on your own is a warning to yourself. What's Buddy thinking about? He Minghui couldn't help but ask out loud. Wang Yan looked back at He Minghui as he proceeded to make a round of the house. Seeing Wang Yan's wary look, He Minghui said, "There's nothing in this house. Don't worry, but the soundproofing is not good, so you'll have to keep your voice down if you want to say anything. I put something in the slot that can't be fixed on that side for a short time." With that, he pointed to the door and said in a lowered voice, "Maybe, now that you have the door pulled open, you can pour in 2 people. As soon as the words left his mouth, He Minghui was amused by his own brainstorming. So Wang Yan looked at He Minghui. Are you really He Xiaohua's cousin? You are. I am. He Minghui turned his head to look out the window, then turned back to Wang Yan. Think about it. For no reason at all. Why am I here? And why are you here? Seeing that Wang Yan didn't say anything, He Minghui pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket. The pages unfolded and He Minghui pointed to one of the corners and said, What you came for? I came for. Chapter 70, Luck. On the top. Consistent with Wang Yan's death prophecy. It reads August 30th, Daji, Pingyi Village. Seeing Wang Yan's line of sight stop at the location of his finger, He Minghui sat up straight from the bed in understanding and inquired. It's not your first time, is it? After a little thought, Wang Yan nodded. Then you're really lucky to have stumbled upon Daji as soon as you arrived. He Minghui looked at Wang Yan and couldn't help but bring on a bit of envy. What's the difference? How many times have you been involved? Wang Yan asked. It's hard to say. I've never been to the Great Fowl, but I've heard that the Great Fowl is troublesome. He Minghui thought for a moment and said, 3 times? For by the way, I didn't go to the big fowl that time. It's possible to not have to go? Wang Yan froze. Not the first time, not enough luck either. He Minghui spread out this parchment, pointing to the names of the places on it, as well as a side of fierce and auspicious. Fierce and auspicious corresponds to the number of luck, and the great fierce can have 5. And correspondingly, if you want to stay away from the great fierce, you'll have to spend 5 as well. Luck? Oh, you don't have it. It's normal that you don't know. He Minghui touched out a small silver white ball from his pocket. This is luck. I only have 1 left. The rest, all of them were used against the great evil. How many can you obtain at a time? Wang Yan asked. Both the great fortune and the great good fortune are 5. The fierce good fortune is 3, and the ping is only 1. He Minghui said. Wang Yan sized up He Minghui's expression and judged the truth of what He Minghui said. He had a hard time believing that anyone would open up about what he knew in the first place, in a place where only one person could leave alive. Moreover, it was reasonable to say that Wang Yan had participated in a total of 3 great murders, so there should be 15 of these things, but in reality, he only had the 5 that he had obtained from the interrogation room. What's the difference between fierce, auspicious and ping? Wang Yan looked at the death prophecy in He Minghui's hand. The top 2 addresses were fierce and auspicious respectively. He couldn't help but ask. Well, He Minghui thought for a moment and said, this I'm not too clear. In fact, fierce and lucky, my feeling is almost the same, but the last big fierce, the address is actually clearly labeled Tianhe City Police Department Interrogation Room No. 2, which who dares to go? And what is the use of the luck gained? Wang Yan looked at the small silver white ball and asked, can this thing be lost? Can it be transferred to someone else? That can't be lost. As long as you get it, it belongs to you forever. As for the function, I can't say, but I heard that if you can accumulate enough luck, to the day the death prophecy disappears, after that, your life will be smooth sailing. He Minghui looked at the 1 luck in his hand and said, but I haven't seen anyone, yet, live to see that day. Aside from you and me, there are others who also have this? Wang Yan tentatively set words to He Minghui. Yes. He Minghui looked at the parchment and said, we have a stronghold where we gather all the people with death prophecies, so when the time comes and we're out of here in one piece, I'll take you there. When Wang Yan heard this, he could not help but think of the mysterious organization that Zhao Zhongman had spoken of, and he then associated it with what the scriptwriter and Chang Yishan had done. Given the state this organization had shown him, he found it hard to believe that He Minghui could be a hothead, compared to believing that He Minghui was a good person who was completely enthusiastic to tell him the information he knew. Wang Yan would rather believe that he was preparing to use this method to set out the rules he knew, and incidentally push himself out as a scapegoat when the time came. After all, once, only one person gets out alive. Really, can we all get out alive? Wang Yan sat down next to He Minghui as if he was spoken to. It's my first time to participate. Seriously, I am not clear about this. Of course, He Minghui said. I firmly believe that only by cooperating with each other can we successfully escape from here. And last time, it was this. He pointed at the fierce one and said, there were 6 of us that time, and a total of 5 of us made it out alive, relying entirely on my wise command. Seeing that Wang Yan was a bit impressed, He Minghui added, I feel that you're quite smart. If we join forces, by August 30th, we'll surely be able to quickly find the loopholes in the rules and leave here smoothly. Saying this, He Minghui added, not to mention that this is dodgy. I've heard that the death rate in dodgy is very low. Okay. Wang Yan nodded as if he was completely moved by He Minghui's words. Since you've been through this 3 times, you definitely know more than me. I'll listen to you on everything. He Minghui see Wang Yan so quickly be said to be moved is still a bit surprised. He just want to say something. The door came a knock. Let's make a deal then. Whatever rules you know tell me first. He Minghui lowered his voice and admonished. If I know, I'll tell you too. Good. Wang Yan nodded and walked to the door under He Minghui's gaze, asking outward. Who? Changqing ah. I'm uncle. Sun Jingchang's voice came in from outside the house. Open the door. I brought you a little bit of toiletries. And also, get ready. Your aunt made a delicious meal. Come downstairs later and try it. Wang Yanwei opened the door with a sniff, and he was just about to reach out and take the pile of things from Sun Jingcheng's hands when he dodged it. You go get ready first. Uncle will get these, Sun Jingcheng said and turned his head into the bathroom. It's downstairs. That Xiaoyi also called on a piece. Your aunt's handiwork is good. Eat it while it's hot. How embarrassing. He Minghui stood up and walked to the bathroom door. He noticed that Sun Jingcheng was turning his back to the two of them and seemed to be doing his best to block their view with his body. Do you want me to help? No need. Go ahead. We're all family. Sun Jingcheng waved his hand, then said loudly, Chongqing, tell your aunt and uncle that I'll be right there. Good. Wang Yan and He Minghui walked out of the room. It was self-evident what Sun Jingcheng was attempting to do in the bathroom, and the two walked quietly, half glancing at each other. When they went downstairs, they saw Aunt Sun busy at the dining table, and when they saw the two of them coming down, they couldn't help but greet them. Come and taste it. Your aunt's handiwork is good. Aunt Sun said. It is just a pity that your mom is not here or else. She then lowered her eyes to the food on the table and said slowly, if it hadn't been for that, and she took you away from Haiwano, Auntie means, if you hadn't moved away, you would have been able to taste Auntie's handiwork long ago. Wait for next year. When my dad gets better next year, our family will come back. Wang Yin paused and said, my dad, that situation. You know, that's the price for not believing in God. Aunt Sun blurted out, and when she saw Wang Yan looking at her, she looked for an addendum. Luckily, you've lost your way, and God will surely bless him. Wang Yan and the two of them sat down at the table under the urging of Aunt Sun. Hurry up and eat. What are you waiting for? Aunt Sun said, getting some dishes into the two's rice bowls. Chapter 71, Costs. Putting the dishes into the two men's bowls, Aunt Sun set the chopsticks aside, then brought out a new pair. No need. Let's wait. Without waiting for Wang Yan to open his mouth, He Minghui took the lead and said, how can there be a reason for guests to eat first when the host hasn't come? Let's wait for the boss. Aunt Sun froze for a moment and waved her hand. He's still busy. You guys eat first. Eat first. He Minghui glanced at Aunt Sun and said with a sincere face, it's okay. Let's wait. It's just putting in a toiletry. It won't take much time. Seeing this, Aunt Sun pulled out a smile. Okay, let's wait then. He should be down soon. I was thinking that if it's a little later, it won't taste good when it's cold. In this weather, how cold can it get? He Minghui said, pointing to the pair of chopsticks that were placed by Aunt Sun's hand. Are those public chopsticks? Public chopsticks? Aunt Sun followed He Minghui's line of sight, and she froze before nodding with a dry smile. Yes, communal chopsticks. I heard that you guys are from the city and prepared them specially. He Minghui nodded. Just then, Sun Jingcheng walked down the stairs. Still waiting for me? Sun Jingcheng wiped the sweat on his head. It's so hot. When the master fixes the electricity in that room tomorrow, you guys still move back to that room. The circuitry in the other room doesn't work, and it trips when I try to put a fan in for you. October is still a bit of a dry month in Hershey. Okay, all at your service. He Minghui nodded. Have a seat. Sun Jingcheng sat down at the table, and Aunt Sun proceeded to sit next to him. There he is now. You guys try it. Aunt Sun stared at the two men's bowls and said, leave it in the bowl a little longer and it shouldn't taste good. He Minghui nodded and lifted the bowl up. He was just about to move his mouth when he saw his aunt and Uncle Sun put down his chopsticks under her gaze. Why don't you guys eat? It's weirdly embarrassing to watch me eat. He Minghui scratched his head, like he was a little embarrassed like that. So Aunt Sun quickly picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of one of the dishes. Seeing this, Wang Yan picked up his own chopsticks and similarly pinched the dish that Aunt Sun was eating. Such an action obviously froze Aunt Sun. Don't you like the dishes I pinched for you guys? That's what I'm best at. I just wanted you guys to try it. No. He Minghui picked up the pair of public chopsticks from the side and chucked a bit into the two men's bowls as well. You two eat as well. I'm a bit not too good at letting the two of you watch while I eat. Sun Jingcheng looked at the dishes in the bowl and hesitated for a moment, thinking a little. He then turned his head to look at his aunt and Uncle Sun, and the two of them had a pair of sightlines. In the next second, Sun Jingcheng slapped heavily on the table. I've said, don't put cilantro in making this. Why can't you remember? Aunt Sun smiled sarcastically and nodded. I'm used to it. If you don't like it, I'll remove it. She then picked up the plate of food and looked at Wang Yan and He Minghui, paused, and then poured the dishes in their bowls together. After that, whichever dish the two ate, He Minghui and Wang Yan followed. Auntie, you're so crafty. After eating and drinking, Wang Yan put down his chopsticks and flattered a few times. Like it? Ha! If you like it, Auntie will make it for you again in a few days. Aunt Sun smiled and then said, do you remember when you were little? I hadn't married your uncle at that time, and we were still in the same village. Wang Yan looked up at his aunt and Uncle Sun. The two of them stared at each other for a few moments. Wang Yan then shook his head. I was still young then. I moved too early to remember. How come? You were 6 years old then, right? Aunt Sun thought about it and compared it to the table. I remember you were only this tall at that time. Really forgot. Wang Yan's heart was tight. He then said, you know, my father that situation. Hey, in fact, I elementary school that will be because my father. He let out a long sigh. There was a bit of an accident, and I don't remember all of what happened further back. Aunt Sun looked at Wang Yan fixedly. Good. Can't think of forgetting or not. Everything will pass. Go up and rest. This I will clean up. The two of them went up the stairs under the watchful eye of Aunt Sun. After a while, Aunt Sun looked at Sun Jingcheng who was on the side. Finished reading? Aha. Sun Jingcheng helped take the bowl into the kitchen, and the two of them talked in the kitchen. The one next to him doesn't look like he's here to check. I searched his bag, and it's full of things for traveling. So maybe he's really here to look for his family. Speaking of this, Sun Jingcheng added, all told you not to act rashly. He's already a bit wary, or else give me what to pinch. I know. I am not afraid that they will run away. Aunt Sun asked. What about the other one? Is it really that child back then? I don't know. Sun Jingcheng shook his head and put the bowl into the sink. It's been how many years since we've been in contact? Auntie San said yes. I said no. Humph. It just so happens that this is the time for him to come back on his own. It's just that in the underworld, the birth wants him to pay for what he did back then. Auntie washed the dishes and looked at the sink. I knew it. It's the same as what Auntie San said. They all have to pay. Why else would Sun Fu be in a mental hospital and be bumped into by fourth aunt? Sun Jingcheng was silent for a moment. Seeing that Sun Jingcheng didn't say anything, Aunt Sun couldn't help but scold. Back then, the earthquake didn't involve your family, but I'm the only one left in my family. Besides, even if Pingshang village is at the foot of the mountain, was your village not affected by the earthquake back then? Hearing this, Sun Jingcheng answered. So Aunt Sun continued her cursing. When it was cleaned up and he left the kitchen, he murmured, Evergreen ah. This name is really good. On the other side, inside the room, as soon as Minghui entered the door, he saw his bag, and although he could see that Sun Jingcheng had deliberately recovered his things, through a few of his own little habits, he could see at once that his bag had been rummaged through. Neither of them entered the door without talking. Wang Yan is nothing. He took his cell phone and came, leaving nothing behind that could make Sun Jingcheng flip. The room most likely had some kind of eavesdropping surveillance or something installed, so no one said anything and lay quietly on the bed. Minghui laid down for a while, took his cell phone out, and looked around in the name of playing with it. The good thing is that the house is really simple, except for 2 beds, and a table. There are only 4 big white walls. Flipping back and forth a few times, Minghui ruled out the existence of cameras in the house, so he stood up and walked into the bathroom. After a while, there was a sound of water coming from inside. Minghui then walked out of the bathroom and lowered his voice. There's a bug in there, and it's glued kinda hidden. But he didn't pull the thing off the first time so as not to spook him. How much do you know about Pinky Village? Minghui looked at Wang Yan and then asked. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said, all I know is that they believe in a god named Shang, and every year on August 30th, it is the day of sacrifice. Chapter 72, Sacrifices. That's all? Minghui looked at Wang Yan a bit incredulously. Then how do you know what Sun Changqing? Whatever. I know Sun Changqing personally. Wang Yan said. It's probably luck. Then you're really lucky. Minghui couldn't help but lament. I spent a lot of money to get the news. The news can be bought? Wang Yan looked at Minghui as he then asked. When did the date and location of your death prophecy come out? Yes, but some of them aren't always available. Minghui thought for a moment and said. 2 days ago, I think, and then I paid to inquire about it and rushed over. Time to align with your own? Wang Yan glanced at Minghui. So what news did you buy? Heiha village would coax young women from out of town. Minghui said after a moment of reminiscence. To perform some kind of ritual. I originally thought it was a plutonic marriage. Wang Yan asked after a moment of silence. No more? Nope. I thought it was an underworld marriage, and I also specifically looked up the rules and customs of underworld marriages around the world. Minghui sat down on the bed and took his cell phone out to look at the time. To say the least, it was to find out that a police officer was also arresting them. They must have thought I was a police officer. Thinking of the text message Zhao Zhongan had sent when he had spoken to him earlier about Pinky Village, Wang Yan nodded. It seems like the rules still depend on tomorrow. Since your top identity is a Pinky Village villager, it's up to you tomorrow. Minghui finished speaking and stood up, walking into the bathroom and turning off the faucet. The next day, early in the morning, Sun Jingcheng came and knocked on the door of the two's room. Evergreen, Xiao He, get ready to get up. We're going to go over to the clan shrine later. Sun Jingcheng shouted outside the door. Hey, Okay, right away. After washing their faces, the two pulled open the door to their room. Sun Dingcheng, who was guarding the doorway, looked at the two with a bit of surprise. He Minghui laughed at the situation and explained, "The thought of seeing my cousin. I was so happy that I didn't sleep for a night. I was waiting to go today, and if it wasn't for you knocking on the door, I might have come down by now. Okay, let's go." Sun Jingcheng looked at Wang Yan for a few moments and led the two down the stairs. This time, Aunt Sun still prepared breakfast, and Sun Jingcheng took 3 and stuffed them into his mouth, then handed the remaining 2 to the two. Seeing that he Minghui wasn't eating, Sun Jingcheng added, "It's fine if you want to change one. No need. Steamed buns, how can you change them anymore, are not the same," he Minghui said, stuffing the steamed bun into his mouth. Wang Yan thought for a moment and ate it as well, and the 3 of them got into the car while eating. Following the mountain road, the car drove all the way to a bluff. "We'll have to take the mountain road later." Sun Jingcheng turned his head to look at the two. He first said to He Minghui, "If you don't find your cousin later, I guess your cousin won't be coming, so you'll be walking by yourself. This won't work." He Minghui had a little difficulty, but Sun Jingcheng ignored him. He then looked at Wang Yan and said, "As for you, stay close to me later. Ask me first about where you should go and where you shouldn't go. Got it?" "Understood," Wang Yan responded. "Even if it's your third grandmother asking you to go somewhere, you should not go. Everything must be asked of me." Sun Jingcheng urged, "Be sure to ask me." "Good." Wang Yan nodded. The trail winds through the mountains and is unpaved, though it does leave a winding dirt path because it is often traveled. Wang Yan looked at Sun Jingcheng's back and pondered the reason why Sun Jingcheng said so. Just as he was trying to make any sense out of it, behind him, a group of elderly men rushed up. At the head of the group was none other than Granny Sun. "Evergreen, Jingcheng," Granny Sun shouted from behind. "And, Xiao He, you guys came early too." "Third aunt." Sun Jingcheng snorted and stopped at the curb. He then reached out and yanked the two of them until Granny Sun stepped in front of him and he let them go. "On the way to the festival, you can't walk in front of your third grandmother. Have you forgotten all this?" Sun Jingcheng saw Grandma Sun walk away and asked with a bit of reproach. Wang Yan hurriedly apologized, and he was just about to say what he said last night again when Sun Jingcheng reacted. "What is the situation of your family now?" Sun Jingcheng asked. "Your mom's side, is it okay?" "It's okay, it's just that my dad isn't very good. She's always worried about him," Wang Yan said. "I told her not to marry at that time." Sun Jingcheng frowned and looked up at the mountain before taking a deep breath and lowering his voice. "Let's go. I'll try to remind you of everything I know." Following the old man who was offering the sacrifice, Wang Yan saw the diagram affixed to the backpack from a distance. It was also what he had guessed earlier was raw, cut out of red paper, and at first glance it looked like a couple of burning flames taped to a backpack, swaying as a couple of the men walked around. Seeing that Wang Yan's eyes kept looking at the red paper, Sun Jingcheng blocked in front of him without any trace. "Don't think about it if you can't." Sun Jingcheng lowered his voice and said. Right at this moment, Granny Sun, who was walking in the forefront, suddenly turned her head, so Sun Jingcheng froze and quickly walked in front of Granny Sun under her gaze. The two seemed to be saying something, and it was visible to the naked eye that Sun Jingcheng's face was getting worse and worse, and after a long time, he nodded and stopped where he was, waiting for the two to catch up before continuing on without a word. Soon a wooden building appeared not far away. The building was in an interesting position, right between the gap between the two mountains, as if the mountain had been split hard by the building. On the side of the road there was a huge stone with some unintelligible words carved on it, followed by a pattern similar to the pattern of paper cuttings. A few old people walked to the stone. Granny Sun led the way and knelt down. Then the remaining few old people followed. The basket was now placed near the stone, only to see Grandma Sun clutching a few incense in her hand, and at the moment she was chanting something. Seeing this, Sun Jingcheng pulled the two of them to step aside a bit. A few vague prayers came from there, accompanied by her peculiar singing voice, echoing through the mountains. Under the added weight of the valley's echoes, He Minghui couldn't help but rub his arms. The old man's aged voice was extremely penetrating at the moment, and even though it wasn't the 30th of August yet, knowing that there weren't any evil spirits that could kill him hibernating there at the moment made him shudder a little. Next time this kind is likely to be folklore related. Dodgy, I won't come either. He Minghui lowered his voice to Wang Yan and spat. It's too scary. The red light of the sunrise shines on the burning of paper on the smoke. A few old people kneeling reverently. From the perspective of a few people, the distant building does not look like a solemn shrine, but like a hibernating beast in the mountains, at the moment wide open mouth, waiting for the prey to be lured by the ghosts, walking into its belly. Chapter 73, Inviting God. Seeing a few old men standing up from in front of the stone, Sun Jingcheng only brought the two of them forward a little further. It seemed that Granny Sun had absolute power in this ritual. Granny Sun led several old people to put incense on the stones, and then put on her back and walked towards the ancestral hall. The entrance to the clan house likewise had a huge plaque with the same strange pattern as the stone. It looked like some sort of hieroglyphic, with an oval on the outside and a horizontal bar in the middle, accompanied by some tiny fork-like lines. If one were to describe it as anything close, the writing looked like the eyes of some creature that was lounging on the door plaque, surveying those who entered. Granny Sun slowed to a halt at the entrance to the clan house, then searched through the basket and took out from it a black plastic bag filled with yuanbao folded in yellow and white paper. There was a jar at the door, and Grandma Sun, reciting words similar to the blessings of her ancestors, lit one of the paper yuanbao on fire and then reached out and dropped it into the jar. As the fire grew, large handfuls of paper dollars were thrown in and waited for a few packages to burn out. Only then did Granny Sun walk to the door of the clan house, take a few steps forward, and reach out to push the door heavily, only to hear a creaking sound. The heavy red wooden door of the ancestral hall was pushed open, revealing one tablet after another inside. Sun Jingqing stopped Wang Yan and He Minghui and stood at the side of the clan shrine, quietly waiting for the old men in the distance to carry out their ceremony. Wang Yan, this angle to see not too clear, can only be vaguely recognized on those tablets, written a lot of names. The name is accidentally used in Chinese characters. It looks like a long time no one cleaned up that way. On the top of the vaguely can see a lot of dust covered in it. Granny Sun's eyes traced over those names one by one, smiling towards them as if she had seen an acquaintance. Evergreen, come, Granny Sun said. Upon hearing this, Sun Jingchang made a wink towards Wang Yan, signaling him to hurry over. Wang Yan walked up to Granny Sun. Come and worship. Granny Sun took Wang Yan's hand. This is your grandfather, your second grandfather, and that's your eldest uncle. Wang Yan followed Granny Sun's hand and looked over. The name was written on the tablet, as well as the dates of birth and death. Looking closely, Wang Yan quickly found something not quite right. All of these people, all of them died at the same point in time. That is, September 30th, 19 years ago, Granny Sun said, took 3 sticks of incense from an old man on the side and handed them to Wang Yan. Go on, worship all of them, or let them know that you're back. Wang Yan glanced at the incense in his hand, and then worshipped each of these tablets according to what Granny Sun said. The space in this room was pitifully small, except for the offering table in the center. The entire room was filled with tables of varying heights, displaying densely packed pagodas. There wasn't much space left for people to move around. As a clan shrine, all of the people on the plaque died on September 30th, 19 years ago, without a single exception. Wang Yan worshipped while looking at the date and pondering. If there was any reason why all these hundreds of people might have died in one day, there was only one possibility, and that was what the driver had said, the earthquake of a dozen years ago. Wang Yan continued to look around the entire clan house, and in this circle, he realized that in this room, only the people who died in that year's earthquake were enshrined. Other than that, there was not any other tablets for any other time of death. Granny Sun glanced at Wang Yan's bowing back and walked to the door. Jingcheng, when are they coming? Sun Jingcheng bent over and said to Granny Sun, I guess it's on its way. It should be here in a while. Good, Granny Sun said, looking at He Minghui. Little He, wait and see later. What if your cousin comes? Granny will be the first to tell you. Okay? He Minghui nodded, and Granny Sun added, after Changqing finishes paying his respects, let's go in first. Otherwise it's not a good idea to be stuck here. Go in? He Minghui apparently froze for a moment. Where to? Of course it's the back. There's still a house at the back here. Granny Sun smiled and patted He Minghui's hand. We can't let you sit here dry, can we? While talking to He Minghui, Granny Sun kept looking at Wang Yan's back, and when she saw that he had finished paying his respects one by one, she said, Evergreen, stick the incense on the incense burner on the offering table, and then come to me. Good. Wang Yan nodded and walked to Granny Sun after inserting the incense on the incense burner according to what she said. Granny Sun looked at Wang Yan with a loving face. Good boy. Let's go. Go inside and rest first. You're tired all the way up the mountain, aren't you? Wang Yan shook his head. Not tired. Granny Sun looked at Wang Yan smilingly. Good. Young people's bodies are just fine. Let's go then. With that, Granny Sun walked over to the offering table and raised a serious bow to the tablets, then fished out a wooden object from her backpack and put it on her face. Seeing Granny Sun put on that thing, Sun Jingchang was just about to open his mouth at Wang Yan, but his words changed to, Xiao He, you just came to us. You don't know the rules of our place. Wearing a mask is inviting the god to come up. You can't look at his face later. Understand? Good, good. He Minghui nodded repeatedly. These words were obviously followed up by a statement to Xiao He, admonishing Wang Yan. So Wang Yan hastily moved his eyes away from Granny Sun's back. Xiao he is from out of town. Those who don't know are not guilty. God will forgive him. Granny Sun's face was hidden behind a mask and her voice sounded a bit muffled. She led the way through the gap in the tables, knocking at a row of boards and eventually reaching out to push one of them open. Just a creak and the boards opened. It was dark inside, with a little bit of light vaguely, and as Wang Yan approached, he realized that it was a narrow crack, and on both sides were huge stones. Originally, when you look at this clan house built between the cracks of two mountains, it is obvious that the crack behind this wooden board is the gap between those two mountains. Granny Sun catapulted herself into the gap, which was not so friendly to slightly stouter adults, and when the old man had passed through in full, Sun Jingcheng led the two men into it, fighting his way through the gap. Wang Yan looked up and realized that it was a space left by the stacking of several boulders. The sun shone in through the cracks in the boulders and shone on a small stream off to the side. The sound of water gurgling and echoing through the space sounded extraordinarily ethereal. Where is this? He Minghui tilted his head to look. Even with that little bit of sunlight illumination, he still couldn't see the general appearance of the inside, and could only vaguely make out that in the corners, there seemed to be something like a stool. Don't be in a hurry. Pingy is right behind you, Granny Sun said smilingly, and following that stream, the few people continued on. Soon they reached a narrow gap once more, and Granny Sun was, as always, the first to get through. Wang Yan was the last one to go through the gap, and he then saw a dry and thin hand reaching out in front of him. He then looked up and was caught off guard by the sight of Granny Sun's mask. Chapter 74, Singing. It was a mask of a human face carved from wood, with the mask's features vaguely outlined in fiery red paint. If that thing qualifies as five senses, a large grinning mouth reached all the way up to Granny Sun's ear. A large amount of, shaped like scars, red paint, spreading recklessly on that mask. Other than that, it was black irregular circles, painted with two different sized eyes, under which there was a narrow slit. Wang Yan could vaguely see Granny Sun's eyes through the slit. She was looking straight at herself at the moment, unable to tell if she was happy or angry. Wang Yan froze for a moment and quickly reacted, lowering his head. It's okay, child. Granny Sun smiled. Get up. Go over there and rest for a while, Granny Sun said, pointing to a table not far away. Only then did Wang Yan look around. It was much the same as outside. There was also a huge stone with strange words carved on it, followed by one after another tombstone-like things standing everywhere. And when you tilted your head up, you could also see two large and majestic mountains standing on both sides. Further inside is an ancient building. At the moment the door is closed. Outside is full of large and small tables and chairs and benches. Sun Jingcheng is sitting on a bench with He Minghui, looking at the place without moving. Seeing Wang Yan walking over, Sun Jingcheng stood up. Did you just see Third Aunt's mask? Wang Yan paused and nodded. Drilling out of that crack. Third Grandma stood there pulling me and accidentally looked up and saw it. Sun Jingcheng didn't say anything, and it so happened that at that moment the third grandmother on the other end looked over. So he turned his head in a hurry. Come on, take a break. Looking at the chair, Sun Jingcheng said, signaling Wang Yan to sit on the chair. The three of them sat down on the chairs, while Granny Sun over there once again knelt down to the boulder on the side of the road. At the moment she was wearing a mask and still singing something in an inaudible chant. He Minghui, who was beside him, froze for a moment as he raised his head a little incredulously, and then hurriedly lowered his head again after bumping into Sun Jingcheng's gaze. Is it okay if we go sit in that corner? He Minghui lowered his head and said, it's too easy for me to accidentally see here. Go. Sun Jingcheng waved his hand. So Wang Yan and He Minghui sat in the corner, confirming that his voice couldn't be heard over there. He lowered his voice and said, this Granny Sun doesn't seem to be a Pingy local. Seeing Wang Yan looking at him, he added, she sang in my native language, and I understood a little. What's the song? He Minghui said. It sounds like an allusion to what animals and people ask for things. God meat, ghost meat. He frowned, extracting a little of the key words he understood from Granny Sun singing. Swing to the left, swing to the right. He Minghui paused, struggling to link several key words together. The one above the leg is the god meat. On the left, the one below the leg is the ghost meat. Swing it on the right, and put it down when the amount is enough. The strange words caused He Minghui to snort. What is this? Maybe it's also the rules? So He Minghui bravely eavesdropped a little bit more. It seems to be related to snakes, and not quite like. I really can't understand it. It feels like she purposely doesn't want people to understand. Can you be sure it's your hometown language? Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. Could it be a mishearing? This is definitely our hometown language over there, He Minghui said with certainty, especially this accent. I just felt familiar. To say that the soul-sending song of our place is a bit like this, said He Minghui, humming a few paragraphs. Wang Yan compared the two and realized that the tunes of the two were indeed somewhat similar. But what is certain now is that not being able to look at the face is most likely one of the rules. Seeing Wang Yan pondering something, He Minghui added, if they are both hit, we will find 2 on the first day. Meanwhile, Hopewell Township Police Department. The police officer sat in a chair, listening to the phone. Hey, this we also managed a few years ago. You also know, our side 19 years ago there was a big earthquake. That village people died a lot. People village ancestral hall and built in that. This is the time to go. Alive to worship. There is no reason to stop. Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, the police officer added, and back then, the main culprits were arrested, and the rest of the ones who could do ideological education were done, and the ones who could be investigated were investigated as well. If we stop and don't allow worship, it doesn't make sense. A few years ago to not allow the burning of paper was also scolded a dog's head. The police officer added, but if you have any clues on your side, it's a different story. It's unfounded. The police officer listened to the words coming from the other end of the phone and half sat up straight. There are witnesses? Aha! And keep an eye out for one called Wang Yan? Over here. Granny Sun knelt in front of the stone and burned part of the paper eyes she had brought with her. The flames quickly burned through the yellow paper eyes, and the blood on top gave off a strange odor as the flames burned. Granny Sun narrowed her eyes, and then a line of people came through the gap at that end. It seemed to be a habit that had been formed, and with their heads buried, they came through the gap and just kept looking down at their shoes. Are they all here? Granny Sun looked at them and asked, have you worshipped at the tablet yet? When she saw them nod, she said with satisfaction, that's right. This is their return to birth and transferring the blessings to us, so that we can live this long without any illnesses or calamities, so we can't forget about them. She then looked at her aunt and grandmother and said, what did I say? I knew when you ran into Sun Fu that he knew we were in our last year before he let us find the person who escaped back then, just to make sure that in our last year, we would send him over to bless us peacefully. Seeing her aunt and grandmother nodding, she increased her voice a little more and said, by the way, Da-san remember that daughter-in-law of yours? People's relatives have come looking for her. Why don't you go and have a good talk with them? A somewhat burly man sniffed and looked over in the direction that Granny Sun had indicated. Only 2 people were sitting in the corner at the moment. It's the one on the left, Granny Sun added. The other one is Evergreen, the one who came back from Sun Fu's house. The man nodded. Go on, Da-sun, have a good talk with him. Let him know that we haven't treated your daughter-in-law badly. When he knows better, send him to be reunited with your daughter-in-law. Keep a close eye on him. Be careful. It's the last year. Make peace. Don't make any mistakes and let him have no peace. After saying that, Granny Sun also looked at the remaining few people. Changqing, this child is rare to come back. Things are forgotten. For the sake of Sun Fu back, his father committed an illness. A family also know the wrong. Do not scare him. This is still a few days. Out of order cannot be good. Chapter 75, Cause of Death. Only when she saw Sun Da-sun walk past did Granny Sun turn back toward that stone and continue to kneel up. Are you Xiao Hua's relative? Sun Da-sun walked over to the corner, looked at the 2 people in the corner, and asked out loud. The sound over there had long attracted the attention of the 2, and at the moment He Minghui sat stiffly, thinking about how to put Sun Da-sun off in a moment. Taking a deep breath, he turned his face with a smile and looked at Sun Da-sun. Hey, I'm He Xiao Hua's cousin. My name is He Minghui, and you are? Sun Da-sun, embroidery's husband. Oh, brother-in-law. He Minghui hurriedly stood up from his chair and extended his hand towards Sun Da-sun. Sun Da-sun tensed his face, looking like he didn't want to climb into kinship with He Minghui. He ignored He Minghui's hand and sat down next to him, looking at him. What are you looking for her for? He Minghui sighed and repeated what he had said in the car earlier, but he saw Sun Da-sun frown. You mean, my father-in-law is sick now and wants to see Xiao Hua? Seeing He Minghui nodding, Sun Da-sun sneered. Then you don't know that Xiao Hua, her father, died a long time ago? Are you really Xiao Hua's relative? He Minghui brained down for a moment. He then struggled to find fill-in. Hey, yes, is the stepfather? His mother married later. Raising Xiao Hua grew up is also considered half a real father. Sun Da-sun sneered again. He was currently sitting in his chair, his gaze fixed on He Minghui's expression. He Minghui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just when he thought he was going to be dismantled by Sun Da-sun, Sun Da-sun stood up. Let's go. Don't you want to see Xiao Hua? I'll take you there. In accordance with the information he had poked around before, He Minghui obviously knew what seeing Xiao Hua meant, and he couldn't help but look at Wang Yan, as if hoping that Wang Yan could find some excuse to save him. But right now, even Wang Yan couldn't find any reasonable excuse to keep him here. The key to latching onto information lies in not saying something that is uncertain. It's better to get the information out in vague terms and add details to it. Where to? He Minghui thought hard and opened his mouth to ask. You, Pingy, Shouldn't have a rule that women can't make sacrifices. Seeing Sun Da-sun looking at him, he added, later, when my cousin comes, I'll have a good chat with her. It's not appropriate to rush to find her, right? Sun Da-sun smiled only now. His face was tanned from years of farming, appearing to be quite white with his mouth full of teeth. She won't be coming. What? Xiu Hua died in the earthquake 19 years ago. Sun Da-sun pointed to a tombstone not far away and said, if you want to see her, you'll have to go to that monument. Dead. Dead ah. He Minghui tried his best to show a little sadness on his face, and without a reason to prevaricate, he glanced at Wang Yan and followed Sun Da-sun. This is a young. Hey, my great-aunt and uncle should be more sad. Wang Yan stood up helplessly. He asked as if he was climbing up the ladder. My name is Sun Chongqing. I'm the son of Sun Fu's family. I don't know how to address you? Sun Da-sun glanced at Wang Yan. Then his eyes quickly moved away from his face. Wang Yan vaguely felt that he detected a bit of hatred from Sun Da-shuan's face. Seeing that you're not too old, I'll take it upon myself to call you brother. Wang Yan, under He Minghui's gaze, then said, let's go. It's rare for me to come back, so I'll meet our sister-in-law with you and offer incense to her. He followed the two on his own. Sun Jingchang was sitting not far away and stood up when he saw this. Wang Yan looked at the few tombstones scattered along the roadside and realized that there was not even a basic name and age on top. It was just a slab of stone, scattered around. Which one is Sister Xiu Hua? After He Minghui finished speaking, he then reacted to the fact that his emotions weren't quite right, so he asked with anger, is this how you buried Sister Xiu Hua? You didn't even engrave a name? In the future, when my great-uncle and great-uncle come, they won't even know which one to worship. Sun Da-sun, however, ignored him and pointed to one of the tombstones and said, that's the one. To worship, hurry up. He Minghui's mind was in a mess at the moment, and under Wang Yan's gaze, he took a few steps to walk in front of that tombstone, then sadly fell to his knees. Wang Yan paused, turned his head, and happened to bump into the sight of several villagers. These came later, most of them not very old, probably in their late 20s and upwards, their faces looking at themselves with obvious disgust and hatred as they moved. Seeing Wang Yan looking over, they turned their heads back hastily. At this moment, he held the identity of Sun Chongqing, and was by definition a member of Pingyi village, so why were all these people looking at him with that kind of gaze? And just now, Granny Sun's account of Sun Chongqing's family used the phrase, their family knows it's wrong. Wang Yan frowned. This time, he fiercely remembered what Sun Chongqing had said before, that his colleague who escaped from Pingyi village was the original sacrifice. Since Sun Chongqing was the person from Pingyi village, it also meant that Sun Chongqing was the escaped sacrifice. The birth sacrifice was on August 30th, and the earthquake was on September 30th, missing a month. For a place of extreme superstitious ignorance, it's hard for them not to make the connection between a ritual offering escaping 1 month and an earthquake the next. Naturally, the culprit became the one who violated the rules of the raw sacrifice and escaped from the sacrifice. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's heart could not help but sink. No wonder at that time in the car, he felt that all the old people in the car were looking at himself and He Minghui. Originally he thought that he was afraid of He Minghui to find out the truth of He Shua's death, but now it seemed that perhaps there was a share of hatred that had been on him in the first place. As soon as this thought appeared, he began to recall how the various villagers had behaved, and he then recalled what his aunt had said to him at the dinner table at that time, as well as the expression on her face when she looked at him from time to time. Wang Yan then remembered the second half of Granny Sun's words. There are still a few days to go, so don't make any mistakes. It could possibly mean that they are preparing to subdue him at this moment and wait until the day of the birth sacrifice to kill Sun Chongqing, who was originally supposed to die on this day. However, this had no effect on Wang Yan. After all, his original purpose was to stay in Pingyi village until August 30th. But the only thing to do right now in order to gain access to the rules pertaining to the raw sacrifice is not to stay in a passive capacity until that day. Thinking of this, Wang Yan looked at He Minghui, who immediately froze in place. I suspect there is something fishy about my cousin's death. You'd better give me an explanation. He Minghui slumped over the tombstone, holding his cell phone and shouting, or I'll call the police. Chapter 76, Identity. Wang Yan was silent. The word alarm obviously touched everyone's nerves, only to see that those who were still scattered everywhere were now quickly gathering together. In order to stay in Pingyi village, He Minghui hugged the tombstone in desperation and shouted, 10 days? I'll only give you 10 days. If you guys don't give me an explanation, I won't leave. Don't force me to call the police now. Da-sun, what's going on? Granny Sun came over smilingly. Didn't I tell you to entertain Xiu Hua's relatives? How come you reported it to the police and made such an ugly mess? The crowd quickly made way, and Granny Sun stopped in front of He Minghui. Xiaoya, words can't be nonsense. Granny is also very sad to hear the news, but people can't be resurrected from the dead. You can't wrongly accuse Dasun just because Xiuhua died because of the earthquake. This battle made Minghui's heart skip a beat, and he needed to look around with his eyes. Then said, even if my cousin really died because of the earthquake, are you all just going to leave her in the middle of nowhere like this? You must give me and my family's eldest uncle an explanation. Minghui said, so big a person married to you guys, and you guys just take a blank tombstone and get rid of it? Dream on, Da-sun. Granny Sun's voice was muffled under a wooden mask. Talk to him properly. As soon as the words fell, a fist smashed down towards Minghui, and Sun Da-sun said as he did so, less ing pretending. Who the hell are you? If you're really Xiu Hua's relative, would you not know that she married after the earthquake? Before he could finish, Wang Yan raised his hand to catch Sun Dashuan's fist, and a heavy punch slammed into Wang Yan's palm, but his palm did not move. Wang Yan then pushed, and Sun Dasun on the other end stumbled and planted himself on the ground. Sun Dasun sat on the ground looking at Wang Yan with an incredulous face. Sun Dingcheng, who was just about to go forward on the other side, also froze in place. Evergreen, what is this for? Granny Sun held her hands behind her back, counting. Dasun is your cousin. Why are you helping outsiders bully your own family? Third grandmother, I'll be honest with you. Wang Yan pointed at Minghui and said, he's not a Xiuhua relative. Minghui froze in place as he looked at Wang Yan and opened his mouth. He is my friend. Wang Yan continued. I know that 19 years ago, because I fled, it caused Shang to send down a calamity, causing Pingdi village to experience a great earthquake. I haven't forgotten. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the people of Pingdi village with hatred focused on Wang Yan. Granny Sun said smilingly, don't talk nonsense, child. No one blames you. Wang Yan didn't answer as he pointed at Minghui behind him and said, I came here this time to participate in the raw sacrifice to make my father well, no matter what the cost. As for him, it's to collect my body for me after the raw sacrifice. Minghui sat dumbfounded. He completely didn't figure out the reason why Wang Yan said that, so he slowly raised his head, his eyes to look around the faces of the crowd. Granny Sun looked at Wang Yan, and when she saw that he didn't raise his head, she couldn't help but say, so, you remember everything from back then? Only remember a little. Wang Yan shook his head. He still kept his head lowered, looking as if he was quite respectful of the rules of the raw as it were. I'm here this trip just for my dad. I just want to stay smoothly until the day of the raw sacrifice, so that the raw festival goes smoothly. I don't care about anything else. Sun Jingqing's face did not look too good as he looked at Wang Yan. He frowned as if he was thinking of something he had not figured out. My dad is in the mental hospital every night praying for life to spare him. He is too painful. Wang Yan hung his head and looked at his feet. I came here for my dad. Granny Sun smilingly pulled Wang Yan's hand. Good boy. You have this filial piety than anything else. Grandmother is not difficult for you. Grandmother is sure of one thing. He really is not a police officer? Wang Yan shook his head. How about grandma locks him up then? And when the birth ritual is over, continue as you said? Grandma-san asked with a bit of bitterness. Grandma can't help it. Dashuan's brother was just arrested a few years ago. Grandma is getting old, this last year, and can't get it done in the future. Grandma has to let Shang leave Pingyi in high spirits. No, I must make sure that he is present on the day of the birth sacrifice. Wang Yan drew back his hand. Granny Sun used her strength to hoop Wang Yan's hand, and her hand could not help but be sore when he jerked it. She frowned tightly and looked at Wang Yan, then at Minghui who was sitting on the ground. I'm not a cop. I'm really not. Minghui hurriedly said. I was just trying to find a reason to accompany him in. I'm a good friend with him, and I just came for Uncle Sun. It's just a few days of confinement. Granny Sun rubbed her hand without a trace and advised in a warm voice. How can you let outsiders be present at a birth ritual? No way. Wang Yan said decisively. I only have this one request. I'm here for the raw sacrifice. I don't want to make too much of a mess. If you don't agree, you can try. Granny Sun saw this and waved her hand toward a couple of young men. The next second the crowd gathered around and Granny Sun took a few steps back. She showed a smile and was about to say something when she saw Wang Yan punching the men surrounding him to the side with a few punches. Most of these men are farmers, not to mention that they have a lot of strength, but they can't press Wang Yan even a little. Sun Jingqing froze in place. He looked at Wang Yan's figure in the crowd and muttered with a little incredulity. Didn't he say that he was studying medicine? Wang Yan was facing this side of Granny Sun, so he always kept his head down. Obviously his field of vision was restricted, but he never lost half a point. And those who tried to hold Wang Yan down either received a few punches or were knocked over by one of his punches on the ground. He had pondered over this just now, and rather than just pulling away from his own identity and forcing them to reveal the rules of the life sacrifice, it would be better to just go by Sun Changqing's identity, since their purpose was also to make themselves raw sacrifices, to continue the raw sacrifices that they were not able to perform back then. Then as long as he showed enough respect for the rules, Granny Sun would mistakenly believe that she was indeed bent on dying for Sun Fu. This would avoid the use of force to force the questioning. They lied about the rules. After all, they had no semblance of a relationship with Haiwa village. No matter how they explained it, these people would ground to think that they had come to undercover Haiwa village police officers, with the goal of wiping out this organization that believed in Sang. In order to get off the hook, they're bound to hide some of the bloody and absurd rules so that their actions can be characterized as folklore. And now, as long as Granny Sun could be sure that she wanted the birth ritual to go smoothly, she would not hide everything that needed to be observed for the birth ritual. Granny Sun looked at Wang Yan, who always kept his head down, and opened her mouth to call a halt to all this. Well, it would have been better if you had said so earlier. Good boy. Come on, Granny believes in you. I want the birth sacrifice to end smoothly more than anyone else. You have this heart. I'm very happy. The few people who had taken a few punches rubbed their injuries and lowered their heads when they saw Granny Sun approaching. He can stay if you want him to, Granny Sun said. What's the point? Since you have this heart, I'll tell you all the rules we should go by. Chapter 77, The Ghost Village. Saying that, Granny Sun patted Wang Yan's hand. Since it's for the birth sacrifice, then you should follow your cousin, and this friend of yours, to build the sacrificial ground. Granny Sun looked to the side at Sun Da-sun. Da-sun knows how to build the sacrificial field. Ask him if you're not sure. Wang Yan nodded and followed Sun Da-sun towards the center of the field. The villagers surrounding the area were still looking at Wang Yan with eyes full of hatred at the moment, but no one dared to show it, and under Granny Sun's command, they scattered in all directions, making preparations for the life sacrifice. Sacrificial field? When He Minghui heard this word, he couldn't help but frown in thought, and as he thought, he mumbled something. Afraid of being heard by Granny Sun, he lowered his voice. After reading for a moment, he jerked his head up and looked at the building coming in the distance. Wang Yan was following Sun Da-sun at this time, moving the stone to the middle of the field. Sun Da-sun made a rough comparison on the ground and said, from here, to here, in a circle, basing stones. Several young and strong men piled stones into this area one after another, and He Minghui also moved a piece, walked to the front of the sacrificial field, and set the stone up. He then moved a little closer to Wang Yan's position and waited until no one was around before he whispered, this Granny Sun is the one from our place. What? Wang Yan looked at He Minghui. There's also a Shang sacrifice in our place, but it's not pronounced the same way as her one in my hometown language, so I just didn't react. He Minghui said this and looked back warily, then fished up a stone from the ground and said, the Shang sacrifice is, in our place, the day of slaughtering the sacrifices, also known as the animal sacrifice. We'll pick a pig that meets the criteria, as well as 2 chickens, and kill them at the sacrificial ground. And the blood is smeared on the sacrificial ground, the pig is sacrificed to the gods, and the chickens are for atonement. He then pointed to the building in the distance and said, if I'm not mistaken, that one is called the Ghost Walled City. Ghost Cottage? Yes, that outline at the entrance of the clan shrine just now is called the Altar of the Gods. He Minghui thought for a moment and said, I did see some wood inside just now. I guess it's a ghost sign. The two of them moved the stone. He Minghui said while moving it, the ghost-walled city is for overcoming the dead souls. The saying in our place is that the sons and daughters die in vain before their parents, and when they get to the ground, they will become evil ghosts, and if you don't overcompensate for them, they will come back to the house to ask for food and clothes, and they will also bring calamities to the house. Therefore, sacrifices need to be offered for them to send them back to the ghosts. He Minghui made a look towards the ghost fortress. That's it. Send the gods away with the altar at the entrance. Draw in the ghost mother. Take these ghosts to get their goodies at the sacrificial ground. Walk through the gate, and return to the ghost group after receiving the supernatural blessing. Wang Yan froze for a moment as he then asked, what about that birth they believe in? He Minghui shook his head. I don't know. To say that the image is similar, there is also, but it's not quite the same as her illustration, and that in our legend, it's the ghost in charge of longevity. If the rules haven't changed much, I do know some of the processes. He Minghui continued. The problem is that this one of hers and ours are very different. Speaking of this, He Minghui suddenly silenced his voice. Following He Minghui's line of sight, Granny Sun at the other end walked over holding a large bag of willow, inserting them one by one into the cracks of the stones. She then said to Wang Yan at the side, Evergreen, tired, go rest for a while. Good. Wang Yan and He Minghui walked to the corner. Seeing that no one was around, He Minghui hurriedly said, the ceremony in our place is to drive away ghosts and pray for a long life. But this one, it's completely the opposite. The other way around? Yes, the ghost license plate is in our place, and it needs to be thrown away after the sacrifice. He Minghui went on to say, but I just saw that wooden sign being properly enshrined in the altar. in addition to that ghost cottage. It doesn't look like it is going to send the ghost away. Instead, it looks like it is letting the ghost mother pick up the ghost back. Both of them couldn't help but frown at those words. But the important thing at the moment wasn't to figure out what Granny Sun was doing this for, but to get a clear picture of the sacrificial rules of the birth festival. Thinking of this, Hemingway added, "This still has a few days. Today set up the festival site. I guess tomorrow and the next 2 days is to burn heavenly incense, burning pine branches, painting God and ghost cards. No surprise, later we'll be asked to go to peel the bark of the tree." As soon as the words fell, Granny Sun over there finished inserting the willow branches, and instructed a few young and strong men, "Go to the mountain and pick them out properly. We need 10 this year. Chongqing, you're strong. You go and lend a hand too." "Hey, good." Wang Yan stood up and couldn't help but glance at Hemingway. Hemingway hurriedly followed Wang Yan, and the group left from the clan house, following the path not far away, and began to climb up the mountain. Green pine branch, yellow pear branch. One of them recalled and assigned the task. He then looked at Wang Yan, who had been punched a few times by Wang Yan earlier, and at the moment his body was still in vague pain, so he eased his voice and said, "Evergreen brother, just peel some bark down, the kind that third grandma's side wants." He handed over a knife and pointed to the tree near the clan shrine and said, "Just that one over there." Wang Yan looked over in the direction of his finger, and Hemingway took the knife and walked over in understanding. Seeing a little farther away from the people, Hemingway added, "This is also different from ours. We have a total of 20 sheets, but this job I'm familiar with. Come on, the two of us apiece, quickly get it done." Hemingway then took the knife and scraped at the tree, and soon, the bark peeled away from the trunk and fell onto Hemingway's hand. The two of them were one piece, and it didn't take long for the 10 barks to be removed. The tree was not large, the trunk was only bowl thick, and the freshly removed bark was supple and pliable, and even when unfurled it did not break in any way. Wang Yan stacked the barks into a pile, and when he turned his head, he saw a half mask peeking out from the side of the door. Apparently that's Granny Sun. Wang Yan picked his eyes away, but Granny Sun on the other end walked over. Hearing the footsteps, the two hurriedly lowered their heads. "AI, good boy, getting it just as fast," Granny Sun said while picking up the bark and holding it in her hand. She then pointed to the wood not far away and said, "Evergreen, then again, I'll trouble you to make the wood into a wooden sign, 10 of them as well. After you've done that your uncle will send you down the mountain and wait until tomorrow." "Good." Seeing Wang Yan nodding, Granny Sun added, "Tomorrow we have to burn incense and draw cards. When these are ready and the other things are done, we will wait for the 30th birthday ceremony." Hearing what Granny Sun said about the process and what he said, Hemingway couldn't help but glance towards Wang Yan. "Go and get busy," Grandma Sun said to Wang Yan. "As for your father's side, when your aunt and grandma go to the hospital, I'll ask her to talk to your parents properly. With this heart, your father will definitely get better." Chapter 78, Welcoming Ghosts. "Good." Wang Yan turned his head toward that side. Hemingway hurriedly followed towards that side, and Granny Sun watched the backs of the two men for a long time before removing the mask from her face. When the wooden sign was finished, it was almost afternoon, and Sun Jingcheng drove the car and sent the two down the mountain. On the road, Sun Jingcheng drove while sizing up Wang Yan in the rearview mirror. His mouth opened and closed, and only after a long time did he ask, "Evergreen, do you do this? Your mom know?" Wang Yan shook his head. "You really went to college and became a doctor?" Sun Jingcheng confirmed again. "Aha." The car fell into a brief silence, and after a long time it stopped in front of the hotel. Sun Jingcheng couldn't see any emotions on his face as he heavily stepped on the brakes and proceeded to get out of the car. The car door slammed shut with a loud bang as he threw it shut. Wang Yan looked at Sun Jingcheng's back, half silent as he got down from the car. Hemingway followed him. When she arrived at the door, Aunt Sun was standing at the door with a sack, and when she saw Wang Yan get off the car, a bit of disgust flashed across her face for a split second, but she quickly pulled a smiling face and said to Wang Yan, "Evergreen is back. Hungry? Go and have a good rest after dinner later. You still have a busy day tomorrow. Auntie has left food on the table for you." "Good. Thank you, Auntie." Wang Yan looked towards the inside until the dining table. Sun Jingcheng was sitting at the dining table, eating without a word. "What's the point of being polite to Auntie? Go quickly." Aunt Sun waved her hand. The chicken in the sack in her hand struggled in the sack. Wang Yan and Hemingway sat at the dinner table, while Sun Jingcheng was still eating without a word. The two still maintained a bit of vigilance, always eating only those dishes that Sun Jingcheng had eaten. After the meal, Sun Jingcheng stood up from his chair and waved his hand at the two people who wanted to help clean up. "You two are still staying in the original room. The other power supply has a problem and hasn't been fixed yet." "Oh, good." Wang Yan nodded. "I'll go up with you guys," Sun Jingcheng said and took the lead. Wang Yan and He Minghui followed behind and watched as Sun Jingqing entered that room, turned his head to the bathroom, and in the next second, he clutched that bug and left without looking back. He Minghui paused and saw Sun Jingqing go downstairs before saying, "This is trusting us? Maybe it's because he thinks I've come to seek death." Wang Yan glanced at Sun Jingqing's back and continued, "Then there's nothing to listen in on. Like this?" He Minghui looked away and led the way into the house. Wang Yan, on the other hand, smoothed it out in his head. First of all, Sun Jingqing is Sun Changqing's uncle, and since everyone in this area has the same surname, it is highly likely that Sun Jingqing and Sun Changqing's mother is not from Pingyi, but from another village. The reason is also quite simple. Usually in a village, the probability of being close relatives between the same surname is very high, so the same village often practiced the same surname does not marry, and from the performance of Sun Jingqing, he is in the belief of life. There is no hostility to Wang Yan, and some of them are defending themselves at every turn. That means that disaster didn't reach his family, or at least didn't result in the death of Sun Jingqing's closest relative. This also meant that according to the way Sun Auntie behaved, she was the one from Pingyi village, and perhaps it was with Sun Auntie's bridging of the gap that Sun Jingqing came to believe in Shang and secretly helped Granny Sun. At that thought, he glanced back at the stairs again and turned his head into the room. Early the next morning, Sun Jingqing stood at the door as usual, waiting for the two to go out. Seeing the two wash up and go out the door, Sun Jingqing did not say a word and turned his head towards the downstairs. He Minghui scratched his head and glanced at Wang Yan. Did we offend him? It's not good to say. Wang Yan felt that Sun Jingqing's eyes looking at him were full of disbelief and anger, as if he was mourning his misfortunes and angry with him, and couldn't help but say, "Hearing that my nephew is bent on seeking death. A little angry, maybe." He Minghui didn't think to understand. After all, they were still drugging their meals the day before yesterday, and today they didn't want Wang Yan to die doesn't sound very realistic. Not waiting for him to think to understand, he saw Wang Yan go down the stairs, and he hurriedly followed him. Sun Jingqing was squatting in the doorway eating buns at this time. Seeing the two come stuffed a few over. "Get on the car." The car, as always, drove to the mountain, parked in front of the mountain road. Today Aunt Sun also followed. All the way in the car no one spoke, only the chicken in the sack issued a few clucks. Accompanied by the chickens and ducks bring their own share of the unique smell of poultry, so that He Minghui opened the window. "Boss lady." He Minghui thought for a moment, looked at Aunt Sun and asked, "Is that the chicken you raised?" Aunt Sun was sitting on the co-pilot, sniffing and twisting her head to look over. "Yes." "What's wrong, Xiaohe? The smell is a bit strong. Are you carsick?" "Also, okay," He Minghui said. "Just asking." "Oh, that one is to be used for the birth sacrifice. It's going to be raised over there in the next few days." Aunt Sun said and twisted her head to look at the sack at the back of the car, and couldn't help but say, "Hey, Changqing, help Auntie press it. That chicken is going to run out." On hearing this, Wang Yan turned his head back and looked at the chicken head that emerged from the sack, reaching out and shaking the sack to close it back up. Aunt Sun turned back again. Not a moment later, the car stopped in front of the mountain road. Got out of the car. Sun Jingqing led two chickens, followed without a word. He Minghui walked in front. He lowered his voice and said, "Two chickens are also right, so there will be only one more later." Just as he said that, he paused for a moment, and he then said with a hard look on his face, "It's not possible that Sun Evergreen is the pig in the livestock sacrifice, is it? It doesn't matter, as long as the rules are mapped out. Pay attention to your diet when the time comes." Wang Yan thought for a while, lowered his voice and returned, "It shouldn't be able to control me. Of course, even if it's controlled the problem isn't that big." Thinking of the previous picture of Wang Yan to one against many, He Minghui only felt a sore hand. He went on to say, "Buddy, you this strength is really big. That will tug my luggage to me." Tugged the hand numb for a while. "Specially practiced?" Wang Yan paused for a moment, then nodded. "But actually not. It can be said that this strength is born." Or when Wang Yan reacted one day, he realized that his strength is extraordinarily large. Even he could not figure out where the source of supporting this strength is. But the piece is good. He did not bother to dwell on this issue. Between words, several people had already walked not far from the clan house, and from afar, a burst of smoke burned up from the entrance of the clan house. He Minghui said, "This we also have there. Burn the green pine to drive away ghosts. Insert the yellow chestnut, please." Before the words left his mouth, he sniffed the flavor and couldn't help but swallow the rest of his words. Walking to the side of the altar at the entrance of the clan house, I saw that the yellow chestnut stumps collected yesterday were now burning at the entrance, and instead, green pine branches were stuck around the clan house. Chapter 79, The Wooden Plaque. Yellow Chestnut Invites God. He Minghui looked at the burning yellow chestnut branches at the entrance, only to feel a chill down his back. Sun Jingqing saw this and went up to tug him. and as soon as he stepped back, the gate of the clan shrine opened. Wearing a wooden mask and holding a roughly crafted tambourine, which she tapped in her hands, Grandma Sun walked around the clan house before slowly walking over to the stand of burning yellow chestnut sticks and began to sing. The old man's aged and muffled voice was as if it was echoing in his ears at the moment, and Minghui reacted by taking a few steps back. How can you burn yellow chestnuts? He swallowed and looked at the burning smoke, and couldn't help but murmur, doesn't burning yellow chestnuts drive God away? As soon as these words came out, Wang Yan, who was on the side, slapped Minghui without a trace. Minghui then reacted. Luckily, all of the crowd's attention was on Granny Sun at the moment, so no one noticed Minghui's words. Tambourine accompanied by the old man's singing, echoing in the mountains and fields. Green smoke, reflecting the building after the extraordinarily solemn. After the scripture was sung, the old man on the side hurriedly handed a handful of thick and long red incense to Granny Sun. Granny Sun took the incense and lit it on a burning yellow chestnut branch, and when the incense was burning, she paid her respects towards the clan shrine in front of her, then strutted into the house. The crowd lined up and advanced in an orderly fashion. Wang Yan and Minghui followed behind, drilling through the gaps and stopping in front of the sacrificial ground that had been erected yesterday. Minghui didn't say anything all this way. He looked scornfully at the things in Granny Sun's hands, and for a moment he felt some remorse. On the stone altar field, in addition to the willows that were put in yesterday, there are branches of green pine that have been put in today. Granny Sun took the incense and circled the green pine branch again and again. Seeing this, Minghui closed his eyes and even wanted to leave from here for a while. Noticing Minghui's strange behavior, Wang Yan took a few steps back and moved slightly away from the crowd with Minghui. What's wrong? Wang Yan asked. Didn't I say yesterday that we would burn heavenly incense today? Minghui only glanced at the situation over at the sacrificial ground before picking his eyes away. Our custom there is to remove the filth before sacrificing to the heavens. Removing filthiness means using the burning green pine to drive away the tugs around, so that the tugs don't interfere with the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Rip? Yes, tug. It means pretty much the same thing as ghost, and also refers to evil spirits that bring calamity. Minghui said. It's completely the opposite. It's like she's leading the tug to the altar, instead of bringing dash. Minghui paused for a moment and struggled to find a term to replace it. The gods drove away. What gods? A god of war. Minghui said, pronouncing the name of this deity in his native language, and hearing those two strange and awkward pronunciations. Wang Yan looked up at Minghui. Minghui continued, in our legend, sacrificing to the sky, is to invite this ancient god of war, to return the ghostly plagues that do not want to leave, back to the ghostly fortress, after the ghost mother has received the ghosts away. When Minghui said this, he glanced again at the green pine inserted in the sacrificial ground over there, and took a deep breath after a long time. Burning heavenly incense is to worship him. All the ritual processes at hand made Minghui feel numb. Even if today wasn't yet August 30th and the ghosts hadn't appeared yet, he already felt scared. This fear stems from rituals that are odd and completely at odds with his perceptions. Wang Yan turned back to look at the ceremony. Red incense burning up a lot of green smoke. Under the cover of green smoke, Granny Sun with the mask is like an evil ghost hidden in the middle of that. At that very moment, the Grandma Sun on the other end suddenly turned her head to look over. Wang Yan lowered his head as fast as he could with a look of awe. Minghui was just about to say something, but when he saw this, he also lowered his head. Come, Evergreen, do me a favor. Granny Sun greeted smilingly, go help your auntie kill a chicken. Kill it today? Wang Yan remembered that Aunt Sun had just said that the chickens would be brought here to be raised for a few days. Aha! Granny Sun explained. We'll kill one today and save the remaining one for August 30th. Wang Yan nodded his head when he heard this, and he buried his head towards the two chickens in the sack. As soon as he approached, he heard his granduncle talking to his aunt and grandma. In previous years, didn't we have to kill two of them on the day of the birth ritual? But isn't this year a special situation? Aunt Granny said, glancing at Wang Yan. Wang Yan raised his head and the other old woman standing next to his aunt and grandmother picked her eyes away uncomfortably. Receiving the knife and the chicken, Wang Yan pondered over Aunt Sun's words. According to what Minghui had said before, 2 chickens and a pig should be sacrificed on the day of the birth sacrifice. Chickens are atoned for, pigs are offered to the gods. Since at this moment, Grandma Sun's ceremony was not meant to invite the gods, it also meant that Sun Changqing's position here was actually redeemed? Is that why a chicken was killed in advance in the presence of Sun Changqing? Not ruling out the possibility that this could be a rule when the time comes. Wang Yan squatted to the side and wiped the chicken's neck with his knife, pondering whether he should buy a chicken over on the day of the birth ritual. Chicken blood spurted out, and Granny Sun beckoned toward Wang Yan. Here, splash the chicken blood on it. Carrying the chicken, Wang Yan walked to the side of the sacrificial field, and Granny Sun pointed at the pines and gestured towards Wang Yan. So he got some chicken blood on it. And looking up the green pine, Wang Yan saw the wooden sign that he made yesterday. The wooden sign was pre-painted with red paint. The top of the first wooden card depicted the sun, moon and stars with mountains and rivers, while the bottom depicted two seated people, one of them with his hands behind his back, appearing to be kneeling or sitting, with his eyes flatly staring ahead as if he were looking at something, and the corners of his mouth grinning wide open. The other, though human, had a serpent's head, with a serpent's letter spitting out, and remained in the same sitting position as the person next to him. Looking further down, Wang Yan saw mountains outlined in green, in which a humanoid thing was coiled. Although it had 4 limbs, it had a full 9 heads, followed by a giant snake-like thing that was coiled on the body of this humanoid creature. Further down was something like writing, or hieroglyphics, which Wang Yan read a few times and didn't understand. So he took the excuse of spreading chicken blood to look at the second one. The beginning of the second wooden card was similar to the first, slightly different in that above the sun, moon, and stars, there seemed to be some treasures of sorts painted on it, with gold dust deliberately painted on it, which shimmered with a golden light in the daylight. Further down was a woman with some sort of adornment on her head, entwined by a floating ribbon. It looked like an ancient myth, a nymph with flowing clothes, but upon closer inspection, it only looked like the thing was completely binding the woman, forcing her to stay here. Chapter 80, Praying for Blessings. As soon as he had this illusion, when Wang Yan looked again, he only felt that those reddish-colored ribbons wrapped around her body looked like snakes, or some kind of creature's organs. Before Wang Yan could finish reading, Granny Sun suddenly slapped Wang Yan. Alright, that's enough. Go over there, Grandma's side is going to be busy. Saying that, she pushed Wang Yan. So Wang Yan took one last look at the 2 wooden cards that were being offered at the sacrificial ground and walked next to Hemingway. Hemingway didn't dare to look at what was on the other side of the sacrificial ground, and Wang Yan couldn't help but summarize what he had seen earlier. Before he could finish his description, Hemingway's face changed. The first one is the ghost card. Hemingway said, the man at the top is the ghost father, the snake-headed man is the ghost mother, and further down, it's Za. Za is the ghost that coils around the sacred mountain. To sacrifice chickens is to atone for the sins of the world, and to sacrifice food and possessions will bless people with a long life. After saying this, Hemingway then interrogated, is there nothing else in between? Which? Between ghost father and ghost mother? And Za. No. Hemingway's face didn't look too good. At our place, that would be separated by a spell. He then spat out a complicated reading. It's used to separate the ghost mother from the Za, and relatively, to suppress them from coming out of the ghost sign and hurting people. The second one is a god card, depicting the nature god of our place. Shoo. Hemingway's face was a bit ugly. In our place, all living beings are the children of the nature god. Shoo. There was no way he could continue to recount Granny Sun's blasphemy. For Hemingway, he'd rather go and participate in a great evil than be in a place like this, watching onlookers desecrate his home culture. Hearing this, Wang Yan pondered for a while. Originally, he thought that it was Grandmother Sun who had just modified these rituals slightly based on her lack of knowledge, or thoroughness, of these, and made them her rituals for offering birth. Now it seems that she knows all about the original ritual taboos, and maybe even that everything was done on purpose. Just then, Granny Sun on the other end sang again. The wooden plaque has been inserted, incense has been burned, and the blood of the slain chicken has been given. I beg you to descend quickly. Hemingway translated with difficulty, the 9 Aurora ghosts of the Aurora land. Give them green wooden plaques, green possessions, and let them come from the Aurora land. As the chanting over there ended, Hemingway turned his head to look at the sacrificial ground and turned to Wang Yan. Aurora ghosts will bring the ghosts of heavenly disasters. We that will pray for Aurora to recall Aurora ghosts back to Aurora land, praying that it will not bring disasters. And right now everything was the complete opposite. It was more like she was putting a curse on something than Granny Sun was leading these people in a blessing ritual. Wang Yan looked deeply at Granny Sun, not figuring out her intention of doing so. If the birth ritual led by Grandmother Sun was originally a cursed ritual that brought calamity, doesn't that mean that everything Grandmother Sun expected has been realized? Or is it that there is a difference between these types of rituals, and that they are used completely differently when there are sacrifices and when there are no sacrifices? He frowned and asked, have you inquired when this place started believing in? Before he could finish, he couldn't help but stop his mouth when he remembered that the news Hemingway had obtained at that time was an underworld marriage. But it was already an indisputable fact that Sang had been brought to the village of Pingi by Grandma Sun. Thinking of this he asked, and which is the demonic god similar to birth in your part of the world? It's just Za. I'll know it when I take a look at the ghost sign later. Hemingway thought for a moment and said, but it's only like that pattern. He gestured toward the paper cutout in his backpack. Didn't she say at the time that it was related to life but not birth? Wang Yan looked at the paper cut and recalled it and the image he saw on the ghost sign at that time. Recalling it, he realized that the correlation between the two things didn't sound great. If the rules and the ones here are relevant by then, He Minghui realized a serious problem. Could it be that the ghosts and gods from our myths will really appear? Or will that birth she created appear? Either way, it wasn't good news for him. But if it was a ghost that appeared relying on the culture of his hometown, it meant that he would be able to send it away through the rituals of sending ghosts away from his hometown. But if it's a birth that Grandma Sun has cobbled together from various parts of the mythos, it's a problem. He Minghui had a nodding head for a moment, and he couldn't help but say, "You said this to G. Where is the G? I don't know." Wang Yan shook his head as he continued. "After all, this is my first time participating." When this came out, He Minghui was silent for a while. He then took out a look of a man who had been there and patted Wang Yan's shoulder. "It's okay, I've heard that the probability of Daji's death is very low." When the sacrifice was completed over there, Granny Sun looked up at the green smoke burning from the sacrificial arena, reached out and folded her hands in front of her mask, then fell to her knees and crouched on the ground. Upon this action, the crowd quickly gathered next to Granny Sun and knelt on the ground piece by piece. "Are we going?" He Minghui couldn't help but ask when he saw this. "No need." Wang Yan glanced at the people over there and said, "I came back to be an offering, not to worship God." He Minghui obviously wasn't too keen on making this decision to go against his ancestors, so he sat on a chair to the side. "That's right, I'm just here to visit." The crowd sang in unison, but due to the large number of people and the voices were not very united, this time He Minghui did not hear a single word. He Minghui furrowed his brows and loosened them after a long time. "That's right, these people are not from our place. It's normal that they just learn from singing and can't read blindly." When that side had finished kneeling, Granny Sun stood up and picked up the chicken that Wang Yan had laid to one side. She was seen holding a knife, scratching and tearing at the chicken's skin as she tried to peel away the layer of skin with feathers attached from the chicken. Soon the chicken was removed, and she handed the meat to the waiting old man, then hung the skin, which still had its feathers, on a willow branch. Without the support of bone and flesh, the feathers naturally drooped, but the skin was again preserved intact, and it looked as if the chicken was looking up at something, gathering its feathers and cowering in a corner out of fear. It looked spooky as hell. Granny Sun held up a willow branch with chicken skin hanging from it, mumbling something, and after a long time walked towards the two. Seeing Granny Sun approaching, both men lowered their heads. She stopped in front of the duo holding up the chicken skin. Both of them had their heads down, so they couldn't see what exactly Granny Sun was doing, only that the chicken blood seemed to be dripping down on top of Wang Yan's head. The already somewhat coagulated blood dripped down his neck like a fleshworm crawling up his neck. Wang Yan paused. He was just about to say something. Suddenly the strange red wooden mask suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Yan just thought that Granny Sun had taken off her mask. Then he noticed Granny Sun's cloudy eyes through the gap in the mask. But he has his head down at the moment. What kind of posture does Granny Sun have to take to get her head in front of him? Chapter 81, Net Rice. Wang Yan's heart jumped and he hurriedly looked toward Granny Sun's body. Sighting upwards, he then realized that Granny Sun was presenting a rather bizarre posture at the moment. Her shoulders were still in their original position, but they were empty in the middle, and her head was suspended at the position of her waist, which was currently looking up at herself. Both hands then held the willow branch with the feathery skin hanging from it. A few chuckles rang out from behind the mask, muffled and not quite audible behind the wooden mask. "Evergreen, don't move and close your eyes," that mask said to Wang Yan. Wang Yan took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. What followed was the dry, thin, rough fingertips of Granny Sun, pressed against his neck. His neck turned out to be dripping with a little bit of chicken blood, and Granny Sun's finger was pressed against the thing. With his eyes closed, he lost his vision, so the wet, sticky touch was especially noticeable on his neck, and he could clearly feel what she seemed to be drawing on his neck, as well as a little tingle of her nails as they scraped across her skin. Immediately followed by a drumming sound, as rapid as a heartbeat, sounded in his ears, accompanied by Granny Sun's slurred chanting, causing Wang Yan's back to gradually begin to chill a little. The next moment, a stabbing sound rang out from in front of his face. It was like the sound of cold water being poured over a red-hot iron pot, and with it came steaming hot air, mixed with the strange odor that comes from burning yellow chestnut branches. The flavor was a bit hard to describe. A bit of grassy freshness accompanied by a bit of pungency as well as a bit of bitterness and a cool astringency similar to that of a burnt mint. Obviously it smelled like a flavor, but after drilling into Wang Yan's nostrils along with the burning water vapor, he only felt as if he had been punched head-on by something. A hot stream seemed to rush through his nostrils, followed by that lingering cool taste, as if blood were pooling there. Wang Yan couldn't help but cough. As soon as he opened his mouth, A strong bitter and astringent flavor spread in his mouth. Just as Wang Yan was about to open his eyes, Granny Sun's voice came again. Raise your head. Wang Yan took a deep breath and raised his head. Granny Sun's finger once again drew on his forehead. Okay, Grandmother Sun said. Open your eyes. This will be washed off when you go back in the evening. Go back and rest for a few days. Your uncle will bring you here the day before the birth ritual. Good. Wang Yan opened his eyes and he noticed that Granny Sun's head had returned to her original position. Grandmother Sun then went to Aunt Sun, who was not far away, and arranged, give him net rice for the next few days, and if meat is available, your eldest uncle will send it over. Don't give him anything indiscriminately, and follow the same rules as you did 19 years ago. Good. Aunt Sun nodded and turned her head to follow the other old man away. Sun Jingcheng then walked over and said to Wang Yan, let's go. I'll send you guys back to rest first. He Minghui hurriedly stood up and followed behind Sun Jingcheng, returning to the car along the mountain road with Wang Yan piece by piece. Sun Jingcheng drove the car, and he sized up Wang Yan through the rearview mirror, as well as He Minghui on the side. The water heater in your room isn't very good. If you want to take a shower, go to the room at the very beginning. Sun Jingcheng drove the car and said after a while, stay in the hotel for the next few days and don't go anywhere. But if you figure it out, just tell me. Sun Jingcheng thought for a while, but still added, it's not too late to send you back before the 30th. Good. Hearing this, Sun Jingcheng didn't continue speaking. Soon the car drove up to the front of the hotel. Wang Yan and He Minghui got out of the car, and the two of them returned to the room. Wang Yan first walked to the mirror and looked at what was on his forehead. He Minghui stood in the bathroom doorway, similarly surveying the things on Wang Yan's head. That's the script we have there. He Minghui said. This one on the forehead reads joy, and the one on the neck reads sacrifice. Wang Yan turned on the water in the sink and reached out to rub the stuff off his forehead and back. Didn't I tell you to keep it for the night? He Minghui couldn't help but say. Wang Yan's action of washing his face lurched as he proceeded to wipe his face clean before turning his head to look at He Minghui. We're here to find the rules, not for her to literally sacrifice me. He Minghui paused for a moment. Sorry, forgot. After washing the chicken blood, Wang Yan sat on the bed. The smell of chicken blood still lingered on him. It smelled a little nauseating and he rubbed his forehead and sat up in bed. Now just wait for the 29th. Wang Yan said. Figure out the rules and get ready. He Minghui also sat down on the bed when he heard this. He then turned his head to Wang Yan. But what if you weren't told to learn about the taboos of the Shang sacrifice the day before the Shang sacrifice? He added. It's like the chicken that was killed, but no one will teach the chicken what to do on the day of the sacrifice. Wang Yan turned his head to look at him. Then let her teach me willingly. He Minghui froze for a moment. He then reacted and couldn't help but sit on the bed. That's right. As long as force can't control you, you can only use good words to get you to cooperate. Speaking of this, He Minghui turned his head to Wang Yan. Can you get it off even if the rope is tied on? Without waiting for Wang Yan to reply, He Minghui himself picked up the next sentence. That has to be bundled, haha. Wang Yan withdrew his sight. The two rested for a while, and at noon, Aunt Sun from downstairs came upstairs and called the two for dinner. There were some differences in the food on the table this time, and Wang Yan could clearly tell the difference between what was in his bowl and He Minghui's bowl. Looking around, he realized that all three had the same rice, only his own, which looked a little whiter, as if it had been soaked for a long time, even as each grain was cracked. This is net rice. You ate it when you were small. Have you forgotten? Seeing this, Aunt Sun couldn't help but say, it doesn't matter if you've forgotten. It's good stuff. This is prepared by the eldest uncle. They started to get it since last year, after removing the filth, washed and dried and washed, and also offered with incense. Seeing that Wang Yan was slow to move his chopsticks, she introduced, you can't eat it normally. The matter of net rice had nothing to do with He Minghui, who ate his meal quietly. And this one is also the pork that was raised last year, and Big Uncle specially pulled it to the festival grounds to kill it. Aunt Sun said, it's all good food and drink to offer up. Others want to eat it and don't have it yet. Auntie would poison you? With a bit of dissatisfaction, Aunt Sun poured the rice that was still in her own bowl back into the pot, and then grubbed a bit of Wang Yan's rice into her own bowl, before chucking a few chopsticks of meat and eating it herself. 19 years ago, I didn't see you so cautious, she said as she ate. That year the village had only so many good things. All of them were given to you to eat. How could you not be afraid of poisoning at that time? Chapter 82, August 29th. Seeing Aunt Sun eat her belly, Wang Yan then put down his heart. More is not available. Aunt Sun then took a few dishes a little farther away. Third aunt said that you can only eat these for a few days. You can't eat any meat or rice that hasn't been processed. If you're afraid, I'll help you eat a little bit every day. And it's none of my business if you don't have enough to eat by then anyway. Okay. Wang Yan nodded. Auntie, As long as you're willing to eat, I'll share it with you every day as if I'm doing my filial duty to you before I die. Aunt Sun grunted, and her attitude changed with the naked eye at the mention of 19 years ago. But in the way of this year's birth ritual, she didn't snap out of it. After the meal, the two re-entered their room. Just entering the door, He Minghui said, "They really follow the standard of the sacrifices in." He was stuck for a moment, unable to think of the right word to replace it with. Take care of you? What? Net rice. He Minghui said. The chickens and pigs that were sacrificed were of that standard, and pretty much the same ones that were used to feed those sacrifices some time before the raw sacrifice. And today, he paused and recalled. At that time you closed your eyes. Did you feel a hot vapor? That was when she burned vinegar charcoal for you. Burning vinegar charcoal is also a process of removing defilements. Pressing the prepared herbs with a burning hot stone, followed by sprinkling a little water, using this vapor to get rid of the defilements. But she changed it a little bit. I saw yellow chestnut branches put in it and a little bit of other herbs that I don't really recognize. He thought for a moment and said, "We don't put that in there. We put green pine too." After saying that, He Minghui felt not quite right. Oh, then it is not removing filth. To drive out the gods? Wang Yan was silent for a while. He sat on the bed and couldn't help but ask, are these very spiritual in your place? In addition to the death prophecy, there really exist other ghosts and gods these things? That is not. He Minghui thought for a moment and said, that is passed down from our ancestors. You have to say whether there is no use I do not know. We get this just to figure out a good luck. Is not the same as worshipping the god of wealth and worshipping Zhao Wang? It's just that the myths and legends of each place are different. So the god to be worshipped is also different. I also visited when I was a child. He Minghui sat on the bed, in addition to those evil. You have to say that it is not bad. Today she did not also perform a head separation? That we also have. Ritual performance. Step on the knife mountain. Lick the fire knife have. Performances? It's similar to magic. He Minghui said. If you hide something in your clothes, put your shoulders up, and practice softening your body a bit. Won't your head move freely? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded. You don't say. If the 30th, that day under the influence of the death prophecy, Ra really came out. He Minghui lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and couldn't help but say, do you think they're happy, or are they scared? Wang Yan opened his mouth, before and He Minghui said that he had not been involved, and there was no way to tell Chang Yishan itself was a participant. He thought about it, and could not help but ask, the two that you went to before, what kind of ghosts are they? Well, He Minghui lay on the bed, drew out the death prophecy, looked at the top and said, one is a hospital. That ghost in the hospital is a doctor who chases people with a scalpel, and the other is in an abandoned factory. There is no entity, just a few sheets of paper with all the rules written on it. Have you seen their faces? Wang Yan asked. No. He Minghui shook his head. I haven't seen it. That ghost just has a face, so I guess it's pretty scary. Wang Yan thought about Chang Yishan in the interrogation room and nodded. It can be said that the back of Chang Yishan in the interrogation room and Chang Yishan in the dossier have no similarities other than a large difference in body type. Even if they are completely invisible at first, the cases are limited, and there is no way to infer if the ghost, in every case, was played by a dead participant. What's wrong? He Minghui asked. No, I was just thinking, if it really appeared as a god. Wang Yan casually found an excuse to put it off. Halfway through his words he stopped. Seeing He Minghui's face staring, he added, it's not necessarily. What if it's just the same as the one in your factory one? It's just a few sheets of paper? He Minghui's tightly furrowed brows loosened a bit as he leaned back on the bed and comforted himself. Yeah, Daji, shouldn't be able to just put a god on us. Wang Yan pondered for a while and slowly closed his eyes. For the next few days, just like what Sun Jingcheng said, Wang Yan and He Minghui didn't go anywhere. Except for meals. They stayed in their rooms. As time continued to pass, Sun Jingcheng's face became more and more ugly, until on the day of August 29th, Sun Jingcheng heavily went upstairs and knocked on the door of his room. Just like before, the two quickly opened the door to the room. It was just dawn when the two of them followed Sun Jingcheng down the stairs. As usual, when Aunt Sun saw Wang Yan, she got a bit of his meal into her own bowl in front of him and ate it in front of him before passing the bowl and chopsticks to the two. Eat more today. It's going to be a long time in the mountains, Aunt Sun said as she looked up at the door. The hotel table was not far from the counter, and this angle just overlooked the street. The usually empty streets were packed today. The women lined up in a long line down the hotel, toward the mountains. Isn't the birth ceremony tomorrow? Wang Yan looked over as he asked while eating. Well, it's tomorrow, Aunt Sun said, but inviting Sheng to descend is today. If we don't invite Sheng now today, who will be sacrificed tomorrow? Just after the words were said, Aunt Sun herself felt a bit out of place, so she reached out and patted her mouth a few times. then folded her hands together and bowed toward the mountain. Wang Yan sniffed and withdrew his eyes. Later, your uncle will send you guys up Auntie still has to prepare the offering meal. Aunt's son said. The offering of rice, that is, after inviting the Sangha down and offering it to him, has a lot of details, so preparations have to be started very early in the morning. Have you eaten? Sun Jingchang really didn't have much of an appetite today, and when he saw that the two of them had put their dishes down, he stood up and inquired. Eat up. Wang Yan stood up. He Minghui wiped his mouth and hurriedly chased after him as well. The three of them got into the car, and after Sun Jingcheng started the car, he slowly stepped on the gas. Looking through the window, one could see men and women coming and going chatting about something, all dressed somewhat similarly and with a red paper cutout hanging from them. Evergreen. Sun Jingcheng looked at Wang Yan, who was surveying the street in the rearview mirror. What is your purpose? What? At these words, Wang Yan froze for a moment as he sat up straight and turned his eyes from the car window to Sun Jingcheng. If you're really here for the raw sacrifice. Sun Jingcheng slammed on the brakes. You're going to die anyway? Why are you still afraid of your aunt and uncle putting something in your rice? Chapter 83, Plaque. At those words, the car fell into silence. Although it had nothing to do with He Minghui, he sat up straighter nervously, and after his eyes drifted about for a while, he finally chose to look out of the car. Sun Jingcheng parked the car and turned his head from the driver's seat to look at Wang Yan. Because of the birth, I have to make sure that I live until August 30th. Wang Yan brainstormed for a while. He then hung his head and avoided Sun Jingcheng's gaze. For my father's sake, I can't have any accidents before that day. Wang Yan said this and stopped talking. He deliberately gave Sun Jingcheng a little space for reverie. It was best if Sun Jingcheng could give out any answer related to the strange and chaotic gods, then he would just nod his head. Sang? Sun Jingcheng frowned, seemingly pondering something. Did you decide to do this? Or did your father say something to you? It was my decision to come as a raw sacrifice. Fourth aunt bumped into your dad at the mental hospital some time ago. Sun Jingcheng took a deep breath and mentioned. Your dad is now mentally ill. I'm not sure if she has instilled something with your dad. If your dad sent you here, then it's not too late for you to return to Tianhe. It's me who wants to come. Wang Yan looked like he was rather hesitant like that. I am not at liberty to say. Hearing this, Sun Jingcheng glanced at the roadside, then turned back and started the car. There was a roar from the gas pedal, and then the car sped off. Hearing the voice, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief as he looked again at the long row of people outside the car. These days in the hotel to stay down. Usually the streets are also cold and quiet. He originally thought that the town of Hushing almost nothing, but now a rough estimate, at least 100 people upwards. Looking at these people now, it was obvious that they were going to the clan shrine on the hill. Boss, are these people also going to the Raw festival? He Minghui looked at the silhouettes outside the window and couldn't help but ask. Sun Jingcheng drove the car, answered, and then said, they won't be attending tomorrow's. These are basically people who are not from Haiwa, either from Haishing or from nearby villages, who moved down after the earthquake, and along with it, publicized the custom of offering half of the Sang sacrifice. He Minghui sniffed and looked again. The big red paper cutouts hung over them, and most of these people were holding a torch in their hands, but it hadn't been lit yet and was dangling from their hands, because most of these people are hiking up the mountain. The first part of the mountain road Sun Jingcheng drove very slowly, and when there were many fewer people, he stepped on the gas. The car speed up. Not a moment later, to the end of the road, Sun Jingcheng parked the car, and the three of them got out of the car. Wang Yan swept a few eyes. There would already be several cars on the hill by now. There's no need to enter the festival grounds today. Sun Jingcheng said, just find a seat up there. Don't run around. And don't go inside the festival grounds without third aunt's permission. Good. Wang Yan nodded. Sun Jingcheng looked deeply at Wang Yan for a few moments, then stepped aside. I won't go up. I still have to pick up your aunt and uncle later. Sun Jingcheng deliberately lowered his voice with this sentence. No matter when. You can always find me if you regret it. Good. Thank you, uncle. Wang Yan sincerely thanked him. Associated with what would happen tomorrow, Wang Yan pondered for a while and decided to wait until after the night and find a way to persuade Sun Jingcheng's family to leave. Although this time the mountain path is not led by Sun Jingcheng, but the two have come twice, already familiar with the road, and climbed up the mountain path. Far away, they smell the sacrificial incense, as well as the smell of burning yellow paper. When he looked up, he saw a puff of smoke rising. He Minghui did a bit of mental preparation before he continued walking towards the location of the clan's ancestral hall. Hey, really don't want to come? He Minghui said as he looked towards Granny Sun, who was worshipping in front of that altar of God not far away. There seemed to have been a slight change in the tablets within the ancestral hall. He Minghui couldn't tell. He turned his head just to ask Wang Yan, when he noticed that Granny Sun started to burn paper eyes into that altar. Is that what you almost smeared blood on the other day? He Minghui couldn't help but ask. Wang Yan looked at it from a distance and didn't come closer. He then thought about it and asked, do you have this at your place? No. He Minghui shook his head. Today, Grandma Sun was not wearing a mask. She had her hands clasped together and was rambling on about something towards those burning paper eyes, looking pious. The tables, chairs, and benches mounted in the sacrificial ground were all taken out at this time, and laid out in a regular manner, and the two of them glanced at each other, and in accordance with what Sun Jingcheng had said, walked towards the chairs at the far end of the room. It didn't take long for the two of them to sit down, but a little bit of people came up from the bottom of the hill, a few of them familiar faces, either old people who were on the bus at the time, or young people they had seen at the festival grounds some time ago. They held the firewood and piled it toward the front of the altar. As for those who were not alive, after putting their torches aside, they opened the bags they had brought with them, and took out from them piles and piles of paper yuanbao, as well as yellow paper, and handfuls of incense. Wang Yan looked at it for a few moments and followed the altar to that Sun clan's ancestral shrine, and after taking a closer look at it, he suddenly stood up and walked towards the ancestral shrine. Seeing Wang Yan come over, Granny Sun had a little surprise. She glanced at Wang Yan and said smilingly, since you're here, pay your respects as well. Saying that, a handful of incense was stuffed into Wang Yan's hand. Just put it in there and stick it in after worship. Wang Yan nodded and took the incense and walked into the clan house. Just as he entered, he looked up at the plaque inside. After a few cursory scans, Wang Yan realized that this was adding some new tabletops into the inside. And although the original was also more compact, it wasn't one next to the other like this. It also looks like some tables have been added and you can clearly distinguish which signs have been newly put on. The ones that were already there had a thin layer of gray on them. The new ones that were put on didn't. Wang Yan took the name of worshipping the tablet and looked around. Scanning the circle, he found that the wooden boards inside that could lead to that sacrificial field were also sealed today. Combined with Sun Jingcheng's comment that he couldn't go to the festival grounds today, and the fact that those who went up the mountain only participated in today's rituals, he guessed that today's activities were a cover for tomorrow's rituals. Perhaps the newest addition on this is the out-of-towner, also named Sun, who died in that earthquake. Thinking of this, Wang Yan turned back and inserted the handful of incense into the altar of the god. When He Minghui saw Wang Yan walking back, he hurriedly asked, how was it? Did you find anything? Wang Yan's sudden standing up startled him, but there was little reason for him to go over there, so he could only wait over here in agony. Wang Yan spoke briefly about his findings. Oh, I saw that too. That clan shrine looks different from the usual at first glance. There are two possibilities. Wang Yan turned his head to look at the clan shrine and said, either they are trying to cover their tracks, so they have those who are not involved in the birth rituals come so as to hide their true intentions. Chapter 84, Paper Eyes. Otherwise, it's two. Wang Yan thought about it and said, gather popularity. Maybe there's some kind of precondition for the descent of life, so she has to use the offering of the plaques of the people who were also affected by the same disaster to lure these people up to kneel and worship. From the looks of it, the latter is a little more likely. After all, these people don't need to participate in the birth rituals afterward, yet they all have that same paper cutout as Grandma Sun hanging on them. At the word He Minghui looked at the people who were inserting incense and bowing everywhere. Most of those raw faces looked sad, especially when he saw the cracked mountain. He saw many people had red eyes. The two of them glanced at each other, and after a moment's reflection, He Minghui stood up and walked over towards a middle-aged woman not far away. He Minghui's approach of getting close to him had little effect on Granny Sun, but it seemed to be very useful to the middle-aged woman who wasn't very wary. From a distance, Wang Yan saw He Minghui and the man talking. He Minghui listened with his side ear for a while, then as if asking something, he patted the woman's shoulder again. The woman wiped the tears from her eyes and proceeded to burn the paper. It didn't take long for him to walk back. Finished inquiring, He Minghui sat down on a chair and said in a low voice, that auntie said that the thing they brought with them was called everlasting life, and it was used to transcend people who died in vain, and it was also a saying that came about after the earthquake. He glanced at the people kneeling around, and couldn't help but say, it's also a way of spiritual support. Right, after all, stricken and dying, can only go through these, praying that it will make the world after their death a little bit better. Take this to trick them into believing in life really damned Death itself is a heavy topic, let alone dying in vain due to an accidental disaster. Wang Yan nodded and looked over there to Granny Sun, who was still kneeling by the altar of the god and saying something, and he noticed that as soon as a person came up at the foot of the mountain, she threw a paper eye into it. This made Wang Yan notice that something was wrong. Paper Eye's claim before Granny Sun was that after smearing the blood, Sang would be able to see the person with the corresponding name, and that the blood and the person had to correspond, or else they could not be seen by Sang. But where did the survivors of Manhwa village come up with enough for such a big bag? Thinking about this, Wang Yan thought about it and walked over to an old man nearby. Grandma. Hey! The old man turned back and looked at Wang Yan. Which family are you? You from? How come I don't have much of an impression? I am Pingdi village. Wang Yan said. That year that situation. Hey! And then went out to study and work. And only came back this year. When the old man heard Pingdi village, her gaze softened at once. She touched Wang Yan's head, said with a little heartache, Pingdi's that village didn't survive many people. Hey, look at you so big point, suffered for so many years, right? Wang Yan sniffed and lowered his head. The old man saw this and touched Wang Yan's head again. Don't be sad. Mom and Dad are watching you from heaven. I just came back to pay my respects this year. Wang Yan said. The first time I came back, I don't know anything. Do you know what that grandmother is doing? The old man sniffed and looked towards the altar. She then said, that I'm not sure. It says that getting a bit of blood can bless the dead. And when you do it, you'll send this. She held out the red paper in her hand. Bless them with long life in their next life. Do you want to write your name? Wang Yan asked. To write about the dead. The old man said and glanced at Wang Yan. You don't have one yet, do you? Why don't I go and ask her to get you one? I'll just go by myself. Wang Yan said. Thank you, Grandma. The old man waved his hand. There's nothing to it. Go on. Your family will be happy to see you like this now. This sentence about writing dead people's names made Wang Yan frown. After a little thought, Wang Yan walked next to Granny Sun. Granny Sun was kneeling by the altar and saying something, and after noticing Wang Yan's approach, she sped up her speech until a long string of recitations was finished, and then she turned her head. Although being interrupted made her a little disgruntled at the moment, she still smiled and looked at Wang Yan. What's wrong? Evergreen? I saw you burning this and came to check it out. Wang Yan stood and Granny Sun knelt on the ground. This perspective made Granny Sun frown, but she quickly suppressed it. This you've already burned yours. What? Want to do Granny a favor? Does this one write my name? Wang Yan confirmed. Right. If you don't write, how can Shang find you? Granny Sun said, noticing another person coming up and dropping another paper inside. Did you write yours as well? Wang Yan asked. Granny Sun paused for a moment, looked at Wang Yan, and asked with a leathery smile. That's for sure. This will all be burned. Right. What's wrong? At that time on the bus, seeing that you didn't write it, I was afraid that you would forget. Wang Yan similarly returned a fake smile. I thought I would add it for you if you forgot. After saying that, Wang Yan noticed the bag with a glance. The paper eye from last time. The eye is fairly obvious. When the driver slammed on the brakes, causing blood to stain the rest of the paper eye, not quite like those medium ones. It's that one, isn't it? I have an impression. Wang Yan squatted down and picked it up, looking at Granny Sun. You haven't burned it yet. He then looked through it. The name wasn't written either. So I just kept remembering that you seem to have forgotten it. Forgot? Oops. Look at Grandma's memory. Grandma Sun picked it up and looked around. Wang Yan pulled a pen out with a quick eye. I help you? Ha ha. No. Granny Sun took the pen and wrote her name upwards. She was just about to smoothly put the paper eyes back into her pocket when Wang Yan raised his hand and snatched it away. The next second, he reached down and tossed it into the fire. Granny Sun's smile froze on her face as she raised her head and looked at Wang Yan. What is this for? I'm afraid you'll forget to burn it. Wang Yan clapped his hands. By the way, Grandma, I still want to ask what I'm going to do for the birth festival tomorrow? What's the matter? Can't wait? Granny Sun stood up and patted the ash on her knees. The old man had been kneeling for a long time and had no cushion, so she stumbled a little as she stood up. Wang Yan raised his hand and held Granny Sun. No. Just now I remembered a little bit, but I don't remember it too well, and I always feel that it is not right. You tell me about it. What have you remembered? Granny Sun sniffed and looked at him, her face not looking too good. It depends on what you say. Wang Yan supported Granny Sun and continued. As you know, I'm here for my father. If you tell me everything properly, then I'll definitely cooperate. You have to have something again, on the basis that I can't remember and talk nonsense. Wang Yan helped her to a chair and sat down. That would be hard to say.